Lu Zhao has been reborn into a world where women dominate and men are subservient, and he finds himself pressed against a desk by the tyrant of the business realm, Su Qinghan, signing a contract of servitude. The contract stipulates divorce immediately upon the birth of an heir, yet when he witnesses his wife, recently anesthetized after a cesarean section, berating 8 board members while hooked to a pain relief pump, he resolves to bide his time. 3 years later, as the Su Corporation ascends to the pinnacle of Forbes, Lu Zhao recognizes that the moment has come to depart. I will cleanse myself. Su Qinghan interrupts, tossing a diamond-encrusted black gold card her way. 1 billion. I demand your remaining lifetime. Lu Zhao rummages through the opulent mansion in search of their marriage certificate, only to hear the butler's somber voice. Last month, President Su discarded it into the Pacific. Subsequently, back at university, Lu Zhao opens WeChat for the 5th time. Darling, could you please send me some living expenses? What expenses could possibly be so high? On the other end of the line, Lu Zhao murmurs, Miss Moron treated me to dinner last time. I ought to reciprocate, don't you think? Miss Lisa took me to see the aurora, and I can't possibly let her pay for the airfare, can I? And Su Qinghan grows increasingly suspicious of his explanations. Oh no, my husband is in love. That evening, the live broadcast screen of the International Financial Forum abruptly changes. President Su, what are you doing charging into the grand auditorium with a fire extinguisher to extinguish romantic flames? But this is the Global Women's Entrepreneur Summit. Perfectly fitting. Su Qinghan shakes the red marriage certificate in her hand. The original marriage certificate is right here. If anyone dares to slip my husband a room key, I will unleash a demolition team on their corporate headquarters. The global headlines explode with fervent declarations. If 1 billion isn't sufficient, then 1 trillion. If 1 trillion isn't sufficient, then 10 trillion. Lu Zhao, you listen closely. You shall be my wife for all eternity, and none other than Su Qinghan. Chapter 1. The standards for choosing a partner set by my brother is my wife. In the great Xia country, Tianlong City, in a lavish restaurant, a rather attractive woman gazes in astonishment at the man before her, repeating his outrageous demands. What? Are you suggesting you wish to find a woman who stands at 185 centimeters, possesses striking looks, an alluring figure, and a 9-figure bank balance? At this moment, the woman's jaw drops to an unprecedented degree. Prior to this blind date, she had anticipated that the demands of the so-called little celestial man would be absurd, yet she never imagined they would be this ludicrous. What's the matter? Are my requests truly excessive? The young man seated across from her clearly feels discontent with her reaction. He places his hands on his hips and defensively argues. I've even lowered my standards. I haven't even asked for you to spend extra time with me. Before he finishes his sentence, the woman's expression darkens ominously. She perceives this man as utterly unreasonable, making such absurd demands while claiming to have lowered his expectations. Just as she prepares to deliver a scathing retort to this little celestial man, another young man seated beside him swiftly covers his mouth with his hand. Miss, I apologize. He has watched too many idol dramas. Please forgive him. Lu Zhao says with a face full of regret. As such, this meal is on us. Witnessing the politeness of the young man beside the little celestial man, the woman refrains from expressing her displeasure. After all, it would be unbecoming for an accomplished woman to quarrel with a younger man. Thus, she simply smiles, retrieves her coat, and gracefully rises to leave. No need for such formality. I can certainly afford a meal, she explains, but I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, she turns and departs from this matchmaking venue designed for extraordinary young men. At the very moment the woman turns away, Lu Zhao releases the hold on Lin Yu's mouth with a sigh of relief. Zhao, why did you cover my mouth? What I just mentioned were merely fundamental requirements. Lin Yu complains with a disgruntled expression. Otherwise, those obnoxious women might genuinely believe that we men are easily won over. The speaker is none other than the young man previously referred to as Little Celestial Man. Lin Yu, stop talking. Are those various demands even remotely attainable? Lu Zhao retorts incredulously. He had thought that his words might bring some clarity to this fellow. But to his surprise, Lin Yu boldly states, but Zhao, isn't your wife just like that? Hearing this, Lu Zhao feels somewhat resigned. He does not harbor strong feelings regarding this contractual marriage. Although this union is founded upon a mere agreement, the relationship between him and his wife remains relatively harmonious. Moreover, he has already resolved to divorce her in the coming days, as the contract had effectively ended the moment their child was born. Yet upon encountering this woman, who has tirelessly strived for the entirety of their commercial empire, Lu Zhao decides to postpone the conversation. Upon reflection, 4 years have elapsed, and it is indeed time to conclude this loveless marriage. He merely exhales softly, stating, I need to report to school tomorrow, and I still have some preparations to make, so I shall take my leave. Very well, I shall come and pick you up then. Lin Yu readily agrees, seemingly oblivious to the inner turmoil within Lu Zhao. Once Lu Zhao turned and departed, Lin Yu abruptly puffed up his cheeks and muttered, "Zhao Zhao truly is something. She cannot abide my possession of what she has." It indeed echoes the saying that a true friend wishes for your well-being, while a brother may not desire your happiness. Although Lu Zhao had just been taken aback by the extraordinary blind date, he found it within the realm of acceptance. Ever since his reincarnation into this world, he had grown accustomed to many aspects of this matriarchal society that subjugates men. Just like this recent blind date, such occurrences would have been utterly outrageous in his previous life. Yet in this world, they seemed completely ordinary. Had I known, I would not have accompanied him. How could anyone possibly meet such demands? Lu Zhao lamented to himself as he walked. He glanced at the time, quickening his pace. It's quite late. They must be hungry by now. Observing Lu Zhao's figure as he entered the market, a woman around the corner was reporting something into a walkie-talkie. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, anguished screams echoed from within. A woman, whose figure approached perfection and whose beauty resembled that of a celestial being, sat expressionlessly on a chair, gazing at the bloodied woman before her. "Miss Su, I truly had no idea she was one of yours. Had I known..." Before the woman could finish her sentence, the whip in the hand of the woman nearby lashed out like a venomous serpent, striking her brutally once more. Accompanied by the woman's screams, the metallic scent of blood in the air seemed to intensify. The woman was already a mass of wounds and bruises, her once pristine garments now stained crimson with blood, yet the two women showed no signs of ceasing, as if intent on beating her to death. Finally, after Su Qinghan ended her phone call, she slowly waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to halt. "That is enough. Cease the beating." She then approached the woman, looking down upon her with an air of superiority, gently resting a hand beneath her chin, a slight smile curling at the corners of her lips that sent chills down one's spine. "Consider yourself fortunate. I am in a good mood today." After a brief pause, she added, "However, should there be a next time, it will not merely be this." Although Su Qinghan's voice was soft, the underlying threat was unmistakable. With her words still hanging in the air, she turned and departed, leaving the battered woman to exhale a sigh of relief. As she watched Su Qinghan's receding figure, the woman could not help but reflect, for the sake of that male secretary, this person is truly ruthless. She swallowed hard, the wind brushing against her scars, causing her body to tremble even more. Gazing at her wounds, she felt a surge of indignation. All she had done was touch that male secretary a few times outside her office and invite him to sing together. Why had she incurred such merciless revenge? As she pondered, a sudden thought struck her. She has a husband. If I were to expose this to her husband, would it not bring about her downfall? Chapter 2. The mother-daughter duo inept at expressing emotions. As Lu Zhao traversed the path homeward, the skies suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, swiftly followed by a torrential downpour. With the villa merely a few hundred meters away, he refrained from hailing a cab and instead opted to dash back. The rain fell heavily, obscuring Lu Zhao's vision. What a stroke of misfortune. Just this short distance, and yet, I'm caught in such a deluge. While silently lamenting his plight, Lu Zhao quickened his pace. However, in a moment of carelessness, he slipped, tumbling forward with a jarring thud. With an exclamation of dismay, he crashed to the ground, his knee and wrist scraping against the unforgiving surface, sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. Upon glancing down, he discovered his knee and wrist were both abraded, with crimson droplets oozing forth. Alas, even my branded shoes turn treacherous when the floor is slick, unlike other boys his age who might weep over such minor injuries. Lu Zhao collected the scattered vegetables from the ground and limped his way home. At last, he arrived at the entrance of the villa, using his uninjured hand to push open the grand door. The butler, upon noticing his condition, hurried over to assist, taking the vegetables from his grasp and steadying him. "Sir, how did you sustain such grievous injuries?" "I shall immediately summon the private physician," the butler exclaimed anxiously. In response, Lu Zhao merely waved a dismissive hand, stating, "It's just a minor scrape, nothing to fret about. By the way, has she returned?" The butler promptly replied, "Miss is already back. She is currently seated on the sofa, engrossed in her homework." Following the butler's indication, Lu Zhao gazed toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, where a charming little girl with disheveled hair and a pouting expression was bent over the coffee table, diligently working on her assignments. He observed his daughter intently, yet his heart remained untouched by any profound stirrings. Although she was his flesh and blood, an inexplicable distance seemed to linger between them. Typically, his daughter was not particularly affectionate, and one might even describe her demeanor as somewhat aloof. The moment Lu Zhao entered the room, Su Wanwan's gaze fixed upon him. Upon noticing the abrasions on his body, her eyes flickered slightly. She then set down her pen and quipped, a hint of irritation in her tone, "At your age. Still tripping? How clumsy." With that, she rose and approached him with an icy demeanor. Hurry and take a shower. You're filthy. Afterward, prepare dinner. I'm famished. Without so much as a backward glance, Su Qinghan ascended the staircase, leaving Lu Zhao momentarily stunned in place. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, he pondered her behavior. She bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother, speaking with a chill that left him perplexed. No matter how earnestly he endeavored to win her affection, she remained perpetually icy, seemingly devoid of any warmth towards him. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that the divorce agreement had been finalized. Perhaps, in time, she would find greater happiness outside this household. Contemplating this, Lu Zhao turned and returned to his room to change clothes. Meanwhile, Su Qinghan seethed with indignation, addressing her miniature telephone with dramatic flair. What a wretched road. It caused my father to get hurt. I shall have it demolished to avenge him. Su Qinghan lamented. Why should girls maintain a cool demeanor to attract boys? Even with my efforts, it seems my father doesn't care for me at all. At that moment, Su Qinghan sat in her car, her spirits buoyed, a smile occasionally gracing her lips. Boss, you seem quite cheerful today. Is there something delightful on the horizon? Inquired the driver, Old Chun, with a beaming expression. Su Qinghan's lips curved upward, revealing a rare smile as she replied, I just received a call. The situation in the U.S. has stabilized. I am now atop the Forbes list. No one can challenge me anymore. Moreover, I finally have time to spend with my little man at home. How could I not be elated? Old Chun nodded eagerly, affirming indeed. The master has endured considerable hardship over the years, a stark contrast to those frivolous young men outside. Su Qinghan reminisced about the myriad moments over the years. Her daily life was consumed with company affairs, leaving little room for anything else. Yet, Lu Zhao's presence rendered her existence particularly warm. Each morning, he would rise early to prepare her attire, ensuring she maintained a polished appearance amidst her hectic schedule. Despite her delicate constitution, which often left her unwell, Lu Zhao would diligently remember to bring her meals, even personally feeding her when she was overwhelmed with work. Furthermore, while the household chores often perplexed the butler, Lu Zhao managed to handle them with remarkable efficiency, meticulously tending to every detail to keep their home a haven of warmth and order. One might say that behind every successful woman stands a quietly dedicated man. With this thought, she felt it was high time to repay the love she had neglected to bestow upon her husband over the years. Soon, the car pulled into the villa's driveway. As she alighted, Su Qinghan yearned to embrace her little man affectionately, only to be informed by the butler that her husband had sustained injuries. Her expression darkened as she uttered each word with conviction. Demolish that entire road. I want the shares of the brand of shoes my husband was wearing revoked. Initially contemplating accountability, her thoughts swiftly shifted towards checking on her little man's injuries. Bursting into the dining room, she found Lu Zhao setting the table with the prepared dishes. Welcome back. Wash your hands. Dinner is ready. He greeted her with a smile. The previously frantic Su Qinghan, upon seeing Lu Zhao, regained her composed demeanor. Adjusting her attitude, she approached him, enveloping him in her embrace. As she rolled up his sleeve to inspect his wound, a pang of concern surged within her. It seemed she had been remiss in showing care, leaving her at a loss for how to express tenderness now. Before she could voice her thoughts, Lu Zhao extricated himself from her hold. It's merely a scrape, nothing to worry about. Let us sit and eat. Observing her resilient little man, Su Qinghan felt reassured that her judgment had not failed her. Just as she settled down, her gaze fell upon an eye-catching folder on the dining table. Opening it, the stark words divorce agreement rendered her momentarily speechless. Chapter 3. Divorce is not an option. As Su Qinghan slowly grasped the divorce agreement, flipping to the final page, disbelief washed over her as she beheld Lu Zhao's name inscribed there. A tempest of emotions surged within her. Was her little man truly intent on dissolving their marriage? Lu Zhao sat quietly beside her, unconsciously scratching his head in an awkward manner. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Rest assured, I'll leave with nothing and won't trouble you again. This simple declaration pierced Su Qinghan's heart like 1,000 daggers, rendering her breathless. Even amidst the relentless tumult of the business world, she had never felt such overwhelming pressure. Her countenance darkened as she gazed at Lu Zhao, her intention to speak momentarily eluding her. The situation had arisen so unexpectedly that this woman, accustomed to navigating the corporate world with ease, found herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, being a seasoned player in the realm of business, Su Qinghan swiftly compelled herself to regain her composure. Taking a deep breath, she inquired in as steady a tone as she could muster, Is life at home not treating you well? Lu Zhao shook his head and replied softly, It's quite fine. But the contract was due long ago, and your company has stabilized over the years. It is time for me to depart. As a child from a less fortunate background, Lu Zhao was acutely aware that he could never ascend to the ranks of a wealthy heir. He was merely a pawn in Su Qinghan's strategy to thwart her family's arranged marriage, and their relationship had never been rooted in genuine affection. The notion of love had always been absent, particularly as he had never once heard her call him husband throughout the years. Although Lu Zhao lacked romantic experience, he could discern this reality. However, before he could react further, Su Qinghan suddenly sprang from her chair, effortlessly hoisting Lu Zhao and carrying him straight back to the bedroom. Lu Zhao had no time to react before he found himself laid upon the bed. She locked the door, then languidly settled into a leather chair, holding the divorce agreement in her hands, a bemused smile playing at the corners of her lips. Lu Zhao, contracts are lifeless, but people are not. As long as I, Su Qinghan, do not wish to relinquish what is mine, there is no expiration date. With that, Su Qinghan produced a diamond-encrusted black gold card from her pocket and declared coldly, 100 billion. I wish to renew your life contract. Yet, confronted with Su Qinghan's unwavering gaze, Lu Zhao shook his head, responding, this is not merely about money. I simply feel it is time for me to return to my life. After speaking, Lu Zhao rose, intending to search the room for their marriage certificate. He recalled placing it in that drawer, yet he cannot find it now. I distinctly remember putting it here. Why can't I locate it? As he pondered the whereabouts of the certificate, a sound of tearing paper reached his ears. Turning to investigate, he found Su Qinghan ripping the divorce agreement. Stop searching. I've already disposed of the marriage certificate. Lu Zhao was taken aback, his voice involuntarily rising an octave. What? Why on earth would you throw away the marriage certificate? It was discarded, and there need not be a reason, Su Qinghan replied, standing tall before him, her expression one of haughty superiority. Suddenly, she grasped Lu Zhao's chin and tilted his face to meet hers. As Lu Zhao's eyes were forced to lock onto Su Qinghan's, he could discern the proximity of her crimson lips, almost close enough to kiss. Normal life? Su Qinghan echoed the phrase, as if it were a humorous jest. What do you consider a normal life? Returning to a home where even tuition cannot be afforded, or finding a job that trades health for meager wages? Lu Zhao bit his lip, refraining from retorting, for she spoke the truth. Both in this life and the last, it was undeniable. Noticing Lu Zhao's silence, a flicker of pity surged within Su Qinghan. She released her grip on his chin and gently enveloped him in her embrace, murmuring softly, my dear, I simply lack the time in the past, but I promise you, that will not be the case moving forward. Lu Zhao nodded slightly in her arms, as if in agreement. You need to be at school tomorrow, correct? I shall arrange for someone to escort you, Su Qinghan said kindly. Yet Lu Zhao shook his head, declining, no, I prefer not to be the center of attention. Very well, you shall heed the wishes of the Su family patriarch, she exclaimed, and with that, she playfully slapped Lu Zhao's rear before exiting the room. This left Lu Zhao, a grown man, feeling a tinge of embarrassment mixed with bashfulness. Having arrived in this world with certain influences, and given his limited interactions with women in his previous life, such reactions were perhaps inevitable. As Su Qinghan departed, Lu Zhao wore an expression of resignation, muttering to himself, if one could trust the words of capitalists, pigs would be climbing trees. With that, he followed suit, intending to seek out the butler to inquire about the whereabouts of their marriage certificate. He firmly believed that Su Qinghan would not have discarded it. Perhaps it lay hidden in some safe, stubbornly out of reach. Meanwhile, Su Qinghan stood on the terrace of the third floor, taking a drag from a special cigarette, her heart racing. What is this? I have never felt so flustered. But it is always like this when I am with him. I adore him so much. I wish I could be as normal as other women. Yet, I seem to find it difficult to express myself. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at the rain droplets descending from the sky. Reminiscing about the moment she first encountered Lu Zhao, it felt like a timeless instant, a vision that foretold he was to be her companion for the rest of her days. Had it not been for her family pressuring her into marriage, perhaps she would not have resorted to such measures to compel Lu Zhao into wedlock, leading to the current chasm between them. Nevertheless, it mattered not. She could now seek to mend what had been amiss. As Su Qinghan contemplated this, Lu Zhao stood before the butler, exclaiming, what did you say? That fellow tossed the marriage certificate into the Pacific Ocean last month? Indeed. Sir, what do you need the marriage certificate for? The butler inquired somberly. Upon receiving this answer, Lu Zhao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he replied softly, oh, it's nothing. Seeing her little man's adorable reaction, Su Qinghan couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, her phone vibrated, signaling a new message. Chapter 4. The enthusiastic captain of the school basketball team. The sun shone brightly, and the rain from yesterday had rejuvenated the air in Tianlong City. Today, Tianlong University welcomed a vibrant cohort of new students. The entrance was bustling with activity, as parents accompanied their children to enroll, creating a magnificent scene. Amidst the crowd, a figure captured everyone's attention. Lu Zhao, clad in casual attire, was drenched in sweat. Panting heavily, he wiped the perspiration from his brow and remarked, "Huff, is this little exertion too much?" The men in this world truly seem frail. Despite his sweat-soaked appearance and palpable exhaustion, Lu Zhao's remarkable aura remained undeniable. As he walked, he attracted countless gazes, both male and female, who could not help but admire this striking young man. This boy is incredibly handsome. How is it that his face appears so flawless without any makeup? He resembles the dreamboat from my fantasies. I must snap a photo for later. I envy his girlfriend. If I were her, I would make the most of every night. Enough. I must stop looking, or I shall find myself drawn to the same sex. Amidst the murmurs of admiration, Lu Zhao felt no joy, but rather a tinge of apprehension. As he overheard the remark about a man wanting to become gay, a sudden tension gripped him. Today had already been sufficiently ordinary. Could he truly resist the allure of his charming companion? Lu Zhao, voicing his thoughts, hastened into the campus, anxious that a delicate boy in a sailor suit would soon approach him, sweetly requesting his contact information. However, the moment Lu Zhao set foot on the school grounds, his presence instantly captivated the attention of numerous senior girls. Wow, look over there, an exceptionally handsome junior. Where? Is this the fabled instant attraction? Stop daydreaming. That's my future brother-in-law. You can forget about him. Wait for your turn. Huh, as if with your A-cup, you could handle such a handsome guy. Just watch me. While the two girls bickered over who would make the first move, a girl clad in a light purple sports uniform with a high ponytail and exquisite features gracefully crossed in front of them and appeared beside Lu Zhao. Hey, who is that girl? Didn't Tiwi spot the junior first? One of the girls exclaimed indignantly. Before she could finish, the other girl swiftly gestured for silence, signaling her to hold her tongue. What's wrong? Is that girl impressive? The interrupted girl asked, visibly puzzled. Of course. She is the captain of our school's basketball team. When XIN, the other girl whispered in explanation. So that S1XIN. Upon hearing the name, the previously loud girl abruptly fell silent, as if struck by a spell, not daring to utter another word. When XIN was notorious for her capricious nature, anyone who displeased her would find themselves ensnared in her schemes. She was not someone to be trifled with. Are you here, check-in? When XIN asked with a smile, her voice soft, Lu Zhao regarded the girl before him and replied politely, yes. Could you kindly direct me to the freshman check-in area? I can find my way there myself. With that, she naturally took hold of the suitcase Lu Zhao was carrying. No worries, I'll escort you. It must be quite a burden for a boy to manage so much luggage alone. Given her offer, Lu Zhao felt it would be impolite to decline. Thank you, senior. They engaged in casual conversation along the way. When XIN curiously inquired, so you came alone? No one from home to accompany you? I must say, your girlfriend is quite remiss for not seeing you off. To this, Lu Zhao felt no need to conceal the truth. Yes, I came by myself. I asked my family not to send me off. As for my girlfriend, he hesitated briefly. After all, he only had a wife, not a girlfriend. Declaring he had no girlfriend should be perfectly normal, right? He quickly continued, I don't have a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, when XIN's excitement visibly surged. Oh, a junior as handsome as you, yet without a girlfriend? It seems you were too focused on your studies. Haha, perhaps. He replied, by the way, I'm on XIN. Let us exchange contact information when we're done. You can ask me anything you don't understand later. The intention was unmistakably clear. She sought to invite him out. However, given her enthusiasm, it seemed reasonable to exchange contact details. Just as he was about to agree, a voice interrupted. Oh, isn't this our dear one, the esteemed lady? Is this your new boyfriend? Looking up, he saw a girl adorned with a tag around her neck that read Disciplinary Committee. Upon recognizing her, when XIN's expression stiffened, she chuckled awkwardly and said, what a coincidence. What brings a member of the Disciplinary Committee here? The girl approached with an impassive demeanor, effortlessly taking the suitcase from when XIN's grasp and turning to leave. However, in the next instant, when XIN swiftly grasped the girl's wrist, I'm merely helping the junior with his luggage. This is just a normal act of friendship. Does the Disciplinary Committee really need to interfere with such matters? A hint of menace colored when XIN's tone. She then flashed a gentle smile at Lu Zhao, saying sweetly, Junior, it should be too much trouble for me to add you to my contacts, right? Lu Zhao, unconcerned by the unfolding drama, felt no inclination to succumb to when XIN's charms. Besides, he wished to avoid putting someone who intended to assist him in an awkward position. He was about to clarify that he would handle the situation when the Disciplinary Committee member nonchalantly uttered, Do you wish for me to report you to the president? When Xin? At that moment, when Xin's demeanor shifted dramatically. Oh, why can't we simply discuss this amicably without involving the president? She pouted, releasing her hold on the disciplinary committee member. A smile that appeared friendly graced her lips as she added, since you ladies are so eager, I'll leave him to you. Please refrain from continually reporting to the president. With that, when Xin turned and lightly waved at Lu Zhao, saying, Junior, let us connect again sometime. Lu Zhao, recognizing her assistance with his suitcase, responded courteously, waving back. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. As when Xin's figure receded from view, the disciplinary committee member's stern expression transformed into a soft smile. She looked at Lu Zhao and gently advised, Junior, you should be cautious. This girl is notorious for her flirtatious ways. Many young boys have had their feelings toyed with by her. Lu Zhao, hearing this, couldn't he help but wear a wry smile. Internally, he mused how he had been regarded as a young boy in need of protection. Moreover, he pondered what toying with feelings entailed, as he had yet to experience romance in this world. His curiosity piqued about when Xin, who seemed formidable, while the disciplinary committee member's mere mention of the student council president had prompted her to back down. What kind of woman could exert such control over her? Nonetheless, Lu Zhao refrained from further inquiries. Her matters were of no concern to him. His primary focus was to relish his university life and seek opportunities to distance himself from those capitalists. Otherwise, he feared the sudden emergence of an illustrious figure like Su Qinghan, a white moonlight or a red mole, who might crush him into the ground, sealing his fate. Contemplating this, Lu Zhao felt an increasing urgency to divorce that person, ensuring that he would not meet a grim end. Just as Lu Zhao was lost in thought about how to orchestrate his divorce from Su Qinghan, the disciplinary committee member had already guided him to the freshman check-in area. The school is indeed quite expansive, offering students the option to either take a vehicle or walk. However, some young women, in a bid to prolong their conversations with the freshmen, opt to carry their luggage and stroll alongside them. Freshmen, the finance department's registration area is over there. You ought to go there to check in. Someone will assist you with your luggage shortly. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, the discipline committee member smiled and departed. After watching the committee member vanish from sight, Lu Zhao unlocked his phone, only to be greeted by an utterly stagnant message list. An exasperated sigh escaped his lips. Didn't that guy say he would come fetch me? Surely he hasn't overslept. His fingers hovered hesitantly over the chat box, typing a few words before swiftly deleting them. Never mind. The little fairy is probably still in slumber. I might as well make my own way. Lu Zhao consoled himself, then turned towards the finance department's registration area. As he approached, a chorus of excited shouts from young boys reached his ears. Ah, Senior Murong is so stunning. She is the goddess of my heart. They were clearly enamored by her presence. No wonder she's the president of the student council at Tiandu University. Her demeanor is unlike that of ordinary girls. Curious. Lu Zhao followed the direction of the voices and beheld a striking girl, exuding an aura of aloofness, seated at the registration desk, seemingly unfazed by the throng of admirers surrounding her. With her arms crossed and a look of disinterest, she reclined with one leg crossed over the other. Lu Zhao recognized her as someone of considerable stature, yet he felt no inclination to engage. He simply wished to expedite his check-in and retreat to his dormitory. What on earth are all these people doing crammed in this registration area? He observed the congested crowd blocking his path and realized that the little fairies had formed an impenetrable barrier, leaving him no chance to squeeze through. Reluctantly, he decided to wait patiently at the side. Meanwhile, surrounded by a throng of admirers, Murong Shiyu grew increasingly impatient. Her beautiful eyes darted towards a nearby girl. As if signaling something, the girl caught on immediately and raised her voice. Everyone, please don't crowd around. The president is here primarily to welcome our finance department's newcomers. So, kindly make way for the new students to check in swiftly. Can we do that? Her words struck like a clarion call, instantly quieting the previously chaotic scene. Lu Zhao perked up at this proclamation, his spirits lifted. Finally, someone was attending to business. He promptly hoisted his suitcase and addressed the boys in front of him. Excuse me, could you please let me through? I'm a freshman from the finance department and need to hurry over to check in. However, before he could finish, one of the admirers retorted indifferently. What are you pretending for? You just want a closer look at Senior Murong. Another chimed in, yeah. Why should we let you through? We worked hard to claim this spot. Confounded, Lu Zhao couldn't fathom their madness. What's the deal? Is that girl glowing like some superhero? Why are you all so fixated on her? The personal attacks only added to Lu Zhao's mounting frustration. He was already drenched in sweat, and now he had to argue with these fools. Is this a registration area or a celebrity meet and greet? His voice boomed, drawing everyone's attention. Without granting them a moment to be astonished, he stormed forward, his anger palpable as he shouted, "Make way!" Faced with his fierce demeanor, the crowd of admirers quickly parted, allowing Lu Zhao to stride directly to Murong Shiyu. With a resounding thud, he slammed his admission letter onto the table and urged, "Let us expedite this process so you can continue your fan meeting." Observing this singularly audacious young man, Murong Shiyu raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. Chapter 6. The Call from the Elder. Beside them, a girl reached out to grab Lu Zhao's admission letter from the table. However, just as her fingers were about to touch the document, a slender, pale hand swooped in, snatching it away before her. Murong Shiyu's expression remained unchanged as she scrutinized the letter, her brow furrowing slightly at the information contained within. Lu Zhao seemed unfazed by her demeanor, responding in a similarly indifferent tone, "Yes. Can we hasten this process? I've been waiting long enough." His words dripped with condescension, entirely dismissing the authority of the student council president. Murong Shiyu, far from offended, silently retrieved a form from the table and handed it to Lu Zhao, instructing, "Please fill out this form." Without bothering to glance at it, Lu Zhao took the form and began to fill it out. Meanwhile, the boys standing behind him finally regained their composure, whispering amongst themselves, "Who is this guy? He is anything but gentlemanly. How can he be so rude, right? Did you see that glare? Does he really think a girl would be interested in someone like him?" While a few of them were merely spectators, several were fervent admirers of Murong Shiyu, their fists clenched in indignation. "How dare he speak to our sister like that? I'll make him pay." Before long, Lu Zhao completed the form and handed it back to Murong Shiyu, swiftly collecting his dormitory key before walking away without a backward glance. "That freshman really has some personality," remarked a nearby girl to Murong Shiyu. Murong Shiyu nodded, but became noticeably flustered upon glancing at the form. She stared in disbelief for several seconds. "What's wrong? Is there something unusual on it?" The girl leaned in closer and gasped, "Wait, 26 years old." None of them had anticipated that the audacious young man they had just encountered was a 26-year-old freshman. "Hey, I noticed you were quite taken with him. Are you considering pursuing him? He is 6 years older. That is quite a catch," teased another girl. "Get lost. I'm leaving," Murong Shiyu declared, clutching Lu Zhao's information sheet as she prepared to depart. "Hey, weren't you supposed to accompany me for registration?" Irritated, Murong Shiyu shot a glare at Lu Jingxian. After she left, the throng of admirers dispersed, leaving behind a few finance department freshmen, laden with bags and sweating profusely. Lu Jingxian sheepishly scratched her head, laughing nervously, "Sorry. Everyone, I'll get you registered right away." Meanwhile, Murong Shiyu found herself intrigued by Lu Zhao, for he was the first person in her life bold enough to speak to her in such a manner. How interesting. Inside the boys' dormitory, Lu Zhao finally settled into a chair, exhaling in relief. He picked up his phone, eager to scroll through it for a brief respite. Upon unlocking his mobile phone, Lu Zhao was greeted by a flurry of messages. Zhao, I apologize. I overslept and accidentally turned off my alarm. Where are you? I'll come pick you up." Faced with this good friend who was pursuing a PhD, Lu Zhao found it impossible to feel any anger. He merely replied with a hint of indifference. "I've arrived at the dormitory. I'll rest for a while." As soon as he sent the message, Lu Zhao was astonished to receive a text from someone who hadn't contacted him in ages. "Call me when you arrive." Had the sun risen in the west? This person had actually taken the initiative to message him? Surely, it couldn't be a trap. Nevertheless, regardless of Lu Zhao's thoughts, he had no choice but to comply. All his funds were in Su Qinghan's hands, and ignoring her would leave him without living expenses. He promptly dialed her number. At that very moment, Su Qinghan was lounging leisurely on a beach chair, clad in a seductive bikini that accentuated her alluring figure. She held a glass of freshly squeezed fruit juice. Taking a gentle sip, her gaze then fell upon a contract in her hands, while she scrutinized the several board members standing before her. "Ms. Su, do you think this project is feasible?" one of the women asked, a nervous smile gracing her lips as she wrung her hands. Su Qinghan slowly closed the contract, her movements graceful and composed, yet her eyes held an icy indifference. She fixed her gaze on the woman and stated coolly, "Are you suggesting a 70-30 split? Isn't that rather paltry?" This statement detonated like a bombshell, igniting immediate turmoil among the board members. They exchanged glances, their faces paling. A 70-30 split was already their utmost concession. If they were to concede any further, they might lose even the slightest chance of profit. Indeed, the woman known as the business tyrant proved her ruthlessness. One board member, a woman in her 40s, finally mustered the courage to speak, her tone laced with resignation and bitterness. Su Qinghan, donning sunglasses, responded slowly, "As long as we collaborate, this project is bound to be profitable." and it is only with our Su group that you stand the best chance of success. Therefore, just as she intended to elaborate, a young man, impeccably dressed in business attire and adorned with white silk sleeve garters, approached her. He respectfully handed her a phone and said, "Boss, you have a call." At that moment, Su Qinghan lowered her sunglasses slightly, her cold, piercing gaze directed at her secretary as she snapped, Su Qinghan. "Can't you see I'm in discussions with these board members? What call couldn't he wait?" Just as the male secretary opened his mouth to respond, Su Qinghan interrupted. "You will return and reflect for a month. Come back only after you've gained some insight." This display of authority startled the board members standing nearby, who couldn't help but admire her tyrannical demeanor, maintaining such strict protocols. Just when everyone anticipated that the male secretary might kneel in supplication, he remained unfazed, standing steadfastly beside Su Qinghan. What was the matter with this secretary? Hadn't Su Qinghan just ordered him to leave? Why did he still dare to stand there? You ask me? I have no idea, the board members whispered amongst themselves. Calmly, Su Qinghan continued to extend the phone, uttering, "You're not going to answer the master's call?" Su Qinghan replied, "Oh, Chapter 7, The Capricious Tyrant." As soon as Su Qinghan's words exited his mouth, the fierce demeanor Su Qinghan had just exhibited vanished in an instant. She coughed lightly, attempting to mask her embarrassment, and with a slightly trembling voice, remarked, "Well, you've made a correct assessment. I'll give you a raise when you return." Although she spoke softly, the board members heard her clearly, exchanging astonished glances. They had no idea who this master was, possessing such influence that even the notoriously tempestuous Su Qinghan would instantly temper her wrath. However, the board members could hardly be blamed for their ignorance. After all, very few were privy to the fact that Su Qinghan was married to Lu Zhao, and many industry giants still mistakenly believed she was single. The moment Su Qinghan accepted the phone, she quickly pressed the answer button. On the other end, a handsome face appeared on her screen. "I'm at school. Why did you want me to call?" Came Lu Zhao's voice. He had been tidying his belongings, and upon hearing the call connect, instinctively glanced at the screen. What he saw nearly caused him to be overwhelmed with excitement. Su Qinghan, in her bikini, was decidedly revealing, showcasing her flawless skin and enviable figure. Although they were married, Lu Zhao had hardly seen her dressed so provocatively since their wedding night. As a typical young man, he felt a rush of exhilaration at the sight, yet being a rather innocent university student, he instinctively turned his head away. Su Qinghan, of course, caught onto her husband's reaction, placing her hand on her bikini with a hint of pride and teasingly asked, "What's wrong? Haven't you seen such a fine figure before?" Faced with such brazen words from a capitalist, Lu Zhao could not simply overlook them. He curled his lip in disdain, a smirk appearing, and scoffed lightly through his nose. Not only that, but he lowered his voice and muttered, "I saw plenty of girls with great figures today. They're just as good as yours." Upon hearing her husband's dismissive attitude and his mention of other women having better figures, Su Qinghan's expression darkened instantly. Her hand, which had been resting on the beach chair, clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palm. Her voice turned icy and piercing as she coldly stated, "Are you implying that there are many women trying to seduce you?" At that moment, Lu Zhao, meeting Su Qinghan's piercing gaze, realized he had likely misspoken. Mentioning other women in front of his wife was a blunder of monumental proportions. "No, can you please not jump to conclusions?" he stammered, genuinely surprised by Su Qinghan's acute intuition. "Lu Zhao, don't you dare mess around outside. If I find out you've been unfaithful," Su Qinghan huffed, her threat unmistakable. Hearing her words, Lu Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. In just a few years, he would be approaching 30, hardly a candidate for being called young man. Moreover, he was utterly clueless about dating and had no interest in such matters. Thus, Su Qinghan's concerns were entirely unfounded. However, witnessing her visibly agitated expression on the video, he decided to relent. "All right, I was just joking. I'm nearly 30. What girl would fancy an old man?" He quickly reassured her. Su Qinghan, however, remained unconvinced and maintained her stern demeanor, stating, "You better be telling the truth." Lu Zhao had no desire to continue bantering with this domineering personality. He casually replied, "All right, if there's nothing else, I'll go pack my bags." However, just as he was about to press the hang-up button, Su Qinghan suddenly spoke again. "Wait." Lu Zhao halted his actions, gazing at the screen with a puzzled expression, unsure of what more she had to say. He noticed her turn her head to the side, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she slowly uttered a few words. "Did you miss me today?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao was taken aback. He doubted whether he had misheard her, or if the person before him was indeed the Su Qinghan he knew, the formidable business mogul, who would dare to utter such words. In a flurry of confusion, he inadvertently pressed the hang-up button. Watching the face on his phone screen vanish abruptly nearly drove Su Qinghan to the brink of fury. It was a rare occasion to have a video call with her beloved, and after enduring a lengthy period of anxious anticipation, she had finally mustered the courage to flirt, only to receive no response and be abruptly cut off. A surge of frustration welled up within her. Naturally, the conversation had been overheard by several directors nearby, who felt a palpable sense of unease. Given Su Qinghan's current state, it was entirely possible that they would miss out on a collaboration opportunity. What were they to do now? At this critical juncture, a director in her 40s stepped forward and gently approached Su Qinghan, saying, "Miss Su, that gentleman you spoke to just now is your husband." Su Qinghan let out a deep sigh and nodded. "Although I am unaware of what transpired between you and Mr. Su, I have a rather simplistic idea that might be worth considering," the female director suggested. Instantly intrigued by her words, Su Qinghan urged, "Do tell." After receiving her approval, the director took a deep breath and smiled as she began to explain. "As far as I know, contemporary young couples often employ unique methods to signify their relationship to the outside world. For instance, they might choose to use matching profile pictures, or a girl might gift her boyfriend a hair tie she once wore." She paused briefly to gauge Su Qinghan's reaction before continuing. "The purpose of these gestures is twofold. Firstly, to clarify their relationship to each other, and secondly, to send a signal to other girls who might harbor inappropriate feelings for your husband, indicating that he is already taken." Listening intently, Su Qinghan's expression morphed into one of confusion. Over the years, she had devoted herself entirely to her professional endeavors, leaving her almost oblivious to the whimsical trends and flirtations of a younger generation. Matching profile pictures? A hair tie? What do these even mean? Su Qinghan couldn't help but inquire. The female director quickly elaborated on her explanation. After absorbing the director's insights, Su Qinghan's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a rare smile graced her lips. This method sounds rather intriguing." Su Qinghan slowly rose to her feet, walked over to the female director, gently placed a hand on her shoulder, and smiled. "In that case, I shall sign this contract. If this approach proves effective, I will consider allocating a greater share of profits to your company." The other directors collectively breathed a sigh of relief at the turn of events. Chapter 8. The Midnight Knock. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao, having just ended the call, remained in a state of utter bewilderment. Had she just been possessed? The typically reticent person had asked if he missed her. What was this, a game of truth or dare gone awry? Yet at that moment, Lu Zhao was too preoccupied to dwell on such thoughts, as he found himself drenched in sweat, the sticky sensation making him quite uncomfortable. Since the call had already been made, everything else seemed trivial. He decided to take a shower to refresh himself. Just as he stepped into the bathroom, two short-haired boys stood at his dormitory door. "Junjie, are we really going to give him a warning?" one of the boys asked hesitantly. "Of course. How dare he speak to my goddess like that? He needs to learn a lesson," the boy with gold-rimmed glasses declared fiercely, gripping an empty water bottle as if it were a weapon. "All right then, we'll pin him down and pull his hair until he apologizes. Then we can post the video on the wall, and it'll surely garner plenty of approval." The moment the words left his mouth, elation spread across their faces as they envisioned receiving approving glances from Muro. Lin Junjie wiped the drool from his mouth and waved the empty bottle in agreement. "Exactly. Classmate Murong is too magnanimous to bother with such people, but if we stand up for her, she will surely appreciate it." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Junjie was the first to open Lu Zhao's dormitory door. Their eyes quickly scanned the room, but they found no sign of Lu Zhao. "Huh, where's he? Did he go out?" Before the other could respond, they heard the sound of a shower coming from the bathroom. Exchanging glances, they decided to wait for Lu Zhao to emerge and give him a thorough lesson, teaching him to respect Murong Shiyu. Just as the sound of the shower ceased, the two boys swiftly grabbed their empty bottles, preparing to ambush Lu Zhao the moment he stepped out. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Lu Zhao before them. His hair was dripping wet, water droplets cascading down to his bare skin, creating glistening trails. To their astonishment, Lu Zhao was clad only in his underwear. "Huh, who are you?" Lu Zhao asked, taken aback by their sudden appearance, casually drying his hair while regarding them with a perplexed expression. "Ah, pervert!" Lin Junjie screamed suddenly. "Damn, wait for me." The other boy, equally startled, turned pale and dashed out the door like the wind. In a fleeting moment, both Lin Junjie and the other boy fled as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Zhao stood rooted in place, bewildered as he watched their retreating figures. He glanced down at his bare torso and suddenly realized something, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. In this world, a man without a shirt was akin to a woman being nude, easily misconstrued as a pervert. Over the years, Lu Zhao had never shied away from such matters at home. It was merely a matter of habit. However, Why were these boys so frightened? Now he could somewhat understand why northern girls would strip upon returning to their dorms, while southern girls would scream. But what had those two boys come for? Forget it. If he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to dwell on it. Perhaps they were merely two boys who had wandered into the wrong dorm. After tidying up a bit, Lu Zhao lay down on his freshly made bed, scrolling through his phone. Meanwhile, Lin Junjie and his companion, having just escaped from Lu Zhao's dorm, bore expressions of sheer shock, as they were merely refined young gentlemen. When it came to fighting, it typically involved tugging at hair or pinching flesh. The discomfort of encountering someone's bare form upon first meeting is undoubtedly palpable. Perhaps it reflects a lack of profound affection for Murong Shiyu, as one finds it challenging to surmount even such a trivial obstacle. Thankfully, we managed to flee swiftly. Otherwise, our reputations would surely be tarnished. Lin Junjie instinctively placed his hand over his rear, apprehensive that a deviant might approach him at any moment. And the thought alone was terrifying. Meanwhile, another young man shared similar sentiments. Junjie, perhaps we should consider a different approach to teach him a lesson. After all, what if he turns out to be gay? Given our striking appearances, what if he becomes infatuated with us? Lin Junjie nodded vigorously in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the concern. Just as the two were deliberating on alternative methods to reprimand Lu Zhao, a woman clad in an administrative jacket, her face marred by scars, strode past them. Who is that scarred individual? She seems to exude an aura reminiscent of a domestic abuse victim. That's our current counselor, Li Yujie. Director Li Zhonghao remarked. However, upon observing the scars on her visage, he couldn't help but ponder what could have happened to her. She appears as though she's endured a beating. I have no idea. I heard she might have had an accident, but I suspect she was caught attempting to steal someone's husband and got beaten up in the process. Wow, that's quite sensational. Lin Junjie and Zhang Hao whispered excitedly, their interest piqued by such gossip. Meanwhile, their counselor, whom they were discussing, sported a rather displeased expression, primarily due to the volume of their chatter. Yet, she had more pressing matters at hand and could not afford to pause for a lecture at that moment. Thus, she suppressed her irritation and swiftly passed by them. Time sped by, and before long, it was 11 o'clock at night. In Lu Zhao's dormitory, he found himself alone, the absence of his roommates eliciting no sense of alarm. He merely assumed there was a valid reason for their absence. He gazed at a friend request that had popped up on his phone, deep in contemplation. 185, introverted. Socially anxious, pure-hearted female university student. What a peculiar username. Just as Lu Zhao lamented the absurdity of someone adding him as a contact, a sudden knock resounded on his locked dormitory door. Knock, knock, knock. Such a disturbance at this late hour was jarring. Startled, Lu Zhao sat up in bed, a wave of curiosity washing over him. Who could possibly be at the door at this hour? Furrowing his brow, he hesitated briefly before calling out. Who is it? A dignified and gentle female voice responded from outside. Hello, student. I am your freshman counselor, here to conduct a roll call. Could you please open the door? Hearing this voice, Lu Zhao felt a slight wave of relief. After all, it was a school counselor. There should be no cause for concern. Moreover, as a grown man, he had little to fear. Besides, this was a school, a place generally deemed safe, where incidents of intrusion or harassment were unlikely. Thus, Lu Zhao rose from his bed, preparing to open the door. However, as his hand grasped the doorknob, a flicker of doubt surged within him. He hesitated momentarily, deciding to peer through the peephole, first to ascertain the situation outside. Leaning closer to the peephole, he observed the bright light illuminating the scene beyond the door, revealing the figure standing there without any disguise. She appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet as his gaze fell upon her face, he noted several distinct marks, as if she had been struck. This renewed his suspicions. Was this truly appropriate? Why did this counselor seem akin to a nefarious overlord? Pausing briefly, Lu Zhao pondered the situation. Nevertheless, he reasoned that even if this woman harbored ulterior motives, he was not at a disadvantage. After all, he was a fully grown man. With this thought in mind, he felt an immediate sense of relief and opened the door. However, the moment Lu Zhao swung the door wide, he was entirely unprepared for what transpired next. What he anticipated to be a routine roll call turned into chaos as the counselor abruptly shoved him into the dormitory, swiftly locking the door behind them. Lu Zhao was taken aback by this sudden turn of events and inwardly cursed his misfortune. Could it be that this woman intended to impose herself upon him? Without a moment to lose, he seized a broom from the side and gripped it tightly. Pointing it at her, he exclaimed, "What do you want? I warn you, do not act recklessly." To his utter astonishment, the counselor immediately knelt before him, exclaiming, "I apologize. I can only approach you in this manner. I genuinely believe you are in a pitiable situation, which is why I risked my life to warn you." Lu Zhao, bewildered by her disjointed words, found himself at a loss. What exactly was her purpose? In recent days, he had been in a state of confusion, and many occurrences had seemed inexplicably bizarre. However, seeing the woman kneeling before him, he decided to hear her out. "If you truly have something to discuss, please rise," Lu Zhao said, slightly relaxing his guard. Immediately, Li Yujie gazed up at him with an expression reminiscent of a wronged individual. "Your wife is Su of the Su Corporation, correct?" Her voice trembled, as if uttering this statement required immense courage. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao felt a surge of wariness. After all, very few knew of his marriage to Su Qinghan. How did this self-proclaimed counselor come by such information? "What is it that you require of me? If it pertains to business matters, I cannot make decisions on my own. You would need to consult her." His tone grew somewhat frosty, as he wished to avoid entanglement with this enigmatic woman. However, Li Yujie quickly shook her head, her face betraying a hint of urgency. "That's not the matter at hand. I came here because I felt you were being deceived by her, blind to the betrayal she is orchestrating behind your back." Lu Zhao, taken aback, mused. "Surely this is not a plot to incite me against Su Qinghan?" As he observed Li Yujie kneeling before him, he surmised that she must have sensed his momentary distraction and continued. "Indeed, your suspicion is correct. Su Qinghan has been secretly keeping a young lover at the company, indulging in a life of revelry every night." Lu Zhao's expression faltered, his smile twitching involuntarily at the absurdity of it all. She truly had come to rat on her. Setting aside the veracity of her claims, any individual astute enough to marry into a wealthy family would hardly risk tarnishing their reputation in such a scandalous manner. That would be sheer madness. Furthermore, even if one were to resort to using this matter as leverage to coerce Su Qinghan into providing financial support in exchange for silence, followed by a divorce. At this thought, Lu Zhao felt as though she had stumbled upon a new realm of possibilities. She realized that she could forego Su Qinghan's wealth, yet the prospect of divorce was tantalizing. Instantly, Lu Zhao found herself infused with excitement. Rather than languishing in a prestigious household, uncertain of when another man might usurp her position and subject her to humiliation, it would be far better to take the initiative to leave, thereby embracing a much lighter existence. Shortly thereafter, Li Yujie sensed a gentle warmth enveloping her shoulder. The tears she had squeezed forth for the sake of performance shimmered in her eyes as she raised her gaze to behold Lu Zhao before her. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Li Yujie truly perceived Lu Zhao for the first time. From Lu Zhao's eyes, she not only glimpsed the vastness of stars and seas, but also an ineffable sensation. This feeling was akin to that of Liu Bei encountering Zhuge Liang or Bo Ye meeting Zhong Ziki, a profound sense of missed encounters and regret. "Thank you for revealing this to me. I knew she was scheming behind my back, but I lacked the evidence to confront her," Lu Zhao lamented, shaking her head in distress. Meanwhile, as Li Yujie gazed upon this exquisite and delicate beauty, an unexpected wave of sympathy surged within her. Her hand instinctively clenched, and she internally cursed. "Damn Su Qinghan! With such a captivating beauty at hand, how dare he thwart my pursuit of love? What a brute!" Just as she was about to voice her thoughts regarding the so-called evidence to Lu Zhao, both their phones chimed simultaneously with incoming messages. Ding! Chapter 10. An Unexpected Incident. They exchanged a knowing smile, instinctively retrieving their phones to check the notifications. However, Li Yujie's previously relaxed expression froze upon seeing the screen, replaced by sheer terror. The display revealed a photograph of her kneeling before Lu Zhao. This image struck her like a bolt from the blue, instantly clarifying the gravity of the situation. She was being stalked. In a panic, she scanned her surroundings, her gaze ultimately landing on the balcony outside. Through the railing, she vaguely discerned a hand dangling there. Its owner was capturing her every move with a phone in the other hand. In that moment, Li Yujie swallowed hard, her mind racing with dreadful images of how she might be treated next, her body trembling uncontrollably. She could hardly fathom why, having been granted a reprieve, she had dared to place herself in such peril. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao wore a similarly alarmed expression, for his good friend had announced he was coming to find him, intending to take him out for a late-night snack, and was now nearly at the door of his dormitory. Before Li Yujie could devise a plan, Lu Zhao abruptly pulled her toward the restroom. Li Yujie, caught off guard, looked bewildered and asked, What's happening?" However, Lu Zhao had no time to offer extensive explanations. Despite their innocence, the world was rife with gossip, and some things were best kept hidden from prying eyes. Otherwise, even the most virtuous situations could be misconstrued. Lu Zhao quickly placed a finger to his lips, signaling for Li Yujie to remain silent. In a hushed tone, he urged, "We'll discuss this later. Someone is coming to find me. and if they see us alone together in the dormitory at night, it could lead to misunderstandings. Upon hearing this, Li Yujie understood. After all, she had stealthily entered the male dormitory herself. If discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Furthermore, if scandalous rumors circulated, she would continue to wait for Su Qinghan to reprimand her. Her future would already be jeopardized. Yet, considering the individual still tracking her, she felt compelled to secure a safeguard from Lu Zhao, ensuring her safety. Mr. Lu, let's exchange contact information. If I fail to message you, please call Su Qinghan and plead for my life. Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her inner fear. Understanding her plight, Lu Zhao hurriedly exchanged contact details before shutting the restroom door. At that moment, a knock resonated through the dormitory, accompanied by Lin Yu's voice. Zhao Zhao, I'm here. Open the door. Lu Zhao adjusted his demeanor, taking a deep breath before opening the door. You've arrived. Standing at the threshold, Lin Yu donned a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Although he wore a substantial layer of foundation, it appeared quite natural, presenting himself as a charming youth ready for a night out. Zhao Zhao, what were you doing? It took you so long to open the door. Lu Zhao tightly gripped the doorknob, anxious that Lin Yu might perceive something amiss, and quickly responded. I was just getting dressed. Let's go eat late-night snacks. However, in a twist of fate, Lin Yu gently nudged the dormitory door. Zhao Zhao, I need to use the restroom. Just let me in for a moment, and then we can go together. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhao slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. He swiftly grasped Lin Yu's hand, dragging him out with no room for debate. Wait, Zhao Zhao. What are you doing? I really need to go. Lin Yu exclaimed in urgency as he was towed along. Yet, Lu Zhao paid no heed to Lin Yu's cries. Fixated solely on one thought, he absolutely could not allow Lin Yu to enter the restroom, for therein lay a woman, should Lin Yu discover her presence. The consequences would be unfathomable. Setting aside concerns about whether his family would divorce him over this, he feared he might be torn to shreds by that fierce woman. I know you're in a hurry, but please hold on. Lu Zhao feigned calmness while maintaining his grip, leading Lin Yu toward the exit. Why can't I use the restroom in your dorm? Do you have a secret you're hiding? Lin Yu questioned, increasingly suspicious of Lu Zhao's behavior, which only deepened his doubts about whether something scandalous was concealed in the restroom. This inquiry sent a chill down Lu Zhao's spine, and he began to sweat profusely. His mind raced, yet he managed to fabricate a seemingly plausible excuse. The restroom is clogged and filled with unpleasantness. It's utterly revolting, and I wouldn't want you to see it. Can't you just be a little accommodating? The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Yu, who had been tugging on Lu Zhao's arm, immediately relaxed. He pouted slightly, leaning his head against Lu Zhao's shoulder, and sweetly remarked, Oh, Zhao Zhao, why didn't you say so earlier? I was just worried you might be in trouble. Lu Zhao thought to himself, genius. I am indeed a genius. Meanwhile, hidden in the restroom, Li Yujie listened as their voices faded away, allowing her a moment of relief. However, glancing at the photo on her phone, she felt an inner turmoil. Why should she, a person of considerable background, be thwarted in her bold pursuit of love by Su Qinghan? Moreover, she already had such an attractive husband. Why was he entangled with two male secretaries? Damn it, what a formidable opponent Su Qinghan was. She begrudgingly muttered to herself. Perhaps it was rage that caused her to overlook the woman lurking on the balcony, observing her every move. The restroom door creaked open slowly, and a frosty voice emanated from the woman's lips. It seems the lesson you received was not sufficient. How dare you speak ill of the boss? Gazing at the woman before her, Li Yujie found herself at a loss, on the verge of tears. After a series of anguished cries, silence once again enveloped the dormitory. Before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, Murong Shiyu was deftly shuffling a deck of cards, her fingers seemingly fused with the cards, as they refused to fall despite her playful manipulation. Her gaze flitted between the nocturnal scenery outside and the phone resting on the table, as if she were anticipating something. With a sigh, her crimson lips parted, and she murmured, Why hasn't he accepted my friend request yet? Chapter 11. Tipsy Confessions. Just as Murong Shiyu continued to toy with her playing cards, a notification pinged from her phone. This sound momentarily disrupted her rhythm, causing a few cards to tumble to the ground. Ignoring the fallen cards, she seized her phone and began to examine it with a mix of excitement and trepidation, for this was her inaugural venture in sending a friend request. In that fleeting moment of opening her phone, her mind was flooded with myriad possible responses. A pure-hearted girl standing at 1.85 meters? Surely, I must be dreaming. Did you perhaps add the wrong person, beautiful? Or perhaps, cough, I am honored to receive your friend request. My name is Triple X, and I enjoy cooking and doing laundry. I am quite the domestic type. Alternatively, I'm free this weekend. We could get to know each other better then, wink. She could already envision the fervent admiration on the face of the boy on the other side. A smile tugged at the corners of Murong Shiyu's mouth. However, when the phone screen illuminated, her smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a look of utter bewilderment. She had anticipated a cool, aloof response, or perhaps even a few scathing remarks from a man. Yet, she could hardly fathom that the screen displayed a line of small red text. The other party has declined your friend request. This notification struck her like a bolt from the blue, catching the proud young woman completely off guard. Her eyes widened as she stared at the screen, unable to believe the reality before her. How intriguing. After a considerable pause, Murong Shiyu regained her composure and murmured to herself. She found this man exceptionally unique. Typically, any boy would exhibit curiosity upon seeing her username and social media posts. Yet, Lu Zhao defied all expectations, dismissing her friend request without even a query, turning a blind eye to the ostentatious displays of wealth in her posts. After a brief moment of confusion, Murong Shiyu seemed to come to a realization. This man was astute. He was employing an unconventional method to garner her admiration. She then stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the cityscape below, and smiled. Is this your way of playing hard to get? Congratulations, you have successfully captured my attention. Meanwhile, within a barbecue restaurant, Lu Zhao sat at a table, a large mug of beer before him. Without hesitation, he lifted the glass and proclaimed, "Cheers," as his voice echoed through the restaurant. A chorus of clinking glasses resonated throughout the establishment. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhao gulped down the contents of his mug in one go, followed by a contented burp that rang loud and clear. This unexpected spectacle left Lin Yu, seated across from him, somewhat taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. After all, Lu Zhao's demeanor had always been rather feminine, lacking any semblance of a refined gentleman. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Yu interjected, "Zhao Zhao, us boys ought to maintain a semblance of decorum, especially considering your status." However, a flushed Lu Zhao appeared unfazed by Lin Yu's counsel. He waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. She hasn't told anyone I'm her husband, and no one cares about me. So drink up." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Zhao raised another glass of beer and downed it in one swift motion. Why do I feel a bit dizzy? Is the beer strong, or am I just not able to drink anymore? Lin Yu glanced at the two empty beer pitchers on the floor, his eyebrows twitching as he quipped, "You call that not being able to drink?" Completely inebriated, Lu Zhao unceremoniously plopped down beside Lin Yu, launching into a litany of grievances. "Brother you know what kind of life I've been living these past years. Everyone thinks I'm just like that canary. But she has it so easy, just need to look pretty. But me? I have to cook, take care of the kids, and deal with all those trivial matters that even the housekeeper can't manage. I need to report wherever I go, and there's a whole entourage monitoring me. I have no private life, no time for myself." Seeing Lu Zhao's escalating volume, Lin Yu quickly gestured for him to lower his voice, as curious glances from nearby diners began to converge upon them. On the other side of the restaurant, Song Jingyang, overhearing Lu Zhao's complaints, felt a twinge of discomfort. He cleared his throat and cautiously turned to Su Qinghan, tentatively suggesting, "Boss, perhaps the young master is indeed under a bit of pressure. Please don't take it to heart." With an impassive expression, Su Qinghan raised her hand, signaling for Song Jingyang to silence himself. She was keen to discern precisely what grievances her little man held against her. Upon hearing Lin use admonishment to lower his voice, Lu Zhao became indignant and continued to vent. "What's there to fear? Men don't cry in front of women. Is it not permissible for me to express myself in front of my brothers? If they enjoy the show, let them watch." He took another swig of beer and continued. "What is so great about my wife? Every time she comes home, she wears this frosty demeanor, as if someone owes her something. My daughter hasn't even called me dad in years. They all want to take over the Su family. Whoever wants to be the master can have it. I certainly don't covet it. I want a divorce." As Lu Zhao grew increasingly animated, Lin Yu quickly covered his mouth, exclaiming, "My dear Zhao, please stop. This is so embarrassing." Meanwhile, Lu Zhao, leaning against him, felt his eyelids growing heavier, his previously animated chatter gradually fading into silence. Alas, Zhao Zhao has gotten drunk. Lin Yu's worst fears had come to pass, as he realized he was ill-equipped to manage an inebriated adult man. Just then, three women slowly rose from their seats, their languid movements accentuated by large earrings, a nose ring, and vibrantly colored hair and attire, made it abundantly clear that they were not of the virtuous sort. The trio sauntered over to Lin Yu, wearing mischievous grins. One of the women spoke first. "Hey, handsome, look at how your little friend is completely wasted. Shall we give you both a ride?" As her words hung in the air, another woman reached out to grasp Lu Zhao's forearm, evidently attempting to pull him into her embrace. This sudden action caught Lin Yu off guard. A wave of intense unease surging within him. No, who are you? Do not touch him. Chapter 12. A fierce confrontation. Faced with the brazen hands of these women, Lin Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, yet his movements were resolute and unwavering. With a sharp crack, he swiftly swatted away the malevolent hands. The unexpected gesture astonished the women, their eyes widening as they beheld this seemingly delicate young man, particularly the woman whose hand had been brushed aside, who was utterly taken aback that this boy, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, possessed the audacity to resist them. Yet, this only heightened her excitement, a peculiar thrill coursing through her veins. Ah, so he is a little wild dog, after all. A smirk crept onto the woman's lips, her face adorned with a lewd grin. She gently rubbed her hand, as if savoring the sensation of having been defied. Seeing this, Lin Yu's fear intensified. His voice trembled as he stuttered. You should not be so arrogant. There are so many people here. If you dare to act recklessly, I will call the police. But scarcely had his warning left his lips when 3 women retorted sharply. Call the police? What would you report us for? We merely came over to help when we saw your friend had drunk too much. Exactly. Don't think just because you're handsome, you can falsely accuse us. Indeed, everyone here can see that we are simply 3 good-hearted girls willing to lend a hand. One after another, they insisted that their harassment was merely assistance, their stance unyielding and difficult to counter. Moreover, considering their recent actions, even calling the police would yield no results, leaving the surrounding crowd silent. As Lin Yu observed the indifference of those around him, a sense of panic began to envelop him. He stood up, intending to assist Lu Zhao in leaving. However, his strength proved inadequate. He could not lift Lu Zhao. Oh dear, if the pretty boy cannot lift him, then perhaps he should stop trying. He might hurt him otherwise. Yes, don't strain yourself. Let's handle this. The women seized Lin Yu's hand without hesitation. Yet in the next moment, Lin Yu struck the woman's face with a resounding slap. Pervert, do not touch me. The woman, momentarily stunned, had not anticipated that Lin Yu would dare to strike her. In an instant, a savage expression crossed her face as she yanked Lin Yu's hair, pulling with fury as she roared. Dressing like this is merely an attempt to attract girls? I senti it? Stop pretending to be innocent. Simultaneously, one of the intoxicated Lu Zhao was ensnared in another woman's embrace. The woman's hands roamed freely over Lu Zhao's arm, caressing him incessantly, as if they had never touched a man before. The onlookers bore witness to this unfolding scene, yet chose to remain silent, adhering to a principle of avoiding trouble, turning a blind eye to the farce, with no one willing to speak up for justice. Lin Yu's eyes began to well with tears, droplets trickling down his cheeks. His trembling hand reached for his phone on the table, desperate to call for help. However, just as he was about to touch the device, a hand swiftly snatched it away. Lin Yu looked up in shock to find the fierce woman wearing a triumphant smile. Don't waste your effort. Her voice dripped with disdain. Let me be frank with you. This establishment is owned by my mother, and the deputy chief of police is my aunt. Even if you call the police, it will only bring you misery. The woman grew increasingly animated, her voice echoing through the air as if the entire world could hear her arrogance. She raised her hand high, as if poised to bring it crashing down on Lin Yu. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he squeezed his eyes shut, afraid to witness the impending blow. Yet, the searing pain he had envisioned did not arrive. Slowly, Lin Yu opened his eyes, astonished to find a strong hand gripping the woman's wrist, rendering her strike impotent. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Su Qinghan. Her expression was dark and foreboding, fury blazing in her ebony eyes. The woman, clearly unprepared for such an interruption, displayed shock and anger on her face. She glared at Su Qinghan and demanded, "Who are you?" Su Qinghan did not respond to her inquiry, merely fixing her with a menacing glare. Suddenly, she twisted the woman's arm with a swift motion, and with a sharp crack, the woman's arm was forcibly dislocated. Ah! The woman let out a piercing scream, her complexion paling instantly as beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead, without allowing the 2 other women a moment to react. Su Qinghan delivered a powerful kick that sent them crashing to the ground. In the same motion, she deftly caught the already intoxicated young man. At that moment, she was engulfed in rage, unable to fathom that during her brief absence, her young man had been subjected to such indignities by these ruffians. She had yet to even properly touch Lu Zhao's arm. How could these scoundrels dare to lay a hand on him? Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? The dislocated woman shouted at Su Qinghan. The other 2 women, clutching their stomachs, echoed her threats. Dare to hit us? If you have the guts, don't run. We'll make sure you regret this. In response, Su Qinghan's only answer was a series of fierce kicks. One kick, 2 kicks. 3 kicks. Their screams ceased altogether by the 18th kick, as blood pooled on the ground from the fallen women. Lin Yu found himself increasingly captivated by Su Qinghan's fierce demeanor. Could this be what it felt like to fall in love at first sight? Soon, the sound of screeching tires echoed from below the barbecue shop. Moments later, a group of women, clad in suits and wearing sunglasses, stormed in, aligning themselves neatly beside Su Qinghan. "Boss, please quell your anger," they chorused in unison. By this time, the 3 women on the ground were left battered and bloodied. Several bones, likely shattered. Only then did Su Qinghan exhale deeply, approaching Lin Yu while cradling Lu Zhao. "Ah, is she walking towards me? Could it be that she is moved by my unwavering loyalty to my friend and wishes to exchange contact information?" Lin Yu's heart raced uncontrollably. Just when he thought love was blossoming, Su Qinghan stood before him, her tone warm as she said, "Thank you for taking care of my little rascal." "Lin Yu? Your little rascal?" Chapter 13. The Past of Lu and Lin. "Your little rascal?" The phrase rendered Lin Yu utterly bewildered. He widened his eyes, filled with suspicion as he gazed at Su Qinghan. After all, Lu Zhao's wife was the president of the Su group. He was indeed a person of immense responsibilities, so busy that he scarcely had time to attend to his own needs. How could someone like him possibly find the time to visit this place? Lin Yu found himself musing over this, recalling the alluring photograph of Su Qinghan that Lu Zhao had previously sent him. She was, without a doubt, an exquisite beauty, although the woman before him was also a captivating sight that would linger in his memory for a lifetime. It seemed rather improbable that it could be mere coincidence. Lost in thought, Lin Yu instinctively took out his phone and opened the photo of Su Qinghan that Lu Zhao had shared. Just a fleeting glance was enough to provoke an exclamation from him. Goodness, they're identical. Upon hearing Lin Yu's astonished outcry, Su Qinghan's lips curled into a subtle, barely perceptible smile. She had not anticipated that her little man would introduce her as his wife to friends. It caught her off guard. Just as Lin Yu remained engulfed in his astonishment, Su Qinghan approached, holding a tablet filled with information. He stood before Lu Zhao and respectfully declared, "Boss, the little girls have been dealt with. Should we take care of the forces behind them?" At these words, Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, and he slowly turned to scrutinize the seemingly innocuous young man before him. Yet, in that instant, a chill of dread washed over him. Though the young man's smile was gentle, to Lin Yu it morphed into that of a grinning demon, concealing a chilling malice beneath an ostensibly friendly facade. There was no need to question why. It was simply the sixth sense of a man, also known as spider sense. Su Qinghan's flawless visage remained unperturbed as her deep-set eyes bore into Lin Yu's. With a slight uplift of her lips, she inquired, "What do you think should be done about this matter?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, his face a canvas of bewilderment. "What I think? Is this a matter where one can simply express their desires and have them fulfilled?" Just moments ago, the little girl had declared that this barbecue chain was owned by her mother, and the deputy police chief was her uncle. Such a background and influence loomed like a colossus before someone from Lin Yu's ordinary family, utterly beyond his capacity to confront. However, it felt as though, in her words, this formidable force was no more significant than an ant, easily crushed at her whim. But upon reflection, it was only natural for Su Qinghan, a woman who topped the global wealth rankings, to possess such power. With this thought, Lin Yu's anxiety eased somewhat. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and replied to Su Qinghan, "I'm not sure. As long as Zhao Zhao and I are unharmed, that is what matters." Su Qinghan, hearing his response, chose not to elaborate further and casually instructed Su Qinghan, who stood nearby, "In that case, you handle it." Su Qinghan nodded eagerly and swiftly exited. Then, Su Qinghan lifted Lu Zhao in a princess carry and addressed Lin Yu. "Let us go. I'll take you home." Although Lin Yu was somewhat surprised, he did not hesitate and promptly followed Su Qinghan into the car. Upon entering the vehicle, Lin Yu was captivated by the array of high-end equipment within. The exquisite dashboard, luxurious seats, and advanced entertainment system left him in awe. Yet, before he could fully appreciate these marvels, Su Qinghan's voice broke through the reverie. "Why did you dare to confront those little girls? Were you not afraid?" Lin Yu's thoughts were interrupted by her sudden inquiry. He gradually shifted his gaze from the opulent interior of the car to the inebriated Lu Zhao resting in Su Qinghan's embrace. Observing Lu Zhao's tightly shut eyes and slightly flushed cheeks stirred a complex wave of emotions within him, as if Su Qinghan's question had unearthed memories long buried. After a brief silence, he spoke softly. "Of course I was afraid. I was terrified. But years ago, when a group of girls dragged me by my hair and pummeled me while my classmates merely jeered, I returned home to my parents only to be told why those girls targeted me." At this, Lin Yu's voice faltered slightly, and he inhaled deeply, continuing, only Zhao Zhao, like a true girl, stood up without hesitation to defend me and drove those bullies away. From that moment on, I vowed that anyone who dared to bully Zhao Zhao would face my utmost protection, even at the cost of my life. How could I stand idly by and watch my guiding light be tarnished by those little girls? As he spoke, tears glimmered in Lin Yu's eyes. Upon hearing his story, Su Qinghan quietly offered him a packet of tissues. She had never imagined that the man in her arms had endured such experiences. Instinctively, she tightened her embrace around Lu Zhao. Truly, he was my little man, so different from other boys. A sense of pride surged within Su Qinghan, her gaze soft yet resolute. Before long, the driver pulled up to the entrance of Tiandu University. As the vehicle came to a gentle stop, Lin Yu promptly opened the door and exited without hesitation. Simultaneously, Su Qinghan lowered the window slightly, revealing her delicate features. Thank you for taking care of Zhao Zhao today. She smiled. Lin Yu, slightly taken aback, quickly waved his hands. You're too kind. It was the least I could do. Su Qinghan nodded and added, come over to my house to play sometime, and keep an eye out for news later. With that, she gradually rolled up the window, and the car smoothly departed from the campus entrance. As he watched the vehicle recede into the distance, Lin Yu stood there, feeling bewildered, the echoes of Su Qinghan's words reverberating in his mind. What did she mean, inviting me to her house, and to keep an eye out for news? Lin Yu murmured to himself, could it be that she has feelings for me? Or is she suggesting a private rendezvous? The thought sent a flush to his cheeks. Caught between his loyal friend and the allure of a stunning beauty, he felt as if he were being grilled upon the moral pyre. No, how could he betray Zhao Zhao? Yet, his wife was truly remarkable. Just as he grappled with these conflicting thoughts, a notification chimed on his phone. Lin Yu, good heavens. This is Chapter 14. I have a wife. Lin Yu's phone displayed a shocking message. 1 million yuan deposited. The revelation left him utterly astounded. He suspected that the day's events had been so exhilarating that he might be hallucinating. How could there be an inexplicable increase of 10 million in his account? As Lin Yu stood in shock, his phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID, and a jolt of anxiety coursed through him. It was his mentor. He gasped in surprise, wondering why his mentor would be calling him at such a late hour. Could it be that there was an issue with the project he had previously worked on, necessitating a late-night reprimand? This thought invaded Lin Yu's mind. The mentor in question is notoriously fierce, having made many girls weep under his scolding. With little time to ponder, Lin Yu hastily pressed the answer button, bracing himself for his mentor's wrath. However, instead of the anticipated reprimand, a gentle voice emerged from the other end. Xiao Yu, I have delightful news for you. The application for your overseas study that you submitted has been approved by the school. What? Approved? Mentor, you must be jesting. Did you not previously state that the quotas were already set? How is it possible now? Lin Yu inquired, incredulously. The mentor seemed to have anticipated Lin Yu's reaction and smiled as he explained. Ah, that is different. Xiao Yu, I've always been aware of your diligence. It was merely my age, my failing eyesight, that led me to mistakenly select the wrong candidate. As Lin Yu listened to his mentor's words, he began to comprehend the situation. He surmised that this must have been orchestrated by Su Qinghan from behind the scenes. To his astonishment, what he had previously considered an insurmountable obstacle was easily surmountable in the eyes of others. Lin Yu could not help but gaze up at the sky, his expression momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, as if a revelation had struck him, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. One person ascends, and the rest follow. I, Lin Yu, am on the path to success. In the villa, Su Qinghan gently placed the drunken Lu Zhao onto the bed, watching the defenseless man before her. An overwhelming affection nearly brimmed in her eyes. She leaned in, straddling Lu Zhao, her slender fingers playfully unbuttoning his shirt one by one. As the collar opened, revealing his fair skin, Su Qinghan's breath hitched, and she could not resist leaning down, fervently kissing the delicate flesh. Yet, the inebriated Lu Zhao seemed to sense something amiss. Though his eyes remained shut, his body instinctively began to resist, pushing against Su Qinghan. Dare you to defy me? A glint of danger and exhilaration flashed in Su Qinghan's eyes, a triumphant smile curving her lips. It appears I have neglected to discipline you for far too long. As she spoke, she prepared to intensify her advances. However, in that fleeting moment of contact, Lu Zhao firmly pressed his hand against Su Qinghan's mouth, repeatedly uttering, "No, don't touch me. I have a wife. A wife." The wild desires that had surged within Su Qinghan, ready to overwhelm Lu Zhao, suddenly ebbed away, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded as she regarded the man beneath her who was desperately resisting. Does he believe he must protect his virtue from another woman? This thought struck Su Qinghan like thunder, extinguishing all her impulses in an instant. The man before her was her lawful husband, she could do as she pleased with him. Yet, the unfamiliar rejection in his eyes and his body's instinctive resistance stirred a profound sense of heartache and indescribable comfort within her. Her little man, outside of her presence, appeared to be so devoted, beyond her rightful claim as his wife. He truly would not allow another to touch him at all. How remarkable, in this fast-paced era, to find a man who so steadfastly upholds his morals. Faced with desire and reason, Su Qinghan resolutely chose the latter. Observing Lu Zhao, disheveled and tousled from her earlier entanglements, with his collar slightly open, revealing the taut lines of his collarbone, her heart softened even further. With a gentle sigh, she pressed a tender kiss to his forehead before reluctantly rising from him. Turning towards the wardrobe, she retrieved a soft set of pajamas to change him into. Yet, a challenge soon arose. In his current state, he was unwilling to allow anyone near him. Undeterred, Su Qinghan tentatively reached out, her fingertips barely grazing his warm skin, only for Lu Zhao to flinch, instinctively recoiling. "Don't touch me, go away," he mumbled. Once, twice, Su Qinghan cautiously attempted several times. Each met with identical resistance. Lu Zhao, like a frightened beast, exerted his last vestiges of strength to defend his territory, every touch prompting more vigorous dodges and tension. Watching the beads of sweat forming on his forehead and his body trembling from effort, Su Qinghan felt a blend of tenderness and helpless defeat. Just as she was on the verge of surrendering, resigning to let him sleep in this state, Lu Zhao's body finally relaxed, whether from exhaustion or the familiar scent of his own bed. The fierce resistance began to wane, his breathing grew deeper, and the furrow in his brow softened. It was not entirely surprising for Lu Zhao, considering that aside from their wedding night, they had hardly shared a bed, let alone spent time together. Naturally, the scent of Su Qinghan was not something he was accustomed to. This realization deepened Su Qinghan's sense of guilt towards him over the years. After she had changed Lu Zhao into his new clothes, the door to her room opened unnoticed. A small figure cautiously approached, clutching a pillow, and settled beside Su Qinghan. Upon seeing Su Wanwan still awake at this late hour, Su Qinghan said coolly, "Why are you still up?" Before she could finish, Su Wanwan lay next to Lu Zhao, signaling for silence with a finger to her lips, and whispered, "Mom, you should go out. I want to sleep with Dad tonight." Su Qinghan. Ooh. Chapter 15. Buy it again after losing it, am I in the villa? Lu Zhao murmured, slowly opening his eyes to the familiar surroundings. As he turned, a figure came into view, Su Wanwan, quietly resting beside him. Her sleeping posture was somewhat casual, yet exuded a unique charm. Lu Zhao gazed at his daughter's sleeping face, a wave of tenderness washing over him. Despite her often frosty demeanor, much like her mother, it was undeniable that her beauty was striking. And being his own flesh and blood, how could he not love her? He delicately reached out, gently caressing Su Wanwan's silky cheek. When silent, she resembled a little angel. Lu Zhao whispered, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. However, this brief smile was abruptly shattered by a surge of intense headache. Ugh! Lu Zhao groaned in pain, pressing his hands tightly to his head, the ache truly overwhelming. Gritting his teeth, he threw back the covers, unsteadily rising to his feet, and slowly made his way to the bathroom. There, he splashed cold water on his face, attempting to regain some clarity. After a quick freshening up and tidying his disheveled hair and clothes, Lu Zhao, as per his usual routine, headed towards the kitchen. Yet, he was met with an utterly absurd sight. Su Qinghan stood at the countertop, intently chopping vegetables. The coolness that lingered in her expression resembled an unattainable ice mountain. Yet the hair elegantly arranged upon her head exuded an extraordinary gentleness, with long bangs cascading softly down her cheeks, delicately brushing against her fair skin and accentuating her exquisite features. Clad in a simple garment, she could not conceal the slenderness and fairness of her hands. Those hands danced deftly across the cutting board, slicing vegetables with an elegance and precision that was captivating. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled patterns upon her, as if enveloping her in a warm veil of gossamer. This scene resembled a portrait of a serene ice queen adorned in warm hues, evoking an irresistible allure. Lu Zhao found himself utterly entranced by the sight. Could this person truly be so breathtaking when she was serious? He mused silently. However, just as he was lost in this stunning tableau, Su Qinghan slowly lifted her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her gaze meeting Lu Zhao's. "Dinner is ready. Let us eat." Upon hearing Su Qinghan's voice, Lu Zhao snapped back to reality, responding in a somewhat flustered manner. "Oh yes, of course." Yet at that very moment, as he turned away, his mind began to engage in a self-reproachful dialogue. What does it matter if she possesses grace and beauty? In the end, she is still unattainable. He murmured to himself, prioritizing his own well-being above all. This marriage must come to an end. Lu Zhao slowly settled into a chair, casually glancing at the clock on the wall, contemplating the passage of time. He was astonished to discover that it was much earlier than he had anticipated. After all, he had been quite inebriated the previous night, and he hadn't expected to regain his senses so swiftly. Thankfully, the distance between Tiandi University and this place was merely a half-hour drive. Otherwise, he would have been late on his very first day. Just as he was silently grateful, a soft voice reached his ears. Next time, be a bit more prudent and refrain from drinking excessively in the middle of the night. Understood? Lu Zhao abruptly lifted his head, his gaze aligning perfectly with Su Qinghan's. Her gentle demeanor felt so unfamiliar to him. Surely, something must be amiss. What could she possibly be thinking? Lu Zhao had no idea why the seemingly aloof person from before now appeared as though she had transformed entirely. Unbeknownst to him, he was Su Qinghan's true love, and his actions from the previous night had only solidified her resolve to prevent a divorce. Understood. However, Lu Zhao's tone shifted, his brow furrowing as he fixed his gaze on Su Qinghan, inquiring, "How did you know I went out drinking last night? Did you have someone follow me?" To Lu Zhao's question, Su Qinghan displayed no hint of panic. She lightly tossed her bangs aside, shrugged her shoulders, and appeared remarkably calm. A subtle smile graced her lips as she explained, "I didn't. I happened to return from a business trip and coincidentally encountered you inebriated, so I brought you back." It was clear that Su Qinghan's flimsy excuse could not hold water. Yet what could he do about it? She had arranged for someone to follow him, and he felt utterly powerless. It was futile to question further. He had classes to attend in the morning. Lu Zhao hastily finished the sandwich in his bowl, then rose to gather his belongings. "All right, I'll give you a ride shortly, but remember to wear this." Su Qinghan also stood, approaching Lu Zhao as she spoke. She then turned and walked into the room, emerging shortly after with a beautifully wrapped box in hand. She opened the box to reveal a blue diamond ring. Deep blue heart. The ring sparkled under the light, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Upon seeing the ring, Lu Zhao was taken aback, for it was the very wedding ring Su Qinghan had once gifted him. "What do you intend to do with that?" Lu Zhao asked, his expression filled with suspicion. "We're to school, so everyone knows you are a married man." Su Qinghan replied with a slight smile. Before Lu Zhao could react, Su Qinghan suddenly grasped his hand, attempting to slip the 200 million yuan diamond ring onto his ring finger. However, the moment she was about to place the ring upon him, Lu Zhao swiftly withdrew his hand as if shocked. "Are you out of your mind? You want me to wear something worth 200 million while roaming around school? What if I lose it?" Lu Zhao genuinely believed Su Qinghan had lost her senses. Did she not understand the simple principle of not flaunting wealth? Furthermore, with his somewhat roguish good looks, he could easily become a target for theft or worse. Therefore, Lu Zhao firmly refused any discussion on the matter. Suddenly, Su Qinghan raised her hand, gently pinching Lu Zhao's chin, tilting her head slightly as she asserted, "If you lose it, I'll buy you another." Lu Zhao. Chapter 16. The Farewell Kiss at the School Gate. "Listen, is this how a person speaks?" Lu Zhao gazed at Su Qinghan in astonishment, as if she were a character from a domineering CEO novel. "That's 200 million. Do you think money grows on trees?" he exclaimed. "I won't wear it. It makes me uncomfortable. I can't even shop in peace." As he spoke, he freed himself from Su Qinghan's grasp and hurried toward the door. Just as he took a few steps, Su Qinghan called out, "Wait, I'll take you." Lu Zhao was about to refuse, but then he realized there was likely no bus stop nearby, and hailing a cab seemed improbable as well. "Then, let the driver take me. I should be able to make it," Lu Zhao replied. However, before he could finish, Su Qinghan interrupted, "Can I give you a ride? You? Aren't you supposed to be busy managing the company? Isn't it inappropriate for the president of Su Corporation to drive me to school?" Lu Zhao had already guessed Su Qinghan's intentions. She merely wanted to make a grand entrance at his school. But what was her actual motive? To announce to others that he was taken? Was she really that frivolous? Before Lu Zhao could contemplate further, Su Qinghan took his hand, leading him as she said, "There is nothing inappropriate about it. You are my man, Su Qinghan's husband. There is nothing wrong with a wife driving her husband." Before long, the thunderous roar of a luxury car erupted from the underground garage beneath Su Qinghan's villa. A sleek black Bugatti Veyron, like a wild stallion, surged out of the garage and sped directly toward Tiandi University. Meanwhile, within the campus of Tiandi University, Murong Yunshi was walking toward her classroom with a book in hand. She appeared to be in high spirits, as if something wonderful were about to transpire. "What's going on? You seem to be in a good mood. Did something good happen? Share with your sisters." Lu Jingxian regarded Murong Yunshi with a look of curiosity, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. At Lu Jingshuan's question, Murong Yunshi's heart skipped a beat, yet she maintained her composure and replied, "Nothing much. Do I really look that happy? Noticing this, Lu Jingxuan's lips curved into a sly smile, and she suddenly leaned closer to Murong Yinshi, whispering in her ear. Nothing much. Perhaps just the thought of attending the open class with the junior from yesterday has brought her such joy and excitement, akin to a fleeting infatuation. Murong Shiyu's complexion instantaneously grew somewhat unnatural, her cheeks faintly flushed. Internally, she cursed her misfortune, for Lu Jingxian had astutely discerned her concealed feelings. She managed a somewhat awkward smile, attempting to dismiss Lu Jingxuan's conjecture, and said, "What are you talking about? How could I possibly believe in the notion of love at first sight?" Yet, despite her resolute words, the slight twitching of her facial muscles betrayed her true sentiments. Observing this, Lu Jingxian raised an eyebrow in disbelief and remarked, "Well, if you have no feelings for that junior from yesterday, I shall pursue him myself." As soon as the words left her lips, Murong Shiyu's expression turned icy, her hands slowly clenching into fists, and she forced a smile as she inquired, "Oh, are you serious?" Witnessing her best friend's reaction, Lu Jingxian couldn't help but chuckle. "You're fine in front of others. But why are you putting on an act in front of me?" Murong Shiyu scoffed softly and retorted, "Let's go. We can't be late for Director Li's class, or we'll be in for a severe scolding." Lu Jingxian replied, "All right, but that kind of junior is quite rare. If you like him, seize the opportunity, or someone else will surely swoop in." Meanwhile, Su Qinghan had already driven Lu Zhao to the entrance of Tiandu University. "Phew, there's still time." Lu Zhao glanced at his watch. "I'll head in first. Be careful on your way back." However, as he reached for the car door, he discovered it was locked. At that moment, a hint of panic washed over him. Could you unlock the door?" Before he could finish, he sensed a warm breath behind him, and a fair hand gently wrapped around his waist. Su Qinghan's voice, tender yet teasing, whispered in his ear, "Aren't you going to give your wife a farewell kiss?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao's body trembled slightly. Swallowing hard, he attempted to pry her hands from his waist, his voice quivering. "What farewell kiss? We're practically an old married couple. Why imitate the young ones?" Lu Zhao thought. She wouldn't actually intend to force a kiss on me in the car, would she? As her grip tightened, Lu Zhao realized he was utterly unable to extricate himself from her embrace, and a genuine sense of alarm overtook him. "What? My man won't let me kiss him?" Su Qinghan's voice floated to him, laced with playful banter. Before Lu Zhao could process this, he felt a sudden force at his waist, and Su Qinghan effortlessly lifted him from the passenger seat to the driver's side. He found himself firmly positioned between her legs. At this moment, Lu Zhao's body stiffened. Every position felt inappropriate. Every touch seemed a transgression. He could only widen his eyes, staring at Su Qinghan, who was now mere inches away. Her gaze radiated an affectionate glow, causing his heart to quicken its rhythm. "This is a school. Please, don't be reckless." Lu Zhao's voice trembled as he extended his hand, attempting to steady her chin and halt her advances. However, Su Qinghan appeared unperturbed by his words. With effortless ease, she brushed his hand aside, adopting a commanding demeanor. "No matter where we are, you remain my little man. If I wish to kiss you, I shall." As soon as she finished speaking, her luscious crimson lips inched closer to Lu Zhao. "This is it. I'm about to be forcefully kissed," Lu Zhao thought. While he didn't outright reject the notion, he certainly did not wish to engage in a kiss with a woman with whom he shared no emotional connection. Furthermore, being kissed against his will by a woman was undeniably humiliating for a man. Just as Su Qinghan's lips were poised to meet Lu Zhao's, a loud knock reverberated against the Bugatti Veyron's window. The knocks were rapid and forceful, accompanied by a frail, aged voice. "Knock, knock, knock. No parking here. Move your vehicle." Lu Zhao glanced sideways at the window, excitement surging within him as he thought, a savior has arrived. Chapter 17. The Capricious Directorly? The sudden interruption left Su Qinghan visibly displeased, her expression resembling that of ice encased in frost, turning gravely serious. Her gaze swept outside, and upon locking eyes with the figure at the window, her imminent outburst was quelled in an instant. There stood an elderly woman clad in a security uniform, her face adorned with wrinkles and missing several teeth, persistently knocking on the window while muttering to herself. Lu Zhao, witnessing this scene, recognized his opportunity. He promptly pressed the unlock button, swiftly rose, and agilely climbed into the passenger seat, smiling at Su Qinghan as he urged, "Stop this nonsense. Just drive us back." Before he could finish, he unhesitatingly flung the door open and dashed out without looking back, his movements fluid and seamless. Watching her nearly captured little man flee, Su Qinghan felt a twinge of regret, but found it futile to express her frustration at the elderly figure, whose presence seemed to overshadow her indignation. Ultimately, she let out a resigned sigh and pressed the accelerator, the vehicle speeding away with a whoosh, leaving the elderly security woman coughing in the dust and exhaust fumes. Meanwhile, within the classroom of the public lecture, a dramatic scene unfolded. Li Yujie stood at the podium, her face marred with bruises, a testament to a recent altercation, appearing quite disheveled. Yet, rather than feeling embarrassed, she unleashed her fury upon the recently tardy female students. Do you think my class is unimportant, allowing you to arrive whenever you please? Li Yujie's eyes blazed with indignation, her voice booming, as the students attempted to explain their lateness. They were abruptly silenced by her fierce rebuke. All of you, stand at the back. Her mood, already exacerbated by yesterday's beating, intensified upon seeing the multitude of students below pointing and mocking her swollen visage. Just as she sought an outlet for her frustration, the tardy students unwittingly placed themselves in her line of fire. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yujie launched into a merciless reprimand. Respect between individuals is reciprocal, she proclaimed with righteous fervor. Do you have any idea how much I earn per hour for teaching others outside? A full 30,000. I wouldn't even consider accepting such work, yet you dare to be late. Her voice grew more impassioned, reverberating through the classroom. Do not take your privileges for granted. Those few minutes lost to your tardiness are precious time for those yearning to learn. Li Yujie's expression hardened, her words causing the new students below to shudder involuntarily. The previously boisterous classroom fell into a profound silence, with not a soul daring to utter a sound. However, amidst this stillness, a group of second-year students appeared particularly unfazed. Accustomed to Director Li's temperament, they sat quietly, engrossed in their phones, completely indifferent to her tirade. Murong Shiyu's gaze swept across the classroom, seemingly in search of something. Yet ultimately she found nothing. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, how strange. Could he also be late? Meanwhile, the freshmen, chastised by Li Yujie, appeared utterly mortified, their faces betraying an unusual thinness of skin after 3 years of high school trials, as if they could scarcely endure such stern admonishments. Feeling that her anger had subsided somewhat, Li Yujie resolved to conclude the matter and raised her voice, declaring, I do not concern myself with other teachers. But in my class, you must arrive 10 minutes early. Moreover, as your counselor, you ought to show me due respect. Pausing for effect, she continued, I expect not to see anyone arriving late again. Otherwise, I shall not grant you any leave requests. The freshmen below nodded vigorously, none daring to confront her. Observing this, Li Yujie thought that the intended effect of her warning had been achieved, and it was time for the students to witness her balanced approach of authority and compassion. Just as she was about to allow the students who had been punished to take their seats, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from the doorway. The sound grew louder as someone raced toward the classroom, disrupting the previously serene atmosphere. Students began to whisper among themselves, casting furtive glances toward the entrance. He's finished. He's been late for so long. Li Laoshi is going to scold him to pieces. One student whispered, Indeed, I can already envision the scene of him being mercilessly berated by Laoshi Li. Another chimed in. I wonder who is so unfortunate to become Laoshi Li's punching bag. Yet another student remarked with glee. Meanwhile, Li Yujie, too, directed her gaze toward the door. Her anger rekindled as she anticipated who would dare to be so audacious as to arrive late in her class. As the footsteps drew nearer, the tension in the classroom mounted, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of a latecomer's appearance. Soon enough, Lu Zhao appeared at the doorway, panting heavily, and addressed the now unrecognizably swollen-faced Li Yujie. Teacher, I'm so sorry. I went to the wrong classroom and arrived late. Upon realizing that the latecomer was indeed Lu Zhao, the words Li Yujie had been poised to utter caught in her throat, leaving them unspoken. In the same class, Lin Junjie reveled in the moment. Finally, it's his turn to face the music. I must record this scolding on video and relish it repeatedly later. Without hesitation, many male classmates, inspired by Lin Junjie, whipped out their phones to discreetly record the unfolding scenario, for relishing gossip is a universal pastime. However, many female classmates bore expressions of distress. The thought of such a charming and sunny boy being scolded to tears by the fierce Li Yujie tugged at their hearts. Lu Jingxian even offered a pack of tissues to Murong Shiyu, saying, Prepare yourself. If this junior cries, your gesture of comfort could surely win his favor. Surprised by her friend's support, Murong Shiyu took the tissues, recognizing this as a rare opportunity she could not afford to miss. The excuse of a new student misplacing the classroom was indeed understandable. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed momentarily petrified, staring blankly at the previously fiery Li Yujie, now inexplicably reasonable. What has happened? Has she undergone a transformation in such a short span? Am I dreaming? How could her demeanor shift so dramatically? Indeed, she was not like this a moment ago. The students below gazed at Li Yujie in disbelief, as if witnessing an astonishing magic trick, their whispers rife with speculation. Concurrently, Lin Junjie found himself equally astonished by this unexpected turn of events. He had been ready to document Li Yujie reprimanding Lu Zhao, only to be blindsided by the reversal of roles. His phone slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground, but he remained oblivious. Before any other student could voice their confusion, Li Yujie smiled warmly and said, "Please find a place to sit. We are about to commence our lesson." Her voice, now gentle and inviting, stood in stark contrast to her previous harshness. The students exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily at a loss for how to digest this change. At that moment, Li Yujie seemed to recall something and abruptly turned to the students still foolishly filming with their phones, chastising them. "What are you filming? Can't you bear to see others do well? This lack of decorum is appalling." This rebuke left the students dumbfounded, as they began to wonder if Li Laoshi had taken a liking to this boy, explaining her unusually lenient treatment. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao looked at the teacher before him, feeling a sense of déjà vu, though he couldn't quite place her. Her face was so swollen that he failed to recognize her. Nonetheless, class had commenced, and he needed to find a seat quickly, as the collective gaze of his classmates was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. In a hurried scan of the room, he discovered that all the seats were taken except for one vacant spot beside a girl. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed over and plopped down beside her. Yet, the instant he settled into his seat, the previously boisterous classroom fell into an eerie silence, as if enchanted. "My God, how could he have the audacity to sit next to Senior Moreau?" murmured one student. "How is that possible? I was also considering that seat. But when I saw Senior Moreau's radiant presence, I instinctively stepped aside." Another exclaimed, "How could he be so shameless?" They whispered, their voices barely audible to Lu Zhao. It was only when he casually glanced at the person beside him that his eyes widened in astonishment. He realized he was sitting next to Murong Shiyu. How could this be? How was he sharing a seat with her? Lu Zhao inwardly lamented, lowering his gaze and silently repeating, "Please don't recognize me. Please don't recognize me." It was as if he believed that as long as he didn't look up, Murong Shiyu would remain oblivious to his presence. However, fate had other plans. Just as Lu Zhao was lost in his anxious thoughts, a cool, aloof voice broke the silence. "Why do you smell so strongly of alcohol? Did you go out drinking yesterday?" The sudden inquiry caught Lu Zhao off guard, his face flushing crimson. After all, just yesterday, he had unleashed a torrent of insults upon the student council president, resolutely vowing never to join the student council or engage with her. Who could have imagined that they would coincidentally find themselves seated together in class today? The awkwardness was palpable. Lu Zhao awkwardly touched his forehead, then swiftly turned his head to the side, attempting to conceal his embarrassment. He let out a dry chuckle and casually replied, "Yes, I had a few drinks out yesterday." Murong Shiyu seemed oblivious to Lu Zhao's unease. She continued in her cool and aloof tone, "Boys should drink less. The outside world is too perilous." Lu Zhao inwardly grumbled. Is this person trying to lecture me? Who does she think she is? Has she been watching too many domineering CEO dramas? However, despite his irritation, he politely nodded and responded understood. Before Lu Zhao could gather his thoughts, Murong Shiyu propped her head up with one hand, tilting it slightly, her large, watery eyes gazing at him as she softly said, "If you still want to drink, I can take you out sometime." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. This girl is practically making a calculation on my face. Is this how the youth today flirt? Meanwhile, Lu Jingxian, sitting beside Murong Shiyu, had initially intended to play the supportive role, assisting her in her pursuit. However, she never anticipated that her good friend would be so direct, with no hesitation at all. The speed of this progression was astonishing. Lu Jingxian couldn't help but worry. Would this scare Lu Zhao away? After all, asking someone out without even exchanging contact information is hardly the conventional approach. Meanwhile, Murong Shiyu was reveling in her own prowess in flirtation. Feeling she had deftly transitioned to the main topic and issued an invitation, she considered herself a genius. This is a bit troublesome for me. I prefer going out for drinks with my own friends. Lu Zhao rejected her without a moment's hesitation. He had not reached the level of casually going out for drinks with a girl he barely knew, especially considering the warnings from his own family about not engaging in such frivolous actions. If he were to drink, it would have to wait until after the divorce. Seeing herself rejected for the second time, Murong Shiyu displayed no trace of disappointment, nor did she exhibit any sense of defeat. Instead, she merely sighed softly, her mind conjuring a few words. Ah, yet another instance of the pursuit and retreat. This scene left Lu Jingxian utterly bewildered. What was her friend so confident about? How could she remain so self-assured after being turned down? Immediately, she tugged at Murong Shiyu's arm and whispered, "Why are you still so confident when he just rejected you?" In response, Murong Shiyu shook her head in exasperation, looking at Lu Jingxian as if she were foolish. "You don't understand. This is a classic case of pursuit and retreat." Lu Jingxian retorted, "I want you, and today I've discovered that my friend might be a bit delusional." Chapter 19. This younger brother should not be flirted with. Lu Jingxian suppressed her urge to physically reprimand Murong Shiyu, biting her lip and raising an eyebrow, seemingly striving to calm her emotions. After taking a deep breath, she smiled and said, "Well, I'm still in a good mood. Come sit over here with me." Hearing such a perplexing statement from her childhood friend for the first time left Murong Shiyu in a daze, yet her body obediently shifted to the other seat. Naturally, Lu Zhao overheard their conversation and began to understand why Murong Shiyu was so confident. Goodness, she had completely assumed the role of his girlfriend. Either that, or she believed every man in the world must be enamored with her, convinced that his affection was somehow distinct from others. Everything he had done previously was merely a game of pursuit and retreat. After coming to this realization, Lu Zhao could only chuckle helplessly. After all, what could he do when faced with such a person? Just then, Lu Jingxian suddenly interjected, "Hey, my apologies, that younger brother. She's a bit a narcissist, always lost in her fantasies. Please bear with her." While saying this, Lu Jingxian shyly scratched her head. Lu Zhao quickly waved his hand, saying, "It's all good. I can see she's quite confident." "Ha, yes. Perhaps it's just that she's never encountered someone with such a distinct personality before, and she's a bit too excited, which has led to her peculiar behavior." Once Lu Jingxian finished speaking, Lu Zhao, who had been trying to maintain a serious facade, finally burst into laughter. Upon seeing him laugh, Lu Jingxuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately recognized this as an excellent opportunity. Without hesitation, she said, "You shouldn't judge her by her eccentricities. She excels in many areas, including academics and background." To this, Lu Zhao merely nodded slightly. This method of subtly highlighting a friend's merits is indeed likely to pique the interest of certain young men. Seizing the moment, she continued, "We have quite a wealth of resources at our disposal. If you ever encounter any issues, you can reach out to us for assistance. And since we seem to have a connection, how about we become friends?" Hearing Lu Jingxian's relatively polite proposal, Lu Zhao found it difficult to refuse. After all, having already shared a laugh, it would seem rather unreasonable not to offer her friendship. He promptly took out his phone and displayed his QR code. All right then. This series of actions left Murong Shiyu utterly dumbfounded. She could not fathom why, despite excelling in various aspects throughout her life, she was utterly outmatched by her friend in the art of flirting, particularly when she saw Lu Jingxian so effortlessly obtain Lu Zhao's contact information. She felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Lu Jingxian, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as Murong Shiyu was still in a daze, Lu Jingxian suddenly nudged her with her elbow, anxiously saying, "Hey, why are you just standing there? Hurry and add him." Finally snapping back to reality, Murong Shiyu retrieved her phone and added Lu Zhao's contact information. When Lu Zhao withdrew his phone and caught sight of her username, he was momentarily stunned. 1. 85M introverted, socially anxious, innocent college girl. I was puzzled about who that silly person was who added me yesterday. Turns out it was her. Lu Zhao watched as the corners of his mouth twitched at the absurdity of her username. However, considering how abstract she appeared in person, such a username seemed quite fitting. "Hey, younger brother, I noticed you're 26. Lu Jingxian asked curiously. "Did you repeat a year, or would take a break from school?" This question struck Lu Zhao like a bolt of lightning, interrupting his internal monologue. Memories of the past few years flashed through his mind, either feeding a child, changing diapers, or bustling in a lavish home preparing meals for that young lady. He certainly could not disclose to outsiders that he had been playing the husband for someone else these past years, nor could he admit that he only began to regain his freedom and return to school after contemplating divorce. Lu Jingxuan's question was so piercing that it left Lu Zhao's mind completely blank, rendering him at a loss for how to respond. Just as he was floundering in confusion, Li Yujie approached their group, her expression grave and her tone stern. "It's still class time. Please refrain from whispering, especially you, Lu Jingxian." Li Yujie's gaze was firmly fixed on Lu Jingxian, while he incessantly gestured at her, as if to say, "Stop flirting. This fellow is not a brother you can toy with." Staring at Director Li, who was unexpectedly expressing her displeasure, Lu Jingxian failed to grasp her meaning. "It shouldn't be like this. Given the close relationship we share from frequenting bars together to pursue younger boys, she shouldn't be scolding me." Lu Jingxian pondered as she observed Director Li's expressive eyes. Nevertheless, she promptly nodded and said, "Teacher, my apologies. I shall remain silent." In that moment, Li Yujie appeared to be a savior for Lu Zhao, rescuing him from a precarious situation. Phew, thank goodness this teacher arrived. Otherwise, how would I concoct an excuse? Lu Zhao sighed with relief. Soon, the class came to an end. Lu Zhao felt an inward sense of relief, as his greatest fear was that the two girls would continue to press him about the earlier question before he could devise a suitable response. He absolutely could not answer them. Thus, as the crisp sound of the dismissal bell rang out, he unhesitatingly waved his hand and smiled, saying, "See you next time." Before the words had barely left his lips, he swiftly exited the classroom. Inside the classroom, only Murong Shiyu and Lu Jingxian remained, their expressions tinged with amusement. He still didn't reveal anything, Lu Jingxian murmured, pondering why he chose to start his freshman year at the age of 26. Murong Shiyu nodded, her gaze fixed on the direction Lu Zhao had departed, thoughtfully stating, "The person I sent to investigate him found nothing. All we know is that he dropped out after the college entrance examination." The two exchanged glances, each filled with curiosity. At that moment, Lu Jingshuan's phone buzzed with a new message. "Take my advice, sister. He is not a man you can flirt with." Just as Lu Jingxian was pondering the meaning of the message, Murong Shiyu let out a soft huff. "I'm not one to heed advice. It matters not who he is. Anything I, Murong Shiyu, set my sights upon is mine." Lu Jingxian thought, is she having one of her episodes again? Chapter 20, The Dominant Confession Wall. Top of the charts. As Lu Zhao walked, he furrowed his brow, muttering to himself incessantly. They had a point. I am 26. Why am I only now starting my freshman year? What sort of reason could possibly justify this? Lost in contemplation, Lu Zhao was oblivious to the curious gazes of passers-by, who scrutinized him with a mix of intrigue, surprise, and subtle disdain. "Look, isn't it the guy who lambasted the president at the freshman orientation yesterday?" A girl whispered to her companion. "He is quite handsome, but his attire looks like it came from a street vendor," she added. "Indeed, I heard he was seated next to the president this morning, and she even asked for his contact information." Another girl chimed in, astonished. "No way, is that true?" A third girl queried skeptically. "Absolutely. Check the confession wall for the latest updates." The first girl asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, the girls displayed expressions of astonishment, as one hastily retrieved her phone and accessed the campus confession wall. Upon seeing the content on the screen, her eyes widened in disbelief. For a headline was dominating the campus chart at an astonishing speed, far surpassing any other posts. The title was striking, "Surprise. A boy was seated beside President Murong." Oh my, this is real. Isn't Murong Shiyu supposed to be a man-hater? Why would she allow him to sit next to her? Who knows? We can't fathom the whims of the wealthy. The discussions surrounding Lu Zhao were incessant, with the girls predominantly praising his attractiveness, exclaiming that he was unparalleled within the entirety of Tiandu University. However, the boys' reactions were starkly different. They regarded Lu Zhao with jealousy and derision, believing his actions were merely a ploy to attract Murong Shiyu's attention. "Look at him, dressed so poorly, daring to sit beside Murong Shiyu. What audacity." One boy scoffed. "Exactly. He thinks he can catch her eye by trying to climb the social ladder. It's utterly laughable." Another boy agreed. Some boys speculated that Murong Shiyu had refrained from dismissing Lu Zhao that morning purely out of pity for his shabby attire. The president is truly kind-hearted, so compassionate. It's no wonder so many boys are enamored with her. Indeed, she is practically an angel descended to earth. Yet one boy remarked, "That guy is taking advantage of the president's compassion to deceive her innocence." What a villain. Precisely. Such individuals deserve punishment. Hey, everyone quiet down. Something seems about to unfold. We might witness an intriguing spectacle. The other boys, intrigued, murmured their agreement. At that moment, one boy suddenly pointed toward the direction, urging them to look. Following his finger, they beheld a young man clad head to toe in designer clothing approaching. His hair was dyed a striking shade of yellow, catching the sunlight in a captivating manner. With striking features and slightly upturned phoenix eyes, he wore a perpetual, enigmatic smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Oh my, that can't be Su Yuza, can it?" One boy exclaimed in surprise. "Su Yuza? The rumored boyfriend of Senior Murong?" Another boy's eyes widened. "Yes, that's him. I saw a post about him on the school forum. They say he is quite the flirt, frequently changing girlfriends, but he became devoted after pursuing Senior Murong." Wow, this is getting interesting. What could he want with Lu Zhao? Is he looking to embarrass him? Very likely, considering he is infamous for enjoying such antics. Let's hurry over and secure a good vantage point. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao had unknowingly arrived at the cafeteria, his eyes almost glazing over at the sight of the numerous serving counters, utterly oblivious to the commotion around him. Forget it. I want to dwell on reasons. When it comes to food, it reigns supreme. With so many options, what should I choose? This spicy hot pot looks delightful. I haven't had it in ages. And a hamburger too. At home, I'm always eating health foods. It's driving me mad. But what should I eat? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhao clapped his hands. Only children make choices. I shall have it all. Just as he moved to join the queue, Su Yuza brazenly cut in front of him, turning back to give a disdainful tug at his shirt and saying, "Can you not crowd? You act as if you've never eaten before." The moment those words left his mouth, Lu Zhao was taken aback. What a peculiar young man, displaying such an air of superiority even while dining in the cafeteria. Phew, forget it. When out and about, one must not stoop to the level of fools. Deep breaths. Lu Zhao repeatedly adjusted his breathing, attempting to temper his somewhat agitated emotions. However, the yellow-haired youth seemed to have keenly sensed Lu Zhao's vulnerability. Just as he appeared to have calmed his emotions, Su Yuza beckoned to a few of his companions not far away, exclaiming, "Hey, come here, over here." As his words fell, several boys jostled to position themselves directly in front of Su Yuza, entirely disregarding the queue behind them. Observing the stagnant line ahead, some individuals in the back began to express their confusion. Upon realizing that people were cutting in line, they were about to voice their grievances, only to discover that the offenders were none other than Su Yuza's unruly gang. They promptly retreated, silently swallowing their indignation. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao's expression darkened as he took a few steps back, suppressing his rising anger without reacting. Su Yuza, on the other hand, wore a smug grin and cast a disdainful glance at Lu Zhao, mocking, "Look at your pitiful state. Consider this meal a charitable act on my part." Before he could finish, he contemptuously slapped Lu Zhao's cheek and continued, "Make sure to express your gratitude." Chapter 21. A fist against the mad yellow hair. What's wrong? You seem quite unconvinced. Su Yuza smirked, the corners of his mouth curling in a semblance of amusement as he gazed at Lu Zhao, who was fixated upon him with an intense stare, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes. However, in that instant, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Lu Zhao's face, sending chills down the spine. Did this fool truly believe that donning yellow hair made him formidable? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhao reached out with his right hand and seized Su Yuza's wrist, halting the condescension. "I advise you not to overstep your bounds." Lu Zhao's grip tightened, his voice chillingly resolute. Su Yuza, clearly taken aback by Lu Zhao's audacity to retaliate, struggled to free his hand from Lu Zhao's grasp. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, Lu Zhao's hold felt as unyielding as a vice. Su Yuza's brow furrowed in disbelief, his eyes reflecting a hint of shock. How could this country bumpkin possess such strength? Meanwhile, the boy standing in front of Su Yuza began to shout in alarm. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Are you looking for a fight?" One boy exclaimed. "How can a boy be so rude? Let go of my brother's hand." Another rushed to retrieve his phone, eager to capture this moment, seemingly intent on securing evidence. In the face of their accusations and threats, Lu Zhao showed no inclination to release his grip. Instead, his grip grew increasingly forceful, as if to demonstrate his superiority over Su Yuza and his companions. At that moment, Su Yuza felt a surge of pain, but suppressed his reaction, aware of the many onlookers. Gritting his teeth, he warned with a fierce tone, "A penniless wretch dares to act tough in front of me. Release me at once, or you'll regret it." Lu Zhao merely scoffed at this, then, mimicking Su Yuza's earlier actions, began to slap Su Yuza's face repeatedly. "I certainly don't lack for your meager meal money. Stop disgusting me. The sight of you is ruining my appetite." With that, he forcefully released Su Yuza's hand as if it were contaminated. He then rudely stepped in front of the boys who had just cut in line, completely disregarding the sentiments of those around him. Witnessing this audacity, the onlookers marveled at Lu Zhao's audacity. He had the gall to retaliate against Su Yuza. Meanwhile, Su Yuza's followers stood agape, unable to process the fact that their leader was being so openly ridiculed, momentarily rendered speechless. However, they quickly snapped back to reality, rushing to Su Yuza's side to offer their frantic support. "Zei, calm down. Don't stoop to the level of this uncouth bumpkin. Look, there are plenty of people recording this," one urged. "Exactly. Zei, let us endure a bit longer. We can deal with him in a more secluded spot later." Another chimed in. Yet, Su Yuza was far too enraged to heed their advice. Lu Zhao's earlier insults echoed in his ears, fueling his fury to an uncontrollable blaze. "He dared to strike me, dares to slap my face." Su Yuza trembled with rage, his face contorted in fury as he bellowed, stumbling toward Lu Zhao. At last, Su Yuza reached Lu Zhao's side, his eyes wide and fixated on Lu Zhao with an intensity that suggested he intended to devour him whole. Suddenly, as if losing all semblance of reason, Su Yuza lunged forward, grasping Lu Zhao's hair. Caught off guard by this unexpected attack, Lu Zhao felt himself being yanked. In the next moment, Su Yuza's other hand reached for Lu Zhao's chest, exerting all his strength to squeeze down hard. Lu Zhao winced, unable to suppress a cry of pain. What was he doing? Su Yuza, unfazed, continued to berate him. Who told you to slap my face, you worthless scum? As the students witnessed Su Yuza's aggression, the flashes of phone cameras never ceased, capturing the unfolding chaos. Wow, it's really happening. Someone exclaimed excitedly, their voice tinged with exhilaration. Boys fighting is definitely thrilling. Look at those hair-pulling and flesh-grabbing moves. They're ruthless. However, amidst the clamor of opinions, a girl with golden hair and striking blue eyes, dressed in a JK uniform, stood out distinctly in the crowd, chewing leisurely on a lollipop. She observed the scene with a playful glint in her eyes and a subtle smile gracing her lips. A boy who can pique Moron's interest must have some intriguing qualities. She murmured, curiosity and intrigue lacing her tone. Yet, in the next moment, the excitement on the faces of the students shifted to shock. Lu Zhao unleashed a flurry of punches, each one landing forcefully on Su Yuza's abdomen. Su Yuza, taken completely off guard by Lu Zhao's counterattack, was overwhelmed by a wave of pain that surged through him, rendering him nearly incapacitated. His grip on Lu Zhao's hair slackened, and his body crumpled to the ground as if bereft of support. On the ground, Su Yuza clutched his abdomen tightly, his face contorted in agony, unable to utter a sound due to the pain. In stark contrast, Lu Zhao exuded an air of calm. After bringing Su Yuza down, he merely tidied his disheveled hair before nonchalantly resuming his quest for food, as though none of the preceding events had transpired. His actions were fluid and decisive, devoid of hesitation, as if such occurrences were mere trifles. He filled his plate, found a vacant seat, and began to eat as if the chaos had never unfolded. This scene left Su Yuza's companions utterly petrified. Previously, they had been exchanging snide remarks, but upon realizing Lu Zhao's ferocity, their faces drained of color, and they dared not utter another word. They hurriedly helped Su Yuza up and rushed out of the cafeteria, fearing that Lu Zhao would turn his wrath upon them as well. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl observed the entire scene with keen interest, finding herself captivated by Lu Zhao. She perceived him as distinctly different from the other boys. His decisiveness and ruthlessness left a lasting impression. Thus, she casually grabbed a plate of food and, with a light-hearted stride, approached Lu Zhao, smiling as she inquired, "Excuse me, may I sit here?" Chapter 22. Lin Yu's Farewell. Lu Zhao slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on the American girl before him. His voice was calm, yet distant. It's best if you keep your distance. Trouble tends to find those who linger. The girl's lips curled into a subtle smile. She glanced around, noting that their classmates seemed still entranced by the astonishing spectacle that had just unfolded. She chuckled lightly and said, "How could a lion possibly fear a pack of mice?" Upon hearing her response, Lu Zhao couldn't help but shake his head in resignation, a wry smile gracing his face. He mused to himself, have girls really become so bold? Just like those boys from our time, always putting on a show. However, when the girl noticed Lu Zhao smiling, she boldly took a seat beside him. Then, leisurely chewing on her lollipop, she continued, "Junior, I was truly impressed by your straightforwardness. You stand out like a black swan among a flock of silly ducks." While indulging in his meal, Lu Zhao casually replied, "Thanks, but I'm just an ordinary person, not as remarkable as you suggest. It's merely that those others lack insight. Those who truly understand are probably mesmerized by your charm." The girl maintained a gentle smile as she produced a lollipop from her pocket, offering it to Lu Zhao. "I'm Annalisa, the head of the student council at Tiandu University. If you're interested in joining, you might consider our department." She introduced herself with a crisp voice. Seeing this, Lu Zhao shyly smiled, accepting the lollipop she offered. "I appreciate the lollipop, but let me think about joining the student council." Annalisa nodded in understanding, then stood and lightly patted Lu Zhao's shoulder, softly reassuring him, "You did nothing wrong today. Don't feel pressured." With that, she waved goodbye, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Watching Annalisa depart, Lu Zhao's immediate reaction was to notice the untouched meal she had left on the table. Is she not going to eat? If not, I will. He muttered to himself, unceremoniously taking Annalisa's plate. "I'm truly baffled. Aren't the more prestigious universities supposed to have fewer oddballs? Why do I feel like everywhere I go, it's either a lunatic or a narcissist?" Meanwhile, news of Lu Zhao's confrontation with Su Yuza and Annalisa's bold approach to him began trending on the school's confession wall. "This guy's impressive. He made the trending list twice within just a couple of days, right? I thought he'd be thoroughly taught a lesson by Su Yuza, but he ended up teaching that guy a lesson instead. That guy just deserved it. I was there, and they initiated it. Lu Zhao had nothing to do with it." In no time, numerous comments flooded in beneath the trending posts, with opinions both in favor of Lu Zhao's actions and critical of his recklessness. Overall, The prevailing sentiment suggested that while Lu Zhao's response was justified, his method was excessively harsh, especially considering the influence backing Su Yuza, which could lead to significant repercussions for Lu Zhao. Unless he had support of his own, he was likely to find himself in a heap of trouble. However, Lu Zhao was entirely unaware of these discussions and had no desire to know. Who would have thought that within just a few days of attending school, he would encounter so many eccentrics? As Lu Zhao finished his meal and left the cafeteria, he spotted a familiar figure. "Yugo," Lu Zhao called out, his face lighting up with joy. "Aren't you supposed to be buried in work in the lab today? What brings you to the cafeteria?" Lin Yu hurried over, seizing Lu Zhao's arm with a hint of reproach in his tone. "And you ask me? You've been quite the sensation on the confession wall these past few days. If I hadn't come to remind you, who knows the trouble you might have stirred up?" Lu Zhao chuckled helplessly, explaining, "What can I do? I had no idea these guys would be so unpredictable." Lin Yu sighed, speaking earnestly. "Ah, you remain as reckless as ever. Sometimes, it's wise for us boys to keep a low profile. Otherwise, trouble easily finds us." Lu Zhao shrugged nonchalantly. "Whatever. I can't be bothered with those youngsters. Their antics are far too childish for my taste. By the way, I came to tell you something today." Lin Yu's voice dropped slightly, as if he bore some weighty news. "Curious," Lu Zhao asked, "what is wrong? Did you run into some trouble, or did another beauty reject you? You seem quite down." After a moment of silence, Lin Yu finally spoke. "I received my acceptance notification for studying abroad yesterday. I'm leaving soon, so I came to say goodbye." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao felt a flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by genuine happiness for his good friend. "This is wonderful news. An opportunity to study abroad is a significant step for your future." What a long face. He smiled, attempting to lift Lin Yu's spirits. However, as soon as Lu Zhao finished speaking, Lin Yu's tears began to fall. "Hey, what's wrong? Isn't this a good thing? Why are you crying?" Lu Zhao gently patted him on the back to console him. "It's just that I'll be away for 2 years. I want to be able to see you. Zhao Zhao, I'll miss you." Lin Yu tightly embraced Lu Zhao, murmuring repeatedly. Seeing a grown man sobbing in his arms, Lu Zhao felt a mix of emotions. But after all, this was his childhood friend. What could he do but indulge him? Just as Lu Zhao was about to offer some words of comfort, Lin Yu suddenly spoke up. "Zhao Zhao, women can't be relied upon. In the end, we must depend on ourselves." Chapter 23. Explosive News. Lu Zhao didn't counter this statement, recognizing its inherent truth. Relying on others was never as dependable as relying on oneself. "All right, I understand. You can go without worrying about me." Lu Zhao smiled, his tone firm yet gentle. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while longer, and before they knew it, they had reached the school gate. Lu Zhao willingly helped carry one of Lin Yu's suitcases, saying, "Make sure to let me know when you arrive. If anything urgent arises, you must tell me. I'll even plead with Su Qinghan if necessary." At the mention of Su Qinghan's name, Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, as if he had something to say, but ultimately held his tongue. He sat silently in the back seat of the taxi, a faint wry smile playing on his lips. "No need, I can manage on my own." Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhao quickly offered words of comfort. "All right. A farewell from a big man doesn't require tears. Safe travels." With that, he waved his hand vigorously. As Lu Zhao's words faded, the taxi driver pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle slowly pulled away, gradually becoming a distant sight. Inside the car, Lin Yu gazed through the window, watching Lu Zhao shrink into the distance in the rearview mirror, silently resolving in his heart. "Zhao Zhao, when I return, I will surely provide you with a home filled with love." In a VIP ward of a top-tier hospital, Su Yuza lay on the bed, his face contorted in pain, continuously lamenting, "Oh, I truly felt immense pain at that moment. Why does this doctor say there's nothing wrong?" His voice echoed in the quiet ward, sounding particularly jarring. Standing before him was a middle-aged man in a white coat, whose expression remained impassive as he scrutinized the report in his hands, seemingly indifferent to Su Yuza's suffering. After a moment, he finally spoke with impatience. "I told you, there's nothing wrong. If you believe otherwise, feel free to seek another hospital for a checkup." Upon hearing this, Su Yuza's anger surged, and he abruptly sat up on the bed, glaring at the doctor and shouting, Are you a quack? I've told you I'm unwell. Why can't you find anything wrong?" The doctor remained unfazed by Su Yuza's fury, calmly responding, "If you wish for me to forge a certificate, think again. I will not conspire with people like you." With that, he turned on his heel and exited, slamming the door behind him. Su Yuza glared daggers at the closed door, gritting his teeth. "This doctor is too much. I must call my mother and have her take action to ensure he loses his job." The young man beside him quickly whispered caution. "Zizha, please calm down. This hospital is not a place for us to cause a scene." "Why not? I felt pain at that moment." Just because I feel better now doesn't mean there's no issue. If he can't find anything wrong, what else could he be but a quack? I understand, but this is a hospital directly under the Su group. Even your mother would have to tread carefully here. Hearing this, Su Yuza, though reluctant, moderated his demeanor slightly. He swallowed hard, hesitatingly inquiring, "Are you talking about Su Qinghan, the one who became the world's richest before 30? His companion nodded eagerly, affirming, "That S and boss. He is quite a formidable character." Su Yuza's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, he clenched his jaw and declared, "Fine. I admit that guy's not easy to deal with, but I can't just let this slide. Let us go to a small clinic and have a doctor issue me an injury certificate. Then I can settle the score with him." However, the young man shook his head, looking helpless. "That might not be feasible, boss. When we left today, I saw that Annalisa woman sitting with Lu Zhao. It seems their relationship is quite special. I suspect she'll definitely stand up for Lu Zhao." Su Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of indignation. He slammed his palm against the bed and shouted, "Damn it! What is so special about Lu Zhao? How can he make two campus beauties treat him so well? This is truly infuriating." Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Zhao, just wait. You've humiliated me in front of so many people. I will make you pay for this." Meanwhile, after a long day of turmoil, Lu Zhao finally returned to his dormitory, utterly exhausted. As he gently pushed open the door, he found 3 others already present, their eyes collectively fixed upon him. A hint of embarrassment crossed Lu Zhao's face. After a moment's hesitation, he stammered a greeting. "Hello." The others, showing no signs of surprise, greeted him warmly. The robust young man was the first to speak. "Hello. You're the one who has stirred quite the commotion at school these past few days, right? I'm Li Rue." His voice was deep and resonant, exuding a sense of camaraderie. Following him, a flamboyant young man eagerly introduced himself. "I'm Chanimo, seeing your skills in flirting with girls. We should go out and catch some rich boys next time." Lastly, the bespectacled young man casually waved his hand and said, "Han Dong, pleased to meet you." Lu Zhao smiled and nodded, responding, "I'm Lu Zhao. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I look forward to your guidance." Afterward, he entered the dormitory and quickly changed into comfortable pajamas. While changing, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Han Dong's computer screen, where a program was playing. "What are you watching?" Lu Zhao inquired with curiosity, leaning closer to the screen. Han Dong smiled slightly, adjusting his glasses, and explained, "An interview about the global rich list. I thought I might glean some insights from it." Lu Zhao nodded, intrigued by the topic. However, before he could speak further, a familiar figure suddenly appeared on the screen. Su Qinghan. "Mr. Su, you have consistently emerged as a dark horse, and your success is evident to all," the host exclaimed enthusiastically. However, the audience's burning question is, do you currently have a boyfriend? As Su Qinghan faced this question, a fleeting smile graced her lips as if she had just remembered something. "I don't have a boyfriend, but I do have a husband." Chapter 24. An unexpected guest at the interview. The moment those words escaped her lips, not only the reporters present, but also the viewers in the live stream gasped in astonishment. The entire studio erupted into chaos. "What? Is this real? My dream wife is already married? When did this happen? No. How could my beloved wife be deceived by a vile man?" A flurry of comments flooded the live stream chat, almost overwhelming every corner of the screen. Meanwhile, the reporters, upon receiving the shocking news, immediately sprang into action, racing against time to draft news articles, fearful of missing such a prime reporting opportunity. Concurrently, the previously composed business magnates could no longer maintain their poise, their calmness shattered. At that moment, Han Dong sat at his computer desk, his eyes wide with disbelief. He instinctively adjusted his glasses, swallowing hard as he stammered, She actually has a husband. The rumored business tycoon. Hasn't she always devoted all her energy to her vast business empire? Beside him, Lu Zhao was equally taken aback by Su Qinghan's revelation. What does this guy intend to do? Is he going to expose me next? Lu Zhao's heart grew increasingly anxious, for he understood the dire consequences he would face should this secret be revealed to the public. After all, he was merely an unremarkable ordinary man. Yet he had wed a titan of the business world, which would undoubtedly stir a monumental uproar. As he pondered, a multitude of terrifying scenarios raced through his mind. For instance, in a bid to coerce Su Qinghan into relinquishing her shares and seizing control of the company, those with nefarious intentions might resort to kidnapping him as leverage. Yet, Su Qinghan might not even care about his life or death. She could very well order his immediate execution. Alternatively, a certain aristocratic heir, enamored with Su Qinghan, might poison his drink at a social gathering to facilitate his ascent. The more Lu Zhao thought, the more he felt a sense of dread. He wished to live a long life, not meet an untimely demise. His heart raced, rising to his throat as he anxiously gazed at the computer screen. At that moment, the journalists present, having recovered from their brief astonishment, quickly regained their composure and eagerly raised their microphones, impatiently directing questions at Su Qinghan. So, Miss Su, could you enlighten us as to when you and your husband were married? Why has such an important matter remained a secret to the outside world? And who, pray tell, is your husband? Faced with the barrage of questions, Su Qinghan hesitated momentarily, seemingly contemplating her response. However, just as she was about to speak, an abrupt voice interrupted her. Everyone! The voice belonged to a woman clad in a Zhongshan suit, who had seemingly materialized from nowhere, capturing everyone's attention. Regarding this matter, the Su family will make an official announcement in the coming months, so please stay tuned. As the crowd's gaze followed the voice, they beheld this unexpected guest, whose somewhat aged visage belied a shrewd and capable demeanor. A mere glance into her eyes revealed that this woman was no ordinary individual. She was undoubtedly a formidable presence. Miss Su. The journalist below nearly chorused this title in unison. Upon seeing Su Lingxi's appearance, Su Qinghan's expression darkened instantly, her fists clenching slightly. What does this old woman intend to do here? Su Lingxi confidently approached the throng of journalists, smiling as she began to speak at a measured pace. I sincerely appreciate the concern of all our media friends. The marriage of my daughter was indeed somewhat hasty, compounded by the fact that our group was exceptionally busy at the time. This has regrettably resulted in the public being left in the dark. I truly apologize to my son-in-law. After a brief pause, she continued, however, our Su group has now regained its prominence, and naturally, we will organize a grand wedding for the young couple. As for the groom's identity, I shall leave that for everyone to speculate. As her words concluded, Su Lingxi exchanged a knowing glance with her bodyguards. The bodyguards, understanding her cue, stepped forward to create distance between Su Qinghan and the surrounding journalists. Observing this, Su Qinghan merely shot a cold, expressionless glance at Su Lingxi before turning on her heel and swiftly exiting the venue. With the world's richest individual having departed, the journalists, recognizing the situation, hastily gathered the available information to amplify the story. However, astute observers could easily discern that the matter was far from straightforward. Lu Zhao, watching the unfolding scene on the live broadcast, felt a weight lift from his chest. Thankfully, Su Qinghan had not revealed his identity. Otherwise, his life would be in jeopardy. Just then, Han Dong interjected, "How intriguing. Why did Su Qinghan's mother suddenly interrupt her daughter's statement? Is there some issue with her husband?" Listening to Han Dong's analysis, Lu Zhao couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. His roommate's mind was remarkably sharp. It was impressive how quickly he had shifted focus to that particular issue. Nevertheless, Lu Zhao felt considerably relieved. After all, the entire Su family did not wish for him to be part of their clan. With Su Qinghan now eager to publicly declare her identity, it was evident that she would encounter vehement opposition and obstruction from him. It seemed he need not exert himself. Su Qinghan was destined to seek a divorce from him. Lu Zhao mused inwardly. The prospect of a life unfettered by concerns of an early demise, free from the burdens of catering to a difficult family, filled him with a sense of exhilaration. As Lu Zhao continued to fantasize about his impending freedom, his phone rang at the perfect moment. Su Lingxi. Upon seeing the caller ID, Lu Zhao felt no surprise, but rather a sense of anticipation. He surmised that the first words he would hear would likely be, "Leave my daughter. I will offer you $1 billion." Without hesitation, Lu Zhao sprang to his feet, hastily exiting to a corner of the stairwell, where he pressed the answer button. "Hello, Aunt Su. What can I do for you?" However, upon hearing Lu Zhao refer to her as Aunt Su, Su Lingxi felt a surge of discontent and irritation. With a cold huff, she responded, "You haven't even divorced my daughter yet, and you can't even call me Mom?" Lu Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Had she not called to inform him to go to the Civil Affairs office to finalize his divorce with Su Qinghan? Why was she now expecting him to call her Mom? As Lu Zhao pondered this, Su Lingxi, noticing his silence, grew anxious and quickly said, "It's been 4 years. Even if I were cold-hearted, I wouldn't let your contributions to this family go unrewarded." Yet, the more Lu Zhao listened, the more perplexed he became. The Su Lingxi he remembered was not this way, and her current demeanor was undoubtedly suspicious. "Aunt Su, please speak plainly. I have already decided to divorce, and I won't be a bother to you any longer," Lu Zhao stated firmly. On the other end, Su Lingxi was clearly unprepared for Lu Zhao's resolute stance. After a brief silence, she expressed her surprise. "Oh, why the sudden desire to divorce?" Lu Zhao took a deep breath, reflecting on the myriad experiences of the years gone by. Ultimately, his voice turned poignant yet calm. "What other reason could there be? A daughter who won't even call me dad. A wife devoid of affection. a mother-in-law who wishes I never set foot in their home, a host of suitors eyeing the position of Su's husband, and a multitude of troublesome matters. I'm simply exhausted. Just as Su Lingxi was about to offer an explanation, Lu Zhao mercilessly interrupted her. Tell her to bring the marriage certificate. I will divorce her immediately. His tone was unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. Wait, no. However, Lu Zhao did not allow her to continue, cutting her off decisively. You can discuss that with her. I will file for divorce myself. If there's nothing else, I shall hang up. With that, he unhesitatingly ended the call. Su Lingxi stared at the phone that had been abruptly disconnected, the sound of a busy signal ringing in her ears. She shook her head in resignation. This child is far too impatient. Su Lingxi gazed at the phone in her hand and sighed. Yet, perhaps it is better to speak openly. After all, that child will be returning soon. Perhaps divorce is indeed a wise choice. Meanwhile, on the other end, as Lu Zhao ended the call and set his phone down, it felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body. He exhaled deeply, a torrent of complex emotions flooding his heart: anger, disappointment, and a faint, indescribable sense of relief. His expression was a tapestry of conflicting emotions, at times revealing a bitter smile, at others furrowing his brow, as if his mind was entangled in a web of thoughts. He silently regarded the family portrait on his phone, featuring Su Qinghan and Su Wanwan, the only photograph encapsulating their family unity. Finally, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye, landing on the phone screen. Lu Zhao slowly crouched down, curling up in a corner of the stairwell, his voice slightly choked, as if speaking to himself, yet also addressing the distant her. It's all fine, truly, it's all fine, he murmured. This was all my choice. There is nothing to regret. For years, let be a gift to her. That fellow, did not she give you money? However, as he mentioned the word money, a memory seemed to surface, and he let out a bitter laugh. Huh, she didn't even transfer the money to me. Lu Zhao's laughter echoed in the empty stairwell, sounding particularly desolate. He realized that his 4 years of devotion had been akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket, ultimately yielding nothing. These 4 years have been utterly empty. His voice dwindled, almost fading into a sob. Even a strong man could not suppress his sorrow at that moment. He remained hidden in the corner, silently weeping, as if only this could slightly alleviate the pain in his heart. Looking at the almost non-existent contact list on his phone, Lu Zhao found it increasingly amusing how he had sacrificed so much for that person, to the extent that now, in his moment of distress, he had so few friends to confide in. After a considerable time, Lu Zhao gradually rose from the corner of the stairwell, wiping the tears from his face and exhaling deeply, as if he had truly let go. Enough. I will no longer trust the words of those capitalists. I no longer believe in love. At that very moment, Su Qinghan sat before a floor-to-ceiling window in a restaurant, a luxury cigarette worth 80,000 in her mouth, exhaling clouds of smoke. Before her stood Su Qinghan, clutching a thick stack of documents. Just how intense is the current buzz surrounding the interview report? Su Qinghan inquired coldly. Boss, the situation is dire, Su Qinghan responded, trembling. We have done all we can to suppress the hype, but it simply cannot be contained. Su Qinghan took a deep drag of her cigarette and slowly released the smoke, which swirled in front of her. She had hoped that smoking would help her calm down, but the nicotine's stimulation could not quell the fury burning within her. Suddenly, like an enraged lion, Su Qinghan smashed her fist onto the mahogany table. The resounding thud left a deep imprint on its surface. Who allowed that old woman to enter? Su Qinghan's chest heaved violently as she shouted furiously, and those useless bodyguards. I will make them pay. Su Qinghan, intimidated by Su Qinghan's wrath, nodded repeatedly, too frightened to utter a word. However, at that moment, he seemed to recall something significant. Boss, there is something I believe you might have overlooked. At this juncture, Su Qinghan was too engulfed in her anger to comprehend what could possibly be more important than reprimanding those individuals. What is it? Director Su must have called the master. He must be under a great deal of pressure right now. Shouldn't you? Upon hearing Su Qinghan's words, Su Qinghan suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and hastily picked up her phone to dial Lu Zhao. Oh no! I was so furious earlier that I forgot my husband might be threatened by that old woman. She fervently hoped that Lu Zhao would not overthink matters. In the next moment, the call connected. A nearly mechanical and emotionless voice came through. When are we getting a divorce? Chapter 26. I want to live alone. I never said I wanted a divorce. Su Qinghan's voice was tinged with urgency, as if she wished to clarify matters swiftly. However, Lu Zhao was unwilling to listen to her now. Why hadn't she called him during his most painful moments? Wasn't she known as a business tyrant? Shouldn't her mind be among the most astute? Did she not realize that the most crucial thing after this incident was to comfort him? This led Lu Zhao to feel utterly insignificant in her eyes, to the point that she only called now to play the role of the good person. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Zhao's emotions reached a boiling point, and he decisively interrupted Su Qinghan. Enough, no more of this charade. I am truly exhausted from dealing with you capitalists. Hearing this, Su Qinghan found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. I just want a simple life. Considering I've already devoted 4 years to you, just give me the contract money and let me go. Lu Zhao spoke, his voice thick with emotion. Su Qinghan could clearly discern the fluctuations in his feelings, and after a moment of silence, she slowly replied, "Where are you? I will come find you." However, Lu Zhao had no desire to see Su Qinghan at that moment. Reflecting on her recent peculiar behavior, a sudden clarity washed over him. Her kindness towards him was merely because the company's situation had improved, allowing her to once again consider alliances with other families, to avoid rumors and silence him. She would act this way. "Don't come over. I only want to live alone now. Just inform me when you decide to divorce." His voice carried a sense of determination and helplessness, as if he had lost faith in their marriage. "Just like that, I'm hanging up." With that, Lu Zhao hung up the phone without hesitation, leaving a series of busy signals in his wake. Su Qinghan held her phone, listening to the piercing sound, her anger igniting instantly. She could hardly believe that her husband felt so wronged, denying her even a chance to explain. "Where is that old woman?" Su Qinghan bellowed. Her voice reverberated through the room, sending shivers down one's spine. Song Jingyang stood by, terrified to intervene as he stammered, "She-s. In room 22. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qinghan turned on her heels, storming toward the room on the 22nd floor. When she reached the door of Su Lingxi's room, she did not pause for a moment, delivering a swift kick that sent the door crashing open. With a loud bang, Su Qinghan's silhouette appeared in the room. However, the scene before her left her momentarily dumbfounded. In the room, 2 young boys donned in cat ear costumes knelt on the floor, diligently massaging Su Lingxi, who reclined on the sofa with an expression of sheer bliss, a glass of red wine in hand that she swirled absent-mindedly. The trio was startled by the sudden entrance of Su Qinghan, causing Su Lingxi to nearly drop her wine glass onto the floor. "Huh!" Su Qinghan scoffed coldly as she plopped down onto the sofa, crossing her legs and fixing a stony gaze upon Su Lingxi. "You've turned my life upside down. Yet here you are, living in leisure. Do you think this is appropriate, my dear wife?" Taken aback by Su Qinghan's unexpected confrontation, Su Lingxi slowly rose. Clearing her throat twice, she discreetly signaled the 2 boys in cat ear costumes to leave. Once they had exited the room, Su Lingxi let out a slight sigh of relief. She gently placed her glass of red wine on the table, her face donning an innocent expression as she queried, "What's the matter? Did Xiaolu complain to you?" However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Qinghan sprang up from the sofa, grabbing Su Lingxi by the collar with a furious countenance. "Did I not tell you not to call him without my permission?" Although a twinge of panic surged within her, Su Lingxi feigned calmness as she retorted, "I called him with no ulterior motives. Besides, I am your mother. How could I possibly wish you harm?" "No ulterior motives?" Su Qinghan thundered, her voice echoing like thunder. "If there were no ulterior motives, why would he ask me right off the bat when we'd be getting a divorce during our phone call?" With a forceful shove, Su Qinghan released Su Lingxi's collar, her eyes icy and piercing as she enunciated every word with chilling clarity. "Wife, if you still entertain the notion of me marrying that man, you are gravely mistaken. I will never accept such an arrangement, now or ever." Her tone grew increasingly severe. "If you persist in your obstinacy, I will reclaim all your shares in the company." Su Lingxi's eyes widened in disbelief at Su Qinghan's reaction. Yet, Su Qinghan provided no respite, continuing her tirade. "You're aging. If you fear competition in the business world, then step aside and enjoy your retirement. Do not meddle in my affairs anymore. Moreover, I warn you, if I find out you dare to contact Lu Zhao again, do not expect me to recognize you." With that, Su Qinghan turned on her heel and stormed out, slamming the door behind her with a resounding bang that reverberated through the room. Su Lingxi stood there dumbfounded, staring at the now closed door, her heart heavy with bitterness. She sighed resignedly, murmuring to herself, "What I do is for your own good. If we could ally with the Bai family, our family business would reach new heights. Alas, why must this child be so stubborn?" Slowly, she sank back down, her gaze unfocused on the floor, as if all her strength had fled her. "I have done all I can, but what follows is beyond my control." As her words lingered in the air, a handsome young man emerged from the now-ajar door. With a smile, he said, "Thank you, Aunt Su. I will find a way to handle the rest myself." Chapter 27. The Clash of School Beauties. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gracing Lu Zhao's face. prompting him to slowly open his eyes, feeling an unusual heaviness. Struggling to sit up, he glanced in the mirror, noting the bloodshot appearance of his eyes and the prominent dark circles beneath them, as if he had aged several years overnight. Rubbing his eyes, he dragged his weary body out of the room. At that moment, Li Rui happened to catch sight of him, startled by his appearance. "Wow, bro, what happened to you?" Li Rui exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What'd you do last night? Why do your eyes look like that?" Lu Zhao knew he wouldn't escape scrutiny in this state. Although he indeed wished for a divorce, the weight of 4 years loomed heavily over him, leaving him in tears over the futility of it all. "It's nothing. Just 2 mosquitoes bit my eyeballs last night, and I couldn't sleep well," Lu Zhao explained with a wry smile. Upon hearing this explanation, Chen Mo and Han Dong exchanged astonished glances. "What kind of mosquitoes bite eyeballs? Were your eyes open while you slept?" they exclaimed incredulously. Li Rui, seemingly half understanding, nodded thoughtfully before offering, "No worries. I have some essential oil and 6 godflower dew that are great for repelling mosquitoes. Just apply a bit to your eyes tonight, and you should sleep soundly." Chen Mo and Han Dong exchanged looks, both regarding Li Rui as a peculiar anomaly. They thought to themselves, has this guy's brain been caught in a door? Or is all his intelligence concentrated in those muscles? Even Lu Zhao couldn't bear to let the absurdity continue, hastily suggesting, "We should hurry to the early class. We're going to be late." In university, breakfast was a foreign concept for most students since waking up at 8 in the morning was torturous enough, let alone eating breakfast. As they stepped into the classroom, they unexpectedly spotted a stunning blonde beauty standing at the door. She leisurely chewed on a lollipop. Clad in short denim shorts cinched at the waist with a cream-colored belt and a crisp white shirt, the hem casually tied around her waist, exposing her alluring navel. Her presence was like a vibrant ray of sunshine, captivating the attention of many passing male students who gasped in admiration, akin to a beautiful woman swooning over a handsome man. As a notorious playboy, Chen Mo possessed a keen eye for beauty. Upon closer inspection, he immediately recognized the girl standing at the entrance to their class. Was it not Annalise? "Wow, Zhao babe, could it be that the senior is here specifically to find you?" Chen Mo exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. Lu Zhao, taken aback, scratched his head in confusion and replied, "No way. I think she is just doing her usual patrol for the student council." However, as they drew nearer, Annalise's gaze seemed to be drawn towards something, a spark igniting in her eyes as she focused intently on Lu Zhao. A radiant smile broke across her face, her head tilting slightly as she approached Lu Zhao and his friends. In that moment, Chen Mo felt his heart ignite, nearly leaping out his chest. He whispered excitedly, "She is coming over. She is coming over." Truly, the campus beauty of Tiandu University is just too stunning. In the blink of an eye, Annalise stood before Lu Zhao, offering him a breakfast box. "You didn't have breakfast, did you? I happened to buy an extra, so here you go." Lu Zhao stared at the breakfast box, clearly prepared just for him, and then glanced at Annalise's expectant expression, feeling a mix of helplessness and surprise. The scenario of a young girl pursuing a boy has become excessively cliched, and Lu Zhao initially had no intention of accepting the breakfast offered to him. However, as he glanced around, he noticed the multitude of onlookers fixated on their interaction, which left him feeling somewhat trapped. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Zhao let out a resigned sigh and ultimately reached out to accept the breakfast from Annalisa, politely expressing his gratitude. Then, as if fearful of being misunderstood, he hurriedly turned and walked into the classroom. Meanwhile, Chen Mo seemed to be lingering in the bliss of that fleeting moment, reluctantly waving goodbye to Annalisa as she departed. Once Lu Zhao and the others settled into their seats, Han Dong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and remarked, while glancing at a notification on his phone, "It appears that Senior Annalisa has put considerable thought into pursuing you." As Lu Zhao handed the breakfast to Li Rui, he inquired with confusion, "Why? Although you were not the instigator yesterday, you did engage in the altercation, and, considering you sent someone to the hospital, you would surely face some form of disciplinary action. Yet look at this notice." With that, Han Dong presented the announcement on his phone for Lu Zhao to see. To all classes, Su Yuza, male, student number, was found to have provoked classmate Lu Zhao on September 3rd. Following an investigation by the school's disciplinary committee, it has been decided to impose a reprimand on Su Yuza, while the corresponding self-defense measures taken by Lu Zhao as the victim will not be pursued. "This is..." Lu Zhao began, but Han Dong interjected, "Exactly. Given Su Yuza's character and his connections, how could he possibly be the one to suffer losses?" Before Lu Zhao could nod in agreement, Li Rui passed him a note. This was just placed in that breakfast bag. It must be from that beautiful senior. Upon seeing the note, Han Dong's face reflected even greater certainty regarding his previous conjecture. She's indeed interested in you. Lu Zhao was taken aback, perplexed by the notion that these individuals, having known him for such a short time, would harbor romantic intentions. With a skeptical attitude, he accepted the note from Li Rue and opened it to reveal message. At that moment, at the entrance of the teaching building, Murong Xiu regarded Annalisa with an air of superiority, her eyes glinting with disdain as she provocatively remarked, "Oh, isn't this the head of the discipline department? What is this? Up early to check which junior is handsome?" Undeterred by Murong Xiu's taunts, Annalisa casually chewed on her lollipop and smiled as she replied, "What I choose to do in the morning is none of your concern. Have you moved to the seaside? Why are you so nosy?" After saying this, Annalisa attempted to walk past Murong Xiu. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Murong Xiu seized Annalisa's arm, leaning in close to whisper in her ear, "I warn you, he is my prey." Chapter 28. Strange Conditions. Hearing Murong Xiu's words, Annalisa burst into laughter, replying, "Your prey? With that ridiculous online name of yours. One might mistake you for a middle-aged aunt trying to flirt with young boys. In matters of pursuit, you're merely a novice." As she spoke, Annalisa flashed a gesture of international goodwill. Murong Xiu was rendered speechless by Annalisa's retort. She had intended to counter by stating that Annalisa had no means of contacting Lu Zhao, but the words caught in her throat. For the contact information she possessed was procured by her own friend, leaving little to boast about. The sudden interruption imbued the previously awkward atmosphere with a peculiar tension. Observing this, Annalisa set aside her dispute with Murong Xiu and promptly checked her phone. Upon seeing a notification from friend request, her expression transformed into one of delight. "A handsome guy has added me and mentioned want to treat me to a meal next time." With a triumphant smile, Annalisa held her phone up to Murong Xiu. Shaking it slightly, Murong Xiu focused on the screen and, to her astonishment, spotted Lu Zhao's name and profile picture displayed prominently. Her complexion darkened instantly, filled with disbelief. "All right, I want to argue with you, confident sister. I need to attend to other matters." With that, Annalisa walked past Murong Xiu, leaving her in a state of shock. After a considerable pause, Murong Xiu finally regained her composure, muttering to herself in astonishment, he actually gave his contact information to another woman. Murong Xiu could hardly believe that a man would share his contact information with another woman after having already received hers. Is it really my online name that's the issue? Meanwhile, Lu Zhao was engrossed in the note in his hand, the characters written with vigor and flair. He couldn't help but murmur, "What exquisite handwriting." Just then, a crisp notification sound echoed, and Lu Zhao picked up his phone, revealing a new message on the screen. "I've handled this matter quite fairly, so don't take it to heart. In a few days, our department will host an event. Would you be interested in attending?" Upon reading the message, Lu Zhao furrowed his brow slightly, propping his head on his hand and emitting a soft click of his tongue. "If I were still single, I might consider going." Lu Zhao pondered privately, "But now, with a plethora of concerns weighing on me, I hardly have the time to attend such a purpose-driven gathering." With that thought, Lu Zhao quickly typed a response on his phone. "Thank you for the invitation, senior. I have some matters to attend to these days and want to be able to join. I hope you all have a great time." After sending the message, he carelessly tossed his phone aside, his mind inadvertently drifting to the pitiful balance in his account, leading him to let out a resigned sigh. "It seems I need to find a part-time job. Otherwise, I can't bring myself to ask that guy for money." As Lu Zhao contemplated how to resolve his financial woes, Han Dong suddenly approached him, brimming with excitement as if he had discovered a new world. "Hey Zhao, I just joined a tutoring group that has a plethora of tutoring opportunities. Want to team up and take some jobs? We can earn some extra cash." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao's eyes lit up. It was truly a stroke of luck. He couldn't help but muse, could it be that my good fortune is finally arriving? Without a moment's hesitation, he readily agreed, Sure, I'm in. I've been worried about my empty pockets." In an instant, Han Dong swiftly pulled Lu Zhao into the tutoring group. However, what Lu Zhao did not anticipate was that within mere seconds, the group chat erupted with a flurry of messages, overwhelming him with notifications. "Wow, the demand is astonishing," Lu Zhao exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the screen filled with messages about tutoring opportunities. Han Dong, noticing his astonishment, quickly explained, "Of course. Tiandu University is a premier institution. The students here are outstanding, and naturally, their academic performance is exceptional. Consequently, parents eager for their children to excel like them are clamoring to hire tutors." Lu Zhao gazed at the screen brimming with nearly identical job postings, and for a moment, he felt a bit dizzy. However, Every entry on the aforementioned list boasts exceptionally high remuneration, at least 2 or 3 times more than the standard rates at ordinary universities. Before long, Lu Zhao discovered a particular opportunity that suited him well, and the fee was significantly lower than others, perhaps due to a lack of competition. He promptly seized this opportunity. The requirements specified a male tutor with a pleasing appearance, emotional stability, a foundational knowledge of high school biology, and a certain level of self-defense skills, necessitating a weekly tutoring session at a rate of 400 per hour. This assignment should pose little difficulty for Lu Zhao. It merely depended on whether the trial lesson could satisfy both the parents and the student. However, what exactly do they mean by self-defense skills? Although Lu Zhao felt somewhat perplexed, the constraints of his financial situation left little room for contemplation. Never mind, he thought, I'll secure this first. Thus, throughout the morning, Lu Zhao was either communicating with the agency or fiercely debating with other competitors, paying little attention to the class itself. It was unclear whether the teacher on stage was aware of the lackluster nature of her lesson, as she seemed indifferent to the restlessness of the students below. At the sound of the dismissal bell, she simply closed her book and exited the classroom. After a morning of negotiations, Lu Zhao had successfully claimed the assignment and added the publisher's contact information. So it's little Lu? I've seen your photo, and your appearance is quite commendable. Please come to the specified address this weekend for a trial lesson. If all goes well, we'll proceed from there. Seeing this, Lu Zhao had no objections and replied with a simple, okay. He intended to return home to prepare for the first lesson. However, the next moment, the other party sent him a rather alarming message. My daughter has a rather peculiar personality, so be prepared. Of course, if any unforeseen circumstances arise, we will compensate you generously. Lu Zhao, what on earth is this? Ooh. Chapter 29. Su Qinghan Calculations. Within the grand and luminous offices of the Su Group, Su Qinghan sat alone, enveloped in a haze of smoke. One special cigarette after another was lit in her hand, as if this ritual might alleviate the anxiety and unease swirling within her. Su Qinghan had never felt such a throbbing headache as she did now, not even when she wagered all her possessions in a life-or-death gamble against a rival company. Confronted with the current predicament, she truly felt at a loss regarding how to win back the heart of her dear little man. She incessantly questioned herself. What should I do? After exhaling a deep sigh, Su Qinghan slumped helplessly in her chair, her eyes shut tight, lost in contemplation. Would apologizing to my little rascal after binding him back be effective? This thought flickered in her mind for merely a moment before she cast it aside. No, that wouldn't he do. In this situation, a gradual approach was necessary. Haste would yield nothing but further disdain from him. Su Qinghan admonished herself inwardly. Just as she pondered other strategies, the office door swung open, revealing Su Qinghan. He approached with a document in hand, cautiously standing before Su Qinghan and uttering, "Boss." Observing the anxious expression on Su Qinghan's face piqued Su Qinghan's curiosity, but she maintained an air of calm as she replied, "Little Song, just speak your mind. I doubt anything can stir my emotions at this point." However, Su Qinghan hesitated, then slowly articulated, "Boss, I believe it's premature to make any declarations." Su Qinghan furrowed her brows slightly at his words, feeling a twinge of confusion. She uttered, the sound small, yet brimming with skepticism. In that instant, her mood inexplicably heightened with anxiety. Could it be that Lu Zhao was in trouble? Noticing her unease, Su Qinghan quickly shook his head, saying no, that's not the case. He then presented the document before her. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qinghan reached out and snatched the file from his hands. Upon opening it, she discovered a screenshot of a chat log. Su Qinghan, standing beside her, promptly began to explain, the master has very little money left in his account, and our system has tracked his ID being registered with this institution. That is how we traced this tutoring agency and obtained this chat record. Hearing this, a weight lifted from Su Qinghan's heart. As long as her little man hadn't sustained any significant harm, everything else was merely trivial. Transfer 10 million to his account immediately. Su Qinghan commanded assertively. My man cannot be working for someone else. However, in the face of her orders, Su Qinghan seemed momentarily paralyzed, rooted in place, even appearing somewhat bashful. After a prolonged silence, he finally summoned the courage to speak. Boss, I believe the master wouldn't accept your money. After all, the relationship between you two is rather awkward at present. This tactic might not be effective. His words struck Su Qinghan like a revelation. Indeed, she was not adept in matters of the heart. What should I do now? She asked. Boss, I believe the master wants to earn money through his own efforts, as men often express a desire for independence. We could arrange for him to work with a few better actors and increase the rates. This way, he won't feel his pride is wounded. and we can indirectly provide him with financial support, Song Qinghan suggested earnestly. Upon hearing Song Qinghan's proposal, Su Qinghan began to feel a glimmer of understanding. Yet she found the idea of hiring actors less appealing. After all, she did not wish for her man to have excessive private interactions with other women. Even work-related exchanges would make her uncomfortable. Not even with men, for her man's allure was so potent that even same-sex acquaintances might develop feelings. Su Qinghan mused inwardly. Her possessiveness was indeed quite formidable. After a moment of contemplation, a brilliant idea suddenly illuminated her thoughts. "I've got it!" Su Qinghan exclaimed with excitement. Let him return home to tutor Wanwan. This notion seemed increasingly feasible to her. Not only would it allow her little man to earn money, but it would also enable him to reminisce about the precious moments spent with their lovely daughter, potentially rekindling his affection and drawing him back to her and Wanwan. It was the perfect twofold solution. A smile graced her face as she instructed, arrange for Wanwan to be with him. Have their company organize it. Song Qinghan, upon hearing this, found himself momentarily taken aback. Instructing the master to tutor the young lady was akin to openly revealing, "You've been followed." Would Lu Zhao be foolish enough to think, "What a coincidence, I've received a tutoring assignment for my own daughter"? Song Qinghan pondered, "Should I hasten my job change? It appears that the intellect of our boss is on a steady decline." Subsequently, Song Qinghan, feeling disinclined to confront her, continued to add, "Boss, did the first contract you accepted involve tutoring the eldest daughter of the Qin family? You know, the one with a rather peculiar mindset and a tendency to be a bit eccentric?" Su Qinghan remarked. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Su Qinghan decided, let him first take on a standard task. Otherwise, should he uncover my surveillance of him, it would undoubtedly provoke his ire. Song Qinghan responded, "Wait, you're aware that tracking him would make him angry? Isn't that a sign of intelligence?" Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of a lavish villa, a young girl clad in leather, her face bearing traces of crimson, was meticulously wielding a scalpel to dissect something. Occasionally, a chilling laugh would escape her lips. At that moment, a butler approached her side and softly stated, "Miss, as per your instructions, we have found a new tutor." Upon hearing this, the girl placed the scalpel down and said, "Is that so? I hope he possesses some courage. I wouldn't want him to faint at the sight of mere blood." Like the last one. Chapter 30, Recruitment for the Society. On a night at Tiandu University, the lecture hall was ablaze with light, resembling daylight. Chen Mo, dressed in a breezy short-sleeved shirt, languidly reclined on his desk, voicing his discontent. "What is this nonsense? We actually have evening classes in our freshman year. It's utterly absurd." Beside him, Han Dong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and replied, "I heard the reason the school schedules evening classes is to prevent us boys from venturing out too early to share rooms with the girls, thereby preserving our innocence for a longer time. Hence, only freshmen have evening classes. By sophomore year, they're no longer required." In response to Han Dong's words, Chen Mo muttered, "What the heck? I was looking forward to taking Zhao Baobei out to meet some girls." Meet girls? That term had been absent from Lu Zhao's ears for quite a while, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. At that moment, he was engrossed in creating a PowerPoint presentation on his phone, choosing not to respond to Chen Mo's remarks. It was indeed quite inconvenient without a computer. Lu Zhao sighed. Realizing the struggle of crafting a PowerPoint on a mobile device, the operation was cumbersome, and the screen was too small to discern many details. However, Lu Zhao reconsidered, acknowledging that a computer wasn't necessarily essential in university. He would contemplate it later. For now, the priority was to excel in tutoring to secure living expenses. Just as Lu Zhao decided to focus on lesson preparation, faint footsteps began to echo from outside the classroom, followed by a series of knocks on the door. Knock, knock, knock. "Excuse me, everyone." Accompanied by this melodious and sweet voice, the attention of all present was drawn to the entrance. A group of girls clad in resplendent hanfu gracefully entered the classroom, their garments vibrant and varied, each exuding a unique classical charm. This unexpected scene captivated many of the boys, who couldn't help but express their admiration. "Wow, they're stunning. This is too beautiful. That senior is so adorable." With smiles adorning their faces, the girls from the Hanfu Society elegantly introduced themselves. "We are from the Hanfu Society. If any of you younger students are interested in Hanfu, we invite you to join us. Moreover, during our events, we can offer you attendance credits for evening classes." They held up QR codes, enthusiastically encouraging their classmates to scan and join their group. At this moment, some of the more vivacious female students, unable to contain their excitement, even called out loudly, "Seniors, are there many handsome boys in your society? If so, we'd be eager to join." As soon as her words fell, the other girls chimed in, and the classroom erupted in a chorus of cheers. However, amidst this lively atmosphere, Chun Mo appeared somewhat out of place. He cast a disdainful glance at the girls in the class and sighed. Alas, not a single beautiful one among them. It seems I must search elsewhere. The girls from the Hanfu Society were simply too few in number. Before Chun Mo could finish his thought, when Xian entered with several members of the basketball team. She was dressed in a loose-fitting sports outfit, her hair casually cascading over her shoulders, and she approached the podium with a smile. With a casual flick of her hair, she confidently tossed a flirtatious glance at the boys below and began inviting the younger students to join the basketball club. Oh, this girl seems somewhat interesting. Chun Mo observed when Xian on the stage with keen interest. He nudged Lu Zhao behind him and said, "Zhao Baobei, are you interested in joining the basketball club? It's filled with vibrant, energetic girls, brimming with enthusiasm." Noticing the somewhat lewd expression on Chun Mo's face, Lu Zhao awkwardly smiled, pondering whether this guy was speaking seriously. Yet he replied, "I'll think about it. Playing basketball does sound appealing." Upon hearing Lu Zhao express interest in joining the basketball club, Chun Mo eagerly interjected, Exactly. Life is all about movement, and after working up a sweat, one can even catch a glimpse of the girl's abdominal muscles. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, even wiping away the drool that nearly escaped from the corner of his mouth. Really? Is it that captivating? Lu Zhao mused inwardly. After all, seeing Su Qinghan's abdominal muscles daily had somewhat dulled his interest in such matters, just as the two were engaged in their discussion. When Xian approached them with the basketball club's QR code and cheerfully said, "Hello, little brothers, we meet again." The moment Lu Zhao laid eyes on Xian, his face was awash with embarrassment. "Ha, isn't that the senior? What a coincidence. I didn't even see you just now." Meanwhile, Chun Mo was filled with astonishment. It had only been a few days, and Lu Zhao seemed to know so many high-quality beauties. Could it be that Zhao Baobei was a hidden peak in the realm of dating? At that moment, when Xian was internally weighing the pros and cons of her approach, both boys before her were handsome. Choosing to pursue Chun Mo would likely result in some treats. However, pursuing Lu Zhao would undoubtedly raise the stakes. Given that Murong Shiyu and Annalisa both seemed interested in Lu Zhao, it presented quite a challenge. The thought of potentially facing Murong Shiyu's wrath was terrifying. But how could a proud 8-foot maiden fear that little rascal? Embracing challenges was the hallmark of an Xian's character. Moreover, how could she let such top-tier handsome boys slip away without making a move? After a period of serious contemplation, when Xian donned a self-assured smile, as if she had resolved to take action, and said, "Indeed, since we're so fated, why not join our basketball club? I'll personally teach you how to play basketball." As soon as she finished speaking, Chun Mo couldn't help but chime in, "Senior, you're so wonderful. Since you can teach our Zhao Baobei, can't you also teach me?" While saying this, he slightly raised his short sleeve to reveal his fair biceps. This scene seemed poised to awaken the most mischievous thoughts within Xian's mind. The idea of teaching two top-tier handsome boys to play basketball was simply exhilarating. With a light cough, she stifled her inner excitement and remarked, "That's great. Please add me as a friend first, and then I will invite you into the group." However, at that very moment, when Sheen realized that Chun Mo was utterly unresponsive, his gaze fixated behind her, as if he were in a trance. Before she could voice her confusion, a voice that sent chills down her spine echoed in her ears. "Shall we two add each other as friends as well?" Chapter 31. Chun Mo's Thoughts. Lu Zhao's Exasperation. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Wen Xin involuntarily shuddered, biting her lip in a moment of guilt as her mind raced. Under such pressure, she even began to question whether her ears had deceived her. Slowly, she turned to glance behind her, and when she saw the newcomer, she was startled. The confidence she had just possessed dissipated, and she stammered, "Sister Yu, what brings you here?" Miruang Shiyu stood before Wen Xin, her expression as cold as ice, a faint, cryptic smile gracing her lips that sent shivers down one's spine. "What? Is it only permissible for your basketball club to recruit here? Are we from the student council not allowed to do so?" Wen Xin's heart sank. She had never expected Miruang Shiyu to appear so suddenly, and in such an authoritative manner. She quickly donned a smile, carefully explaining, "How could that be? If the president wishes to recruit, who am I to object?" With that, Wen Xin gently shifted her position, hoping to divert Miruang Shiyu's attention and allow Lu Zhao to capture her gaze instead. Yet, Miruang Shiyu offered her no such opportunity. With a swift motion, she seized Wen Xin by the neck and warned in a chilling tone, "Listen well, that is my person. If you dare entertain any improper thoughts about him, don't blame me for being unkind." With the elder sister's words hanging in the air, Wen Xin dared not harbor any ulterior motives. Although it is said that beneath the daughter's knee lies gold, one must also know when to yield. In a desperate situation, sometimes one must take the plunge, for survival is paramount. Thus, she immediately reassured, Sister Yu, please don't misunderstand. I would never dream of touching your person. My interest actually lies with the boy next to my brother-in-law. He is truly my type. Miruang Shiyu's lips curled slightly at this revelation. Oh? It's best to hear that. However, if you can also win over his roommate, that would be splendid. Remember to give me a hand when the time comes. When she nodded eagerly, her heart silently lamenting. After adding Chunimo as contact information, she slipped away as if her feet were coated in oil, not daring to look back. Fearful that lingering even a moment longer would incite Miruang Shiyu's ire. Meanwhile, Lu Jingxian, who had accompanied Miruang Shiyu, quickly grasped the situation and began to cover for her good friend, diverting the classmates' attention to herself from the podium. Classmates, the benefits of joining the student council are numerous. For instance, you can enhance your organizational skills, communication abilities, and make many like-minded friends. As Lu Jingxian spoke animatedly, Miruang Shiyu approached Lu Zhao, plopping down beside him. Lu Zhao felt a wave of discomfort wash over him upon her arrival, wondering why this confident woman had chosen to sit next to him. Miruang Shiyu, seemingly oblivious to Lu Zhao's reluctance, asked, a hint of reproach in her tone, Do you like playing basketball? A bit of interest. But I wouldn't say I love it. Lu Zhao answered nonchalantly, as if disinterested in her presence. Yet, Miruang Shiyu appeared undeterred by his indifference, confidently asserting, If you ever wish to play basketball, I can take you. What was her game? Was she not only pursuing boys, but also chasing him relentlessly? Lu Zhao found himself at a loss for how to engage with her. It was reminiscent of their last encounter when she suggested going out for drinks, as if she had mistaken him for a boyfriend. Just as Lu Zhao was internally ranting, Chinamo finally snapped back to reality. He had been mesmerized by the goddess like Miruang Shiyu, astonished by her beauty in person. Her every smile and frown captivated him, rendering even the relatively attractive Wen Xin pale in comparison. She was truly stunning. What should he do? He genuinely liked this girl. At that moment, he noticed the subtle tension between Miruang Shiyu and Lu Zhao, sensing that Lu Zhao held no interest in her. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he remarked to Miruang Shiyu, Sister Miruang, our Zhao Bao ISNT pursued in that manner. His words immediately captured Miruang Shiyu's attention. Intrigued, she turned to Chinamo and asked, Oh, how should one pursue then? It seems rather inconvenient to discuss now. He teased, then added, Why don't you add me on WeChat first, and we can chat there. Miruang Shiyu was well aware of Chunmo's intentions. Initially, she had hoped to present herself as a devoted woman in front of Lu Zhao, firmly rejecting Chun Mo to earn Lu Zhao's admiration. However, she reconsidered. After all, Chun Mo was Lu Zhao's roommate. Directly refusing him could lead to unnecessary complications. After all, even if she had no intention of befriending him, she certainly did not wish to make an enemy of him. Should he return to the dormitory and speak ill of her in front of Lu Zhao, it would be quite troublesome. With this in mind, Miruang Shiyu decided to grant Chun Mo some grace, smiling as she replied, All right then, I'll look forward to your guidance. Lu Zhao observed this exchange with growing disinterest, perplexed by the antics of today as youth. Did they truly consider themselves invisible? Just then, the bell signaling the end of evening study rang. Lu Zhao had no desire to linger a moment longer in the presence of this woman. Each second spent with her felt like an eternity. He promptly stood to leave, but in the next instant, Miruang Shiyu grasped his wrist and softly inquired, Are you upset because I added another boy on WeChat? Lu Zhao retorted, I'm angry at you. Chapter 32. The Frenzied Su Qinghan. Let go. Lu Zhao's voice was icy and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Miruang Shiyu was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that Lu Zhao would speak to her in such a tone. The disdain in his voice made her feel as if she were something loathsome, leaving her utterly shocked. Countless men dream of merely touching her hand, a privilege they wouldn't dare to imagine. Yet, Lu Zhao seemed entirely disinterested, even shunning any form of contact. However, this shock lasted only a fleeting moment, as a thought flickered through Miruang Shiyu's mind. This must be what those young boys refer to as jealousy. Yes, it had to be. Lu Zhao was undoubtedly enraged due to witnessing her interactions with other boys that displeased him. After all, it is only when one harbors feelings for another that jealousy arises from their interactions with others. Indeed, that must be the case. Miruang Shiyu silently reassured herself. For how else could one explain why a young man would be reluctant to engage in physical contact with her? This was utterly illogical. With this realization, the turmoil in her heart began to dissipate. She felt she had pinpointed the crux of the issue. If she could simply placate Lu Zhao, this minor tempest would surely be resolved. I truly acknowledge my mistake. Miruang Shiyu's tone carried a hint of contrition. What if I delete him right in front of you? Would that suffice? Chinamo, who overheard this exchange, was momentarily taken aback. His earlier elation from having added his beloved goddess on WeChat evaporated in an instant, leaving him in a state of shock. So, am I merely a pawn in your little game? Lu Zhao, at this juncture, was rendered speechless. Good heavens! Was this fellow a character from soap opera? His delusions of grandeur had evidently reached a critical point. How could one be so self-absorbed? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhao tightened his grip and brusquely released Murong Shiyu's hand, disdainfully declaring, "I apologize. Whatever you two are involved in has nothing to do with me. I have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship at the moment, so please do not entangle me, all right?" At that moment, Murong Shiyu felt as though a light had dawned upon her. Gazing into Lu Zhao's resolute eyes, she experienced a twinge of trepidation, a sensation she only encountered when facing an equally formidable opponent. Watching Lu Zhao's retreating figure, she fell into contemplation. This young man was undoubtedly a rare gem, distinct from all others. Only a man of his caliber could be deemed worthy of the title of the future patriarch of the Murong family. The next moment, a look of smug satisfaction crept onto Murong Shiyu's previously dazed visage. Lu Zhao, I, Murong Shiyu, have determined to claim you. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao, having arrived at his dormitory, lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The troubles of recent days had left him feeling utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. At this juncture, he yearned for someone to confide in, to vent the negative energy that had accumulated within him. However, aside from Lin Yu, it seemed there was no one with whom he could truly communicate. His parents evoked no sense of nostalgia within the prevailing familial ethos. A son was merely a means to secure a bride price. If he failed to procure such a price, he might be coerced into serving as a vessel for procreation to some unsavory matron. After all, possessing superior genes is deemed crucial in the realm of matrimony. With his intelligence, physique, and appearance, Lu Zhao was indeed a highly sought-after individual in the matchmaking market. Recollecting his past experiences at home, where he either labored over household chores or contributed to the family income, he found that even taking a moment's respite would often result in a brutal reprimand from his biological father. Such experiences were merely a trifling inconvenience, for this world held a distinct preference for daughters over sons. Yet, what Lu Zhao had not anticipated was that his parents intended to send him out to work as a gigolo to gather funds for his sister's marriage. 500 each time. This revelation truly shocked Lu Zhao. He had initially believed his parents were merely typical of many in the feminist world, favoring daughters over sons. However, they had not treated him as a human being at all. Perhaps this world genuinely required a shift toward independence and autonomy. In light of these conditions, Lu Zhao resolved to leave home, to escape to a place far removed from societal norms and live a life of freedom and peace. Yet, reality proved cruel. He had already been marked by them, leaving him with no opportunity to flee. Almost the instant he felt the urge to escape, his family had arranged for his sale, intending to forcibly auction him off. It was under these dire circumstances that Su Qinghan made her entrance. Lu Zhao let out a soft sigh, reflecting on how precarious his existence had been. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, he muttered, "Aunt Yi? What did she possibly want at this hour?" However, as Su Qinghan's steward, she had shown him considerable care over the years. Perhaps there was indeed something of importance. Thus, he answered, "Hello, Aunt Yi, what is the matter?" At that very moment, the steward's anxious voice rushed through the line, "Young master, you must return quickly. The young lady has gone mad. She is currently wreaking havoc, and anyone who attempts to enter has been forcefully ejected. She has been calling your name, insisting she must see you. I have watched her grow up. I could not bear to see her so heartbroken. Young master, for the sake of our 4 years of companionship, please come back and check on her." The steward's voice trembled with emotion, as if the situation were truly dire. Observing her earnest demeanor, Lu Zhao did not indulge in pretense. He rose from his bed and said, "Understood. It is too late. Send someone to fetch me. I knew you wouldn't be so heartless. Young master, please wait by the school gate. I have already dispatched someone to meet you." The steward replied. Lu Zhao thought to himself, "Why do I feel like this is a trap?" Meanwhile, within the grand estate of the Su family, Su Qinghan sat amidst shards of glass, smoking a special brand of cigarettes, her hands stained with blood. The crimson liquid pooling at her feet was the remnants of red wine she had just smashed. The steward stood nearby, gently imploring, "Young lady, please wait a moment. The young master is on his way. Do refrain from causing further destruction and tend to your wounds." Yet, Su Qinghan appeared oblivious to any sound around her, her eyes glinting with malevolence. "Hurry, bring my husband back. I refuse to let him leave my side for even a moment." Chapter 33. Has Lu Zhao found a benefactor? Su Yuza suddenly expressed his confusion, his gaze falling upon a hurried figure. Isn't that the brat who struck me? What on earth does he intend to do out of school at this hour? Surely, he isn't planning something nefarious? At that moment, Su Yuza was accompanied by a few other boys on their way to a bar for some revelry. He pointed at the hasty figure and said to his companions, "Bro, why don't we follow him? We might catch him in a compromising situation and expose him. This way, the headmaster would no longer be so enamored with that scoundrel." One of the boys excitedly suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Yuza's lips curled into a sly smile. "Your thoughts align perfectly with mine. Let us proceed." With that, Su Yuza nonchalantly flicked his distinctive blonde hair and, with his entourage, stealthily trailed Lu Zhao. As for Lu Zhao, the chaste individual, he was currently perplexed by Su Qinghan's erratic behavior. As he hurried along, he pondered, she clearly wishes for a divorce. Yet now she calls me back. What could be the purpose of this? The more he thought, the more bewildered he became, but he did not slow his pace. Quickly arriving at the gates of Tiandu University, gazing at the somewhat deserted street, Lu Zhao surveyed his surroundings and inquired with a hint of perplexity. "Did Aunt Yi not say she would send someone to wait for me here? Why is there not a single vehicle in sight?" Just as Lu Zhao pondered this, a derisive voice echoed from behind him. "Oh, isn't this our school's illustrious Lu School heartthrob? Who are you waiting for on such a late evening?" Turning to confront the irritating blonde, Lu Zhao displayed no sign of distress, merely retorting with a nonchalant, "Mind your own business." The moment those words left his lips, Su Yuza was rendered speechless. Nearby, one of the boys hastily chimed in, "Lu Zhao, our brother Zhe was only inquiring about your whereabouts out of concern for your safety. Don't take it for granted." Another added, "Indeed, it's quite unsafe for a boy to be out alone at night. What a shame to mistake kindness for malice." They continued to mock Lu Zhao, and Su Yuza's confidence surged as he realized they were right. His concern for Lu Zhao's safety was genuine. Yet he had not anticipated such an irritable response from this fellow. Initially, Su Yuza believed that Lu Zhao would feel a twinge of guilt upon hearing their righteous proclamations. However, when he turned to face Lu Zhao, he found no trace of remorse on his face. Instead, Lu Zhao shrugged indifferently and declared, "So what? I never asked for your concern. You're the ones being overly sentimental." Su Yuza thought to himself, "Why do I feel like my signature line was just stolen from me?" At that moment, the atmosphere grew awkward, suddenly interrupted by the thunderous roar of 2 or 3 BMWs speeding towards them. As the windows slowly descended, a woman adorned with earrings in the driver's seat called out, "Xiao Zhe, let us go." However, in that fleeting moment, her gaze inadvertently swept over Lu Zhao standing beside Su Yuza. Her eyes sparkled with sudden recognition, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure, and she exclaimed, "Oh, is this charming young man your new little brother? He is quite the looker." Hearing this, Su Yuza couldn't help but beam with pride. Raising his voice deliberately, he remarked to Lu Zhao, "TSK, should I arrange for someone to give you a ride? It would save you the trouble of waiting for the bus." To this, Lu Zhao merely rolled his eyes, as if he found Su Yuza utterly beneath his notice. "Forget him, brother Zhe. He is probably just out here looking for customers at this hour, too embarrassed to let us catch on." One of the boys declared loudly, as if to ensure Lu Zhao could hear. "Hey, why are you shouting? What if someone overhears and decides to give you a few punches?" Another laughed. "I'm just trying to give him a friendly warning. Wouldn't want him to get picked up by the police." The laughter from Su Yuza and his companions grated on Lu Zhao's nerves, and he contemplated delivering a few well-deserved blows to the annoying young man. Yet, in the next instant, the rumble of an approaching vehicle echoed from around the corner. The group turned to see a black Cadillac gliding toward them like a formidable beast. "Wow, Brother Zhe, that looks like a globally limited edition," one exclaimed in astonishment. "I think it is. I remember this model has only 100 units worldwide. How could it possibly be here at our school?" Another chimed in. "Perhaps it's a hidden big shot from our school. After all, we attend the most prestigious academy. So it's not entirely surprising," speculated another. However, Lu Zhao remained unfazed while others gawked in awe. He simply stared at the familiar license plate, quietly signed to himself. Finally, "It has arrived." At that moment, Su Yuza noticed Lu Zhao's intense gaze and smirked mockingly, saying, "Stop staring. It's not yours to claim." But just as he finished speaking, the Cadillac came to a halt before them. The door swung open, revealing 2 tall, elegant female bodyguards. Clad in black suits and wearing sunglasses, they exuded an air of unapproachable authority. Before Su Yuza and his friends could fully comprehend the situation, one of the bodyguards opened the car door while the other approached Lu Zhao, slightly bowing to whisper, "Young master, please get in." The astonishment on Su Yuza's face was palpable. They had come to pick up Lu Zhao. How could this possibly be? Wait, did they mistake him for someone else? How could Lu Zhao possibly be associated with women of such caliber? A boy murmured to Su Yuza. Despite his own shock, Su Yuza maintained a sliver of rationality. He reasoned that Lu Zhao could not possibly be a wealthy heir, and no sensible woman would genuinely entertain a relationship with someone like him. Thus, it was evident that Lu Zhao must have entangled himself with some affluent benefactor. However, if the benefactor learned of Lu Zhao's mischief at school, they would undoubtedly reconsider their support or choose to ignore him altogether. It seemed that Murong Shiyu was indeed his. Su Yuza quickly pulled out his phone, intent on capturing this damning evidence to ruin Lu Zhao's reputation. Just as he opened the camera, a powerful hand swiftly reached out. Are you filming? Chapter 34. The Pillar of the Su Group. The formidable hand moved with astonishing speed, snatching the phone from Su Yuza's grasp before he could react. The bodyguard examined the device with an impassive expression, her eyes sharpening when she confirmed he was indeed recording. Su Yuza's heart raced as he realized the gravity of the situation, but he quickly masked his fear with a pitiful demeanor, pleading, "No, sister. I was just trying to take a group photo with my friends. I wasn't filming you." However, the bodyguard showed no interest in his explanations, giving a dismissive huff and coldly responding, "Don't waste my time." Without hesitation, she hurled the phone to the ground. With a resounding crack, the device shattered into countless fragments upon impact. Su Yuza stared in horror, utterly unprepared for such brutality. As the bodyguard regarded the wreckage of the phone, she coldly warned, "The person behind us is not someone you can afford to provoke. If I catch you filming again, it won't merely be a matter of a broken phone." With that, the bodyguard turned and entered the vehicle with decisive grace, leaving no room for Su Yuza and his friends to respond. The door slammed shut, and the car sped away, leaving Su Yuza and his companions in a state of dread. They stood frozen, watching the retreating vehicle, their hearts filled with trepidation. It was not until half a minute later that someone snapped back to reality, cautiously picking up the remnants of the shattered phone from ground. "Brother Zay, we didn't foresee things unfolding so suddenly, so I didn't react in time." Su Yuza accepted the fragmented remains of his phone. A pained expression etched on his face. After all, it had been a new purchase. The device was unexpectedly shattered, and the female bodyguard showed no intention of compensating for it. "Lu Zhao, damn Lu Zhao, it's all your fault. Why must you go around enticing women? You wretched scoundrel." Su Yuza huffed arrogantly, stomping his foot while tossing the remnants of his phone onto the ground once more. Seeing this, the other boys hurriedly gathered around, eager to console the emotionally unstable Su Yuza. However, just as they prepared to speak, the woman sitting in the driver's seat of the BMW, adorned with earrings, suddenly interjected. Her voice was somewhat husky, even trembling slightly, as she uttered in a daze, "I recorded that video as well." Upon hearing those words, Su Yuza's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. It turned out that the woman had initially intended to join in the commotion. But who could have anticipated that the other party would be so fierce, clearly a skilled fighter? She was not a fool. She wouldn't step in to defend one of her suitors only to be beaten up, but at least she had captured the moment on video. At that moment, Su Yuza gazed at the recorded footage, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Ha, dare to provoke me, Su Yuza? I don't care who you are. I will make you pay." Meanwhile, Lu Zhao was resting his forehead in his hand, occasionally sighing. "Sir, what troubles you?" the female bodyguard inquired. "It's nothing. Just a lot on my plate lately, quite bothersome," Lu Zhao replied. Yet, what truly occupied his mind was the certainty that the fellow would not let this matter rest. Upon returning to school, he would likely be inundated with a multitude of chaotic issues. Thankfully, there was no video recording, otherwise, with one of her offhand remarks, he would undoubtedly find himself embroiled in a series of outrageous rumors. While Lu Zhao pondered these thoughts, the female bodyguard spoke again. "Sir, if you're feeling overwhelmed, perhaps you could take a honeymoon trip with the boss to unwind." Another bodyguard chimed in, "Indeed. Sir, the boss has plenty of free time now. Let her foot the bill. Indulge yourself, and your troubles might significantly diminish." Listening to their words, Lu Zhao sensed an underlying motive, though he couldn't quite discern what they were attempting to convey. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting I should compromise with Su Qinghan?" Lu Zhao asked. In response to Lu Zhao's inquiry, the two female bodyguards exchanged glances, seemingly hesitant. After a considerable pause, one of them finally spoke, her words faltered, as if difficult to articulate. However, under Lu Zhao's scrutinizing gaze, she mustered her resolve and continued, "Sir, we don't wish to keep anything from you. Let us be frank. Your relationship with the boss is of utmost importance to our Su Corporation. As long as you and the boss maintain a harmonious connection, our company will face no issues. But should you part ways with her, she may revert to her former tyrannical self." Lu Zhao found himself increasingly perplexed by this revelation. What on earth were they implying? He was merely an inconsequential man, differing from other boys in temperament. How could he possibly be the linchpin for the Su Corporation's survival? Before he could pose further questions, the vehicle had already entered the Su family's villa compound. The butler hurriedly approached as soon as he spotted the car's arrival. "Young master, you finally returned. Please follow me." As soon as the vehicle halted, the butler opened the door with an anxious expression. Without hesitation, Lu Zhao followed the butler swiftly into Su Qinghan's study. Upon entering, he found Su Qinghan languidly slumped on the floor, her expression one of utter desolation, as if her soul had departed. Alas! Observing Su Qinghan, who was thoroughly intoxicated, Lu Zhao sighed in resignation. "Aunt Yi, please lend me a hand. I'll take her back to her room." No sooner had he spoken than he moved to assist her. Yet, the moment Lu Zhao made contact with Su Qinghan, something triggered within her. Suddenly, she pulled him into her embrace, her nose deeply embedded in the crook of his neck. "Ah, my little rogue has returned." Hearing Su Qinghan's breathy whisper sent Lu Zhao's heart racing, his throat drying as he involuntarily swallowed hard. However, recalling her identity as a detestable capitalist, he swiftly regained his composure, striving to keep his tone neutral. "You're drunk. Let me help you back to your room to rest." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Zhao signaled to the butler to assist him. The butler, understanding the cue, hurriedly stepped forward to take one of Su Qinghan's arms, helping Lu Zhao lift her. As they helped her up, her face remained firmly pressed against Lu Zhao's head, as though glued in place, showing no inclination to detach. Not only that, she seemed to revel in inhaling the air around him, a sly smile gracing her lips that hinted at her sense of triumph. Lu Zhao, unfazed by her actions, suppressed the urge to push her away and continued to aid the butler in escorting her to the room. Upon entering the room, the butler released her and prepared to exit. But just then, Su Qinghan's arms locked around Lu Zhao, and she flopped onto the bed without relinquishing her grip. "What are you doing?" Lu Zhao exclaimed, momentarily bewildered. He attempted to extricate himself from Su Qinghan's hold, only to discover her surprising strength made escape impossible. Observing this scene, the butler dared not linger any longer. "Young master, you two should get some rest. I shall take my leave." With that, she swiftly exited the room, leaving Lu Zhao and Su Qinghan alone. Gazing at the closed door, Lu Zhao suddenly comprehended the situation. "Oh no, I've fallen into a trap." At that very moment, the intoxicating scent of alcohol surrounding Su Qinghan began to dissipate as she slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes glimmered with a cunning light, akin to a hunter reveling in the triumph of ensnaring its prey. The corners of Su Qinghan's lips curled into a smile that was both enchanting and laced with a hint of danger. In the next second, Su Qinghan lunged forward, pinning Lu Zhao beneath her, possessively declaring, "Little rascal, it's time for bed." Lu Zhao was utterly unprepared for this turn of events, his body firmly pinned down, leaving him utterly immobilized. His heart raced, and his mind whirled as he pondered the implications of being overpowered in such a manner. "Wait, today is rather inconvenient for me. I've got my period. Can't we?" Lu Zhao attempted to plead, clinging to a sliver of hope. However, Su Qinghan seemed entirely disinclined to relent. Her hands began to roam indiscreetly over Lu Zhao's body, causing involuntary shivers to run through him. "Then we shall engage in less activity tonight." "Lu Zhao, is this possible?" Soon, the room was filled with Lu Zhao's piercing screams. "Don't take off my pants." Early the next morning, Lu Zhao's biological clock prompted him to open his eyes at the designated time. Upon awakening, he was greeted by an exquisite visage. At that moment, Lu Zhao lay quietly in Su Qinghan's warm embrace, yet a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. Cautiously, he lifted the covers that enveloped him, intending to sneak a glance at the situation beneath. But what he saw startled him. Without a hint of suspense, it was an unobstructed view. Lu Zhao sighed helplessly, inwardly lamenting that he was ultimately no match for capital. Just as he was musing, a gentle kiss delicately graced his forehead. Accompanied by this sweet kiss, Su Qinghan's tender and handsome voice followed. "What are you sighing about so early in the morning?" Lu Zhao lifted his head, and his gaze fell upon Su Qinghan's face, which radiated happiness as she looked at him with a loving gaze filled with adoration. The thought of how this rascal had deceived him the previous night ignited a flame of anger within Lu Zhao, prompting him to speak with utmost seriousness. "You violated my will last night. Aren't you afraid I might take you to court and have you imprisoned for 3 years?" Lu Zhao believed he appeared quite furious. Yet in Su Qinghan's eyes, he was utterly adorable. She tightened her embrace around Lu Zhao, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered softly, "My husband, I shall sleep however I please. If anyone dares to object, I wouldn't hesitate to send them to their demise." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao felt no particular reaction. Instead, He pondered whether Su Qinghan had recently indulged in too many brainless dramas. Why did her speech sound so absurd? However, Lu Zhao did not allow this touch of tenderness to distract him from her attitude. Now was not the time for flirtation. He slightly distanced himself from Su Qinghan, stating matter-of-factly, "When shall we divorce?" As soon as the words left his lips, Su Qinghan's expression instantly morphed back to her usual icy demeanor. Her tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion as she retorted, "No divorce. Ah, you capitalists." Lu Zhao began to criticize the capitalists when there was a knock at the door. The butler's voice called from outside, "Miss. Young master, it is time to rise." Heeding the butler's reminder, Su Qinghan did not afford Lu Zhao the chance to continue. She cradled his face in her hands and kissed him fervently. Lu Zhao emitted a low groan. Su Qinghan's kiss was imbued with passion and dominance, as if she sought to claim him entirely. After a considerable time, Su Qinghan finally released Lu Zhao's lips, her own slightly swollen. Yet her eyes betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. She gazed at Lu Zhao, her originally delicate features now tinged with a faint blush from the fervor, her breath somewhat hurried. "I will never divorce you in this lifetime." Su Qinghan's voice was resolute and unwavering. "You will obediently be my man, Lu Zhao, without any distractions." With that, she turned away, deftly rising from the bed to arrange her clothing. As she approached the door, she glanced back at Lu Zhao, still reclining on the bed, exclaiming, "Hurry up and get up for breakfast." Meanwhile, Lu Zhao lay in a daze, his mind still reeling from the recent passionate kiss. His lips felt somewhat numb, and his chest grew tight from lack of oxygen. "This girl is trying to kill me." Chapter 36, Birthday Invitation. After a quick wash, Lu Zhao swiftly donned his attire and exited the room. Just as he reached the dining table, his gaze was captivated by Su Qinghan. She sat there, embodying grace and poise as she enjoyed her breakfast. Observing her, Lu Zhao couldn't help but express a hint of disdain, murmuring, "Hypocrite." However, upon taking his seat, he unexpectedly discovered an exquisitely crafted invitation. "What is this?" Lu Zhao curiously picked up the envelope, scrutinizing the lettering, and inquired with intrigue. Before he could finish, Su Wanwan dashed out of her room. Her lips slightly pursed in displeasure. She hurried to Lu Zhao's side. Standing beside him, she declared with an air of pride, "Next week is my birthday. You must remember to attend." After speaking, she appeared somewhat bashful and quickly retreated to the opposite side of the table, sitting down with her head lowered, avoiding Lu Zhao's gaze. Watching Su Wanwan's antics, Lu Zhao felt a swell of helplessness. He inwardly sighed, recognizing that his daughter was quite remarkable in many aspects, though her character was overly proud, lacking the ability to express herself or act coyly. Nevertheless, he smiled and shook his head, gently opening the invitation in his hand. "Dear father, I sincerely invite you to my birthday banquet." After reading the invitation, Lu Zhao truly felt as though his daughter had matured into a little adult, devoid of any childlike whimsy. Yet he could not entirely blame her. Born into this family, excellence was inevitable, but her childhood had likely been filled with nothing but pressure. Setting the invitation down, Lu Zhao looked across the table at Su Wanwan and asked, "Wanwan, is there anything you wish for your birthday?" Upon hearing her father's question, Su Wanwan turned to glance at Su Qinghan. However, Su Qinghan's expression remained indifferent, her demeanor unchanged. After a moment's hesitation, Su Wanwan ultimately decided to respond to Lu Zhao. She softly replied, "Thank you, father. I don't particularly want anything special." Lu Zhao had anticipated this response from his daughter, pausing momentarily before letting out a resigned smile. "Very well, since Wanwan desires nothing, I shall refrain from gifting anything." With that, he picked up a piece of bread from the table and began to leave. Just then, Lu Zhao abruptly halted, silently raising his middle finger at Su Qinghan. Su Wanwan's eyes widened in shock as she watched Lu Zhao's retreating figure, her heart brimming with grievance and confusion. She never imagined her father would treat her so dismissively, lacking even a polite word. "Whoa, Daddy, why are you like this?" "I was just saying it casually. How could you really not gift anything?" Su Wanwan puffed her cheeks, looking disheartened as she stared into her bowl of congee. Despite feeling immense sadness, she could not express it outwardly. For Su Qinghan had taught her that girls must be strong. Tears should never be shed for the sake of pride. A good woman must not show weakness, lest she fail to attract men, and according to Su Qinghan, Lu Zhao favored strong-willed girls. Thus, Su Wanwan had to be even stronger than others. Just then, a shocking piece of news rapidly spread across the campus forum. A video allegedly showing Lu Zhao being kept by a wealthy woman had been leaked. Wow, he just arrived at school not long ago, and already he's been taken in by some rich lady? No way. I was just planning to be his protector. How could such a scandal arise so quickly? Indeed, the saying holds true. Handsome men are never virtuous. I had long suspected that he was not a person of integrity. The moment I first laid eyes on him, I sensed that he must be troubled. Such comments flooded the forum like a tidal wave, brimming with aggression and mindless vitriol. Even those who were merely passing by felt compelled to join the chorus of denunciation against Lu Zhao. While a few individuals raised doubts about the authenticity of the video, their voices were swiftly drowned out by a deluge of orchestrated remarks. In an instant, public opinion swung overwhelmingly, with nearly everyone deeming Lu Zhao a shameless, promiscuous man. Su Yuza, observing the incessant barrage of insults directed at Lu Zhao on his phone, felt a surge of satisfaction, a long-lost smile breaking across his face. Ha ha ha. This effect is quite splendid. It was worth every penny spent on those hired commenters. Lu Zhao, I shall see if, in your current degraded state, she will still harbor any affection for you. This is the consequence of provoking my ire. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao remained blissfully unaware that he had once again become a sensation on the forum. He was preoccupied with thoughts of what meaningful gifts he should procure for Su Qinghan. What a girl's fancy? Barbie dolls? Or perhaps little dresses? Yet, upon envisioning his little adult-like daughter, he was quite certain she would not appreciate such childish trinkets. Primarily, he had not hosted a birthday celebration for Su Qinghan in recent years. Perhaps Su Qinghan had recently revealed to the outside world that she had a husband. Thus, this birthday would serve as a fitting opportunity to formally introduce the heir of the Su Corporation. Surely, she would not unveil my identity to the public at Wanwan's birthday party, would she? Just as Lu Zhao was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt as if he had collided with a soft wall. He snapped back to reality, only to discover he had inadvertently crashed into a woman's embrace. Lu Zhao's face flushed crimson. His immediate impulse was to extricate himself from her hold. He hastily retreated, eager to escape this mortifying predicament. However, in his flustered retreat, his hand inadvertently brushed against the woman's bosom. In that fleeting moment, Lu Zhao felt as though he had touched a cloud of soft cotton, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. I'm so sorry, Lu Zhao stammered, his voice quivering with anxiety. He dared not meet the woman's gaze, bowing his head in a mask of contrition. Yet, to his bewilderment, the woman before him offered no response to his apology. Curiosity piqued. He lifted his head, and when he finally recognized the girl standing before him, he was nearly taken aback. It was none other than Annalisa. Before Lu Zhao could utter a word, Annalisa swiftly pulled him back into her embrace. Caught entirely off guard, Lu Zhao found himself enveloped tightly by her. What is happening? Lu Zhao was wedged between Annalisa's ample curves, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. Just as he began to feel overwhelmed, Annalisa softly instructed, "Stay still. I need to take a picture." Lu Zhao, huh? A picture. In the blink of an eye, a photo depicting Annalisa embracing Lu Zhao in a seemingly intimate manner appeared on her phone. She examined the relatively flattering image, letting out a sigh of relief before gently releasing Lu Zhao from her grasp. Lu Zhao stood there, utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the purpose behind Annalisa's recent actions. "Senior, what on earth are you doing?" he inquired, a hint of confusion coloring his voice. Upon seeing Lu Zhao's bewildered expression, Annalisa felt a surge of irritation. In an attempt to calm herself, she fished a lollipop from her pocket and quickly popped it into her mouth. As the candy gradually dissolved, a wave of sweetness spread across her tongue, soothing her emotions. After a moment, she puffed out her cheeks and skeptically asked Lu Zhao, "You really don't know what just happened?" Hearing this, Lu Zhao became even more bewildered. All he could recall was being tricked into sleeping by Su Qinghan the previous night. Beyond that, he truly could not think of anything else. Thus, he slowly shook his head, helplessly responding, "I genuinely don't know." Annalisa's frown deepened, her anxiety palpable as she exclaimed, "Oh no, a video of you riding in a luxury car last night was secretly filmed, and now it's gone viral on the campus forum, claiming you're being kept by some wealthy woman." The moment Lu Zhao heard this, his heart dropped. He instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. It was evident that Su Yuza, unwilling to accept defeat from the previous day, had orchestrated this scheme as retribution. However, Lu Zhao was perplexed by the fact that the phone had been smashed by a female bodyguard the day before. How could footage have emerged? This was a riddle he could not unravel. Before he could ponder further, Annalisa interjected, "Wait, I'm going to announce on social media that you're my boyfriend. And those people in the car were sent by me to pick you up. Remember that." Upon hearing Annalisa's words, Lu Zhao quickly realized the reason behind her desire to capture a close-up photo with him. It turned out she aimed to help clear his name. Understanding this, Lu Zhao smiled and said, "Thank you, senior. But this matter doesn't concern me much. I truly don't care about others' opinions of me." "But you will tarnish your reputation," Annalisa insisted, her expression serious as she pressed. What were you really doing last night? Can you tell me the truth? Lu Zhao felt a bit flustered by Annalisa's inquiry. It was indeed a challenging question to answer. Should he admit to being Su Qinghan's husband? He might not hold that title for long. Claiming to be the son of the Su family, dressed in such humble attire, he hardly resembled a man of wealth. As for why a luxury car had come to pick him up, it seemed the only plausible explanation was that he had been out engaging in illicit activities. Yet, Lu Zhao himself found it hard to believe that Su Qinghan genuinely intended to share a lifetime with him. The notion of achieving social mobility through marriage was pure fantasy. Only in novels could one encounter a wealthy heiress insistent on marrying him. In reality, he would suspect such a scenario was a trap. Thus, it seemed wiser not to divulge any details, sparing himself further complications. Observing Lu Zhao's hesitance to speak, Annalisa felt a bead of sweat form on her brow. However, considering Lu Zhao's background, she refrained from lecturing him further. Instead, she gently patted his shoulder, offering a soft reassurance. I know life can be tough, but please refrain from such actions in the future. Lu Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. He realized Annalisa must have misunderstood his late-night activities. Just as he attempted to clarify, Annalisa interrupted him once more. No need to explain. I can understand. Lu Zhao, you understand? Who asked you to be so understanding? As Annalisa's thoughts began to spiral out of control, Lu Zhao felt compelled to swiftly intervene, lest he be mistakenly perceived as a kept man by a wealthy woman. I truly appreciate your concern, Senior. I'm perfectly fine. Let them gossip as they wish. After all, I'm not interested in romance during my university years. My reputation is of no consequence to me, Lu Zhao declared with no hint of grievance. However, upon reflection, he realized that Su Yu's fabricated claims weren't entirely unfounded. He was indeed being supported by a wealthy benefactor. The only difference was that this arrangement was legitimate, fundamentally distinct from the common notion of being kept. Thus, Lu Zhao found himself at a loss for rebuttal. And if those girls were to discover how little self-respect he possessed, he would undoubtedly deter many potential admirers, relieving himself of numerous woes. In light of this, perhaps he ought to express gratitude toward that individual. Yet, Lu Zhao's heartfelt words were misconstrued by Annalisa. Senior, I'm truly fine. Our family is not affluent. What does a little innocence matter in the pursuit of wealth? I might as well perish. A vulnerable man standing before a formidable woman. So pitiful. And this weak man was quite handsome. Which woman could withstand such a sight? It was akin to a beautiful girl you knew lamenting her lack of funds for a meal. You might offer her $10 for lunch, only for her to reply, "Thank you, brother, but I only need $1 for a bun." A familiar, stunning girl. So considerate, so pitiable. Tell me, what man could possibly part with just $1 in such a context? If it were me, I would be inclined to shower her with generosity. Amidst these sentiments, as Annalisa contemplated nobly declaring, "I will turn," a gentle, cultured male voice unexpectedly echoed from a nearby corner. After years apart, have you truly sunk to the level of soliciting sympathy for money, Lu Zhao? At this, both Lu Zhao and Annalisa turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. It was a striking young man with short white hair, exuding an extraordinary aura. The moment Lu Zhao beheld him, his pupils involuntarily contracted. It was him. What brings you here? Have you forgotten me after all these years? With a teasing tone, the white-haired young man sauntered over to Lu Zhao, adopting an authentic catwalk. Gazing at the long-lost charming figure before him, Lu Zhao merely raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a half-smile, and responded with a dismissive huff. How could I not recognize the eldest son of the Bai family? However, just as Lu Zhao's words fell, the previously playful Bai Mo erupted into laughter, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Ha ha ha, Zhao Zhao, you remain as sharp-tongued as ever. This unexpected laughter did not ease Lu Zhao's vigilance. He furrowed his brows, inwardly speculating, was this guy back to persuade me to divorce? Or did Aunt Su send him to replace me? Standing nearby, Annalisa observed everything with keen awareness. Sensing that Bai Mo's intentions were far from benign, she subtly stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Zhao. With a lollipop in her mouth, she appeared nonchalant as she delicately licked it, yet her gaze remained fixed on Bai Mo. In a seemingly casual tone, she asked Lu Zhao, "Darling, who is this? I don't recall you mentioning him." Although her tone was light, the underlying warning was unmistakable. She was signaling to Bai Mo that Lu Zhao was under her protection, and no one would dare to bully him. The moment those words escaped her lips, the confidence Lu Zhao had mustered crumbled in an instant. He felt as helpless as a child caught in the rain without an umbrella, drenched repeatedly by splashes from passing cars. "Senior, please stop talking. If you continue, you'll be the other woman. This guy knows I have a wife." "Oh, little beauty, Are you Lu Zhao's girlfriend? You truly have discerning taste, Bai Mo exclaimed, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Annalisa was taken aback, glancing at Lu Zhao, who wore an expression of embarrassment. Lu Zhao quickly tugged at Annalisa's sleeve, lowering his voice. Senior, you should leave now. I know this person. Annalisa, perceptive to Lu Zhao's intentions, felt a flicker of confusion but ultimately decided to heed his advice. After all, she trusted that he had his reasons. Hesitating for a moment, she finally asked, So, am I really leaving? Her gaze lingered on Lu Zhao, seemingly awaiting his final decision. Lu Zhao nodded earnestly, signaling her to depart swiftly. Acknowledging his gesture, Annalisa refrained from further discussion, giving Lu Zhao a look that conveyed, Call me if you need anything, before turning to leave. Leaving Lu Zhao and Bai Mo alone. Once Annalisa had truly departed, Lu Zhao let out a sigh of relief. He slowly turned his gaze to Bai Mo, his expression devoid of emotion as he said, Speak. What do you want? If it's about persuading me to divorce Su Qinghan, you ought to approach her instead, as the marriage certificate is in her possession. With that, Lu Zhao turned to walk away, wishing to avoid entangling himself further with Bai Mo. Yet, just as he spun around, Bai Mo suddenly grasped his arm, wearing an innocuous expression, playfully chiding, Oh, Zhao Zhao, don't rush off. While I do have that intention upon my return, I hold you in high regard. In response to Bai Mo's actions and words, Lu Zhao felt no stirrings of emotion, even experiencing a twinge of aversion. He knew Bai Mo all too well. Once, as Su Qinghan's childhood friend, he had long coveted the status of her fiancé. But just as their families were about to announce their engagement, Su Qinghan unexpectedly revealed her marriage certificate with Lu Zhao to both families, delivering a resounding slap to Bai Mo's face. Bai Mo's animosity toward Lu Zhao had reached a boiling point, even igniting thoughts of wanting to eliminate him. However, with Su Qinghan's protection, no one dared to lay a finger on Lu Zhao. To escape the sight of Su Qinghan and Lu Zhao together, Bai Mo resolutely chose to study abroad, a decision that kept him away for 4 long years. During this extensive period, he distanced himself from the place that had caused him immense pain, attempting to heal his inner wounds with time and distance. Then one day, Bai Mo received shocking news. Lu Zhao intended to divorce Su Qinghan. This revelation was like a beacon of hope for Bai Mo, illuminating a possible path forward. Additionally, Su Lingxi had always treated Bai Mo as her own son, which made him feel he had more opportunities. Without hesitation, he resolved to return home to pursue the person he had long desired, initially intending to confront Lu Zhao directly to ascertain his stance. It now appeared that the rumors were indeed true. Come on, I am merely an ordinary person, incapable of capturing the attention of you capitalists. If your intention is to persuade me to divorce, then let me assure you, I have long desired to part ways. You merely need to secure that man's consent. With that said, Lu Zhao ruthlessly pried away the hand that Bai Mo had tightly clutched around him. Well aware of the cunning and machinations employed by capitalists, Lu Zhao remained perpetually vigilant, fully cognizant that a moment's carelessness could lead him into their meticulously laid traps. Therefore, he maintained a resolute distance from such individuals, never allowing them to encroach upon his personal space. Upon hearing Lu Zhao's words, Bai Mo became increasingly convinced that his return was indeed fortuitous. With a hint of skepticism, he inquired, If you truly wish for a divorce, then tell me, what does Su Wanwan enjoy? I intend to give her something for her birthday next week. This question prompted Lu Zhao to reflect. Despite Su Wanwan rarely even addressing him as father, she remained his biological daughter, and a gift was certainly in order. However, what she genuinely liked remained a mystery even to him. At that moment, a perplexing thought crossed Lu Zhao's mind. It seems Su Wanwan had an inclination towards men. Tentatively, he remarked, Wanwan appears to have a fondness for men. The moment the words escaped his lips, Bai Mo was left in utter astonishment. He had anticipated that, as the child of Su Qinghan, Su Wanwan would undoubtedly be exceptional and harbor an interest in power and wealth. Bai Mo had even contemplated bestowing a sum of 500 million as a birthday gift, intending it to serve as initial capital for her future endeavors. Yet, Lu Zhao's assertion that such a young child was enamored with men, not Barbies or diamond necklaces, left him questioning whether Lu Zhao was merely fabricating a rationale. With a dismissive scoff, Bai Mo coldly retorted, Lu Zhao, even if you are reluctant to divulge the truth, at least concoct a more plausible excuse. How could you possibly conceive such an absurd explanation? Observing Bai Mo's sudden change in demeanor, Lu Zhao couldn't help but sigh internally. Ah, this is the character I recognize. Ever the dramatist. However, Lu Zhao was not deceiving. This insight had been gleaned from years of observation. Su Wanwan had shown little interest in toys. but her eyes sparkled when discussing what types of women might attract boys during her conversations with Su Qinghan. Thus, Lu Zhao deduced that Wanwan was disinterested in material possessions. As she already had everything she desired, human nature is drawn to that which is unattainable. Though Su Wanwan was but a child, affection knows no bounds of age. Faced with Bai Mo's disbelief, Lu Zhao could only shrug, raising his eyebrows in a gesture of indifference. Believe what you will. Bai Mo, did he just dare to insult me? Chapter 39. A meeting on the rooftop. With that, Lu Zhao dismissed any further thoughts from Bai Mo and turned to leave. Bai Mo stood rooted in place, trembling with indignation. It had been years since anyone had spoken to him with such disdain. Lu Zhao's immediate derision was infuriating. This individual exhibited absolutely no decorum. Bai Mo muttered to himself, reflecting on how Su Qinghan could ever have fallen for someone like him. However, just as Bai Mo's frustration escalated, he suddenly recalled the messages from the forum on his phone. Hastily, he retrieved his device, opened the forum, and the anger on his face was swiftly replaced by a grin. Look at these scandals surrounding Lu Zhao. If Su Qinghan were to discover his rampant flirtations and the multitude of rumored girlfriends at school, would she still steadfastly choose him? Bai Mo chuckled triumphantly, envisioning Lu Zhao's impending disgrace at the hands of the Su family. Su Qinghan is mine. Lu Zhao, prepare to be ousted from the Su household. Meanwhile, within an office at Tiandu University, Murong Xiyu glared at her phone screen, her expression darkened. Displayed was a forum post suggesting that Lu Zhao was being kept by someone. Frowning deeply, her hands clenched into fists as she struggled to contain her simmering anger. Murong Xiyu inhaled sharply and articulated, "So, what exactly has he been up to?" Her voice betrayed a mixture of confusion and disappointment. Observing her distress, Lu Jingxian rose and approached Murong Xiyu, offering words of comfort. "I doubt it's related to anything salacious. Don't be too upset. My instincts tell me Lu Zhao isn't the type to sell himself." Lu Jingxuan's reassurances managed to quell Murong Xiyu's agitation slightly, and she nodded in agreement. "You're right. I, too, believe he would never stoop to such actions. However, the priority now is to dispel these rumors. We cannot allow them to proliferate." Lu Jingxian nodded, stating, "Erasing these posts shouldn't be too challenging. After all, our student council has the authority to manage this webpage directly. We can simply delete them. Yes, I am eager to call him and inquire about his whereabouts last night. Why was he picked up in a luxury car?" Murong Xiyu exclaimed, striking her fist against the table, her voice icy. "The man I, Murong Xiyu, have taken a liking to is not someone any other woman can so easily lay claim to." As her friend grew increasingly agitated, Lu Jingxian hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge the explosive news she had just come across. It appeared that Annalisia had publicly declared her relationship with Lu Zhao on social media, accompanying the announcement with several intimate photographs. The images depicted Lu Zhao in a tight embrace, his face almost obscured. Lu Jingxian thought, if I reveal this now, wouldn't our earlier confident assertions render us foolish? However, upon further reflection, if they could think to delete posts to protect Lu Zhao's reputation, surely Annalisia could leverage her announcement to safeguard him as well. Truly, both were formidable adversaries. Yet, Annalisia's maneuver proved superior. She not only preserved Lu Zhao's reputation, but also drew closer to him. An impressive tactic? As Lu Jingxian pondered this, Murong Xiyu stealthily approached from behind. More troubling was that Murong Xiyu caught sight of Lu Jingxuan's unlocked phone screen, which prominently displayed the announcement of Annalisia and Lu Zhao's relationship. How intriguing. Quite amusing. Is this a declaration of war against me? Murong Xiyu's voice echoed in Lu Jingxuan's ears, laced with unbridled fury and scorn, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Heaven forbid I discover that she was out with Lu Zhao yesterday. Otherwise, I shall scatter her ashes. As soon as the words left her lips, Murong Xiyu stormed out, leaving Lu Jingxian uncertain of her destination. Meanwhile, the campus forum buzzed once more with activity due to the unfolding events. What on earth? Just moments ago, it was rumored that Lu Zhao was being kept, and now Annalisia has made an announcement. Is this what they call true love? A trending post quickly captivated the attention of numerous students, who eagerly chimed in with their comments. I knew it. Lu Zhao is definitely not that kind of person. I saw it in his eyes from the very first moment. Indeed, I maintain that my discernment has never faltered. Otherwise, how could I have chosen to be his guardian? Oh, how splendidly suited these two are. Their elegance and charm truly complement each other. Those who previously harbored doubts about Lu Zhao found themselves swayed by the recent posts and photographs, like fickle leaves caught in the wind. Now, leaning towards the belief in Lu Zhao's innocence. The power of public opinion is indeed formidable within mere hours. Lu Zhao transformed from a pariah into an object of envy for all, while discussions about the romance between Lu Zhao and Annalisa continued to swirl. Another voice erupted in the comment section. What is happening? All the posts alleging that Lu Zhao was being kept have vanished. Truly, what could this mean? Has the Annalisa family intervened to quell the matter? Ah, no wonder they call her Senior Annalisa, the vibrant blossom of our Tiandu University. Even love blooms with such fervor. Simultaneously, the aloof beauty, Murong Shiyu, was editing her own post on her phone, yearning to announce her relationship like Annalisa. Yet, reason ultimately prevailed, and she deleted her carefully crafted message. Seated in a quiet corner of the rooftop, she felt the tumult of the wind, struggling to comprehend her own emotions. Was it failure? Or perhaps it was the realization that she had truly developed feelings for Lu Zhao. Although she often appeared aloof, in unfamiliar company, she bore the weight of an idol's facade and was a perfectionist at heart. This earned her the title of the High Cold Flower, a distinction she once wore with pride, but now it plunged her into confusion. What exactly was this indescribable feeling? Why did her emotions spiral out of control upon learning of Lu Zhao's intimacy with another girl? Love at first sight? Even Murong Shiyu found this notion hard to believe. For her attraction to Lu Zhao was not merely superficial. In her mental turmoil, she was suddenly startled by the sound of footsteps approaching from a hallway. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing the sound, Murong Shiyu quickly composed her expression, reluctant to reveal her vulnerable side to unfamiliar faces. The footsteps drew nearer, and a figure materialized before her. Lu Zhao, what brings you here? Upon seeing Murong Shiyu, Lu Zhao's expression mirrored her shock. Shouldn't I be the one asking that? Who in their right mind would come to the rooftop in broad daylight? Murong Shiyu remained silent, retreating into her thoughts as she sat on the ground. Observing her, Lu Zhao chuckled softly, remarking, has this girl suffered some sort of shock? Today's youth truly cannot withstand pressure. He then approached Murong Shiyu, offering her a bottle of beer he had just purchased, saying, drink up, consider it my treat. Intent on adopting the role of the wise mentor like a character from a drama, he cracked open a can of beer, preparing to indulge in a profound conversation. Just as he was about to take a swig, Murong Shiyu stunned him with a question. Are you really dating Annalisa? Lu Zhao. Chapter 40. A sudden confession. The beer that Lu Zhao had just sipped erupted from his mouth the moment Murong Shiyu's words registered. Puffed. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Murong Shiyu. What on earth? Who told you I was dating her? Unfazed, Murong Shiyu retrieved her phone from her pocket, opened Annalisa's post, and presented it to Lu Zhao, stating, she just announced your relationship in her post today. At first glance, Lu Zhao realized that Annalisa had disregarded his wishes and shared that photograph. Moreover, she publicly declared him to be her boyfriend. If this reached Su Qinghan's ears, she would surely tear him to shreds. Ew. Witnessing Lu Zhao's astonishment, Murong Shiyu understood that he was not in a relationship with Annalisa, though she had initially suspected it was false. The photograph of Lu Zhao cradled in Annalisa's embrace was undeniably real. If that luxury car from yesterday was not sent by Annalisa, where had Lu Zhao truly been? As Murong Shiyu pondered these questions, Lu Zhao took a deep breath, settling beside her with a relaxed demeanor. Sipping from his beer, he spoke slowly. I am not in a relationship with her. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that. Before Lu Zhao could finish, Murong Shiyu immediately pressed. Where were you last night? Her voice carried a hint of agitation, akin to a girlfriend interrogating her partner. This left Lu Zhao somewhat bewildered. He was not her boyfriend. Yet her fervor suggested otherwise. He had been troubled lately, and he had not yet formulated an explanation for his whereabouts. Nor did he feel obliged to report to her. After a moment's contemplation, he retorted bluntly, my whereabouts last night hardly concern you. Do they? The words struck Murong Shiyu like a heavy blow, draining her of energy. The excitement that had once surged within her dissipated completely, leaving her unusually calm, as if she had deflated like a balloon. Lu Zhao offered no comfort. After all, this was merely a consequence of her own arrogance. To assume someone she barely knew was her boyfriend was a display of youthful hubris. And if no one tempered her enthusiasm, such a promising individual would surely falter. For the remainder of the time, Lu Zhao sat quietly beside her, contemplating how to manage recent events. After a while, she slowly raised her beer, taking a small sip. The refreshing liquid slid down her throat, imparting a slight buzz. The corners of Murong Shiyu's mouth lifted in a faint smile, as if a knot within her heart had been untied. You are right, she murmured, her voice tinged with relief. It seems this is the first time I've faced an emotional dilemma, and I truly have no idea how to handle it calmly. I apologize. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao tilted his head slightly, his gaze landing on Murong Shiyu. A playful smile graced his lips as he teased. Oh, I expected you to act like a domineering character from a soap opera, gripping my chin and declaring you are mine, but it appears you still have some hope." Amused by Lu Zhao's jest, Murong Xiu did not take offense. Instead, she seemed to open up, speaking earnestly. "You are the first to resist me so fiercely and dare to confront me directly. Perhaps it is this uniqueness that sets you apart from other boys." Lu Zhao remained silent, continuing to sip his beer, internally scoffing, "Of course. I am a real man. I cannot be compared to those delicate boys." Meanwhile, Murong Xiu continued to express herself, her gaze fixed on the azure sky, reflecting thoughtfully, "I am not a frivolous girl. I approach everything with utmost dedication. In any competition, I strive relentlessly for first place. Throughout my life, anything I truly desired has never eluded me." Lu Zhao listened to Murong Xiu's words, slightly pursing his lips, suppressing the smile that threatened to break across his face, for he had a fair inkling of what this fellow was about to articulate. Nevertheless, his tone feigned indifference as he replied, "Oh, is that so? That may not necessarily be the case. Even if it is someone you cherish, it doesn't guarantee that things will unfold as you desire, does it?" Murong Xiu turned her head, locking her gaze onto Lu Zhao's eyes, her expression resolute as she countered, "I cannot say. However, as long as it is something I yearn for, I shall undoubtedly strive to attain it. And I believe that I will succeed." Upon witnessing her fervor, Lu Zhao felt a tightening in his toes. Although he anticipated such an awkward scenario, he found himself drawn to the desire to experience it firsthand. It must be said, it was indeed quite embarrassing. To mitigate the impending awkwardness, Lu Zhao was about to caution Murong Xiu against continuing when he saw her slowly rise from her seat. That Annalisa is quite the flirt, engaging in ambiguous interactions with countless young men behind the scenes, so do not be deceived by her facade. She is merely fickle in her affections. Murong Xiu seemed to assume the role of a romantic advisor, guiding Lu Zhao on how to discern a heartbreaker, gradually steering the conversation toward herself. How intriguing. Could this be considered a subtle dagger thrust at a rival? Would she soon profess her unwavering loyalty and deep affection for him? Is this how modern youth experience love? Lu Zhao mused silently as he gazed up at Murong Xiu. At that moment, she seemed to be possessed by the spirit of a heartbreaker, her eyes shimmering like galaxies as she addressed Lu Zhao softly. "Thank you for the beer. I shall take my leave now." "Huh?" Lu Zhao uttered in confusion. Is this truly how the script unfolds? Does she not intend to say anything further? Observing Murong Xiu's silhouette as she sauntered toward the staircase, Lu Zhao could not help but click his tongue. Thank goodness. If this confident lady were to confess to me, it would undoubtedly be more awkward than shattering a pane of glass. This exit is rather favorable. Just as Lu Zhao was reflecting on this, Murong Xiu halted at the threshold of the staircase, turning around with unwavering determination in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she called out loudly, "Lu Zhao, may I pursue you?" Chapter 41. An Invitation. Upon hearing Murong Xiu's bold declaration, Lu Zhao felt a strange sense of normalcy wash over him. This indicated that his instincts had not betrayed him. Faced with the confession from the aloof flower of Tiandu University, he felt no particular stirrings within himself, merely raising the empty beer can in his hand and proclaiming loudly, "Not interested." Murong Xiu, as though anticipating his response, wore a smile of satisfaction before descending the stairs, her footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Time flew by swiftly, the sky gradually enveloped in a dusky hue, as if nature itself had drawn a curtain on the day. The soft glow of the setting sun bathed the campus of Tiandu University, draping everything in a golden veil that elicited a sense of joy within the heart. Alone on the rooftop, Lu Zhao had been indulging in beer for quite some time. He sat there in solitude, his gaze drifting towards the horizon, captivated by the serene and exquisite scenery. The sounds of students below erupted in boisterous laughter, emblematic of youthful vitality, starkly contrasting with his current state of mind. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Lu Zhao suddenly felt a considerable alleviation of his inner anxiety. He inhaled deeply, savoring the warmth of the sunset on his face, as if all his troubles had dissipated into the ether. Sigh. Lu Zhao exhaled softly, pondering the futility of overthinking. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. One must merely face it as it comes. At worst, it would simply be a matter of life and death. Life is short. To find joy in a single day is a blessing. He murmured to himself, his tone laced with resignation and acceptance. With that, Lu Zhao slowly rose to his feet, beginning to gather the scattered beer cans around him. His movements were somewhat sluggish, perhaps influenced by the alcohol, rendering his steps a tad unsteady. Nonetheless, he endeavored to maintain his balance, inching toward the dormitory. Meanwhile, within the confines of Lu Zhao's dorm room, Chun Mo was fervently scrolling through the campus forum, occasionally erupting into fits of excitement. Ah, how can it be so sweet? What is the charm of Zhao Bao that even the hottest flower of Tiandu University stands up for him? His exuberance shattered the quietude of the dorm, startling Han Dong, who nearly dropped his book in surprise. Han Dong cast a resigned glance at Chun Mo before returning to his reading, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses as he murmured, "Indeed. Yet, what is more telling is that those previous disparaging posts about Zhao have mysteriously vanished. Perhaps that student council president has intervened." Upon hearing Han Dong's words, Chun Mo leaped up in excitement, rushing to Han Dong's side, exclaiming, "Is that true? Did Senior Morong also come to his aid? Wow, if I were in his shoes. With two stunning campus flowers defending me, I wouldn't mind being called a kept man." Observing Chun Mo's fervent enthusiasm, Han Dong felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. "Aren't you infatuated with that council president? Why are you so thrilled to see someone you like standing up for another?" Chun Mo shrugged in response. "Liking someone doesn't preclude me from enjoying the romance of others. I'd rather watch others fall in love than pursue my own." Han Dong found himself even more bewildered by Chun Mo's logic. It was clear he yearned for romantic companionship, yet was content to witness his crush engage with other suitors. The workings of his mind were utterly perplexing to Han Dong, who, in his view, only sought knowledge and admired those who possessed it. Just then, the dormitory door creaked open, revealing Lu Zhao, whose presence silenced the previously raucous atmosphere. "I'm back." Lu Zhao's voice was low. He had anticipated the warm reception would be lacking, so he refrained from displaying enthusiasm. However, the next moment, the response from Chun Mo and the others left him utterly astonished. Chun Mo leapt into Lu Zhao's embrace, squeezing him tightly while chattering incessantly. "Zhao Bao, you're finally back. I missed you to death. Tell me, which hand was Senior Anna holding?" Taken aback by Chun Mo's sudden display of affection, Lu Zhao stared at him in shock, regaining his composure after a moment to stammer. "Huh? Don't you think being kept is a rather shameful affair?" Han Dong, seated nearby, wore a gentle smile, as if he possessed unwavering faith in Lu Zhao's character. He gently adjusted his glasses, replying, "How could you ever agree to being kept? The moment I laid eyes on those rumors, I knew they were fabricated." At that moment, Li Rue, still groggy from sleep, sluggishly emerged from his bed, rubbing his eyes and murmuring, "Huh? Kept? What do you mean by that?" As he moved, his muscular frame became visible beneath his covers. Lu Zhao gazed at his good friends in the dormitory, feeling a weight lift from his heart. In this world, it is often easy for boys to form cliques, isolating those who do not fit in, and engage in backbiting, creating an atmosphere of suffocation. Now, his roommates embraced him so warmly that amidst the myriad of worries, he could still feel a flicker of warmth. After some casual banter, Chun Mo's phone unexpectedly rang. Noticing it was his father calling, he saw no need to conceal it from Lu Zhao and the others, so he answered on speakerphone. "Hello, dear Dad, what brings you to call?" Lu Zhao thought to himself, "If my roommate were to address my father, I would surely take advantage of it. But perhaps, let's refrain from that." On the other end, Chen's father quickly responded, "Hello, my darling. Remember to take a day off next Wednesday. Your father is taking you to an incredibly important gala." "What gala?" Chen Mo queried. "It's a birthday celebration for Mr. Su's daughter. This is an extraordinary opportunity. The event will be graced by elites from society, and there might be numerous collaboration prospects. Who knows, there could even be some romantic interest to pursue." Chun Mo grew increasingly excited as he listened, while Lu Zhao's anxiety intensified. Wasn't it just a simple birthday party? Why were all the notable figures from society invited? What was that guy scheming now? Chapter 42. The Conspiracy Within the Old Residence. After hanging up, Chun Mo appeared electrified, as if he had stumbled upon some sensational scoop. "Wow, this is explosive. That business tycoon just admitted to having a husband. And now it's revealed he has a nearly 4-year-old daughter." This news had just broken half an hour prior, and within that brief span, it had soared to the trending charts, becoming a hot topic of discussion. Chun Mo eagerly opened his phone, eager to delve deeper. When he saw the little girl's photo on the trending list, he was instantly captivated. The girl in the picture exuded an extraordinary charm, with an adorable visage and sparkling eyes that radiated an innate aura of privilege. Chun Mo fixated on the screen for quite some time before snapping back to reality, exclaiming, "Wow, what a stunning beauty. Her looks are absolutely out of this world. How can someone be so remarkably attractive? It must be the genes." Lu Zhao, overhearing Chun Mo's astonished tone, mused to himself, "Is it really that exaggerated?" He refrained from clicking on the post, and instead opened an app to purchase some craft supplies, intending to make something for Su Qinghan. Although the little one was rather indifferent towards him, she was still his biological daughter. A meaningful gift was essential. At that moment, Chun Mo stealthily approached Lu Zhao from behind like a phantom. He then leaned in and whispered, "Zhao Bao, why don't you take a look at that little lady from the Su family? She is truly stunning." Hearing Chun Mo's words, Lu Zhao found himself both amused and exasperated. Internally, he thought, I see that little one every day. If I wanted to see her, I could just go home. Why do I need to look at her on my phone? However, he couldn't voice this sentiment, as his relationship with Su Qinghan was best kept under wraps for now. With a faint smile of resignation, he replied, "Oh, I was just buying something." "Which girl are you talking about? Let me have a look." Chen Mo, sensing an opportunity, immediately perked up and eagerly thrust his phone into Lu Zhao's hands, exclaiming, "It's this one. Look, she is incredibly beautiful." Lu Zhao took the phone and quickly spotted the photo and the title on the screen. Beneath the iron fist lies tenderness? The next helmsman of the Su group. Tenderness? What nonsense! Lu Zhao silently cursed, feeling exasperated with the media for their lack of integrity. Where was the tenderness in her demeanor? Within the old residence of the Su family, Su Lingxi reclined languidly on a chaise, gently swaying a fan. Yet, the tranquility of her countenance was marred by a hint of gravity. The birthday celebration for her precious granddaughter was approaching, and this time, Su Qinghan would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to publicly announce her connection with Lu Zhao. If she failed to capitalize on this occasion, then the old woman feared she would be powerless to intervene, as the reins of influence no longer rested in her hands. Su Lingxi's words held a trace of resignation. Standing before her, Bai Mo wore an expression of anxiety. "Aunt, is there truly no way out? Moreover, introducing such a son-in-law without any background or influence at the birthday gala will invite a deluge of gossip for the Su family. Has she not considered any of this?" Su Lingxi shook her head with a sigh, responding softly, "While idle chatter is inevitable, what of it? In the grand scheme of the Su group, such matters are inconsequential. She is, after all, the wealthiest individual globally, wielding power in both the business and underworld realms. With a mere flick of her wrist, what is there that she cannot accomplish?" Upon hearing this, Bai Mo's spirit deflated and tears welled in his eyes. His lips quivered with a sense of grievance as he choked out, "Why? She was clearly my fiancée, yet she suddenly became someone else's wife." His tone was laden with pain and bitterness, evoking sympathy in those who listened. Observing Bai Mo's discontent, Su Lingxi felt helpless. She had watched him grow up, considering him as her own son, and if it were possible, she would have wished for an alliance between their families. The benefits of such a union would be immense. The larger the vessel, the steadier its sails. Should their families truly merge, it would be all the more secure. No merchant would ever disdain the probability of victory being too high. With this thought, Su Lingxi pondered that perhaps she should grant the boy an opportunity to fight for his love. Slowly rising from her seat, she approached Bai Mo. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, "On the day of the gala, try to stay as close to Su Qinghan as possible. It will be best if you remain by her side. I will do everything in my power to assist you, creating more opportunities for you to interact with her. This way, the media will capture more moments of you two together, and considering the previous engagement between the families, it will be easier for people to draw connections." Pausing briefly, Su Lingxi continued, "Moreover, regarding Lu Zhao, he has decided to divorce Su Qinghan. However, she is unlikely to let go easily. If you could uncover some dirt on him, such as evidence of infidelity, or catch him in a compromising situation, and present it to Su Qinghan." Before she could finish, Su Lingxi gave Bai Mo a meaningful glance, as if hinting at deeper implications. Then, she gently patted his shoulder, as if to encourage him, before turning and departing the room. The moment Su Lingxi exited, Bai Mo, who had previously appeared despondent, suddenly lit up with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. It was as if he had glimpsed a ray of possibility in the darkness. He murmured to himself, "Yes, I still have a chance. A woman as wonderful as Henin. How could I so easily let her go? I absolutely cannot allow her to be taken by someone else." The more he contemplated, the more agitated he became, his voice involuntarily rising in pitch. "She is mine. She is mine. Ha ha ha." He then pulled out his phone, arranging for some documents to be sent out, before dialing another number. After a series of beeping sounds, the moment the call was connected, Bai Mo eagerly exclaimed, "Do you have any new products over there? Ideally, something colorless and tasteless, and ultimately untraceable." "Yes, that's right. Money is no object. Hurry up." Chapter 43. The Peculiar Miss Chun. The past few days have passed in an unusually tranquil manner, devoid of any gossip or undue attention. Everything felt so serene, as if they had genuinely entered a period of calm. During this time, Lu Zhao had been sequestered in his dormitory, diligently sewing something. His movements were imbued with utmost seriousness, with each stitch reflecting his meticulousness. However, due to his lack of proficiency, he would occasionally prick his fingers with the needle, causing him to wince in pain. Although I've learned a bit before, it remains quite challenging to execute well. Lu Zhao muttered to himself as he sat in his place. Nevertheless, he did not relent, remaining fully engrossed in his task. I shall visit the temple in a few days to pray for a talisman for her, Lu Zhao mused, hoping that this small talisman would bring her a measure of luck and peace. Just as Lu Zhao was engrossed in his sewing, he suddenly felt as though he had forgotten something significant. The sensation grew increasingly intense, rendering him somewhat restless. What could it be? Furrowing his brow, Lu Zhao pondered deeply. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall that elusive memory. At that moment, Han Dong appeared before him, sporting a backpack and seemingly prepared to head out. Hey, are you going out? Lu Zhao casually inquired upon spotting Han Dong. Indeed. Were you not aware that you were supposed to go today? Han Dong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Why am I supposed to go out today? Lu Zhao replied, his expression one of bewilderment, seemingly oblivious to any plans requiring his departure. Observing Lu Zhao's dazed demeanor, Han Dong reminded him, your tutoring session. Surely, you haven't forgotten even that? Upon hearing the term tutoring, a flash of realization ignited in Lu Zhao's mind, as if awakening from a dream. Right? Today is Saturday. I have to tutor someone in biology. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhao sprang up from his chair as if ignited by flames, hastily gathering his belongings. As he tidied up, he inwardly chastised himself for being so preoccupied with preparing gifts for Su Qinghan that he had entirely forgotten about his own living expenses. Meanwhile, within the Chun estate, tranquility reigned, interrupted only by a stunning young lady who was fervently brandishing a yet-to-be sharpened sword. Though the blade was not yet honed, it was remarkably sharp, and in the next moment, it struck fiercely against the straw target before her. With a resounding crack, the once intact scarecrow was cleaved in two by the force of her blow. However, as she gazed upon the disfigured, pitiful remains of the straw figure, Chun Xiaoxiao's expression betrayed no hint of satisfaction. Rather, a flicker of discontent crossed her features. With a frown, she raised her delicate hand and plunged the sword into the scarecrow's head. Subsequently, a chilling smirk crept across her lips. Indeed, without witnessing blood, without seeing those young boys display terror before me, I cannot find any thrill. After uttering this, Chun Xiaoxiao turned her gaze with apparent impatience toward the butler, standing nearby, demanding, hey, what's taking that tutor so long to arrive? Is he too frightened to show up? In response to her inquiry, the butler glanced at his phone and informed her he should be arriving shortly. There is still some time left before a scheduled appointment. Acknowledging this, Chun Xiaoxiao merely nodded slightly and slowly made her way indoors. Her steps were heavy, as if the entire world were disconnected from her, with only the closed door serving as her sanctuary. The butler, meanwhile, silently observed her retreating figure, a deep sigh welling up within him. He recognized that this once obedient and charming girl had grown into someone rather unfamiliar. Perhaps it was the tumult of adolescence that fueled Chun Xiaoxiao's strong aversion to her parents' plans and the admonishments of those around her. This resistance had rendered her exceedingly restless, even cultivating a morbid fascination with bloodshed. Or perhaps she was genuinely afflicted by some mental ailment, resulting in increasingly erratic behavior and a propensity for cruelty. At times, she seemed like an entirely different person, alternately frenzied and indifferent. Yet, how did all of this transpire? Perhaps all the answers lay hidden behind a singular incident. Nevertheless, Chun Xiaoxiao was now impervious to anyone's counsel or reasoning, solely adhering to her whims. Even the doctors sent by her family found it impossible to approach her. Any attempt to do so would be met with vehement resistance, resulting in a barrage of blows. Moreover, even if the doctors recognized her mental instability, how could they voice such a truth? Who would wish to hear that their daughter was mentally ill? As the butler contemplated these matters, an abrupt phone ring shattered the silence. He quickly retrieved his phone, noticing it was a call from Lu Zhao. Hello, I have arrived at the gate. Could you kindly let me in? Lu Zhao's voice resonated clearly through the receiver. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment. I shall be right there. Before long, the butler escorted Lu Zhao into the Chun estate. Upon observing the disheveled straw figure strewn about, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, Does someone here practice swordsmanship? Yet, in the next instant, Lu Zhao's attention was drawn to the sword embedded in the scarecrow's head, and he recalled the family's peculiar tutoring conditions. A rather unsettling thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. No, I can't possibly end up as mere pieces for dissection later. The butler, having noted the change in Lu Zhao's expression, promptly reassured him, no need to worry, young Lu. The Chun family has not descended to such depths as to lure individuals in for dismemberment. Our young lady is merely—" Before he could finish, Chen Xiaoxiao's eyes appeared through the crack of the door, fixating on the approaching Lu Zhao with an unsettling gaze, murmuring excitedly, "What a handsome boy. Even more striking than in the photographs. The expressions he LL display later will undoubtedly be quite entertaining. Hee hee." Chapter 44. The Trap. Witnessing this scene, it was not only Lu Zhao who felt a chill. Anyone else would experience a similar apprehension. The young lady's personality is indeed rather unique. Lu Zhao managed a strained smile, awkwardly stating, "Your demeanor is quite distinctive." Despite his words, his heart remained tense, fearing that the moment he stepped inside, he might receive a swift blow. In stark contrast to Lu Zhao's anxiety, Chen Xiaoxiao radiated excitement. She quickly approached, unabashedly expressing her admiration for Lu Zhao, and politely extended her hand to shake his. "Are you my tutor for the upcoming lessons? You are truly striking." Just as Lu Zhao was about to respond, Chen Xiaoxiao unexpectedly leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on his hand. This sudden act left Lu Zhao utterly taken aback. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, rendering him momentarily dazed. Was this girl an unexpected lady of grace? Was the sword at the entrance her emblem of a knightly path? Lu Zhao mused inwardly. However, out of courtesy, he managed to smile and nodded, acknowledging her gesture. "I can hardly be called a teacher. I am merely a few years your senior. You may address me as brother." He endeavored to maintain a light and natural tone, attempting to alleviate the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Upon hearing this, a gentle smile graced Chen Xiaoxiao's lips, radiating warmth akin to sunlight, as she softly replied, "All right, brother." Witnessing this, Lu Zhao felt a softening in his heart and continued, "It grows late. Where is your room? Or where would you prefer to conduct our lessons?" Yet, before Lu Zhao could finish his sentence, Chen Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, as if ignited by a key phrase. She exclaimed eagerly, "In my room, brother. Come upstairs with me." Her words, spoken with an urgency that caused her voice to tremble slightly, revealed her palpable enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the butler standing nearby seemed poised to interject. But before he could utter a word, Chen Xiaoxiao shot him a fierce glare that brimmed with warnings and threats, as if to say he should remain silent. Startled by her sudden ferocity, the butler found his words stifled, lodged firmly in his throat. This scene did not escape Lu Zhao's keen observation, sparking within him a profound curiosity about this young lady from the Chen family. What had transformed this seemingly demure girl into someone so fervent and assertive in an instant? If she did not intend to reduce him to mere fragments, what was her true intention? Surely, this tutorial on biology for seniors could not merely serve as an introduction to matters of the heart. As Lu Zhao regarded Chen Xiaoxiao, who possessed a rather appealing appearance, he couldn't help but feel he was not at a loss. Yet, he was not so desperate. After all, one must earn their keep while navigating the complexities of life. However, he resolved to observe the situation further before making any assumptions. Watching Lu Zhao and Chen Xiaoxiao ascend the stairs, the butler felt a surge of anxiety and lowered his voice to urgently instruct a nearby servant. "Quickly, contact an ambulance." The servant, seemingly accustomed to such situations, hurriedly dashed downstairs to carry out the butler's order without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, the butler remained where he stood, shaking his head in dismay, his face etched with worry. He hoped fervently that this young man would not be frightened to death. Otherwise, the Chen family would indeed find themselves in a troubling predicament should anything dire occur. In the meantime, the scene shifted as Lu Zhao followed Chen Xiaoxiao closely to the threshold of a room. Upon opening the door, the first sight that met Lu Zhao's eyes was a clear handprint on the door. Coupled with the encroaching darkness of the evening, the room's atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. Only a few feeble rays of sunlight seeped through the curtains, casting an eerie pall over the space. However, for Lu Zhao, who frequently indulged in horror films, such a setting did not evoke much fear. After all, he surmised that Chen Xiaoxiao's character might be somewhat reclusive, rendering the presence of these seemingly bizarre decorations not entirely unexpected. While Lu Zhao was still surveying the surroundings, Chen Xiaoxiao opened the door wider. Her expression tinged with confusion as she murmured, "Why is it so quiet? Normally, the boys would be screaming by now. Have they been scared into silence?" She turned to offer some words of reassurance to Lu Zhao, only to find him attentively studying the handprints on the door without a trace of fear. Lu Zhao nodded slightly. "Did you create these decorations yourself? They certainly set a mood. With some horror music, they could genuinely frighten some people." Chen Xiaoxiao, who had anticipated a fearful reaction from Lu Zhao, was taken aback by his composed demeanor. She blinked, unable to believe there could be a boy untroubled by such things. Upon entering the room, Lu Zhao discovered it was even more intriguing than anticipated. One side featured a skeleton under green lights, while the other showcased a mannequin bathed in red. One could not deny that if alone in such a room, even the bravest would eventually feel unnerved. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Lu Zhao's heart raced. Was this girl truly contemplating something untoward? He slowly turned to face Chen Xiaoxiao, who stood quietly with her back to the door, seemingly concealing something behind her, subtly shifting her form. As a faint clicking sound echoed, the door was securely locked. Lu Zhao furrowed his brow, perplexed as he inquired, "Why are you locking the door?" A mysterious smile crept onto Chen Xiaoxiao's face as she softly replied, "Oh, I fear that if something unexpected were to occur, it might escape if not properly secured." As she spoke, the room's lights flickered, alternating between red and green, casting an unsettling glow over Chen Xiaoxiao's features, which appeared momentarily sinister in the shifting light. A sense of foreboding surged within Lu Zhao, prompting him to instinctively step back. Yet, Chen Xiaoxiao seemed oblivious to his retreat, steadily advancing towards him. A sudden thought of the self-defense clause mentioned in the job description flashed through Lu Zhao's mind, causing his body to tense, as if facing a formidable adversary. This is it. Is this the infamous trap? Chapter 45, Breaking the Defense. I must warn you, I possess some skill in martial arts, so please do not act rashly. Lu Zhao stammered, flailing his arms in the air. He was acutely aware that in this world, the strength of a boy was woefully inadequate compared to that of a girl, especially in the face of a vibrant 18-year-old girl. He knew any attempt to confront her physically would be futile. Moreover, considering Chen Xiaoxiao's practice of swordsmanship, his chances of victory dwindled even further. Initially devoid of malicious intent, Chen Xiaoxiao found herself amused by Lu Zhao's fearful expression, and an impish notion flickered in her mind. For a moment, she decided against clarifying her intentions, eager to see if he would display even greater trepidation. How adorable! That little expression, Chen Xiaoxiao murmured softly, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she approached him, deliberately loosening a few buttons on her jacket. "Oh dear, it seems a bit warm in here," as Chen Xiaoxiao eagerly anticipated Lu Zhao's expression of heightened fear. The next moment, a powerful punch struck her cheek. Caught completely off guard, Chen Xiaoxiao's head snapped to the side, leaving her momentarily dazed. Though it wasn't particularly painful, the realization that she had been struck was an unprecedented sensation for her, a peculiar feeling difficult to articulate. If one had to describe it, it could be said that being hit elicited a strange thrill. "I sell my art, not my body. If you want to resort to force, I am truly unafraid of you," Lu Zhao declared resolutely. He was not the type of delicate boy who could easily be bullied. He had no interest in the trivialities between genders. Given his already precarious situation, what difference did it make if he had one more enemy or one less? If it came to the worst, death at this guy's hands would surely be preferable to the torment inflicted by Su Qinghan suitors. Before his words had even faded, Lu Zhao's fist swung again, heading straight for Chen Xiaoxiao. However, in that critical moment, Chen Xiaoxiao, having regained her senses, swiftly grabbed Lu Zhao's fist and held it firmly. "Bro, I was just joking. I was just joking," Chen Xiaoxiao exclaimed, waving her other hand in a flurry, her voice tinged with urgency. "I didn't mean it. Please don't be angry." "Then what do you mean by saying certain things might escape?" Lu Zhao did not relent in the slightest. The unpredictable character before him was a ticking time bomb, liable to explode at any moment. With someone so potentially unhinged, only a greater madness could instill fear in her. "Little white mice, I wanted to invite you to participate in a biological control group experiment with me." Chen Xiaoxiao nervously pointed to a room, her voice trembling slightly as she explained. Hearing this, Lu Zhao followed the direction of her finger and saw a cage on the table inside, containing several little white mice. A heavy weight lifted from Lu Zhao's heart, and he slowly released his tightly clenched fist, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, his mood did not improve. Rather, it was tinged with irritation as he shouted at Chen Xiaoxiao, "Change that light to something more normal. You scared the life out of me." Chen Xiaoxiao was genuinely taken aback by her tutor's boldness and decisiveness. Although she did not receive the same thrill from Lu Zhao as before, she found joy in this new dynamic. During the teaching process, Lu Zhao discovered that this girl was utterly clueless about experimental controls, a complete academic failure. Moreover, she would occasionally jump in fright at some of the terrifying props in the room. When his temper flared, Lu Zhao would land a slap on Chen Xiaoxiao's head. "What a mess. I thought you were a top student. You don't even know the basics, and you expect to conduct experiments. Who told you to use 220V electricity to stimulate the little white mice? And then you ask me why the mice are lying flat? I just wanted to give you a little shock. I'm truly baffled by you." What are you doing with that needle meant for injecting elephants? Are you going to inject the little mice or execute them? The room was filled with the sound of slaps echoing one after another. The once rebellious Chun Xiao, under the affectionate reprimands from Lu Zhao, began to exhibit a clearer demeanor, resembling a college student yet to face the world. Meanwhile, downstairs, the butler and his team prepared to intervene, fearing that their young mistress might frighten the tutor into some sort of distress. However, since Lu Zhao entered the room, all they could hear was his persistent grumbling, showing no signs of fear. "Aunt Zhang, do you think the young lady is actually studying in there? Usually, the boys who go and come rushing out immediately, or they're too terrified to move." "Indeed, Aunt Zhang, could anything be wrong? The young lady is far from the type to study. Just being able to glance at a book would be a miracle." The two servants' words held some truth. Their young mistress had hired a tutor merely to indulge her whims, rather than to genuinely pursue knowledge. Yet, the sounds coming from the room suggested a serious discussion about studies. Since they were indeed learning, it wouldn't be inappropriate for them to rush in. At that moment, the butler suddenly had an idea and decided to take some fruit inside to assess the situation. Soon, a knock echoed on the door. "Young lady, open the door. I'm bringing you some fruit." Perhaps the noise from inside was too loud, as neither Lu Zhao nor Chun Xiao heard it. The butler, undeterred by the uncertainty of the situation, felt it was his duty to confirm the safety of the two. He turned the doorknob, only to find it locked, and without hesitation, retrieved a spare key. Upon opening the door, the sight nearly startled the butler. Chun Xiao stood with her hands crossed, head bowed, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, obediently facing Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao, holding a biology book, occasionally lost his composure, frustrated by her utter lack of understanding while she stubbornly argued back. As the butler entered, his gaze met Lu Zhao's. In that instant, Lu Zhao recognized that his temper had been too hasty. Perhaps he was ill-suited for the role of a tutor. Losing his composure over a student's ignorance was hardly befitting of someone paid for this job. He promptly stood, uttering a simple sorry, before turning to leave the Chun family estate. At that moment, Chun Xiao wore an expression of excitement as she approached the butler and declared, "I want him to continue tutoring me. I love the feeling of being reprimanded by him." The butler was left bewildered. What on earth transpired in there? Chapter 46. Unable to resist any longer. As Lu Zhao walked away, he increasingly felt a sense of embarrassment. After all, he was being paid to be a tutor. The students who sought his help were likely doing so because they lacked understanding. Although the person needing assistance might have some cognitive issues, they were paying him. How could he lose his temper? Sigh. His first assignment had turned into a disaster, and now his living expenses were in jeopardy. Lu Zhao sighed heavily. Just then, an abrupt ringtone shattered his thoughts. Su Qinghan? What could she possibly want at this hour? Lu Zhao stared at the flashing name on his phone screen, his mind swirling with questions. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button and spoke wearily. "Hello, what is up?" On the other end, Su Qinghan's voice, cool yet laced with tenderness, responded, "Tonight, I'd like to take you to try on some formal attire, and we can have dinner together." "What? As for the formal attire, let's skip that. It's too constricting." Lu Zhao glanced around before continuing, "I probably can't make it for dinner. I can take a taxi over, but I doubt I'll find one to return." At that moment, as Lu Zhao finished speaking, the sound of a car horn blared from behind him. The sudden noise made his heart race, and he quickly turned to look, spotting a sleek, stylish McLaren slowly approaching. The window rolled down to reveal Su Qinghan at the wheel, a smile adorning her face, her lips curving into a gentle smirk that blossomed like spring flowers, captivating all who beheld it. "Is this some kind of over-the-top drama?" Lu Zhao internally scoffed, feeling incredulous at the turn of events as she appeared right after he had mentioned the taxi. However, before he could recover from his astonishment, Su Qinghan casually tilted her head and, with an air of nonchalance yet undeniable allure, commanded him, "Get in the car." Faced with Su Qinghan's effortless charm, Lu Zhao could not help but feel a twinge of helplessness. Although he internally scoffed at this cliched scenario, he obediently opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat. Once inside, Su Qinghan expertly ignited a specially prepared cigarette, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while delicately holding the cigarette with the other. The smoke curled around her fingers as she tilted her head slightly, a half-smile playing on her lips as she inquired, "How did your tutoring go today?" At this, Lu Zhao abruptly turned to her, his gaze piercing with suspicion as he asked, "Are you stalking me?" Unfazed by his accusation, Su Qinghan took a calm drag of her cigarette and replied, "No. Today is an exception. If anything were to happen to you at that madman's house, I would annihilate the entire Chun family." Her expression remained impassive, as if the Chun family were utterly inconsequential in her eyes. Was this person genuinely concerned for me, Or was she merely anxious about being implicated? Regardless, today was indeed her fault. After all, what tutor resorts to hitting and berating their student? He immediately remarked, "All right, fine. Today I was the one who did the hitting and shouting." In retrospect, it's quite fortunate that they haven't demanded compensation yet. The moment Lu Zhao finished speaking, Su Qinghan effortlessly extinguished the unfinished luxury cigarette. She then reached out to gently pinch Lu Zhao's face. The warmth of her fingertips sent a shiver through him. A blend of warmth and assertiveness. He was taken aback, wondering what she was up to. Before he could gather his thoughts, Su Qinghan softly stated, "Money is inconsequential. As long as you stay by my side, that's all that matters." Her voice was low and gentle, seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul. What has gotten in her lately? Is she trying to charm me because she fears losing me? Lu Zhao mused internally. Despite these thoughts, he quickly removed her hand from his face, feigning seriousness as he said, "Drive properly. Hands on the wheel. I don't want to die yet." To his request, Su Qinghan exhibited no displeasure. Instead, she smiled slightly, her expression radiating a sense of indulgence. She then obediently placed both hands on the steering wheel, murmuring, all right, listening to my husband." A faint blush crept across Lu Zhao's face as he hastily turned to gaze out the window. When did she become so adept at flirting? "I'm about to fall for her," Lu Zhao internally lamented, realizing his resistance to Su Qinghan was waning. Before long, the McLaren glided into the Su family's villa. Just as Su Qinghan and Lu Zhao opened the car doors and set foot outside, Aunt Yi, the housekeeper, hurried toward them, her expression flustered. She reached Su Qinghan's side, slightly bending down to whisper in her ear, "Miss, the old lady has arrived, and she brought young Masterby with her." As soon as young Masterby entered, he was inquiring about everyone and even slipped me a check. Su Qinghan's previously joyful demeanor darkened instantaneously upon hearing this. Her brows knitted tightly. A frown etched on her face as she coldly demanded, "What are they doing at my house?" Noticing her distress, Aunt Yi quickly lowered her head, trembling as she replied, I don't know." Mississippi Su Qinghan merely scoffed, internally vowing that if that old woman dared to utter anything suggesting Lu Zhao should divorce her, she would not spare her a pleasant expression. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao, observing their hushed exchange, pieced together the situation. Predictably, it must be by Mo or Su Lingxi visiting. After all, Su Wanwan's birthday party was approaching, and Su Qinghan was certainly preparing to publicly announce the identity of the child's father. Such a significant moment would not be overlooked by Su Lingxi and by Mo. In that instant, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. Su Lingxi, smiling as she stood at the entrance, seemingly having awaited their return. "Finally back. Come in quickly. Dinner is almost ready." She greeted enthusiastically, her voice tinged with delight. However, upon seeing Su Lingxi, Su Qinghan's expression sharpened, hostility evident in her gaze. She marched toward Su Lingxi, standing before her with an imposing presence, coldly interrogating, "Old woman, what scheme are you plotting this time? Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to act against you?" Chapter 47. What meddling? It's merely that my husband is too extraordinary. In the face of Su Qinghan's warning, Su Lingxi merely laughed it off. "I heard that Xiao Bai is back, so I brought him home for dinner. You two are childhood friends. Surely it's not too much to invite him over?" Yet, Su Qinghan's countenance grew increasingly grim as she retorted icily, "Humph. You can very well take him to your own house. What business do you have bringing him here?" Seeing her reaction, Su Lingxi quickly smiled and countered, "I sent it just to see my precious granddaughter? As her grandmother, am I not allowed to visit my own granddaughter?" Hearing this, Su Qinghan's expression remained stern as she disdainfully replied, "That's fine, but if you dare to pull any tricks, I will kick you all out. Moreover, Wanwan is very fond of Lu Zhao. If you truly force him to divorce me, what will happen to her when she can't see her father? I cannot guarantee the safety of your only beloved granddaughter." With that, Su Qinghan abruptly turned, firmly grasping Lu Zhao's hand, their fingers intertwined. Without a backward glance, she strode past Su Lingxi, leaving her standing there, her face a canvas of fluctuating emotions. At that moment, Su Lingxi stood frozen, her thoughts racing. In her generation's mindset, the continuation of the family line was paramount. If the pursuit of power jeopardized her granddaughter's well-being, she would be the pariah of the Su family. She had not considered this angle before. If Su Qinghan's words held any truth, no amount of gain would be worth the cost. No, absolutely not. Su Lingxi's voice trembled as she shook her head, murmuring to herself, "The Su family has only Wanwan as its sole heir. If anything were to happen to her, how could this old woman, bear it?" Lu Zhao glanced back at Su Lingxi, still in disbelief at her frantic expression. Turning to Su Qinghan, he was astonished. Thinking, "Did you just whisper darkly?" Just a few words, and you've got your mother shaking her head in despair. At that moment, Su Qinghan tightened her grip on Lu Zhao's hand. Her gaze unwavering, she declared resolutely, I will not divorce you. Remember, you are the man of this household, and you have me standing behind you. Lu Zhao, is this the embodiment of a domineering CEO? At that moment, Lu Zhao felt as though he were in a dream. Su Qinghan seemed transformed into someone entirely different. His mind was a whirl, and in such circumstances, one could easily lose their sense of judgment. It appears that many individuals are inclined to confess their feelings under the cover of night, perhaps due to the diminished clarity of consciousness that accompanies the approach of slumber, which may inadvertently enhance the success of such declarations. Thus, he steeled himself, extricating his hand from Su Qinghan's grasp, and stated, I wish to return to my room for a shower first. Observing Lu Zhao's somewhat flustered demeanor, Su Qinghan understood that haste would not yield favorable results. Rather, it could produce the opposite effect. She offered a gentle smile and replied softly, Very well, take your shower. Once you are finished, we shall dine together. As Lu Zhao disappeared from her line of sight, she settled onto the sofa, lighting a special cigarette, and addressed the adjacent folding screen with a calm demeanor. Come out. From behind the traditional Chinese painting screen, Bai Mo emerged slowly, his head bowed, his steps hesitant, as if he felt a tinge of embarrassment facing her. You noticed? Didn't you, Han In? His voice was barely above a whisper, imbued with a hint of awkwardness and unease. However, before he could finish, Su Qinghan interrupted him with unyielding assertiveness. I expect you to maintain your dignity. Given our long acquaintance, please do not compel me to act in a manner unbecoming. Instantly, Bai Mo's complexion paled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded Su Qinghan. He had never anticipated that she would offer him no opportunity for nostalgic reminiscence upon their first encounter. I understand, but Han In, do you truly intend to be with Lu Zhao for a lifetime? Even if your initial choice was to avoid marrying me, surely now. Bai Mo's voice trembled as he endeavored to sway Su Qinghan's decision. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts further, she brusquely interjected. It seems my personal affairs are beyond the purview of an outsider like you. Her words struck him like a sharp blade, piercing directly into his heart. His body trembled as he stood there, unable to fathom that he had become an outsider in Su Qinghan's eyes, struggling to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. He approached her, indignation etched across his face. Fine, if I am an outsider, then allow this outsider to enlighten you. After uttering this, he drew a deep breath, retrieving his phone from his pocket, and began to unearth every recent scandal involving Lu Zhao. Bai Mo clutched his phone tightly, his fingers growing pale as he scrolled through the images, his voice quivering as he spoke. Is this the man you adore? He flirts with every girl at school, embroiled in rumors everywhere, and even that Annalisa has publicly declared him her boyfriend. With each word, the photographs on his screen shifted, showcasing Lu Zhao alongside various girls. The origins of these angles remained a mystery, but aside from the image of Annalisa cradling him, the rest appeared innocuous. Bai Mo's voice sank lower, his tears hovering at the brink of falling, yet refusing to cascade down. Can such a man truly be worthy of being your husband? I simply cannot comprehend. Why would you choose him over me? His body shook slightly, feeling as though he had been forsaken by the entire world. Observing the photos in Bai Mo's possession, Su Qinghan revealed no outward emotion, as if she were already aware of their contents without his prompting. The special cigarette slowly burned down in her mouth. The smoke exhaled like a silent expression of her displeasure. At the moment she extinguished the cigarette, a proud smile graced her lips. So many exceptional heiresses orbit around my husband, a testament to his remarkable qualities. Then, a hint of a sickly expression flickered in her eyes as she spoke imperiously. Moreover, do you truly believe I am oblivious to whether he has crossed any lines? Bai Mo. Chapter 48. Call me Daddy. In the bathroom, steam enveloped the air. Lu Zhao stood beneath the showerhead, cold water cascading down like a torrential downpour, relentlessly impacting his physique. His chiseled abdominal muscles shimmered in the mist, droplets trailing down the contours of his body, forming shimmering rivulets. Yet, this icy deluge did nothing to quell the turmoil within his heart. A singular question echoed in his mind. What is the reason behind this? Is it habit, a sudden pang of conscience, or genuine affection? The abrupt shift in someone's demeanor toward you is invariably indicative of some cause or premeditation. If none exists, one might surmise a case of dissociative identity disorder. Just as Lu Zhao pondered these thoughts, a small figure unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of his bathroom. It was Su Wanwan, standing at the door, her steps somewhat unsteady, as though she were embroiled in some internal struggle. Is Daddy going to leave Wanwan? Why did that uncle say, he is my new daddy? Her voice trembled with fear and unease, recalling the man her grandmother had brought home, reeking of overpowering perfume and overly affectionate towards her. Wanwan has grown so much. Does Wanwan like that uncle? If not for the fact that this man was introduced by her grandmother, she would have certainly summoned someone to expel such an insufferable character. The mere thought of cohabiting with such a man filled Su Wanwan with a sense of revulsion, especially when he had the audacity to claim he was her new father. She could no longer contain herself and retorted, "You're insane," before hastily retreating to her room. Only when she heard the sound of Su Qinghan's McLaren and saw Lu Zhao alight from the vehicle did she emerge from her room. "No, I still prefer my own daddy. Not just anyone can be Wanwan's daddy." She resolved to fight for her family, feeling the weight of the world on her small shoulders. Without further contemplation, she rapped on the bathroom door. "Knock, knock, knock." While still in the shower, Lu Zhao heard the abrupt knocking, his thoughts swiftly interrupted. He glanced toward the bathroom door, and through the glass, he discerned a diminutive figure standing there. It was evident that this was Su Wanwan. "What is it, Wanwan?" Lu Zhao called out, hastening to dry himself and don his clothes. "Daddy, I'm hungry. Hurry up and come out." The moment Su Wanwan's words fell, Lu Zhao swung open the bathroom door. He was still drying his damp hair with a towel as he said, "Okay, you go ahead. I'll be right there after I dry my hair." However, Su Wanwan did not depart. Instead, she plopped herself onto his bed, her little legs swinging restlessly. A frown etched upon her face. Noticing that Su Wanwan had not made a beeline for the door, Lu Zhao felt a twinge of curiosity and paused his actions to inquire, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Su Wanwan nodded slightly, her large eyes widening with seriousness as she asked, "Did you have a fight with her recently? Or has she been bullying you?" Lu Zhao had not anticipated this little one would take notice of such matters, yet discussing it with a child felt rather inappropriate. Thus, Lu Zhao resolved to respond to the question in a more tactful manner. Chuckling lightly, he nonchalantly picked up the hairdryer and feigned casualness as he remarked, "Not at all. My relationship with her remains unchanged, so why the sudden inquiry?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan was entirely unconvinced. As the heir of the Su Corporation, she had been trained from a young age in various disciplines, including the rudimentary principles of psychology to discern when someone was lying. Moreover, the individual before her had been a constant presence since her birth, her father. Observing her skepticism, Lu Zhao sighed. Children are often acutely sensitive to emotions, and perhaps it was fate that allowed Su Wanwan to become his daughter. In order for her to adapt to a new father in the future, Lu Zhao set down the hairdryer, crouched before Su Wanwan, and gently patted her head, adding, "I may have to go far away for quite some time, and a new father will come to accompany you. When that happens, remember to listen to him obediently. If you feel wronged, you can always confide in your mother." Also, before he could finish his sentence, tears brimmed in Su Wanwan's eyes. She bit her lip tightly, desperately trying to suppress the emotions that threatened to overflow. Yet, despite her efforts, a choked voice escaped her throat uncontrollably. You are getting divorced, right?" For a mere 4-year-old, this term was undoubtedly too heavy a burden. Lu Zhao lowered his gaze, pressed his lips together, and silently regarded Su Wanwan, refraining from uttering a word. In that moment, her father's silence caused Su Wanwan's emotions to spiral out of control. The notions of maintaining a stoic facade to win her father's affection or the idea that a daughter should not cry easily became irrelevant in the face of the impending loss of her father. "You must not get divorced. You cannot get divorced," she cried out, her voice rising amidst her sobs. "What can divorce do for you now? You've married into a wealthy family with more money than you can spend, and you are not some overweight woman. Why must you get divorced? Are you foolish?" Confusion colored Su Wanwan's words. "And if she bullies you, you can tell me. Although I'm still small and cannot fight her now, when I grow up, and when she ages, I will definitely remove her oxygen tube." Ultimately, her sobs dwindled into quiet whimpers, her voice growing increasingly faint. Why? Why must Wanwan become a child without a father? Each cry was heart-wrenching, stripping away the pretense and pride she had cultivated since her infancy. In that moment, her lament resonated like a heavy blow to Lu Zhao's heart, a suffocating sensation that perhaps only a father could truly comprehend. As he wiped away Su Wanwan's tears and gazed at his trembling daughter, his mind urged him to comfort her. Yet unexpectedly, an unanticipated phrase slipped from Lu Zhao's lips. "Can you call me Daddy?" Chapter 49. The Confident by M.O. With just a fleeting glance exchanged with Lu Zhao, Su Wanwan unhesitatingly launched herself into his embrace. "Daddy!" This exclamation seemed to exhaust all her strength, tinged with a hint of sobbing, yet brimming with hope and yearning. Her body still quivered slightly, as if she had not fully recovered from her earlier fright. However, that single utterance of "Daddy" enveloped her in an unprecedented sense of security and warmth. for she understood that by calling him daddy, Lu Zhao would surely remain, and she would not lose her father. Upon hearing her call, Lu Zhao's heart also fluttered. He had awaited those 2 words for what felt like an eternity, and when they finally emerged from Su Qinghan's lips, he could scarcely believe it. He softly replied with a gentle, his voice quiet yet suffused with tenderness and affection. Gradually, he extended his arms and enveloped Su Qinghan tightly in his embrace. Daddy, can we not get divorced now? Su Qinghan lifted her little head, her big, watery eyes gazing up at Lu Zhao with a pitiful expression. That demeanor completely stripped away the mature and composed facade she usually maintained, revealing the essence of child. Lu Zhao, observing Su Qinghan's endearing vulnerability, felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he gently shook his head and replied, "Well, I'm not certain. There are many factors to consider." His voice was laced with uncertainty, clearly indicating that he lacked a definitive answer to her question. However, just as Su Qinghan prepared to speak again, Lu Zhao interrupted her softly, suggesting, "All right, let's go eat first." Noticing Lu Zhao's reluctance to continue the conversation, Su Qinghan chose not to press further, and the two descended the stairs in silence. Meanwhile, with red-rimmed eyes, Bai Mo remained undeterred. After all, Lu Zhao had expressed his desire for a divorce, yet Su Qinghan was unwilling to comply, leaving her with hope. If only she could slip Lu Zhao a drug and send a woman into his room, he would be tainted. Su Qinghan would never permit her man to be sullied by another woman. She could not possibly love a man who had been with someone else. Moreover, with the backing of Su Lingxi and her connections with the household staff, she was certain they would praise her behind the scenes. This subtle flattery would inevitably reach Su Qinghan's ears, granting her another advantage. She firmly believed that Lu Zhao would not be inclined to show any concern for those individuals. Most importantly, Bai Mo was aware that Lu Zhao's daughter did not seem to be close to him, having never referred to him as daddy. This realization only reinforced her conviction that Lu Zhao was unwelcome in his own home, even despised by his own flesh and blood. Yes, I have a significant opportunity. Bai Mo stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, repeatedly bolstering her resolve. She was convinced that, by any means necessary, Su Qinghan would ultimately become her woman. While she remained lost in her self-aggrandizing thoughts, a nearby servant quietly approached her and softly announced, "Young Master Bai, dinner is ready," snapped from her reverie. Bai Mo lifted her gaze to the servant, a smile playing on her lips as she replied graciously, "Very well, I understand. However, you may need to address me as mistress next time you see me." Upon uttering those words, a confident glow radiated from Bai Mo's face, as if she had already assumed the role of mistress of the villa. She strode past the servant, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. This sequence of events left the servant utterly dumbfounded, blinking in disbelief at Bai Mo's receding figure. Turning to another male servant clad in black, he seemed to seek confirmation of whether he had misheard. The other servant, equally astonished, wore a look of incredulity. Could this person have lost his mind? Just because he had issued a few commands during the day, he truly believed himself to be the master of the house. Another male servant shook his head helplessly, sighing, "How can such a little fairy compare to our master? They are worlds apart. How dare he even think to compare? Today has truly opened my eyes, like a small knife piercing the darkness." Meanwhile, Bai Mo remained blissfully unaware, having worked diligently throughout the day. And now it could be said that everyone in the household likely held a positive impression of him. As he envisioned himself as the master of this house, he felt justified in his confidence. With this newfound assurance, he approached the dining table, gazing at the 4 seated individuals, Su Qinghan and the others. And he suddenly felt as though everyone was waiting for him to commence the meal. At Su Lingxi's invitation, Bai Mo promptly took a seat beside Su Qinghan. Initially, it was merely a gesture of goodwill. Allowing him to dine at their table was hardly objectionable. However, just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks and begin eating, an unexpected thought surged into his mind. I am the future master of this household. When guests arrive, should I not extend the courtesy of a host? Thus, he sprang to his feet, swiftly picking up a succulent piece of meat and placing it into Lu Zhao's bowl. Simultaneously, a radiant smile illuminated his face as he gently addressed Lu Zhao. Zhao. Please, make yourself at home and enjoy." His words struck the air like a bolt of lightning, nearly provoking laughter from the surrounding male servants. Lu Zhao was momentarily taken aback. He and Su Qinghan had yet to divorce, and here was this fellow boldly asserting that this was his home? It was utterly outrageous. In the very next moment, Su Qinghan's expression darkened, her hands propping up her head, her face a mask of sardonic amusement as she coldly remarked, "Bai Mo, did I fail to convey my point clearly? Allow me to reiterate. The sole master of the Su family is Lu Zhao. As Su Qinghan's words settled, Bai Mo's body stiffened slightly. He awkwardly returned to his seat, feigning ignorance of Su Qinghan's declaration, and turned to Su Wanwan. Wanwan, your birthday is next week. Is there anything in particular you desire? Tell your brother, and I shall procure it for you. However, Su Wanwan paid no heed to Bai Mo's enthusiasm. She maintained her composed demeanor, leisurely spearing a piece of beef on her fork before placing it in her mouth and chewing at a measured pace. Bai Mo felt a bit flustered by Su Wanwan's indifference. His once excited expression gradually morphed into one of embarrassment as he silently awaited her response. After what seemed an eternity, Su Wanwan finally swallowed the beef, nonchalantly set down her fork, and remarked, "Whatever." Upon hearing Su Wanwan's response, Bai Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face brightening with a dazzling smile as he nodded vigorously. "All right, brother will certainly get you a gift you will love." Observing this, Su Qinghan could not suppress a cold snort, internally lamenting, he is still just a child, unable to be truly resolute. At that moment, Lu Zhao's phone rang, and a hint of embarrassment flickered across his face as he glanced at the caller ID. Rising from the table, he announced, "I need to take a call," before heading towards the small balcony. Who could be calling his little man at such a late hour? Su Qinghan couldn't help but ponder, her gaze lingering on Su Lingxi and Bai Mo for a fleeting moment. Yet in an instant, she also stood up, following Lu Zhao to the balcony. Leaning gently against the wall, separated from Lu Zhao by a thin barrier, she lit a specially provided cigarette, inhaling deeply as the smoke filled her lungs. Her heart raced. Would her little man be calling another woman behind her back? She was uncertain. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao stared at his phone screen, his lips pressed together as he seemed to hesitate over something. After a moment, as if resolved, he muttered to himself, "This will surely earn me a scolding. After all, I was quite harsh earlier. It would be strange not to receive a complaint, but it mattered not. One must take responsibility for their actions." Just as he finished this thought, the call connected. Without hesitation, Lu Zhao spoke, "Sister, I apologize. It was indeed my oversight today. Please grant me another chance." Yet before Lu Zhao could finish his sentence, the voice on the other end erupted in hearty laughter. "Little Lu, I never imagined you could handle that, Miss Chun. You have saved our institution's reputation. I've decided to personally subsidize you with an additional 300 yuan each month." Lu Zhao was momentarily dumbfounded. He had scolded a student, and rather than reprimanding him, they were offering a reward? His mind briefly short-circuited, but he quickly regained his composure and asked tentatively, Director, are you saying that this assignment did not explode?" "Of course not. Not only did it not explode, but you performed exceptionally well." The director's tone brimmed with praise. "You know, that Miss Chun is a regular here. She often intimidates the male students, and we have no means to deal with her." Lu Zhao finally grasped the situation. He had scolded Chen Xiaoxiao at her house, and somehow received her commendation. Could she possibly have a penchant for masochism? However, since there were no repercussions for his actions, he might as well accept the offer. "In that case, the tutoring for Miss Chun will continue to be your responsibility." "It's settled." "Wait, not so fast." Before Lu Zhao could react, the call was abruptly terminated. He helplessly set down his phone, letting out a deep breath as if to reassure himself, muttering, "Well, at least my job is secure." Just as he was about to turn back and resume his meal, he suddenly felt a tightening sensation around his waist, as if something was firmly embracing him. Startled, Lu Zhao looked down to find a pair of hands wrapped around him, holding him tightly. Simultaneously, a warm breath brushed against his ear, accompanied by gentle inhalations, causing him to involuntarily shudder. "Whoa, you startled me. How did you sneak up on me?" Lu Zhao exclaimed, turning to face Su Qinghan. Yet, she seemed entirely oblivious to his words, simply holding him tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the side of his face, her head slowly inching closer. Lu Zhao was enveloped by a faint, enticing fragrance before he could react. Su Qinghan had delicately nibbled on his ear. This unexpected gesture startled him, and he attempted to break free from her embrace, but she tightened her hold, as if afraid he might flee. "Wait, you!" Lu Zhao's words were cut short as Su Qinghan pressed a slender, fair finger against his lips, signaling him to remain silent. Her voice, cool and imperious, whispered in his ear, "Why did you go to take a tutoring job? Is my allowance insufficient for your needs?" This question struck Lu Zhao like a bolt of lightning, leaving his mind momentarily blank. He stared blankly at Su Qinghan, momentarily at a loss for words to retort. "Lu Zhao, what the hell? Did you give me any money? ISNT at the butler who takes out the card to pay every time?" Yet, Su Qinghan did not afford him much time to ponder, as she forcefully pinned Lu Zhao against the wall, gently lifting his chin with one hand, compelling his gaze to meet hers. Lu Zhao's heart raced fervently his breath growing somewhat erratic. In such close proximity to Su Qinghan, he could even feel the warmth of her exhalation, an enchanting sensation enveloping him. A hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes, overshadowed by a deeper, irresistible affection. She gazed silently at Lu Zhao, seemingly awaiting his response. For this innocent young man, devoid of romantic experience, the scene was overwhelmingly impactful. His mind nearly ceased to function, casting aside the quips he had intended to make. Eventually, he stammered, concocting a haphazard justification. No, I just feel that spending my own earnings is more reassuring. But in the next moment, Su Qinghan tilted her head slightly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Isn't my money your money as well?" Lu Zhao. Chapter 51. The Allure of the Small Balcony. Where on earth did this fellow learn such commanding declarations? How utterly charming. Lu Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Su Qinghan, who was currently walling him in, his mind racing with a torrent of expletives. Su Qinghan seemed oblivious to the turmoil within Lu Zhao, merely countering with a question of her own. "Isn't the money I earn meant for you to spend? If you refuse to spend a single cent, then what is the purpose of my earnings?" As she spoke, her body inched closer, as if on the verge of melding into Lu Zhao's form. Yet, at that pivotal moment, Lu Zhao suddenly felt as if he had broken free from an enchantment. His heart raced wildly, his throat dry, struggling to swallow. He stammered to Su Qinghan, "Why, you just wait a moment. With you, pressing against me like this, it's really unfair." Upon hearing Lu Zhao's words, Su Qinghan was momentarily taken aback before following his gaze downward. Upon noticing the slight reveal of her pristine décolletage, she exhibited no signs of embarrassment or awkwardness. Instead, a faint smile began to grace her lips. Without hesitation, Su Qinghan seized Lu Zhao's hand and unreservedly placed it upon her chest. "Now answer my question. Why don't you spend my money? Are you afraid I'll demand it back in the event of a divorce?" As Su Qinghan pressed closer, Lu Zhao's capacity for composure was nearing its limit. When one is incessantly questioned about their feelings, and the other party articulates the answers residing within one's heart, both body and mind cannot help but yearn to speak the truth. At that moment, Lu Zhao resolved to abandon his passivity. He withdrew his hand from Su Qinghan's chest and solemnly stated, "You're right. I am afraid of that. Initially, I was merely a tool to prevent your marriage to buy MO, which is why we entered into this contractual union. But now you hold all the cards. Do you still require me? Moreover, all you capitalists are driven by self-interest. I have lost my utility. Why won't you let me go? Do you genuinely harbor feelings for me? Do you truly believe in the fairy tale of Snow White falling for the Grey Prince?" Perhaps I might question why Lu Zhao appeared so foolish. She had made her intentions abundantly clear, yet he remained ensnared in doubts regarding Su Qinghan's feelings. Was he truly that naive? If one were to view the situation from a divine perspective, would you genuinely believe you are worthy of marrying someone of unparalleled merit? Much akin to certain charming young men who, lacking in talent and with dismal attributes, mistakenly believe themselves to be exceptional based solely on a heavily made-up visage and the effects of a beauty filter. Only women of Su Qinghan's caliber are deserving of such admiration. Yet Lu Zhao was not that man, even though he excelled in various aspects. The chasm of familial background and societal standing between him and Su Qinghan was insurmountable. This realization is not mere pretense. It is a clear understanding of oneself. For an ordinary person to aspire to marry into affluence is akin to hoping for a meteor shower once every 100 years, with their ancestral tombs emitting colorful smoke. Upon articulating these thoughts, a wave of complex emotions surged within Lu Zhao, prompting a deep sigh. He stood silently, his gaze fixed on Su Qinghan, awaiting her response. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Zhao was taken aback to find that Su Qinghan did not exhibit her previous emotional fervor. Her expression had transformed into one of chilling calmness, reminiscent of an invincible tyrant in a business conflict. She leisurely lit a special cigarette, the smoke curling around her fingertips. Su Qinghan took a gentle drag before exhaling slowly, the smoke drifting through the air like her contemplations. Her voice softened, as if narrating an ancient tale. "Snow White may not possess my wealth, and she fell for the Grey Prince, yet my prince surpasses him." Upon uttering these words, a subtle smile graced Su Qinghan's lips. Then, with a commanding demeanor, she settled into a wrought-tan chair on the small balcony, crossing her legs with an air of leisure. Moreover, Su Qinghan paused, as if contemplating her next words. Suddenly, she extinguished the cigarette, stood before Lu Zhao, slightly bent down, and gently tousled his hair, her gaze intent and sincere. Lu Zhao felt her fingertips graze his scalp, sending shivers through him, and, Su Qinghan's voice rang out again, this time imbued with a playful tease. Is it possible that the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I had ulterior motives? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao was utterly bewildered. What? What do you mean by that? His voice trembled, tinged with disbelief. Recognizing that her advances were beginning to bear fruit, Su Qinghan wasted no time in elaborating. If you're worried that I would reclaim the money you spend, I can place all my assets in your name and provide you with a contract stipulating that, even in the event of a divorce, I will not reclaim what belongs to you. Listening to Su Qinghan's earnest proposal, Lu Zhao hesitated. If that were the case, he indeed felt a newfound sense of security. Yet, Lu Zhao was not merely an opportunist. Just as Su Qinghan was about to continue, Bai Mo unexpectedly appeared before them, interrupting their conversation. Hey, Henin, you two have been out for quite a while. The food is getting cold. Why don't you come in and eat? In Lu Zhao's eyes, this tactic was exceedingly clumsy, a calculated interruption at such a critical juncture, just when he thought he would be called off. Su Qinghan suddenly embraced Lu Zhao, pulling him close. Bai Mo. Chapter 52, An Evening Invitation. One would think that upon his arrival, Su Qinghan and Lu Zhao would exhibit some restraint. As long as he could interrupt Su Qinghan's incantation, a glimmer of hope might remain for him. However, the scene unfolding before him was utterly unexpected. Su Qinghan, without the slightest hesitation, kissed Lu Zhao right in front of him. At that moment, Lu Zhao's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Su Qinghan, bewildered. Was this fellow truly intending to kiss me in front of him? Su Qinghan gently wrapped her arms around Lu Zhao's neck, her crimson lips delicately brushing against his, akin to petals caressing the morning dew. Her gaze frequently darted toward Bai Mo, radiating palpable hostility, as if to warn him, do not entertain any nefarious ideas. There's no possibility of my divorce with Lu Zhao. Watching the woman he had cherished for so long passionately kiss another man was unbearable for Bai Mo. It was precisely this inability to accept Su Qinghan's closeness with other men that had driven him to study abroad, unwilling to witness the intimacy he so despised. And now, Su Qinghan was kissing Lu Zhao right before his eyes. No, no, no. Bai Mo shook his head in disbelief, retreating step by step, his mind racing with confusion. Ultimately, his instincts compelled him to flee. As Su Qinghan observed Bai Mo's retreating figure, a subtle smile crept onto her lips, a sign of her satisfaction. She knew her objective had been accomplished. Gradually, she loosened her embrace around Lu Zhao, allowing him to emerge from her warm cocoon. Lu Zhao, still in a daze, looked up at the towering Su Qinghan, his eyes filled with perplexity. What precisely was her intention? It eluded his understanding. Seeing Su Qinghan manage to drive Bai Mo away was utterly confounding for him. Did she harbor intentions beyond merely seeking a divorce? Listening to Lu Zhao's inquiries, Su Qinghan appeared somewhat exasperated. Had she not made her intentions abundantly clear? Yet, for her little man, she felt an abundance of patience. With a soft sigh, she explained, Did I not say I would never divorce you? If you find it difficult to accept our past, I am willing to pursue you anew. Would that be acceptable? The magnitude of revelations that evening overwhelmed Lu Zhao, leaving him momentarily speechless. Weren't these individuals supposed to persuade him to divorce? Yet here they were, offering him property and sending the next suitor away. Was it time for him to download an anti-fraud app? The unknown environment always instills a sense of unease, fraught with uncertainties that provoke fear and apprehension. This is the natural order of things. The same applies to human interactions. Can one truly feel at ease with someone whose intentions remain unclear? Thus, Lu Zhao merely shook his head, feigning composure as he remarked, Forget it. We are an old married couple. Why engage in the antics of the young? He then maintained a respectful distance from Su Qinghan, cautiously stepping toward the interior, genuinely concerned that she might unleash her primal instincts and consume him whole. Watching Lu Zhao's retreating figure, Su Qinghan felt a sense of satisfaction as she retrieved her phone. After a series of beeps, she spoke in a cold tone. Your flirtation team is indeed impressive. I am quite pleased. Without further ado, everyone's bonuses will be doubled. Keep up the good work. After ending the call, Su Qinghan gazed at the luminous moon, seemingly reminiscing. My precious husband. How could I ever allow him to leave me? The scene shifted to Lu Zhao, who, having finished his meal, sat in his room, pondering the inexplicable behavior of Su Qinghan that evening. Moreover, Su Lingxi had also acted strangely. Upon his return to the dining room, she had gifted him her beloved jade ring, claiming it was once her mother's fault and that it would not happen again. Before he could inquire further, she had departed. What could this mean? Hadn't she always favored his divorce from Su Qinghan? After contemplating for an extended period, Lu Zhao's head throbbed with confusion. Enough. If I can't understand it, then I shall not dwell on it. The thought processes of capitalists are truly beyond my comprehension. He collapsed onto his bed, helplessly lamenting. As he scrolled through his phone, inundated with news about Su Qinghan's upcoming birthday party, he mused that he might have to visit the temple tomorrow. But honestly, was it just a 4-year-old's birthday? Why the grandiose fuss? Truly, it underscores the saying that no achievement can rival the fortune of being born into the right circumstances. Just then, several messages flashed across Lu Zhao's phone. Annalisa, Xiao Zhao, what are you up to? You missed the last gathering, and I had no partner. Annalisa, do you have time tomorrow? Our club is going to the mountains for a field trip. You can't refuse me this time. Annalisa, sending kisses. Upon reading these messages, Lu Zhao felt inclined to join. He had been inundated with trivial matters lately, and perhaps a touch of nature would do him good. Moreover, Annalisa had helped him previously, regardless of her motives. That assistance was undeniable. Conveniently, the mountains they were heading to also housed a temple, making it a perfect opportunity. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhao typed a response on his phone. Sure. Where shall we meet? Please send me the time and place. Once the message was dispatched, the recipient's status immediately indicated that they were typing. Just then, a knock echoed through Lu Zhao's room. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Zhao glanced at the clock. It was already 10 in the evening. Surely, the butler and servants would not disturb him at this hour. Could it be that Su Qinghan was planning a midnight visit? He wondered anxiously. He rose to check the door, but suddenly recalled an important detail. He had been conversing with another woman late at night. The fact that this woman had even sent him kisses could spell disaster, should Su Qinghan discover it. In a panic, he attempted to delete the chat history. Yet a thought seized his mind. Wait a minute. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I be anxious? If she wishes to investigate, let her. I am innocent. Resolving himself, Lu Zhao's gaze grew resolute as he approached the door, steadily turning the doorknob. When the figure outside revealed herself, Lu Zhao could not help but exclaim in confusion. What brings you here? Chapter 53. Indeed, I have been under surveillance. The visitor was none other than Su Qinghan. Clutching a sleep pillow tightly, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. Daddy, Su Qinghan called softly, her voice trembling slightly. May I sleep with you tonight? Her gaze flitted nervously, as if fearing Lu Zhao would deny her request. Upon seeing Su Qinghan, a significant weight lifted from Lu Zhao's heart. He had initially feared that Su Qinghan intended to engage him in some nocturnal escapade. Instead, it was his daughter who stood before him. He smiled gently as he affectionately ruffled Su Qinghan's little head, then tenderly guided her into the room. What a surprise. Why do you suddenly want to sleep with Daddy today? Lu Zhao asked, locking the door behind them while glancing at Su Qinghan. Her head lowered even further, her small hands unconsciously fiddling with the corner of the pillow, murmuring softly, It's not sudden. I've always wanted to. Lu Zhao couldn't quite catch her words and pressed for clarification. Startled, Su Qinghan quickly raised her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of panic. But she soon regained her composure. No, I just want to sleep with Daddy today. Her tone carried a touch of pride, as if she were reluctant to reveal her true feelings to Lu Zhao. Observing the conflicting emotions on Su Qinghan's face, Lu Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. Refraining from exposing her, he began to comprehend why she had shied away from calling him Daddy in the past. After all, girls in this world tended to be quite feminine. They knew that displaying affection towards their fathers would invite ridicule from others. This little girl was remarkably bold. At her age, she still enjoyed being coddled by her father. How embarrassing. Therefore, Lu Zhao chose not to press further. He opened his phone, glancing at the messages from Annalisa. Annalisa, all right, see you at the school gate at 9 tomorrow morning. Annalisa, if Xiao Zhao finds it too early, we can adjust the time a bit. Just as Lu Zhao was absorbed in Annalisa's flurry of messages, a sweet, childish voice suddenly interrupted him. Daddy. Su Qinghan blinked her large eyes, curiously peering at the screen of Lu Zhao's phone. Why is this Annalisa woman messaging you so late? Lu Zhao was taken aback by this unexpected question, nearly dropping his phone in surprise. He quickly patted Su Qinghan's bottom, somewhat exasperated. You startle me, little one. Don't spy on other people's chats. However, Su Qinghan was undeterred by Lu Zhao's admonishment. Instead, she leaned closer to him, her small hands firmly grasping his phone as she continued to scroll through the chat interface. Suddenly, she looked up with determination and declared, I don't agree. Her expression was grave and earnest, reminiscent of a miniature Su Qinghan, exuding a commanding presence. Lu Zhao was utterly unprepared for Su Qinghan's reaction, raising his eyebrows in astonishment. She could comprehend so many words. While he knew Su Qinghan was clever, he hadn't anticipated her to be this astute. Faced with the situation, Lu Zhao had no choice but to explain, Daddy Ice and T gonna meet this girl for a date. There is an important matter to attend to. So don't misinterpret it. Su Qinghan regarded Lu Zhao, then replied flatly, Did you inform her about it? Inform her? The mere mention of those words irked Lu Zhao. Huh, inform her? She probably knows how many times I go to the restroom in a day, and she expects me to inform her. He scoffed, growing increasingly irritated at the thought of being monitored by a host of people daily. This situation was truly infuriating. He was a person, not Su Qinghan's private possession, deprived of any privacy. Listening to Lu Zhao's disdainful and somewhat angry tone, Su Qinghan found herself at a loss for words. Was this what it meant to possess a tyrannical desire for control? Or was it that one should have absolute possession over those they liked and maintain absolute control over their belongings? Realizing that her previous statement might have been inappropriate, she intended to explain herself when she noticed Lu Zhao turning off the lights in the room. In a rather flat tone, he simply said, "Time for bed." The feelings of sadness, grievance, and unwillingness were almost written all over her face. Seeing this, Su Qinghan slowly moved closer to Lu Zhao in the dark, gently pressed against him, and whispered, "Daddy, I'm sorry." Just that one phrase brought tears to Lu Zhao's eyes. Unrelated to romance, the seemingly glamorous life of marrying into wealth felt like a different kind of prison to him. In the dark, Su Qinghan felt Lu Zhao's warm embrace as he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Then, Lu Zhao's voice emerged from the shadows. "Sleep now. None of this is your fault. Daddy lost control of his emotions earlier. I'm sorry." Meanwhile, in the dormitory of Tiandu University, Annalisa was excitedly shaking a pink lollipop in her hand, her face beaming with delight. "Boss, what's got you so happy?" a girl inquired. Annalisa casually waved her phone and grinned smugly. "What else could it be? My little boyfriend agreed to go out." "Oh, wow, boss, your recent boyfriend is really quite handsome. A rare find, right? I feel like he's different from anyone you've dated before. It's a whole new vibe." "Really, boss, are you serious this time? If it's just for fun, let us have a taste later." The girls joked among themselves, oblivious to the darkening expression on Annalisa's face. When they noticed Annalisa biting down on her lollipop, their expressions instantly stiffened. "No, boss, you're not actually serious, are you?" Just as the words left their mouths, the lollipop shattered between Annalisa's teeth with a sharp crack. Following that, her voice turned icy. "Do you think I'm playing around?" Chapter 54, Assemble. As the sounds of shrieks echoed from Annalisa's dormitory, the dawn began to break. Several female classmates, sporting bruises on their faces, appeared at the gates of Tiandu University. Meanwhile, Annalisa stood with her arms crossed, a lollipop in her mouth, surveying the surroundings as she awaited a familiar figure. Just then, 3 boys clad in sun-protective clothing approached her with lively strides, waving enthusiastically. Their faces radiated sunny smiles, contrasting sharply with the girls' miserable appearances. "Hello, Minister. Sorry for keeping you waiting." Deng Hao greeted warmly, a hint of apology in his tone. Annalisa merely nodded slightly, casually responding, "It's fine. We just arrived not long ago, and it's still not the designated time." Deng Hao gazed at Annalisa as patient demeanor, his eyes nearly glazing over. A girl as patient and excellent as her, even if she were a heartbreaker, was still quite appealing. After all, dating a heartbreaker might be much more interesting and thrilling than being with those rigid, straight-laced girls. This time, under the minister's gracious invitation, the 3 boys were particularly attentive. They understood the importance of making a good first impression. Thus, to showcase their best selves, they had risen early and dressed meticulously. Although the agreed-upon time was 9 o'clock, they had arrived a whole 30 minutes early, aiming to demonstrate that they were punctual gentlemen. However, just as Deng Hao was filled with joy, thinking they could set off now that the 3 of them had gathered, he was astonished to find that the reality was quite different. He looked around, noticing the absence of anyone else, and a hint of confusion washed over him. Thus, Deng Hao politely inquired of Annalisa's roommate, Jiang Yingxin, Sister Jiang, "Is there anyone else who has yet to arrive?" Jiang Yingxin nodded and whispered, "Yes, there's still one male student who hasn't come." Upon hearing this, Deng Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. His punctuality set him apart, while that boy's tardiness only widened the gap between them. Surely, the leader's impression of him would improve, leaving that boy without a chance. Just as he indulged in these thoughts, Lu Zhao made his entrance. Dressed in a simple short-sleeved shirt and shorts, topped with a pristine white cap and carrying a small black backpack, he appeared effortlessly stylish before everyone. The gazes of Jiang Yingxin and her 2 companions were irresistibly drawn to him. They were astonished to notice Lu Zhao's cool attire, his bare, snow-white arms glistened subtly in the sunlight. The sight left the 3 girls utterly captivated, with one even losing control and bleeding from her nose due to overwhelming excitement. "Is this our reward? Such tender arms," the girl exclaimed. However, before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yingxin swiftly covered her mouth, warning her in a hushed tone, "Have you lost your mind? Keep it down. If the leader hears you, you're in for a beating." Meanwhile, Deng Hao and the other boys were equally stunned by Lu Zhao's bold appearance. They had never anticipated he would dare to show up in such provocative attire. Clearly, he was determined to capture the girls' attention. In stark contrast to the varied reactions of the crowd, Lu Zhao remained composed. A faint smile graced his lips as he cheerfully greeted everyone. You all arrived so early. He had come to school bright and early that day, returning to the dorm to fetch his materials for gift-making, not expecting to find so many people already there, 20 minutes before him. Typically, when he and Lin Yu ventured out, they often had to wait for him for half an hour. Before Lu Zhao could finish his sentence, Annalisa approached him directly, removing the light jacket she had wrapped around her waist and draping it over him. She murmured, "Why did you go out dressed like this? Put on quickly." Lu Zhao, somewhat bewildered, replied, "Aren't we going hiking today? Why should I wear a jacket on such a hot day?" Observing Lu Zhao's confused expression, Annalisa felt a rare surge of concern for him. She playfully tapped the tip of his nose and affectionately said, "Silly boy, you can't just expose your arms for other women to see." It was then that Lu Zhao realized his attire was akin to a girl's wearing a miniskirt. If he inadvertently exposed himself to other girls, it would be akin to revealing something deeply private, a display of disregard for himself as a man. With this thought, he nodded and uttered a simple, "Thank you." At that moment, Jiang Yingxin witnessed the scene and immediately rallied her two dorm mates to tease. Wow, the leader is so caring. Annalisa, hearing their playful shouts, felt a mix of exasperation and determination. She feigned calmness while keeping an eye on Lu Zhao's reaction, turning back to them to pretend to scold. "Stop that nonsense. Didn't I explain in the dorm last time? We're merely pretending to be a couple." Lu Zhao, witnessing this all-too-familiar routine, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, awkwardly curling his toes. This routine was rather cliched. However, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, he mustered the courage to add, "Yes, we truly are not." Upon hearing the two deny the reality, Deng Hao sighed in relief, secretly reveling in the notion that he still had a chance. Conversely, Annalisa felt a slight crack in her confidence upon hearing Lu Zhao's denial. She reassured herself internally. It's all right. Xiao Zhao is just a bit shy. Today, you'll see how I win him over." Sensing the atmosphere shift, Jiang Yingxin quickly announced it's about time. "We should prepare to depart. Everyone, let's get on the bus." Thus, at her urging, they all boarded the luxurious bus that had been reserved in advance. In the Su family villa, Su Qinghan was seated in her study, reviewing documents when Su Wanwan walked in, holding a book. She tiptoed to the desk, placing the book titled How to Strengthen the Relationship Between Spouses before Su Qinghan, and coldly stated, "My dad has gone hiking, so don't send anyone to follow him. You should take some time to read this book." Su Qinghan retorted, "How dare you lecture me, you little brat." Chapter 55. He has a crush. Su Wanwan had steeled herself to voice this statement, knowing her stern mother might deliver a lecture at any moment. Yet, for the sake of her family, she summoned her courage to advocate for Lu Zhao's freedom. This was a roundabout way to inform Su Qinghan of Lu Zhao's whereabouts, as well as to address the sadness she sensed in him the night before. If this continued, the family would surely fall apart. At that moment, she had to step up, even if it meant facing Su Qinghan's wrath. Just as she planned to slip out before Su Qinghan could react, the latter's cold voice rang out, "Su Wanwan." Merely uttering her name sent a shiver down Su Wanwan's spine. She halted, turning to face Su Qinghan, who was now standing. Despite her fear, her gaze remained resolute, showing no signs of retreat. As Su Qinghan reached out her hand, Su Wanwan's heart raced to its limit. However, instead of the anticipated pain, she felt a warm hand gently patting her head, tenderly ruffling her hair. The unexpected sensation left Su Wanwan momentarily stunned, and she opened her eyes in disbelief to meet Su Qinghan's gaze. Though her expression remained largely unchanged, there was a subtle softness in her eyes. "You did well, but I have my own considerations." On the spacious bus, Jiang Yingxin and her friends were happily joking with Deng Hao and the other boys, their laughter filling the air with youthful exuberance. However, in a corner, Lu Zhao was preoccupied with his own task. He held a needle and thread, diligently sewing a small pouch. Although his technique was somewhat clumsy, he remained focused, stitching with care. Due to his inexperience, his fingers were pricked with tiny holes, causing him to wince occasionally in pain. Yet, he did not halt his work. He merely rubbed the sore spots before continuing to sew diligently. From the moment they boarded the bus, Annalisa had been observing Lu Zhao's efforts with keen interest. With a subtle exchange of glances with Jiang Yingxin, she curiously approached and seated herself beside Lu Zhao, observing the item he was diligently stitching in his hands. "Xiao Zhao, what are you crafting? Is it a lucky bag?" Lu Zhao lifted his gaze, glancing at Annalisa, and replied with a hint of uncertainty, Well, I suppose it could be considered that. Annalisa's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she inquired further. How wonderful. Is this lucky bag intended for a girl you admire? At her words, Lu Zhao hesitated momentarily, contemplating the depth of his feelings for his daughter. Was it affection or something else entirely? After some reflection, he concluded that he indeed harbored fondness for her. Thus, he nodded and replied, I suppose so. Upon hearing this, Annalisa's cheekbones twitched with excitement, and she eagerly remarked, that girl must be quite fortunate to have captured the affection of a junior like you. How enviable. Lu Zhao found amusement in Annalisa's earnest expression, recognizing the transparency of her intentions. Even as a lad with little romantic experience, he could discern her motives. However, he had no intention of disclosing that the object of his affection was his own daughter. He thought, what if she fancied someone already committed? Noticing the smile tugging at Lu Zhao's lips, Annalisa felt a weight lift from her heart. That smile indicated that the lucky bag was not meant for some crush after all. Surely, he enjoyed her company. Otherwise, why would he choose to be with her? With this thought, she exclaimed, Hey, Xiao Xiao, you're quite mischievous for deceiving me. Lu Zhao responded with a puzzled, just as he was about to elucidate. The bus came to a gentle halt at their destination. Meanwhile, Deng Hao's gaze was fixated on Annalisa, brooding over her undivided attention towards Lu Zhao. Resentment and jealousy etched across his face. Seizing the moment, he boldly approached Annalisa, wrapping his arm around hers with a feigned innocence, exclaiming, Minister, we've arrived. Let us disembark together. Caught off guard by Deng Hao's audacity, Annalisa stiffened, her expression betraying her surprise. She had intended to gently push him away to avoid any misunderstandings with Lu Zhao. Yet at that moment, Lu Zhao stood up and urged, Yes. Let us hurry off. I'm feeling a bit queasy. Annoyance welled within Annalisa, her confidence wavering as she observed Lu Zhao's apparent indifference. She had meant to clarify the situation, but, seeing his eagerness to exit, she reluctantly abandoned the thought and lightly shrugged off Deng Hao's arm. Stepping off the bus ahead of him, Deng Hao, left behind, wore a look of unjust grievance. Why did the minister treat him differently? Was it merely because of the girl in the short sleeves beside him? As they disembarked, Deng Hao revealed a scornful expression and blocked Lu Zhao's path, taunting, Do you fancy the minister? As a senior and a supposedly kind-hearted individual, he felt it was his duty to warn, You cannot possibly win over a goddess like her. Leave her to someone like me. Having said that, he braced himself for a confrontation, ready to counter any rebuttal Lu Zhao might offer regarding his appearance or behavior. However, the next moment, Lu Zhao's voice rang out, Sounds good. Taken aback, Deng Hao instinctively retorted, Oh, you think saying sounds good give you the upper hand? Lu Zhao replied. Indeed. Chapter 56. Lu Zhao's lack of grace. Clearing his throat, Deng Hao, still reveling in his own smugness, stated, Given your perceptiveness, I might consider including you in future endeavors. Just then, Lu Zhao forcefully pushed past Deng Hao, his chest colliding with him and sending him stumbling into a seat. What are you doing? How can a boy be so uncouth? Deng Hao exclaimed, dazed and furious as he regained his composure. Yet Lu Zhao merely turned slightly, a smirk of disdain gracing his features, seemingly unfazed by Deng Hao's outrage. I'm not complying out of fear. Don't get too arrogant. His voice was icy, laced with mockery. I'm merely trying to offer a friendly warning, and you treat me like this? What a case of good intentions gone awry. Deng Hao's retort was filled with a hint of insecurity, his bravado faltering as a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. Observing Deng Hao's feigned calmness, Lu Zhao found the scene laughable. Tired of their exchange, he delivered a final remark. You know your own standing. Just don't provoke me. With that, he turned on his heel and exited the bus, leaving Deng Hao seething in place. Upon stepping off the bus, Lu Zhao noticed 2 other boys and 3 girls, including Jiang Yingxin, busily taking photographs. One girl voiced her concern. Why haven't Deng Hao and the others come down yet? Do you think they might be arguing? Should we check on them? Before she could finish, another boy chuckled awkwardly, quickly explaining, That's impossible. Perhaps it's that time of the month, and there's nowhere nearby to find supplies? Exactly, chimed in another boy. Maybe Lu Zhao forgot to bring his supplies and is borrowing from Deng Hao. Jiang Yingxin, overhearing their banter, approached Annalisa. Boss, it seems your little darling might have been bullied. Should you comfort him later? She whispered. Annalisa, unfazed, leisurely removed her lollipop from her mouth and sighed, as if with full confidence in her upcoming statement. Do you think someone bold enough to confront Mu Rongshiyu on the very first day of school would be intimidated by such a trifling character? As her words settled, Jiang Yingxin suddenly realized, You're right. Lu Zhao is unlike any other boy. He is the one who dared to stand up to Mu Rongshiyu and challenge Su Yuza. How could he fear someone like Deng Hao? Yet, noticing a hint of worry on Annalisa's face, Jiang Yingxin continued, "If that's the case, boss, what are you still worried about?" Annalisa pondered for a moment, contemplating her response. After a brief silence, she finally spoke, her tone revealing a trace of hesitation. "I'm beginning to doubt if he truly has feelings for me. After all, he tends to lash out at anyone who displeases him. If my recent actions have upset him, he would surely express his displeasure. Yet he did not. Moreover, he confided in me that he has feelings for another girl." At this point, the goddess, renowned as the blazing flower, let out a sigh once more. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxin quickly reassured her, saying, "Boss, the girl he likes must be you. Look at how he willingly came out with you and even mentioned preparing lucky bags for the girl he admires. Surely, that indicates his affection is directed towards you." After contemplating these words, Annalisa found them quite compelling, realizing that her emotions had clouded her judgment. As the saying goes, one who stays close to vermilion becomes red. One who stays close to ink becomes black. Just as Annalisa reaffirmed her resolve, she spotted Lu Zhao descending from the vehicle. In the next moment, Annalisa abandoned Jiang Yingxin and strode towards Lu Zhao, calling out, "Xiao Zhao, over here." Jiang Yingxin gazed at Annalisa's sudden exuberance, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. Wasn't she just feeling melancholic? How could she change so abruptly? Before long, the group began greeting one another as they made their way up the mountain. With an umbrella in hand, Annalisa walked beside Lu Zhao, smiling as she said, "Did you forget to bring an umbrella? We can share." Before she finished speaking, Annalisa reached out, intending to take Lu Zhao's backpack to lighten his load. However, Lu Zhao unhesitatingly rejected her offer, saying, "Thanks, senior, but I can carry it myself." Without giving Annalisa a moment to react, he swiftly stepped out from under her umbrella and made his way to a small platform a short distance ahead. Once settled, he savored the cool mountain breeze and the mildly enchanting scenery before him. Unable to contain his emotions, Lu Zhao opened his arms wide and shouted, "Ah!" This exclamation seemed to liberate him from all the pressures and worries that had burdened him. After the shout, he felt an immediate lightness in his body and a buoyant spirit. Turning back, Lu Zhao called out to Annalisa, "I'll wait for you ahead." With that, he continued his ascent, seemingly oblivious to the gazes of others around him. His unabashed demeanor astonished those behind him, especially the three boys, including Deng Hao, who couldn't help but mutter criticisms about Lu Zhao. Is he out of his mind? A boy shouting like that? He has no decorum. Can he really attract any girls? Exactly. He is really going all out to catch the minister's attention. What if he gets sunburned without any sun protection? As they intended to seek Deng Hao's agreement, they noticed that he appeared somewhat distracted. How, what's wrong? You've been like this since we got off the bus. Did that guy say something inappropriate? One boy inquired. Deng Hao slightly shook his head and murmured, "I'm thinking of pretending to faint from heat stroke later. Do you think I could?" Chapter 57. Successful check-in. Phew. Indeed, occasionally immersing oneself in nature does ease the mind. Lu Zhao climbed ahead, muttering to himself, after behaving like that, "You should have developed some aversion towards me. Surely, he wouldn't call me little Xiao Zhao, right?" The mere thought of her addressing him in such a manner, regardless of her beauty, sent shivers down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Annalisa was growing increasingly fond of Lu Zhao, a boy unbound by societal constraints, daring to confront life head-on. He was becoming more and more to her liking. Although she had sensed Lu Zhao's desire to maintain distance, she had no intention of giving up. It seemed she would have to take a step back for now. Her usual flirty tactics wouldn't work on him. Annalisa pondered how she could genuinely penetrate his heart. And who could the girl he admired possibly be? It couldn't be that deadpan Morong Shiyu, could it? In an instant, all her previous speculations with Jiang Yingxin were overturned. As a seasoned connoisseur of men, Annalisa couldn't help but marvel today. I truly understand the saying, "The heart of a man is as elusive as a needle in the ocean." While lost in her thoughts, a call echoed from behind. "Minister, shouldn't we quicken our pace? Look how far ahead Lu Zhao has gone." Annalisa turned to find Deng Hao calling out. What was this guy up to? Quickening their pace wasn't an issue, but those boys probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Before Annalisa could respond, Jiang Yingxin, blushing, shouted from behind, "Boss, you all go ahead. They seem to have sprained their ankles, and we'll accompany them slowly." Jiang Yingxin was supporting a limping boy, her face brimming with barely contained laughter. Her hand was mischievously rubbing the boy's arm, while another boy did the same. It would indeed be miraculous if they both managed to sprain their ankles together, Annalisa thought sarcastically. However, since they were willing to act this way, she wouldn't expose them, especially since they needed to hasten their pace. It wouldn't be good if some wandering woman or nun spotted Lu Zhao as handsome visage and succumbed to her wicked thoughts. With this in mind, Annalisa refrained from further words and simply stated, "All right, in that case, let us wait for them at the temple ahead." Deng Hao nodded, relieved that after a while of climbing, he could pretend to be exhausted and collapse to the ground, thereby narrowing the distance between him and Annalisa. Perhaps Annalisa would even sweep him up in a prince's embrace, cooing affectionately, "Little fool, don't overexert yourself if you can't keep up. It makes my heart ache." Then she would take out her water bottle, not to offer him a drink, but to take a big gulp herself, letting out an exaggerated ah. At the thought, Deng Hao couldn't help but gasp, utterly captivated. Just as he snapped back to reality, he realized Annalisa had already dashed ahead of him. "Hey, Minister, you're too fast. Wait for me." Annalisa moved swiftly, while Deng Hao's voice echoed along the mountain path. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao had already arrived at the temple built among the mountains. Gazing at the suspended temple supported by wooden pillars, he marveled at the brilliance of human ingenuity. How magnificent it was! From a distance, the temple appeared grand and solemn, with a constant stream of visitors, as if the throngs were trampling the threshold. People came and went, nearly obscuring the entrance. Lu Zhao took out his phone to capture this scene, and given the rare opportunity to be outdoors, decided to take a selfie. As a boy, he didn't overly concern himself with the art of selfies. He merely aimed to document the moment. Perhaps it was Lu Zhao's striking looks that ensured he looked good from any angle. With a face like this, who wouldn't be mesmerized? Lu Zhao mused, admiring the freshly taken photo on his phone. Suddenly, he casually edited a post for his social media, selecting 2 images from his gallery and uploading them with the caption, "Checked in successfully." However, what Lu Zhao failed to notice was that within his photograph, the figures of Annalise and Deng Hao chasing each other had inadvertently blended in, captured by an ultra-high-definition camera. The moment he posted, Murong Xiu immediately took note of the update. Her first instinct was to download and save Lu Zhao's photo, and as she gazed at it, she succumbed to endless reverie. "Truly, he is the man I have set my sights on. Such innate beauty. He looks splendid even without makeup." Just as Murong Xiu was about to comment on the post, she suddenly realized that a familiar silhouette seemed to lurk behind one of the images. Annalise, how on earth did she appear there? Murong Xiu slammed her hand on the table, rising with excitement. What is happening? Why would she coincidentally show up there? This thought flickered momentarily in Murong Xiu's mind before she impulsively declared, "No, I must go see for myself." Meanwhile, Lu Zhao had already arrived at the temple. Having procured incense, he knelt devoutly before the altar, bowing 3 times before the statue, silently praying for the safety of his daughter. At that moment, the sun cast a slanting light upon him, while the surrounding area remained shrouded in shadow, a curious coincidence. To onlookers, Lu Zhao appeared as though he had received divine blessings, akin to a favored son of the gods. Many who came seeking peace captured this moment on their phones, murmuring amongst themselves, "That young man possesses an aura of prosperity. Surely, he is destined for great fortune." Many present were affluent individuals, inclined to believe in such omens. Upon hearing these remarks, they turned their attention to Lu Zhao, mesmerized by the scene before them. Just as Lu Zhao prepared to depart, a middle-aged woman with a rotund figure approached him, politely inquiring, "Young man, may I ask your age? Are you married?" Lu Zhao, huh? Chapter 58, The Crowded Temple. "Hey, Minister, please slow down. I can hardly keep up." Deng Hao panted, trailing behind Annalise, wiping the sweat from his brow as he called out anxiously. Annalise, upon hearing his cries, merely glanced back, offering him a fleeting look before responding coolly, "Just a bit further. We'll be there soon, but I feel a bit dizzy." Deng Hao feigned weakness in his legs, as if he might collapse at any moment. He silently prayed that Annalise would notice his plight and come to his aid, providing him a chance to bridge the distance between them. However, when he looked towards Annalise, she had already moved ahead and waved, saying, "You stay here and rest. I'll go on ahead." Before Deng Hao could utter another word, Annalise vanished into the throng of people entering the temple. Alas, it seemed this path was not meant to be. He sighed helplessly, his heart heavy with disappointment, particularly as he recalled Annalise's evident affection for Lu Zhao, which only deepened his feelings of envy. Even if Annalise knew it was all an act, surely she could show a hint of care. It was painfully obvious that she held no interest in him, just as he resolved to abandon his pursuit of Annalise altogether. His hand unconsciously reached into the pocket of his sun-protective jacket. Suddenly, he felt a hard object and pulled it out, discovering it was a lollipop. The wrapper was identical to the ones Annalise usually enjoyed, unmistakably the same brand. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the lollipop, a wave of complex emotions washing over him. "When did Minister Annalise?" he murmured, his mind racing with possibilities. Realizing what it meant, Deng Hao gazed at the lollipop in his hand, his face lighting up with emotion. Ah, truly, Annalise is remarkable. Even while pursuing another man, she still manages to dangle a morsel of affection before me. Far more intriguing than some straight-laced women. Though she physically rebuffed him, she still feared he might faint, leaving behind her most cherished lollipop for him. What did this signify? It indicated that Annalise surely held some interest in him, albeit not as fervently as she did for Lu Zhao. At the same time, Annalise had entered the temple, suddenly sneezing. Achoo! How could I sneeze on such a sunny day? I haven't been mining at night lately. She rubbed her nose, instinctively checking the dwindling lollipops in her pocket. A flicker of melancholy welling up within her. Ah, well, it's better than being ensnared by that guy's charms. She sighed, seeking solace in her own words. However, she did not dwell too long in this mood, and quickly began scanning the temple for Lu Zhao's figure. Just a few minutes later, Annalise's attention was captured by commotion nearby. A group of stout, portly women had encircled Lu Zhao, effectively trapping him in their midst. Lu Zhao stood before the statue, appearing somewhat flustered and awkward, a look of embarrassment adorning his face. I'm sorry, I don't exchange contact information, he said with a smile that concealed a hint of helplessness, awkwardly waving to the crowd. Lu Zhao was genuinely startled by the group of older women before him. They approached him with such politeness, making it difficult for him to be too direct. Despite his words, many of the women remained undeterred. They had all witnessed the spectacle of divine light illuminating him, a sign of auspiciousness. Business people often adhered to notions of feng shui, and if they couldn't marry such a man, securing him for their company could prove equally beneficial. They believed that even being associated with him might bring them luck. One woman boldly declared, "Young man, I wonder if you found employment yet? I'd be willing to offer you a monthly salary of 100,000 to join our company as an honorary director. You would merely need to lend your name." At this, another chimed in, "Join our company, and I'll double that offer. Plus, I'll throw in 8. 8? That's nothing. If you come to our company, I'll give you 10 million, and I'll even arrange a great partner for you." Each offer was more enticing than the last, leaving Lu Zhao utterly bewildered. Wait, the system descends, and I can't see it. Am I merely seeking a talisman for peace as I stride towards the pinnacle of life? Seeing this, Annalise attempted to step forward to extricate Lu Zhao from the throng. But the sheer number of people made it impossible. The crowd was a veritable wall of bodies. The voices of the women grew louder, their animated discussions drowning out everything else, creating a cacophony that rendered her attempts to intervene futile. If she forced her way through, it could lead to chaos. So for the moment, she could only observe and refrain from acting. At this moment, Jiang Yingxin and her companions caught up with Deng Hao. They initially intended to inquire about the battle status, but upon seeing him seated alone, they surmised that the situation was rather grim. Nevertheless, the two other boys extended their concern. "It's all right, Hao. Perhaps once the minister's novelty wears off, an opportunity will arise." Indeed, besides, they aren't truly together, so there's nothing to worry about. In this world, it takes considerable courage for a boy to pursue a girl, and being rejected by a girl can be a significant blow to a boy, necessitating ample consolation. However, Deng Hao displayed no signs of sorrow. Instead, he proudly extracted the lollipop Annalisa had given him. "Oh well, just being a fish in Minister Anna's ocean is already quite fulfilling for me." The group gazed in astonishment at the lollipop, identical to Annalisa's, in his hand. No one expected the candy-obsessed Annalisa to give her lollipop to anyone. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare. "Wow, is this for real? We've shared a dorm with the boss for 2 years, and she'd rather give me the latest smartphone than a single lollipop. Could it be that this guy has genuinely caught the boss's eye? Or does she have ulterior motives?" Jiang Yingxin shook her head, but could only guess that it was likely an attempt to rid herself of this pesky fellow. Just then, the air was filled with the sound of whirring helicopter blades. What's that? Chapter 59, The Arrival from the Sky. Several black, private helicopters appeared in the sky, approaching the temple. Inside one of the helicopters, Murong Shiyu's expression was cold and devoid of emotion. Her sharp gaze was fixated on the temple suspended halfway up the mountain. As her eyes fell upon the temple, her lips moved slightly as she spoke. "I told you, that is my prey. Annalisa, do you truly believe I would hesitate to make a move against you?" In just a quarter of an hour, the helicopter hovered above the expansive platform of the hanging temple. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by this sudden spectacle, their gazes converging on the helicopter. When the rope was lowered, everyone held their breath in anticipation of who would descend, given the grand display. Murong Shiyu and the dozen or so women clad in black descended swiftly and gracefully down the rope, landing on the platform. As soon as they steadied themselves, Murong Shiyu led her entourage straight into the temple without hesitation. The visitors at the temple had never witnessed such a scene and quickly parted to make way. Wow, the wealthy are becoming increasingly extravagant. They even disdain climbing and resort to airdrops. Someone exclaimed. Indeed. However, I must say, this girl truly exudes elegance. I can tell at a glance that she is extraordinary. Another echoed. Look at those dozen or so female bodyguards beside her. What a grand spectacle. It's evident she is no ordinary heiress. They whispered among themselves, speculating quietly. At that moment, Murong Shiyu, surrounded by her female bodyguards, emerged into the throng. Her gaze scanned the crowd, searching for Lu Zhao. Such a grand entrance naturally drew the attention of those nearby, including Annalisa. Caught in the crowd, she inwardly lamented. Why is she here? Is she rushing over to rescue a damsel in distress? As expected, upon spotting Lu Zhao, Murong Shiyu's eyes sparkled with intent, and she strode directly toward him. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao's mind buzzed at the sight of Murong Shiyu's entourage. What on earth is she doing bringing so many people here? At this moment, several women of notable standing surrounding Lu Zhao began to discreetly withdraw upon recognizing Murong Shiyu's face. They could not afford to provoke this young lady. In the blink of an eye, the once boisterous group of women was reduced to a few remaining social climbers, appearing rather lonely. Soon, Murong Shiyu reached Lu Zhao's side, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she softly remarked, You went climbing without inviting me. How inconsiderate. Lu Zhao, hearing Murong Shiyu's words, could only give a small, rueful smile. Just dealing with those few troublemakers is enough of a hassle. Calling you would only escalate things further. However, before Lu Zhao could finish his sentence, a rather portly social climber suddenly raised her voice, shouting at Murong Shiyu, Hey, do you understand the concept of first come, first served? Just because you brought a few people doesn't mean you can act so arrogantly. Exactly. Another woman chimed in. I just consulted a master who said I have a fateful connection with him. Young man, you should wait. Murong Shiyu responded with a dismissive smile, barely sparing a glance at the two women. She turned her attention back to Lu Zhao and asked, So, is everything settled? Once it is, we can leave. Lu Zhao examined the talisman in his hand and replied, All done. We can head out. As the two women witnessed Murong Shiyu's utter disregard for them, their anger flared even more. You little brat, do you think you can ignore us? Do you even know who we are? One of them shouted angrily. However, before she could finish, one of the bodyguards beside Murong Shiyu lunged forward, acting swiftly and decisively, pinning both women to the ground. You two, if you have the audacity, call for backup. Let us see who can find a place to settle this. Just as she prepared to continue her tirade, she felt a cold metal barrel pressing against her waist. This caused her to swallow hard, and when she turned to look at the bodyguard, she noticed a faint smile on her face. It was a kind smile, yet undeniably terrifying. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the social climber's fiery demeanor cooled considerably. She forced a smile and said, I apologize. We were a bit hasty earlier. I hope this young lady can intercede on my behalf, considering I didn't mean any offense. The words left her mouth, leaving Lu Zhao utterly dumbfounded. Hadn't she just been clamoring to confront these individuals? How had she transformed into a different person so quickly? Not that he had seen her issued any threats. Nevertheless, Lu Zhao didn't wish to escalate matters, as it hardly warranted such a confrontation. He promptly turned to Murong Shiyu, signifying for her to handle the situation. Murong Shiyu merely waved her hand dismissively, and the bodyguards released the two women. After Lu Zhao and Murong Shiyu departed, one of the remaining social climbers asked, Did you feel that just now? The other woman nodded vigorously, mouthing a word without sound. The grandfather's summoning device. As Lu Zhao and Murong Shiyu approached the exit of the temple, Annalisa pushed through the crowd and called out loudly, I'm here. Wait for me. Hearing Annalisa's voice, Lu Zhao paused and turned to look at her as she approached. Indeed, I accompanied her for an outing. Surely, these two won't end up in a quarrel, will they? Before Lu Zhao could utter a word, Murong Shiyu swiftly obstructed Annalisa's path. At that moment, Annalisa composed herself, casting a disdainful glance at the bodyguards surrounding Murong Shiyu, and remarked, Oh, you brought so many bodyguards just to prevent that little boy from running off with you? Murong Shiyu, equally unyielding, retorted, What is it to you? I'm free to go out as I please. Indeed, I cannot dictate your choices, but I was the one who invited Lu Zhao first. Perhaps you should wait for another occasion. As Annalisa's words hung in the air, Deng Hao and his companions hastily approached her, exclaiming, Minister, what are you doing over there? Upon noticing the lollipop in Deng Hao's hand, A playful smile crept onto Murong Shiyu's face, and she scoffed. Are you planning to enjoy what's in your hand while eyeing what's in the pot? The moment those words escaped her lips, Anlisa's confidence wavered slightly. Then, Murong Shiyu leaned closer to Anlisa and whispered in her ear, your usual methods for attracting suitors are none of my concern, but I genuinely like that boy. Consider this as my humble request. Allow me this one chance. Chapter 60. Climbing the Mountain. Anlisa, taken aback by this unexpected show of vulnerability, let the lollipop fall from her mouth. After a brief moment of astonishment, she looked at Murong Shiyu with a serious expression and said, but I'm serious this time. Annalisa's response clearly caught Murong Shiyu off guard, prompting her to dismiss it with a derisive snort. Forget it. I'll pay for you to find some more handsome suitors to entertain you. Just don't set your sights on him. As Anlisa attempted to counter, Deng Hao swiftly approached her side, saying, President, what brings you here? While speaking, he waved his own lollipop, mirroring Annalisa's. Seeing the scene unfold, a mischievous thought flickered in Murong Shiyu's mind, and a sly smile graced her lips. With a tone laced with jest, she declared, I came here to see if your minister has been up to any mischief behind everyone's back. With that, she arched an eyebrow, her gaze flitting between the two as if hinting at something. She then shifted her focus to Deng Hao, teasing him, Hey, I can't help but feel that you and your minister make quite the pair. Go for it. Aim to win her heart. Murong Shiyu's words landed like a stone cast into a still pond, sending ripples of surprise through the air. Particularly her last remark about winning her over made Deng Hao's face flush a deep crimson. Shyly lowering his gaze, he fidgeted with the hem of his shirt, looking as if his deepest secrets had been laid bare. He then gestured for the surrounding bodyguards to retreat. Within moments, a dozen bodyguards began to descend the mountain in an orderly fashion. Noticing that Murong Shiyu remained where she was, Lu Zhao inquired, So, you're not actually here to climb the mountain, are you? Upon hearing his question, Murong Shiyu lightly shook her head and slowly retrieved an energy drink from her bag. When she handed the drink to Lu Zhao, their eyes briefly met before she quickly averted her gaze, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Of course not. The primary reason for my presence here is to see you. Her voice trembled slightly, particularly when she uttered the last four words, almost inaudible like a whisper. Lu Zhao internally mused, how cheesy, what a cliché from those flirtatious manuals. Nevertheless, not wanting to embarrass Murong Shiyu, he accepted the energy drink. Can you be a bit more serious? Stop with all these frivolous antics. Though Lu Zhao expressed this, he felt a sense of helplessness. After all, he was already overwhelmed, and Murong Shiyu's sudden appearance only added to his troubles. This is a disaster. One Anlisa is enough of a headache. And now I have to contend with Murong Shiyu too. At that moment, Anlisa approached Lu Zhao and said, President, you're so busy. I'm sure there are many matters still left unresolved, so you need not trouble yourself with me, a mere flower of society. I merely wish to take a stroll in the mountains today. As the two began to bicker yet again, Lu Zhao couldn't help but envision himself intervening, flailing his arms and shouting, Please stop fighting. Please stop fighting. Just thinking about it made him swallow hard, his expression twisting as if he had just bitten into a lemon. Forget it. Let them argue as they please. I have no intention of mediating. His purpose for climbing the mountain was twofold, to seek a talisman for safety and to unwind, not to witness two young ladies sparring verbally, which only served to increase his vexation. Thus, Lu Zhao resignedly declared, You two can squabble all you want. I'm heading up first. With that, he turned away, continuing his ascent without a care for how the two would react. Murong Shiyu had initially intended to exchange more barbs with Anlisa, but seeing Lu Zhao already moving away, she chose not to pursue the argument further. She pivoted and chased after him, calling out, Lu Zhao, wait for me. Anlisa, observing this, wasted no time. Disregarding Deng Hao and the others, she followed suit, muttering under her breath, Damn, is there no sense of fair play? Wait for me. Zhang Yingxin and the others, witnessing the drastic change in the two campus bells, were left utterly astonished. Is he really that impressive? He managed to win over both the Fiery Flower and the Ice Queen? Meanwhile, within the ancestral home of the Su family, the atmosphere was rather tense. Su Lingxi sat poised on a mahogany chair, sipping tea and savoring its aroma. Opposite her sat Bai Mo, his gaze dazed and seemingly lost, exuding an air of disorientation. Little Bai, Su Lingxi's voice carried a hint of resignation. There truly is no way around this. I cannot gamble with the only heir of our Su family. Her tone was laden with a sense of helplessness. Bai Mo's body trembled slightly as he met Su Lingxi's gaze, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. Aunt Su, I understand your concerns, but once I marry into the Su family, I will strive to ensure its prosperity. I will treat Wan Wan as my own daughter. and I promise to never mistreat her. His voice quivered, as if to reinforce his determination. Yet, Su Lingxi merely sighed softly, unaffected by Mo's fervent declarations. She quietly poured some tea into his cup, seemingly attempting to ease the tension in the room. After a brief pause, she continued, I am aware of your intentions. Little Bai. However, if they were to truly divorce, setting aside any thoughts of self-harm that Wanwan might entertain, the very nature of this event would undoubtedly leave an indelible shadow upon her psyche. Moreover, considering the temperament of that girl, do you genuinely believe that, even if they were to part ways, she would share a room with you? These words struck Bai Mo like a clarion call, rendering him momentarily speechless as he lowered his head in contemplation. It was at that very moment that a maid entered, respectfully announcing, Madam, Mrs. Bai has arrived. Su Lingxi exclaimed, What? Chapter 61. An overnight stay on the mountain. After an arduous and protracted afternoon of climbing, Lu Zhao finally succeeded in reaching the summit. At this juncture, the sun was preparing to descend gently, still a distance from the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the mountaintop, where the clouds were painted with the glow of twilight, creating a picturesque tableau. Despite Lu Zhao's breathlessness and trembling legs, his spirits soared at the sight of such beauty. As all his worries were momentarily cast aside, Murong Xiyu and Annalisa followed closely behind, their steps light and steady, betraying no signs of fatigue. These two young women were not only stunningly beautiful, but also possessed remarkable stamina. In contrast, Jiang Yingxin and her companions appeared to lag significantly. Turning to the two girls, Lu Zhao smiled and said, Phew, now that we're here, let's take a photograph. His voice exuded a sense of ease and joy. Naturally, the two young women had no reason to decline his invitation. After all, such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. Who would refuse? Yet beneath this seemingly harmonious facade, both girls harbored their own private thoughts. Murong Xiyu discreetly wiped the perspiration from her cheeks, seemingly intent on overshadowing Annalisa in the photograph. Meanwhile, Annalisa secretly schemed about how to secure a solo photo with Lu Zhao, for if they were to capture a moment together, it would surely become a cherished memory. At this moment, Lu Zhao had already selected an ideal spot for the photo. He adeptly set up the tripod and meticulously adjusted the angle and height to ensure the most splendid shot. Once everything was ready, he smiled and gestured for the two girls to face the sun and position themselves. Let's begin. With a shout from Lu Zhao, the two girls instinctively turned to glance at the camera, swiftly adjusting their poses to present a striking silhouette. Their movements were fluid and natural, akin to born models, radiating a distinctive allure. Seeing this, Lu Zhao nodded in satisfaction and promptly set the timer for the shot, then confidently stepped forward to claim the central position. At the moment the shutter clicked, he raised one hand high towards the sun. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The sunlight bathed the trio, outlining their forms and creating a scene rich with atmosphere. After capturing the photograph, Lu Zhao plopped down onto the ground, gazing at the setting sun and reflecting. Occasionally witnessing a sunset is quite delightful. Meanwhile, Murong Xiyu and Annalisa wore expressions of dissatisfaction, for they had not acquired what they desired. Annalisa covertly studied the glistening side profile of Lu Zhao, her admiration growing with each glance. Were it not for Murong Xiyu's presence and the company of others nearby, she might have been tempted to kiss him right then and there. Alas, the unexpected appearance of a third party thwarted her plans, and she lamented that today might have been the day to win Lu Zhao's affections. Are we staying here for the night? Murong Xiyu inquired softly after a brief pause. Lu Zhao pondered for a moment before replying. Descending now would likely be a bit rushed. As he spoke, he opened his backpack and retrieved a somewhat thick jacket, tossing it to Murong Xiyu. You didn't bring any extra clothing, did you? The temperature on the mountain drops at night. I bought this jacket in a larger size. The store had a promotion, so I opted for the larger one for better value. You can make do with it. It should provide some warmth. His tone was entirely casual, as if this were the most ordinary act. Murong Xiyu accepted the jacket, gazing down at the fabric in her hands. The fleeting thought of calling for a helicopter to descend vanished in an instant. The prospect of spending the night with Lu Zhao, accompanied by a garment imbued with his scent, was an opportunity not to be missed. Murong Xiyu resolved silently that she would not leave under any circumstances. On the other hand, Annalisa observed everything with keen eyes. When she witnessed Lu Zhao so readily offering his clothing to Murong Xiyu, it struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her feeling as though the sky had caved in. Her expression darkened, unable to conceal her discontent. Annalisa berated herself internally, thinking, had I known, I would have left my clothes behind too. Is it too late to toss my jacket down the mountain now? Just then, Annalisa's phone chimed, and upon reading the message, her expression darkened further. What are those guys up to? Lu Zhao asked, turning to her. The boys are too exhausted to continue and want to head down. The girls are tired as well and are opting to descend. Annalisa replied helplessly. Perfect. Otherwise, I wouldn't have enough food to share, Lu Zhao said as he began rummaging through his bag. Instant noodles, bread, snacks. Okay, these supplies will suffice for a night snack. The three of them exchanged light banter atop the mountain. Time flew by, and soon darkness enveloped the summit, where many had gathered, likely intending to witness the sunrise the following day. As dusk settled, Murongxiu gently leaned her nose into Lu Zhao's jacket, inhaling his scent. Her heart raced, akin to a child caught in mischief, afraid of being discovered. At that moment, Annalisa suddenly called out to Murongxiu, startling her. She quickly lifted her head from Lu Zhao's jacket, stammering, "W what?" In response, Annalisa declared, "I'll lend you my sleeping bag, and you can give me the junior's jacket." Goodness, it feels like you're trying to take advantage of me. Go away. No way am I giving you my jacket. Listening to the banter between the two women, Lu Zhao felt exasperated. He hugged his legs, weary, his head bobbing like a pendulum before it ultimately succumbed to gravity, resting against a nearby surface. Chapter 62. Descending the mountain. Feeling a weight upon her shoulder, Murongxiu slowly opened her eyes and glanced at her shoulder. She discovered Lu Zhao comfortably nestled against her. Sound asleep. How adorable. A gentle smile crept onto Murongxiu's lips, revealing a tender maternal warmth. She moved cautiously, intending to retrieve her phone from her pocket to secretly snap a picture of Lu Zhao and herself, just as she pressed the shutter button to check the photo's quality. Annalisa, seated on Lu Zhao's other side, stirred slightly, breaking the moment. Murongxiu's heart tightened as she suddenly realized that she might have been discovered. Reacting swiftly, she quickly stowed her phone away and promptly closed her eyes, pretending to still be asleep. At that moment, Annalisa, after rubbing the sleep from her blurry eyes, appeared oblivious to Murongxiu's peculiar behavior. As usual, she deftly retrieved a lollipop from her pocket and unhesitatingly popped it into her mouth. The motion as natural and fluid as if it were a mere habit. After steadying herself, she turned her gaze to find Lu Zhao unexpectedly asleep against Murongxiu's shoulder. This scene caused Annalisa's eyes to widen, a pang of envy surging within her. She murmured, "Oh, he is actually not leaning on me," clearly a bit disgruntled. Annalisa fixated on Lu Zhao and Murongxiu, pondering how to rescue Lu Zhao from the comfort of Murongxiu's shoulder. Suddenly, inspiration struck her, and she cautiously stretched her neck, peeking at Murongxiu like a thief, hoping to ascertain whether she was still asleep. Upon confirming that Murongxiu seemed to be in deep slumber, she slowly and quietly extended her hand. However, just as her hand was about to touch Lu Zhao, an unexpected event occurred. Murongxiu abruptly opened her eyes and delivered a sharp slap to Annalisa's hand. "Ah, so you're awake after all," Annalisa exclaimed in pain, rubbing her smacked hand while complaining. Murongxiu remained silent, merely gesturing for Annalisa to hush. "Hush what? He has been leaning on you all night." "It's my turn now." Annalisa, clearly unwilling to concede, glared at Lu Zhao and Murongxiu, contemplating how to seize the opportunity. Yet, Murongxiu refused to acquiesce, shooting a cold glare at Annalisa, as if to say that any movement from her would provoke a confrontation. The more Murongxiu resisted, the more Annalisa felt rebellious. If she wouldn't let her move, then she would surely act. In the very next moment, her hand reached for Lu Zhao's shoulder, shaking him gently while calling out, Junior, wake up, it's almost sunrise." Lu Zhao, roused from his slumber, shifted away from Murongxiu's shoulder, stretching with a deep, languorous yawn. Murongxiu cast a venomous glare at Annalisa, contemplating a confrontation if Lu Zhao weren't nearby. Glancing at his phone screen, Lu Zhao suddenly realized that today was already Monday. Moreover, in just 2 days, it would be Su Wanwan's birthday party. And the lucky bag he had prepared for her was still incomplete. He needed to hasten his efforts. "It's past 5. Let us skip the sunrise today. I think we have class," he announced, gathering his belongings in preparation to descend the mountain. Upon hearing Lu Zhao's declaration, Murongxiu promptly responded, "All right, I'll call someone to pick us up right now." As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed a number. After a brief exchange, she hung up the call. A helicopter on standby 24 hours a day at the base of the mountain was soon en route. Hearing the increasingly loud thrum of the rotor blades, Lu Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this what it means to be wealthy? She seems even more powerful than that guy. Within mere minutes, a helicopter appeared at the mountaintop. "You go ahead first, Lu Zhao." Murongxiu's voice rang in his ears. Lu Zhao nodded and boarded the aircraft, with Murongxiu following closely behind. However, just as Annalisa intended to board as well, Morong Shiyu shot her a middle finger. Her expression icy and her tone frigid. You can climb down yourself. Stunned by this remark, Annalisa retorted, you're unbelievable. No sense of fairness, you wretched cow. Lu Zhao could only helplessly cover his forehead, feigning ignorance of the unfolding drama. After all, this wasn't his helicopter. He certainly couldn't chime in with a saintly remark about fairness, saying, why don't you let her on? Might very well get him kicked off. In the boys' dormitory of Tianda University, Chinamo stood before the mirror, impeccably dressed in a finely tailored black suit with gold trim, adjusting his poses and scrutinizing every detail. Wow, he exclaimed, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. This suit is simply stunning. Turning to Han Dong, who was engrossed in reading English literature at his computer, he excitedly inquired, Dong Dong, what do you think of my outfit? How many girls do you think will come over to flirt with me at the birthday party? Han Dong raised his head slightly, diverting his gaze from the screen to glance at Chinamo, and replied leisurely, it does look quite good. But as for how many girls will be interested, well, he paused before continuing, that's a matter of probability. If among 10 people there are... All right. Chun Mo interrupted impatiently. Just keep reading your academic papers. He had no desire to hear Han Dong's lengthy data analysis. He was solely concerned with how many attractive women would notice him at the birthday celebration. Murmuring to himself, he lamented, if only Zhao Bao were here. He went hiking this weekend without inviting us. He must have been called away by some girl. This guy, how could he not include me in his flirtation escapades? I'll definitely have a word with him when he gets back. Just then, Lu Zhao pushed the door open. Upon seeing Lu Zhao, Chun Mo immediately rushed over. Zhao Bao, I missed you. Observing Chun Mo's drastic mood shift, Han Dong could only sigh softly. Men are truly fickle creatures. As Chun Mo clung to Lu Zhao, he caught a whiff of a woman's perfume. Did Zhao Bao really spend the night with a girl? Chapter 63. Preparations before the banquet. Lu Zhao, feeling slightly awkward, pushed Chun Mo away, tossing his backpack aside. I'm all dirty. You look too good today. Let us keep some distance. Before Lu Zhao could finish, Chun Mo leaned in with curiosity, his eyes sparkling with gossip. Zhao Bao, which beauty did you hang out with this weekend? I can smell a woman's scent on you. Faced with Chun Mo's question, Lu Zhao found it difficult to respond. It wouldn't be wise to reveal that he had spent the night atop a mountain with 2 campus beauties. If he did, Chun Mo would undoubtedly pester him for dating tips. But the truth was he had no such skills. He couldn't possibly explain that he had merely insulted someone he disliked, which inadvertently caught the attention of the 2 campus flowers, leading to an unexpected romance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Zhao chuckled and changed the subject. Hey, you look quite sharp today. What's the occasion? As soon as his words fell, Chun Mo's eyes instantly sparkled, and he seemed to be invigorated. He excitedly exclaimed, of course, I must attend the birthday gala hosted by the Su group. His voice was brimming with anticipation and enthusiasm, as if this birthday celebration were an immensely significant occasion. He continued, this is the outfit I plan to wear. What do you think? Isn't it magnificent? Lu Zhao's gaze fell upon the attire adorning Chun Mo, and he couldn't help but nod repeatedly, exclaiming, indeed, it looks splendid. If I were a beauty, I would surely flirt with you. Upon receiving Lu Zhao's compliment, a shy smile graced Chun Mo's face, and he chuckled softly, saying, if I were with you, I would definitely win over Zhao Bao. Who could resist such a charming gem? However, at that moment, Chun Mo's tone shifted abruptly, his eyes sharpening as he fixed his gaze on Lu Zhao, inquiring, so, Zhao Bao, who did you go out with yesterday, and whose fragrance lingers on you? Caught off guard by the revelation of his tactic, Lu Zhao could only respond with an awkward laugh, concocting a feeble excuse. I just went out with the girls from the discipline committee. The scent must have come from sitting next to another girl on the way back. The moment those words escaped his lips, Chun Mo's mouth formed a Na shape, his expression one of sheer curiosity. So that woman must be Senior Anna, right? Ah, yes. I'm utterly exhausted. I need to take a shower. Lu Zhao genuinely did not anticipate that the male intuition in this world could be so astute. If he said anything further, he feared Chun Mo would extract the truth from him. At that moment, he could have received a life sentence. But if Chun Mo divulged the matter, it would swiftly escalate to a death sentence. He hastily decided to leave, lest he be thrust onto the confession wall and subjected to further inquiry. Yet, Chun Mo remained relentless, clinging to Lu Zhao. Meanwhile, preparations for Su Wanwan's birthday gala were proceeding at a frenetic pace, with both the attending guests and the venue's decor being of the highest caliber. Within the Su family villa, melodious piano notes resonated through every corner. Wow, little miss, is this the piece you plan to perform at the birthday gala? It sounds delightful. Indeed, no wonder she is the heir of the Su group. She has been exceptional since childhood. 2 male servants conversed as they walked, genuinely admiring Su Wanwan's talents. Su Qinghan sat beside her, nodding slightly as she listened to Su Wanwan's performance. At that moment, the music abruptly ceased. Su Qinghan momentarily appeared, taken aback, then calmly inquired. "The piece isn't concluded. Why did you stop?" Su Wanwan turned to Su Qinghan and asked, "Are you planning to reveal Dad's identity at the event tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan was momentarily stunned. There was no doubt about her intentions, as she had meant to unveil Lu Zhao's identity at the gala. However, Lu Zhao had expressed his strong reluctance to be exposed in front of numerous industry magnates. Yet, what did that matter? Wishing for a mundane life? Not a chance. As my man, Lu Zhao is destined for greatness. With that, Su Qinghan lit a special cigarette, speaking in a calm tone. "Yes. Tomorrow, I will announce to the world that Lu Zhao is my man." Witnessing the steadfast determination in Su Qinghan's gaze, Su Wanwan silently vowed to emulate her. "Indeed, I will also let the world know that Lu Zhao is my father." Meanwhile, Lu Zhao, having finally completed the fortune pouch he had been sewing for several days, leaned back in his chair and sighed in relief. "Finally finished. My eyes are nearly blinded. I truly admire those who can knit sweaters with needle and thread. Incredible." He then placed the talisman he had obtained from the temple into the pouch. Contemplating Su Qinghan's earlier words, he fell into deep thought. "Tomorrow, I am to announce to the world that I am her husband. Could it be she genuinely loves me? Should I trust her this once? Or perhaps I should keep it simple and hide in a corner, avoiding the spotlight?" Various thoughts collided in Lu Zhao's mind, but regardless, he had decided to dress modestly, opting not to wear the formal attire prepared by Su Qinghan, as it was uncomfortably constricting. Just as Lu Zhao was about to retire for the night, a message from Murong Shiyu caught him off guard. "There's an event tomorrow. I wonder if you could accompany me as my date?" Lu Zhao thought to himself. "It can't be my daughter's party, can it?" Chapter 64. The reception. Though Lu Zhao had some suspicions in his heart, he decided to confirm them by tentatively texting. "You don't mean the gala hosted by the Su group, do you?" The moment the message was sent, Murong Shiyu replied instantly, "Yes. Did Anna invite you as well?" Upon hearing that Annalisa would also be attending, Lu Zhao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The pairing of those two would already be a handful, and with Su Qinghan, a formidable presence, at the event, it would surely become a veritable battlefield. Realizing this, Lu Zhao shook his head vigorously. "No way. It would be far too awkward. I'll just find a corner to hide and slip away when necessary. If I run into them, I would be in deep trouble. Moreover, the media would undoubtedly be abundant at the venue. If it were to be revealed that Su Qinghan's husband was entangled with another woman, it would spell disaster. No, absolutely not. Fame brings trouble. I must remain low-key." As Lu Zhao muttered to himself, he replied to Murong Shiyu, "Unfortunately, I have some matters to attend to that day, so I must decline." On the other end, the message indicator flickered repeatedly, alternating between the words typing and 5'8" introverted, socially anxious, pure-hearted college girl. Ultimately, with great reluctance, she typed out a few words. "Very well then." Upon reading Murong Shiyu's response, Lu Zhao let out a sigh of relief. If he had truly attended his daughter's birthday party as her date, and she caught him, it would have been mortifying. Lost in thought, Lu Zhao felt his eyelids grow increasingly heavy, and gradually, he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, many others found it difficult to slumber that night. From the perspective of ordinary people, the birthday gala hosted by the Su group was merely a lavish party for the affluent to celebrate their child. However, for entrepreneurs in various factions, it represented a rare opportunity. Whether for business collaborations or in-depth exchanges with certain powers, such an occasion was invaluable. Naturally, the potential to meet exceptional individuals and facilitate familial alliances was also part of this unique opportunity. In certain office buildings and villas, the lights blazed brightly, as everyone analyzed which high branches they could climb and which targets they could pursue at the upcoming event. IMO was no exception. However, he focused his sights on the biggest catch of the evening. He aimed to strike directly and leap through the Dragon's Gate. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, it was Wednesday afternoon. After attending class, Chun Mo returned to his dormitory as usual, yet today he exhibited an unusual demeanor. Upon entering, he eagerly opened his wardrobe and retrieved the golden-trimmed suit, then seated himself before the mirror to meticulously groom himself. He muttered incessantly, "High-quality ladies, just wait a moment. I, Chun Mo, shall soon be on my way to claim you." As he spoke, a confident smile graced his lips. Chun Mo first applied foundation, layering it upon his skin until it appeared as smooth as silk. Next, he picked up an eyeliner pencil, carefully tracing the contours of his eyes to enhance their depth and allure. He then applied blush, gently sweeping it across his cheeks to achieve a more vibrant and healthy complexion. Lu Zhao, observing from the sidelines, was left utterly astonished. However, the final result was undeniably impressive. It can only be said that those skilled in makeup only grow more enchanting, while those unskilled become increasingly less so. As Chun Mo organized his belongings, he noticed Lu Zhao watching him. Suddenly, he lamented, "What a pity, Zhao Bao. If only I had more invitations. I would take you along, and we could indulge in the company of lovely ladies together." Lu Zhao, upon hearing Chun Mo's words, merely offered a wry smile and shook his head, replying, "Thank you for thinking of me. Hurry along now, don't be late. Remember to take pictures of any beautiful women you encounter." Chun Mo nodded in affirmation and strode toward the door, while Lu Zhao donned a mask and a baseball cap, following closely behind him as they exited the campus. At this moment, the grand villa belonging to the Su family was bustling with activity, a scene of extraordinary vibrancy. Hundreds of security personnel, clad in uniform, maintained order outside, ensuring the safety and decorum of the event. Outside the gates, luxury cars formed a serpentine line, their sheer numbers astonishing. McLarens, Porsches, Ferraris, and a plethora of other prestigious vehicles sparkled under the lights, seemingly flaunting the wealth and status of their owners. Each car was parked with precision at the entrance, each one exuding an aura of distinction. As individuals alighted from the vehicles, they were all elite members from various sectors of society, dressed in tailored suits or exquisite gowns, exuding elegance and grace. These individuals were titans of industry, prominent political figures, or cultural luminaries. After each car's occupant exited, professional valets swiftly approached to park the vehicles in the Su family's expansive parking lot. As soon as Chun Mo stepped out of the car, he was taken aback by the spectacle before him. A long red carpet stretched from the entrance to the various pathways, flanked by exquisite floral arrangements, the fragrance of blossoms wafting through the air and uplifting the spirits. Not only that, but the decorations both inside and outside the villa were truly remarkable. The walls of the villa were painted in soft, elegant hues that harmonized beautifully with the surrounding greenery and flowers. Before Chun Mo could fully absorb the surroundings, Chunzong eagerly grasped his hand, urging, "Stop dawdling. Come with me to see if there are any beauties. Let us seize the moment and strike up some conversations." Chun Mo was jolted back to reality by Chunzong's words, nodding repeatedly with a smile. "You truly have experience. Dad, you possess remarkable foresight." "Of course," Chunzong replied with a proud grin. "I've encountered more lovely ladies than you've ever seen. You ought to learn from me." With that, Chunzong hastily led Chun Mo toward the reception area, seemingly unable to contain his excitement for this social occasion. As the father and son duo approached the reception, they were met by Su Qinghan, who greeted them with enthusiasm. "Ah, isn't this brother Chun? You still look so youthful," Su Qinghan remarked. "Ha ha ha. As expected of the top man under the tyrant. Your emotional intelligence is impressive." Chunzong chimed in, promptly beckoning Chun Mo to greet him. "Come on, say hello. This is your brother Song. His capabilities are extraordinary." Chun Mo nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Hello, brother Song." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Song Jingyang instructed them to present their invitations for a security check. "Remember to behave once you're inside. Don't go flirting with every beauty you see." "Understood. I've got it covered," Chun Xiang replied. Just as the Chin duo entered, a young woman with bruises on her face approached the reception. If you dare misbehave again, I'll have the boss give you another beating," she declared defiantly. The newcomer protested, "We are childhood friends. Is it really necessary? Last time, that guy actually came to hit me." Despite her complaints, Song Jingyang showed no remorse, casually waving her off. "It's fine. You're tough enough. You want to be harmed." Li Yujie, upon hearing this, was nearly beside herself with fury. "I merely came to see your workplace. I was concerned about you, and what do you do?" she retorted, visibly agitated. Before her words could fully escape, Song Jingyang playfully interjected, "Who told you to come up to me? Touching and hugging? Right in front of my boss's office. I had no choice but to let her teach you a lesson. What would the boss think of me otherwise? Do you think I want to jeopardize my job?" Upon hearing this, Li Yujie realized that her childhood friend had concocted this troublesome scheme. "You," Li Yujie began, but was swiftly interrupted by Song Jingyang. "Stop with the you. You didn't have any issues back then, did you? You surrendered." "What? Miss Su, I truly had no idea he was associated with you." Listening to Song Jingyang's teasing tone, her face flushed crimson. "I was merely being pragmatic. It wasn't surrender. Besides, the way she spoke seemed to suggest she had feelings for you." As Li Yujie struggled to find her words, Song Jingyang decided not to press her further. His gaze shifted elsewhere, his tone softening as he stepped closer and gently embraced Li Yujie. "All right, our boss is married. I thought I had already confided that in you. It It was meant to be a secret, but since I've shared it, it proves my feelings for you. Doesn't it? Just as the two were lost in their intimate moment, a sudden cough interrupted them. Ahem! As the sound echoed, Su Qinghan jolted back, as if electrocuted, creating an abrupt distance between them, as though their previous closeness had been nothing but an illusion. They turned in unison to see a stern-faced man standing nearby, his expression cold and disapproving. This man was strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his high nose conveying an air of subtle authority. No public displays of affection during work hours. Lu Zhao felt a twinge of anxiety at the sight of this stern figure and quietly inquired of Su Qinghan. Who is he? Su Qinghan quickly lowered his voice to respond. He is another secretary for the boss, Gu Songyan, who has just returned from abroad. He added, You should head inside. Lu Zhao felt a wave of relief wash over her, eagerly nodding before hastily entering the villa. Once she was out of sight, Gu Songyan fixed a sharp gaze on Su Qinghan, his expression icy as he spoke. It is truly juvenile to have the boss intimidate your girlfriend, and the boss, accompanying you in such folly, is equally perplexing. In the presence of his superior, Su Qinghan dared not retort. Instead, he gently took Gu Songyan's hand and quietly admitted his fault. Brother, I realize my mistake. In a few days, I shall treat you to a meal. Please, spare me your reprimands. Upon hearing Su Qinghan's words, Gu Songyan was reluctant to dwell on the matter, especially since Su Qinghan had already assisted him. All right, focus on your duties. If you engage in such antics again, it shall not be so easily dismissed. Seeing this, Su Qinghan nodded fervently. At that moment, Gu Songyan's phone rang unexpectedly. Hello, what is it? You mean to say a suspicious individual, clad in a baseball cap and mask, has appeared at the back entrance of the villa, and he possesses an invitation? Very well, I shall come over immediately. After concluding the call, he turned to Su Qinghan and stated, I will investigate the back door. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Qinghan hastily interjected, if he has an invitation, he must be an invited guest. Gu Songyan nodded slightly in agreement with Su Qinghan's assertion. Nevertheless, his expression remained grave. It was prudent to verify, as incidents of stolen invitations were not uncommon. With that, Gu Songyan hurried towards the back door of the villa. Once Gu Songyan departed, Su Qinghan surveyed his surroundings. Yet he still could not spot Lu Zhao and voiced his confusion. Why hasn't the master arrived yet? The banquet is about to commence. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao stood at the entrance, obstructed by a throng of uniformed security personnel, with the brim of his hat slightly lifted, revealing a pair of bright eyes. He anxiously explained to the guards, This invitation truly belongs to me. I have no reason to deceive you. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a chorus of laughter. A few guards even doubled over with mirth, seemingly dismissing his words entirely. Young lad, your excuse is rather flimsy. One guard jeered. Look at the guests invited. Who among them hasn't arrived in luxury vehicles? Even if they haven't, they would certainly stride through the front entrance with confidence. And you? Dressed so conspicuously, sneaking in through the back door? Doesn't that raise suspicion? Lu Zhao wore a look of helplessness, inwardly lamenting. He intended for things to unfold this way. He had originally planned to take a taxi directly to the front entrance. But upon seeing the array of luxury cars, the taxi driver had been too intimidated to proceed, fearing he might inadvertently scratch a vehicle. Ultimately, the driver stubbornly left him near the back door. What could Lu Zhao do? He couldn't very well argue with the driver. Thus, he had no choice but to approach via the back door, only to be intercepted by security and mistaken for a fraud. I can't explain everything to you in a few words. I am indeed on the guest list. Just as those words escaped his lips, the guards, struggling to contain their laughter, queried, Then tell us which distinguished family you belong to, and we shall verify it. Seeing this, Lu Zhao's patience waned, and he blurted out, I am Su Qinghan's husband. The guards erupted in laughter. Chapter 66. Bring him to my side. He claims to be the boss's husband. Ha ha ha. That is the most delightful jest I've heard this year. Incredulous, the guards guffawed. Surely, the esteemed Mr. Su's spouse is preparing to make a grand entrance. How could he possibly be obstructed by us here? Their laughter echoed, and Lu Zhao recognized the futility of reasoning with them. He was about to call the butler for assistance when, at that moment, Gu Songyan appeared before them. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap to the head of the security team leader and sternly admonished, Who permitted you to jest during work hours? Display some professionalism. The leader instantly bowed his head, and the other guards, upon realizing Gu Songyan's identity, fell silent. Apologies, Gumi. His words were simply too amusing. We couldn't contain ourselves. The leader mumbled, looking downcast. Oh, what did he say? Speak, and let me hear. Gu Songyan's gaze shifted to Lu Zhao, his tone icy. He claims to be Mr. Su's husband. Upon hearing this, Gu Songyan's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes widening as he regarded the plainly dressed Lu Zhao. At that moment, the security leader stepped forward, presenting Lu Zhao's invitation. Gumi, this is his invitation. My subordinates have not heard of any young master from the Lu family. Almost instinctively, Gu Songyan exclaimed, Old master. He had anticipated that presenting the invitation would lead to a stern reprimand for this unassuming man, yet the man had just referred to the old master. The other guards gasped in disbelief, staring at Lu Zhao, who was dressed modestly. Faced with the unfolding situation, Lu Zhao finally exhaled in relief. He had anticipated the arrival of someone from higher echelons, but he expected this individual to return from abroad. Not wishing to linger, Lu Zhao gestured dismissively and spoke lightly. Since there are no issues, I shall proceed to the banquet. Gu Songyan's stern demeanor evaporated, and he followed closely behind Lu Zhao, admiration evident on his face as he murmured, Old master, you should have informed me of your return. I would have come to escort you. Witnessing their retreating figures, the guards were left in awe. Have we just secured our positions? They say Mr. Su's spouse is approachable. It seems to be true. Had it been one of those arrogant young masters, we would have been in dire straits. Not only would our jobs be at risk, but perhaps even our lives. Reflecting on this, the guards' gazes collectively followed Lu Zhao and Gu Songyan, their eyes filled with reverence. Meanwhile, within the banquet hall, the atmosphere was vibrant, teeming with guests. The sound of clinking glasses reverberated, and the rich aroma of fine wine permeated the air, mingling with the laughter of the affluent that echoed throughout the venue. Su Qinghan stood gracefully by the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, resembling a blooming snow lotus, ethereal and regal. Between her fingers, she held a specially provided cigarette, the smoke curling upwards, shrouding her visage in a delicate haze. With narrowed eyes, she peered through the veil of smoke, surveying the crowd below, and softly inquired, Has he returned? The butler, standing respectfully by her side, promptly replied, Yes, miss, the young master has indeed returned. Su Qinghan, a flicker of satisfaction glimmering in her eyes, and commanded, Bring him to me. I wish to attend the banquet with him. The butler hastily acknowledged her request and began to withdraw. As Su Qinghan took a deep drag from her cigarette, she savored the sensation of the smoke irritating her throat before exhaling slowly, watching the white tendrils dissipate into the air. Her gaze once again fell upon the crowd below, where individuals engaged in lively conversation or raised their glasses in camaraderie, all elite figures from various spheres. A smile blossomed on her lips as she mused to herself. It is high time for those fellows to witness what a true supportive partner truly embodies. At that moment, Su Yuza, sporting his signature golden hair, appeared in a corner of the venue. Beside him stood a stern-looking middle-aged woman, her brow furrowed in disapproval. She fixed Su Yuza with a piercing glare and admonished, Remember, every person here holds a distinguished status. Even a servant deserves your respect. Do you understand? Su Yuza, visibly irked by his mother's incessant nagging, mumbled a half-hearted reply. Got it, Mom. I'm not a child anymore. I certainly know how to conduct myself. However, before he could finish, his attention was captured by a scene not far away. Chen Mo and his son, Chen Zong, weaving through the throng, mingling with the most exquisite women. Sigh, that guy never changes, always on the lookout for a romance. Unlike me, a devoted and sincere gentleman, Su Yuza silently scoffed. He then began to scan the crowd, seemingly in search of Murong Shiyu's figure. Yet, despite his earnest attempts, he could not discern her presence amidst the sea of faces. Just as disappointment began to settle in, his gaze was drawn to a figure donning a hat, standing by the dessert table, indiscriminately devouring plate after plate of food. Who is this? Eating so shamelessly in such a setting, how utterly uncouth. As he contemplated approaching this individual, he was suddenly interrupted by Su Tingting, who seized his hand and exclaimed, Come, Mom wants you to meet some important figures. Hey, Su Yuza protested. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao indulged in black caviar paired with gold leaf and beef, relishing every bite. He turned to Gu Songyan beside him and said, You carry on with your affairs. I'll find a table to enjoy my meal. Is that really all right, master? Let me stay by your side. Gu Songyan replied, a hint of concern in his voice. Relax. That was merely an oversight. Your presence here will only slow down my dining pace. Lu Zhao reassured him. Upon hearing Lu Zhao's words, Gu Songyan felt a twinge of disappointment. His idol seemed to dismiss his company, which saddened him. Just as Gu Songyan turned to leave, a voice emerged beside Lu Zhao. My friend, you appear quite famished. Lu Zhao's body stiffened slightly. Despite being bundled up, he was still noticed. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. He lowered the brim of his hat and turned around, hastily wiping the remnants of food from his mouth and donning a mask. To his astonishment, it was Bai Mo who stood before him. Not wishing to engage in lengthy conversation with this individual, Lu Zhao quickly replied in a hushed tone, perhaps a little. Barely had he spoken when Bai Mo continued, "Which family do you hail from? Your understated attire suggests you are not an ordinary person." Lu Zhao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had hoped his simple outfit would render him inconspicuous. Yet he overlooked the fact that everyone present was dressed in opulence, making his attire stand out starkly. "Fine, whatever you say," he declared, preparing to leave. However, Bai Mo, intrigued by someone who seemed indifferent to his overtures, stepped into Lu Zhao's path, extending a glass of wine with his pale arm, softly proposing, "I am Bai Mo of the Bai family. Might I have the honor of sharing a drink with you?" This was a self-introduction and an invitation to toast. And if the other party remained unmoved upon hearing his name, it would be quite the affront. Meanwhile, the surrounding onlookers turned their attention to them, murmurs rising among the crowd. "Isn't that Bai Mo from the Bai family? What manner of person could elicit such attention from him? Indeed, the Bai family is not a branch that we can easily climb. I heard they have an engagement with the Su family. Do you think this banquet will unveil the identity of the father of Su's child?" The flash of camera lights in various corners of the venue illuminated the scene, as the prominent figures were under the watchful eyes of many reporters. Any action or interaction could potentially become headline news, representing not merely oneself, but the power behind them. Feeling the intensity of the gazes around him, coupled with the incessant flashes, Lu Zhao felt an overwhelming pressure. Refusing Bai Mo's offer would undoubtedly attract the attention of the paparazzi and stir up a scandal. Yet, accepting would necessitate removing his mask, revealing his identity. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, the lights in the entire venue suddenly extinguished. The abrupt darkness caught everyone off guard, leaving them unable to utter a sound as the hall was enveloped in pitch black. Yet, before anyone could recover from shock, beams of dazzling white light illuminated the main stage, where Su Qinghan ascended gracefully, seated elegantly in a finely crafted chair, her hands poised over the piano keys. She resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. As her fingers danced across the keys, melodious notes flowed through the air like a gentle stream. Seeing his daughter save the day, Lu Zhao wasted no time disappearing into the crowd amidst the darkness. However, just as he distanced himself, he suddenly found himself colliding with the soft embrace of a woman. "My apologies. The lights are too dim. I can scarcely see the path." Lu Zhao quickly apologized. Before he could finish, he felt a delicate hand pinch his cheek. A voice, tinged with playful reproach yet affectionate authority, reached his ears. "Go change your clothes. You shall toast with me shortly." Upon hearing that voice, Lu Zhao's face froze. He had hidden away, dressed so conservatively to avoid drawing attention. Yet he'd still been caught. "Is it possible to remain incognito and not reveal my identity?" Lu Zhao asked cautiously, as soon as the words left his lips. Su Qinghan, still holding his hand, replied, "It is." "Really?" Lu Zhao exclaimed, astonished. He had expected Su Qinghan to reject him without a moment's hesitation. Yet she had surprisingly agreed. Something was amiss. 100 things were amiss. As the scintillating performance by Su Qinghan concluded, the stage lights illuminated once more. The renowned host made a striking appearance, greeted by a thunderous applause from the audience, devoid of any insincerity. It was indeed remarkable for a child of nearly 4 years to perform such world-class compositions. No one harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of the performance, for she was the sole heiress of the Su group, destined for such excellence. Bai Mo watched Su Qinghan on stage with an overwhelming sense of pride, as if she were truly his own daughter. However, upon returning his attention to the present, he discovered that Lu Zhao had vanished without a trace. How had he slipped away? Before Bai Mo could voice his thoughts, the host exuberantly called out, "Now, let us welcome the most authoritative figure in the business world. Known as the business tyrant, Su Qinghan. Mr. Su will now take the stage to deliver a speech." As applause and cheers erupted, Su Qinghan walked onto the stage with poise. The aura of a ruler enveloped her, her sharp gaze sweeping over every individual in the audience. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend my daughter's birthday banquet. It is a profound honor for me." After a flurry of pleasantries, a flicker of playful amusement danced across Su Qinghan's face as she continued, "Lastly, I must thank my family for allowing me to engage in the fierce battles of the business arena without any concerns. The one who provides me with the utmost support is, of course, my husband, who also happens to be my best partner." Suddenly, a jarring buzzing sound pierced the air, emanating from the microphone, drowning out Su Qinghan's voice. Such a blunder was utterly unacceptable at such an important event. Su Qinghan furrowed her brow. a surge of dissatisfaction and confusion welling up within her. She initially suspected that someone was deliberately disrupting her speech, causing the microphone to malfunction. Consequently, her icy gaze scanned the vicinity, seeking the culprit. Yet in the very next moment, her eyes landed on a man clad in a white suit with golden trim, donning a platinum mask, who intruded into her line of sight. This man moved with urgency, clutching a brand new microphone, and headed straight for the stage. The audience initially assumed he was a staff member replacing the faulty microphone. However, when they witnessed him approach Su Qinghan and not hand her the new microphone, but rather deliver a playful punch to her arm, the crowd was left astonished. Is something amiss with this individual? They wondered. Observing his physique and half-exposed face, it was evident he was not an ordinary man. Furthermore, where had they ever seen Su Qinghan display such a stifled smile? In a flurry of murmurs, the seasoned onlookers began sharing their speculations, while the younger generation, initially bewildered by the scene, suddenly grasped the reality. The man on stage was none other than Su Qinghan's husband. From her vantage point, Morong Shiyu, watching Su Qinghan playfully interact with her husband on stage, couldn't help but smile. It seemed even the so-called tyrant Su Qinghan possessed such a side. As her thoughts lingered, Lu Zhao shot a warning glance at Su Qinghan, silently admonishing her, "Did we not agree to keep this under wraps? Why are you revealing it?" However, rather than feeling anger, Su Qinghan was enveloped by a wave of sweetness at the sight of her little man's adorable, albeit anxious demeanor, prompting a desire to cherish him tenderly. Meanwhile, the stage was ablaze with flashing lights, ceaseless in their flickering like a relentless storm. Yet just moments ago, the frequency of the flashes intensified, as if invigorated by some unseen force. Typically, Su Qinghan found these cameras to be bothersome, as they often captured her in compromising moments. Yet today, for some inexplicable reason, she found the flashes oddly comforting, as though they too rejoiced in the beauty of this moment. At that instant, Lu Zhao swiftly extended the microphone towards Su Qinghan, whispering, "Speak well." He felt akin to an ant on a hot skillet, anxious and uneasy about revealing his identity to others. He truly wished to avoid the spotlight, for fame often brought an avalanche of complications. Just as he contemplated this, he suddenly felt something grasp his hand, a warm sensation accompanied by a gentle tug. Curiosity piqued, he slowly raised his gaze to discern what was transpiring. However, in that very moment, he was abruptly pulled into a warm embrace by Su Qinghan. Before he could even process what was happening, Su Qinghan seized his microphone-holding hand, pressing it down, and without hesitation, she captured his lips with her own. The unexpected kiss rendered Lu Zhao momentarily speechless, while Su Qinghan held him tightly, fearing he might break free. As their lips met, the audience erupted in cheers and applause. In stark contrast to the jubilant crowd, Bai Mo's expression darkened. His lips pressed together in fury and resentment. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun on his heel and strode toward the exit. Among the throng, Morong Shiyu clapped with a smile, quietly affirming, "Though her husband is indeed quite impressive, I believe my man is not to be underestimated." Her words, though softly spoken, exuded a sense of determination and confidence. Frenzied reporters recorded the sweet scene, their minds racing with enticing headlines. "The tyrant's affection is overbearing. How audacious to proclaim love at such a grand family gathering." They mused. Who could be hiding beneath that mask? Could it be the heir of the Bai family? As soon as the question was posed, another reporter interjected, "Impossible. I just saw Bai Mo storming out in a fury. Thus, his husband must be someone else." The potential for a sensational story was certainly ripe. While they continued their fervent discussions, Su Qinghan reluctantly withdrew her lips from Lu Zhao's, then grasped his hand holding the microphone, addressing the audience. "Well then, the banquet officially commences." As her words resonated, the crowd began to move purposefully toward their respective goals. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao, still in a daze within Su Qinghan's embrace, pondered the meaning behind her statement. Was it a call to action, a retreat to safety? Did it signify an assurance against misunderstandings, or was it a strategy to dispel any doubts regarding his identity? Such thoughts swirled endlessly in his mind, leaving him momentarily lost in contemplation. "Why are you dawdling, Master Su? Come accompany me to greet our guests, and help me fend off a few drinks," Su Qinghan softly urged, wrapping her arm around Lu Zhao's waist. Lu Zhao fend off drinks. Upon hearing that Su Qinghan intended to drag him into drinking with those influential figures, he immediately protested. Although he prided himself on his drinking capacity, he preferred to indulge in a few casual drinks with friends rather than engage with those insincere individuals. He would rather find a quiet corner to enjoy a meal in peace. "No way. I'll just find a secluded spot to eat," he declared firmly. Yet, Su Qinghan was not one to relent easily. Having the rare opportunity to attend the banquet without facing it alone, she was not about to let this chance slip away. Raising an eyebrow, she turned to Lu Zhao with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Are you truly certain you want to join me? Seeing the expression on Su Qinghan's face, a flicker of unease crossed Lu Zhao's mind. What will happen if I don't go with you? Before he could finish his sentence, Su Qinghan leaned closer, whispering in his ear, if you don't, I'll be sure to introduce you to the media. Lu Zhao, scheming. Chapter 69. What you call him? Chun Zong observed the entire exchange with a stoic expression. Turning to Chun Mo beside him, he remarked softly, in the future, when seeking a wife, make sure to find someone like Miss Su, do you understand? Those of lesser quality are merely for fleeting amusement. Don't take them too seriously. Chun Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, pointing at himself with a quivering voice. Dad, are you aware of your own son's character? I'm already grateful if I can bring home a girl with dyed hair. How can you expect me to find a golden daughter-in-law? Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp smack resounded as Chun Zong delivered a swift slap to his rear, expressing his discontent with a disapproving click of his tongue. Can't you have a bit of ambition? Look at Su Yuza. He has recently stopped indulging in frivolities and has become quite devoted. However, before Chun Zong could finish, Chun Mo sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, protesting loudly. Come on, Dad, don't be fooled by that guy. Devoted? He simply can't win over that girl. Just as he finished speaking, a series of coughs echoed from behind. Ahem, ahem. Noticing the change in Chun Zong's expression, Chun Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Dad, is there a dyed-haired boy standing behind me? Chun Zong nodded with a smile. The next moment, Chun Mo felt a tight grip on his waist. A familiar voice, tinged with mischief, whispered in his ear, Chun Mo, you're spreading rumors about me again. I'm not. You're just like that. Stop pinching me. The two engaged in a playful tussle, their banter creating quite the commotion. Ordinarily, such antics among men would attract attention, yet their notoriety rendered them almost invisible amidst the gathering of dignitaries. Who among these esteemed business tycoons would find their squabble more captivating than their own collaborations? Even the reporters couldn't be bothered to glance their way, let alone the industry magnates. Chun Zong, unfazed, merely turned and plunged into the crowd. At that moment, while Chun Mo and Su Yuza were still engrossed in their playful scuffle, Su Yuza suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on a particular direction. Chun Mo, noticing, followed his line of sight. There stood Mu Rongxiu, elegantly conversing with several prominent figures, a high-stemmed glass in hand, exuding confidence and charm without a hint of trepidation. I'll settle the score with you later. I need to go over there, Su Yuza declared, his tone laced with excitement as he released Chun Mo, fully aware of Su Yuza's intentions. Let go and murmured under his breath, no self-awareness at all. Meanwhile, Mu Rongxiu, as if sensing something, turned to walk in another direction, completely oblivious to Su Yuza approaching her. On another side, Su Qinghan and Lu Zhao sat in a relatively quiet corner on a sofa. Despite the tranquility, many approached Su Qinghan to toast her. Ah, Miss Su, hiding here made us search high and low for you. Truly, you are flourishing in both career and love. Such a remarkable mother, such a splendid daughter. Today's sighting is indeed a testament to that. Flattering remarks flowed continuously from their lips. Normally, Su Qinghan would offer a few perfunctory responses, feeling no particular joy in such praises. However, today she felt genuinely pleased, responding with warmth rather than her usual aloofness. Lu Zhao, on the other hand, sat beside her, offering a token smile while sipping awkwardly, feeling out of place. After the crowd dispersed, Su Qinghan leaned closer to Lu Zhao, whispering, why so reserved? You are the master of this house. At her words, Lu Zhao couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Those individuals hadn't even seen his face, yet they were lavishing him with compliments. Ah, Master Su's aura is truly extraordinary. No wonder Miss Su possesses an unparalleled beauty at such a young age. It's no surprise she chose a man of such charm. These insincere accolades nearly made Lu Zhao burst into laughter, rendering any pretense of being the master utterly futile. Just then, Gu Songyan strode through the crowd with an expressionless demeanor, his steps firm and purposeful, as if the surrounding people were mere shadows. He emanated a powerful aura that deterred anyone from approaching or making eye contact. Among the crowd, some young onlookers whispered curiously, who is this person? He seems so imposing. Don't you know? He is Su Qinghan's right-hand man, even more formidable than Song Jingyang, replied another. Really? I thought there was only one capable assistant beside Miss Su. Of course. I've heard he oversees operations for the foreign branch. As Gu Songyan approached, the murmurs grew louder. Finally, he reached Lu Zhao, but unexpectedly, The moment Gu Songnian laid eyes on Lu Zhao, his previously frosty demeanor melted away, and the air of indifference vanished without a trace. Without greeting Su Qinghan first, he stepped directly in front of Lu Zhao, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Boss, a toast to you," Gu Songnian exclaimed, raising his glass. Lu Zhao, seeing this, could not suppress a faint smile, responding with a wry grin. "At last, someone I recognize. Cheers." Seeing this interaction, Su Qinghan was overtaken by a wave of confusion. She looked at Gu Songnian, asking in bewilderment, "What do you call him?" Chapter 70. An identity that cannot be revealed. With a smile on his face, Gu Songnian stood effortlessly beside Lu Zhao, his gaze shifting to Su Qinghan. Then, with a relaxed tone, he addressed her, "Boss, I call him boss." Upon hearing these words, Su Qinghan slightly raised her eyebrows and responded with a questioning him. However, Gu Songnian seemed disinclined to elaborate further. His expression remained composed as he simply remarked, "Some secrets between men are best left unprobed by the boss." Su Qinghan's dissatisfaction was instantly ignited by his words. She widened her eyes, glaring at Gu Songnian with evident displeasure. After all, that was her man. How could there be any secrets shared with another man? Moreover, the audacity of Gu Songnian treating her as an outsider infuriated her even more. Yet, despite her irritation towards Gu Songnian's comment, she recognized that this secretary was akin to a loyal minister by an ancient emperor's side, sometimes exasperating but ultimately indispensable. "Boss, would you like to join me for a drink after the banquet tonight?" Gu Songnian inquired, his face adorned with a smile and a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Huh? Lu Zhao was somewhat bewildered. Was it not permissible to enjoy a small drink at this banquet? Besides, the delicacies here were far superior to those outside. Just as Lu Zhao was about to respond, Su Qinghan abruptly let out a cold snort, directly interrupting him. Her voice was icy, laced with discontent and finality. "No. He has classes tomorrow. It's not appropriate for him to go out, and..." Her words trailed off momentarily as she wrapped her arms around Lu Zhao's waist, pressing him close against her chest and forearm, leaving him no room for escape. "And he has other matters to attend to tonight." Su Qinghan's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Observing the lack of opportunity she afforded, Gu Songnian scoffed quietly, muttering, "TSK, hubby slave, how'd I never notice how clingy you are?" Although Su Qinghan deciphered his lip movements, she couldn't be bothered to question him. What being a hubby slave? If it weren't for Lu Zhao's desire to experience freedom, she would have relished the idea of keeping him locked by her side. In her mind, she would prefer that Lu Zhao could only see her every day. However, such an obsessive possessiveness was merely a figment of her imagination. She could easily predict the outcome of such thoughts. Suddenly, Lu Zhao extricated himself from Su Qinghan's embrace, looking utterly speechless. "Can you be serious? This is Wanwan's birthday banquet, not your soap opera stage," he exclaimed, preparing to step aside. It appeared he was merely criticizing Su Qinghan for her overly sentimental behavior, prompting him to break free from her hold. In reality, a male attendant was pushing several trays of tuna sashimi towards them, leaving Lu Zhao little time to linger with Su Qinghan. Just as he took a step forward, he spotted a conspicuous figure with bright, yellow hair moving swiftly through the crowd, seemingly in pursuit of something. At that moment, Murong Shiyu's figure emerged before Lu Zhao, and behind her was Su Yuza, the individual who had previously sought to provoke him. No way. Is this world really that small? Lu Zhao mused internally. He initially intended to make a discreet exit, but his hand was firmly grasped. Lu Zhao turned in astonishment to see Su Qinghan standing behind him, her face bearing several ominous lines, and her expression appeared somewhat gloomy. A smirk curled at the corners of Su Qinghan's mouth as she coldly instructed Lu Zhao, "Stay by my side. You're not to go anywhere. I just wanted to grab something to eat." Lu Zhao stammered, his heart racing at Su Qinghan's stern demeanor. He was genuinely concerned that she might reveal his identity at any moment, which would strip him of all semblance of privacy. Before he could finish his sentence, Murong Shiyu approached them with a smile, greeting, "Hello, President Su." Her voice was melodious, akin to a heavenly chorus, causing one to pause in admiration. However, for Lu Zhao, this voice was akin to a nightmare, as he feared being recognized by Murong Shiyu. If that were to happen, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Upon hearing Murong Shiyu's voice, Lu Zhao was startled and hastily lowered his head, desperate to avoid meeting her gaze. He silently prayed that she would overlook him. In that moment, Su Qinghan raised her glass, slowly stepping forward to clink it gently against Murong Shiyu's, producing a clear, resonant sound. Indeed, the rising star of the Murong family is truly impressive. Su Qinghan's tone was calm, yet it seemed to conceal a subtle hint of playful malice. Murong Shiyu smiled modestly, replying, President Su's praise is too generous. I have much to learn from you. The two exchanged polite pleasantries, while Lu Zhao remained with his head bowed, standing silently behind Su Qinghan, his heart racing like a frantic deer, internally pleading, don't call me, don't call me. Yet, just a second later, Murong Shiyu's voice rang out again. That must be your brother-in-law behind you, right? Is this your first time attending such an event? You seem a bit out of place. Faced with this, Lu Zhao found himself at a loss. Since she had greeted him, it would be rude not to respond. He cleared his throat and replied, it's my first time, so I'm a bit nervous. Meanwhile, Su Qinghan observed the exchange with keen awareness, fully aware of the dynamics between the two. As long as there was no crossing of boundaries, she preferred not to interfere too much, lest Lu Zhao discover that she had eyes on him at all times. If he found out, the entire situation would become convoluted. However, given that he now held the status of Su Qinghan's husband, there was nothing inappropriate about being affectionate with him in her presence. Thus, Su Qinghan embraced Lu Zhao from behind, her face pressed against his, as she slowly spoke, yes. My little delicate husband is rather shy and embarrassed to show his face. As she spoke, Su Qinghan's fair, slender fingers danced between Lu Zhao's half-mask and his cheek, as if poised to remove it at any moment. At this juncture, Lu Zhao found himself thoroughly ensnared. His voice had to be pitched just right, his face concealed, and he was not allowed to leave. Observing the scene before her, Murong Shiyu couldn't help but imagine herself in a similar situation with that man. Perhaps even one filled with greater affection. Her heart raced wildly with excitement, and she soon turned to Su Qinghan with a serious expression, inquiring, to be honest. My younger sister has recently taken a liking to a boy who bears some resemblance to my brother-in-law. I wonder if you could offer her some advice on how to pursue such a boy. Lu Zhao thought, does this girl really have feelings for me? Chapter 71. An Unwelcome Arrival. The moment those words left her lips, they unearthed long-buried memories within Su Qinghan's heart. It was a stormy night, with howling winds battering the windows and torrential rain pelting the glass, creating a cacophony of sound. Lu Zhao found himself firmly pinned against the desk by Su Qinghan, her hand gripping his chin tightly, rendering him immobile. In Su Qinghan's gaze, there was not a trace of compassion, only an overwhelming desire for Lu Zhao. Her voice was deep and resolute. Sign it. I want you to bear my child. This declaration struck Lu Zhao's heart like a heavy hammer, and he stared wide-eyed at Su Qinghan, incredulous. Are you serious? However, Su Qinghan's unwavering gaze revealed no hint of retreat. Her determination seemed fiercer than the tempest itself. Do I appear to be jesting? After a brief moment of contemplation, a triumphant smile graced her lips, as if the events of that night lingered vividly in her memory. She continued, to pursue a man like this requires a certain audacity, an overwhelming love. When he says he doesn't want something, you must insist on providing it. Ultimately, be a bit more forceful and turn raw rice into cooked rice. Listening to Su Qinghan's fierce rhetoric, Lu Zhao was genuinely bewildered. He certainly did not subscribe to such notions. Furthermore, was this not the typical mindset of the overbearing protagonists in those mindless short dramas? Who would actually heed that advice? At that moment, as Lu Zhao slightly raised his head, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Murong Shiyu discreetly taking out her phone, her fingers flying across the screen as if recording every word Su Qinghan uttered. Lu Zhao thought to himself, is this girl out of her mind? Just then, Su Yuza finally arrived beside Murong Shiyu. It seemed that the brilliance emanating from her made Su Yuza blind to everyone else. His gaze was fixated solely on Murong Shiyu, as if everything around him had dissolved into nothingness. Shiyu, why are you walking so fast? I almost tripped. Su Yuza complained playfully, a hint of grievance in his tone. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a stunning figure abruptly entered his line of sight. It was Su Qinghan, her beauty rivaling that of Murong Shiyu, perhaps even surpassing her in certain aspects. Su Yuza's attention was instantly captivated by Su Qinghan, his gaze wandering over her, completely forgetting that he had just been playfully chiding Murong Shiyu. In that fleeting moment, his eyes unexpectedly met Lu Zhao's. That person looks somewhat familiar. Su Yuza mused inwardly, scrutinizing Lu Zhao in an attempt to recall where he had seen her before. Upon seeing the blonde-haired youth, Lu Zhao's heart tightened, and he hastily lowered his head, unwilling to meet Su Yuza's gaze. Damn it, how could I have forgotten him? Lu Zhao lamented. Did he just recognize me? Meanwhile, Murong Shiyu regarded Su Yuza with evident disdain, her brows furrowed in discontent at his presence. Her eyes were cold and distant, devoid of any tolerance as she stated, if you have some trivial matter to discuss, please wait. I'm currently engaged in something very important. Su Yuza was evidently taken aback by Murong Shiyu's icy demeanor. His attention was swiftly redirected, a look of confusion crossing his face. "What important thing are you doing?" he asked, a hint of urgency in his tone. In an effort to dissuade Su Yuza from his hopes, Murong Shiyu decided to be forthright, replying candidly. "I'm seeking advice from President Su on how to pursue the man I like." Upon hearing this, Su Yuza felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in disbelief. He stared wide-eyed at Murong Shiyu, struggling to accept this reality. "Are you saying you're pursuing that shabby-dressed, uncouth, and disordered Lu Zhao?" Lu Zhao could only utter a single word, but as it left his lips, the atmosphere among the three grew tense, especially for Gu Songyan, whose veins bulged, and the wine glass in his hand trembled slightly, as if on the verge of shattering. Anyone would rise to defend a man they acknowledged against such disparagement. Before the two women could interject, Su Yuza continued, "He doesn't resemble a boy at all. He exudes a distinctly effeminate aura. And he certainly didn't get into Annalise's car. That's impossible. He must have gone to some wealthy older woman's house to warm her bed. You, a rising star. How can you possibly like such a shameless man?" At that moment, with a sharp sound, Gu Sonyan crushed the wine glass in his hand. Whether it was red wine or blood trickling from his palm was unclear. His gaze turned icy, radiating a deadly glint, as he spoke with a tone laced with menace. "Oh, so you must be far superior to that man, then?" As Gu Sonyan approached with an intimidating presence, Su Yuza stammered in response, "Of course. At the very least, I wouldn't be so crude, and I come from a prestigious family. Just on that account, I am 1,000 times better than that impoverished boy." Upon hearing this, Gu Sonyan let out a cold laugh, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. The scene before Su Yuza was genuinely terrifying, as he felt like a hunted prey before a chainsaw-wielding maniac. His feet instinctively retreated, fearing that Gu Sonyan might suddenly pounce on him. Just then, a powerful female voice resonated behind Su Yuza. "What is so funny? I think this young man makes a valid point." This voice was like a beam of light in the darkness, offering a glimmer of hope to Su Yuza. He turned around eagerly, seizing the lifeline. A woman was approaching with a composed demeanor, her hair neatly styled, revealing exquisite features. Draped in a well-tailored suit, she walked with assured steps, emanating an air of authority. Although Su Yuza did not recognize her, her poise and demeanor indicated that she was a person of significance. His earlier anxiety eased slightly at this moment. However, when Gu Songyan saw the newcomer, his imposing demeanor showed no sign of waning. He merely scoffed dismissively, saying, "I thought you were someone remarkable. Turns out you're just some relic of a sunset industry." In response to Gu Songyan's derision, Bai Hanrui remained unfazed. Her expression remained calm as she replied, "Youthful arrogance is understandable, but be cautious not to capsize your boat. Old relics, what are you pretending for? If you have the guts, wager your entire fortune against me." Gu Songyan's voice thundered with arrogance and confidence, seemingly ready to shatter the ceiling. "Umph," came a disdainful retort from the other side. "If you're this impatient, how dare you challenge me to a bet? Don't come crying to me if you lose and claim I bullied a child." Upon hearing this, Gu Songyan's fury ignited, and he glared with rage. The tension between them escalated, both refusing to yield, neither willing to back down. Just then, Su Qinghan spoke up. "Gu Songyan, enough. Stop arguing with Aunt Bai." Upon hearing Su Qinghan's words, Su Yuza's heart soared with relief, thinking that perhaps Gu Songyan would finally temper his temper. After all, Su Qinghan was their boss, and her words carried weight. What Su Yuza could never have anticipated was that, in the next moment, Gu Songyan's voice resonated once more. Sharper than before. "Don't meddle with me. Today, I intend to have a proper quarrel with that old fool." Compared to other secretaries, Gu Songyan's status was incomparable. As one of the founders of the company, he held a 2.01 stake, backed by an influential family, and possessed exceptional abilities. Were it not for the relentless insistence of his family that a young man should seek a stable job and marry a nurturing woman, Gu Songyan's accomplishments would undoubtedly rival those of Su Qinghan. Seeing this, Lu Zhao appeared to seize an opportunity, rising to pull Gu Songyan aside while saying, "Let's go. Let's go. It's tough for everyone." Upon hearing Lu Zhao's voice, Gu Songyan, like a tiger that had regained its composure, instantly calmed down. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his middle finger at Bai Hanrui and vanished from sight with Lu Zhao. However, Bai Hanrui did not allow this minor incident to distract her from her purpose. She turned to Su Qinghan, her expression serious as she inquired, "Xiao Han, is this the response your Su family intends to offer to the Bai family? How can my son possibly be inferior to that fellow, warranting your abandonment of our Bai family for him?" Witnessing this scene unfold, Murong Shiyu's initial desire to retort Bai Hanrui dissipated entirely. Doubt began to creep in, Perhaps her own parents had arranged a marriage for her as well. Thus, she felt compelled to meticulously document this live demonstration. In contrast, Su Qinghan did not rush to answer by Hanrui's query. Instead, he calmly extracted a premium cigarette. As the nicotine coursed through his brain, he revealed a relaxed expression, his cool and exquisite visage exuding an air of indifference. Reply? Did I not provide you with a clear response 4 years ago? What more do you require? Upon returning to the room, Lu Zhao could not help but exhale a sigh of relief, as though the weight of 1,000 burdens had been lifted from his shoulders. He let out a long breath, exclaiming, "Phew, I truly cannot believe it. I should try my luck in the lottery." To stumble upon such an awkward situation with such low odds is remarkable. As he spoke, Lu Zhao swiftly unfastened his constricting suit jacket, carelessly tossing it aside. Next, he loosened his tie, murmuring as he did so, "What a relief. This tie was suffocating me. Not comfortable at all." At that moment, Gu Songyan casually picked up a pillow from Lu Zhao's bed, embracing it tightly against his chest. He gently closed his eyes, greedily inhaling the lingering scent of Lu Zhao, as if it were a fragrance that could provide him solace. To avoid making his intentions too apparent, Gu Songyan quickly opened his eyes and nonchalantly remarked, "Boss, why didn't you let me stand up for you just now? If it comes down to it, I am more than capable of dealing them a fatal blow." Besides, he paused briefly before continuing, "You'll certainly help me devise a strategy later, right?" Lu Zhao seemed unfazed by Gu Songyan's words. He merely patted his rumbling stomach and replied with a hint of resignation, "There's no need. There are far too many who speak ill of me. I cannot possibly address them all, or I would exhaust myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhao retrieved a more casual outfit from the wardrobe, intending to change and find something to eat. After all, he could not venture out just yet. There were still activities ahead, such as cutting the cake and singing birthday songs. He should at least wait until after singing for his daughter and presenting her gifts before leaving. With this in mind, Lu Zhao stripped off his shirt, revealing his fair, delicate torso. This commonplace scene of a young man shirtless, so utterly ordinary, nonetheless caused Gu Songyan to flush with embarrassment. Is this how a perfect man behaves, so unrestrained? It was rather exhilarating. One's admiration for another can often transcend mere affection, manifesting as a spiritual or intellectual admiration. However, this reverence can be shattered in an instant by a single action, plunging one into the realm of emotion, rendering everything uncontrollable. As Gu Songyan watched Lu Zhao slowly unbuckle his belt, he found himself swallowing hard, his teeth gently biting his rosy lip. He envisioned certain indescribable scenarios, lying on the floor amidst scattered documents, while the sounds of a whip meeting skin echoed behind him. Slap, slap, slap. And there he was, feigning pride and resilience as Lu Zhao administered the punishment. "Who told you to handle matters this way? I said a few more lashes would teach you a lesson." Ecstasy. Unable to contain himself, Gu Songyan inadvertently let out a cry. Lu Zhao. Chapter 73. How could this be recognized? The night air was as sharp as a blade, chilling to the bone, as if it could penetrate one's very marrow. Bai Mo sat quietly in a corner of the Su family villa, his body gradually succumbing to the frigid embrace, losing all sensation. His gaze fell upon a nearby spot, a place where he and Su Qinghan had played together in their childhood. There lay their shared memories, each corner imbued with echoes of their laughter. Yet now, these reminiscences felt like a double-edged sword, piercing his heart. Tears streamed from Bai Mo's eyes like a torrential flood, and he could not fathom what he had done wrong. He had known Su Qinghan first, and they had even made a childhood engagement. Why then had Lu Zhao intercepted him? Why? Bai Mo murmured to himself, the injustice and resentment swelling within him like a tide. He felt like a forsaken child, isolated and helpless. At that moment, a series of hesitant footsteps approached from behind. Bai Mo's heart raced as he hastily wiped his tears away and turned, alertly calling out, "Who's there?" Before he could finish, a figure emerged slowly from behind the wall. It was a woman in a suit, holding a tray that bore a steaming bowl of soup and some papers. "Yai? What brings you here?" Bai Mo exclaimed, astonished upon recognizing her. Yai, the Su family's housekeeper, had always been kind to him. "Have some hot soup," the housekeeper said softly, gently wiping the tears from Bai Mo's face with a piece of paper. After a moment, Bai Mo regained a semblance of composure and, looking down, quietly asked, "Yai, why have things developed into this state? Is it really, as many novels suggest, that childhood sweethearts cannot compete with fated encounters?" The housekeeper did not fully grasp Bai Mo's sentiments. She merely sought to offer him comfort, having watched him grow up. She gazed into the distance, forcing a smile onto her face. This matter is difficult to articulate, but Yai knows that affection must be mutual. It seems that the young lady did not harbor feelings for Bai Gongzi in the past. She paused briefly before adding, "Thus, where is the question of precedence?" The word struck by Mo's heart like a sharp blade, and he stared wide-eyed at the butler, incredulously asking, "Are you suggesting that she never liked me at all?" The butler, taken aback by Mo's tone, was at a loss. After all this time, he had believed that the young lady of the house held affections for him. I am unsure, but might be possible." Before the butler could finish his sentence, Mo interrupted, "Aunt Yi, please do not frighten me. I have known Han Han for so many years. How could I not know whether she liked me or not? This is all because of that cunning fox, Lu Zhao. He has left his mark everywhere, ensnaring her just as she began to develop feelings. And upon seeing that Han Han comes from a well-off family, it's all Lu Zhao's fault. Were it not for his interference, Han Han and I would surely be living a blissful life together." Mo's explanations left the butler utterly speechless. He had always regarded Mo as the most cultured young man he had encountered outside of Lu Zhao. He was nothing like the superficial young men outside, but it seemed he had hastily reached a conclusion. "Aunt Yi has some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Without a hint of hesitation, the butler turned and swiftly exited the scene, fearing that Mo might demand his validation. After all, he was a man of age, status, and dignity, and he simply could not bring himself to engage in frivolous banter with this young lad. Watching the butler's retreating figure, Mo's emotions surged. Indeed, Han Han must like me. She is merely enchanted by that scoundrel, Lu Zhao. As long as Lu Zhao beds other women, I still have a chance. Yes, 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 I have a chance. Ha ha ha. In the grand banquet hall, the crowd had divided into several factions. One group comprised reporters keenly observing the movements of the Bai and Su families, alongside various clans vying for opportunities. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao stood out among them, having donned a maid's outfit at Gu Songnian's suggestion. This disguise allowed him to blend into the crowd, making him less conspicuous. Should any situation arise, he could easily feign being a staff member and discreetly exit the scene. "These stockings are truly uncomfortable. They are ruining my meal," Lu Zhao exclaimed as he yanked off the stockings and tossed them into the trash, shoving food into his mouth without a care for his surroundings. At that moment, Gu Songnian had stuffed a piece of paper into his nostrils, stained with red liquid. As he gazed at Lu Zhao in his maid's outfit, his excitement grew, causing blood to pour from his nose without restraint. The exposed forearms, the way he raised his hand to drink, and the sight of his armpit. One could hardly blame a woman for being interested, let alone Gu Songnian, who was nearly swayed. Truly, the boss looked even more dashing in a maid's outfit, more feminine with each passing glance, compared to the modest hem of a male servant's outfit. Lu Zhao clearly preferred the revealing neckline of a maid's attire. Just as Lu Zhao was indulging in his meal, Mo appeared by his side, seemingly out of nowhere. "Zhao Bao, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing Mo, Lu Zhao's mind went blank. "Who am I? Where am I? Why are so many people recognizing me? Wasn't it said that wealthy individuals are typically aloof? How is this happening? Oh, I just received a temporary job as a server for the Su family. I heard I could eat this food, so I came." Lu Zhao casually set down the pork knuckle in his hand, nonchalantly shrugging, his words slightly stammering. Such a feeble excuse could make even a cow fly and a pig climb a tree. Yet, Mo seemed entirely unconcerned about Lu Zhao's presence here. He simply nodded and excitedly grasped Lu Zhao's hand, saying, "What a coincidence. Come, let me take you to meet some girls." Lu Zhao. Chapter 74. The Paradox of Maternal Love. Where has that little rascal run off to? How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Su Qinghan exclaimed, balancing a goblet as she squeezed through the crowd. She murmured anxiously while scanning her surroundings. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not spot Su Yuza among the throng. A sense of confusion began to gnaw at her. Where could that child have gone? Just then, her attention was caught by a figure slowly approaching. It was none other than Su Yuza, the very person she had been seeking. He walked with his head down, his steps heavy, as if the weight of the world rested upon his shoulders. His gait was slow and hesitant, resembling a child who had erred, cautiously making his way to his mother. A pang of concern struck Su Qinghan's heart. She instantly realized that Su Yuza must have encountered some trouble or felt deeply wronged, for he would not display such a countenance otherwise. After all, having raised him since childhood, she knew his character all too well. She hurriedly advanced, her face etched with worry, asking, "What is it, darling? Did you have a conflict with someone?" Although Su Qinghan's voice carried a hint of anger, she tried her utmost to remain calm and rational. After all, they were not in an ordinary setting. No one here was easily trifled with. Yet, when Su Yuza heard his mother's voice, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his head, seemingly hesitating on how to articulate his thoughts. After a considerable pause, he finally mustered the courage to speak, his voice barely audible. "Mom, if I cause trouble, would you still love me? Seeing her precious son, so forlorn, Su Qinghan's heart ached. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out, gently patting his shoulder, and soothingly reassured him, "Sweetheart, do not be afraid. I will always be your strongest support. No matter what difficulties arise, I will be here for you." Upon hearing his mother's words, Su Yu's pent-up grievances surged forth like a flood. Unable to contain himself any longer, he dashed into his mother's embrace, sobbing, "Mom, I truly didn't mean to. I merely stated a fact, and then I was—" Su Yu's words were drowned out by his cries, fragmented and incoherent. Su Qinghan, filled with maternal compassion, held Su Yu's tightly, gently stroking his back while consoling him. Once he had calmed down somewhat, she softly inquired, "All right, my love, stop crying, and tell me what you said to provoke someone." Su Yu's, sniffling, finally managed to halt his tears. He looked up, his tear-streaked face meeting Su Qinghan's gaze. And with a quivering voice, he recounted, "I said that Lu Zhao is a man who disregards marital vows, and then a rather intimidating man confronted me. I have no idea who he is, but he doesn't even regard the Bai family." Su Qinghan's expression instantly turned grave upon hearing this. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at her son, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, "Are you implying that you have angered someone who does not even care for the Bai family?" He nodded. Then, fearing his mother's affection might suddenly wane, he added, "But Mom, the old lady of the Bai family supports my viewpoint." Yet at that moment, Su Qinghan could no longer listen. Her expression stiffened. "What good is that? Did you not say that this man does not fear the Bai family?" Su Yuza felt the gradual fading of maternal love. A wave of panic surged within him, prompting him to hastily attempt to extricate himself from Su Qinghan's embrace. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that Su Qinghan had a firm grip on him, showing no intention of letting go. Her face bore an expression that suggested she was ready to deliver a severe reprimand, which instilled a sense of fear in Su Yuza. "No, Mom, please let me explain," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency and trepidation. Before Su Yuza could finish his plea, Chen Mo's voice resonated from nearby. "Auntie? What's going on here?" Upon seeing Chen Mo, Su Qinghan's previously flaring temper somewhat subsided. She released Su Yu's hand and, with indignation, retorted, "We'll deal with you later. Stop causing me trouble." As Su Qinghan's figure disappeared from sight, Su Yuza let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, thankfully you arrived in time. Otherwise, my mom would have surely had my head." Hearing the fear in Su Yu's voice piqued Chen Mo's curiosity. "What have you gotten yourself into to be so anxious?" Just as Su Yuza was about to recount the events that had transpired, he noticed a familiar figure standing behind Chen Mo. Lu Zhao. "What brings you here?" Lu Zhao had been trailing behind Chen Mo, conversing with one beauty and making arrangements with another. He never anticipated that his meandering would lead him to Su Yuza. I'm here for a job," Lu Zhao stammered, anxious to avoid any associations with the Su family's patriarch. At this, Su Yuza's anxiety began to dissipate. He had feared that Lu Zhao was being supported by some influential figure and had even brought him to such a high-profile gathering. That would have been akin to a crow transforming into a phoenix. Reflecting on his earlier ridicule of Lu Zhao, he deemed it not particularly significant. Moreover, his mother had already gone to apologize, so there likely wouldn't be any major issues. Consequently, Su Yu's mood shifted dramatically, and he began to regard Lu Zhao's maid outfit with a teasing tone. "Really? Weren't you previously involved with some big sister? How did you end up here, serving as a maid? Did she tire of you so quickly?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao's initial reaction was not anger, but shock. How was it possible for this guy, who had just been sobbing, to now exhibit such a sense of superiority? The thought process of this little celestial man was truly peculiar. Could you not be so harsh? Senior Anna already clarified things for Zhao Bao last time. "Don't make me retaliate," Chen Mo interjected, standing protectively in front of Lu Zhao. Su Yuza, already brimming with frustration, felt even more incensed at Chen Mo's defense of Lu Zhao and was ready to retaliate. However, before Lu Zhao could respond, the lights in the venue dimmed. The ceiling above the hall began to open, accompanied by a series of sounds. What is happening? Chapter 75. Fireworks in the Night Sky. As the lights slowly revealed the ceiling, a beam of brilliant light, akin to a spotlight on stage, illuminated a specific spot at the entrance. In this dazzling glow stood Su Wanwan, resembling a princess who had stepped out of a fairy tale, clad in a stunningly white, priceless gown. The hem of her dress fluttered gently on the red carpet, exuding an ethereal radiance. Positioned at the end of the red carpet, Su Wanwan carried herself with grace, radiating an air of nobility and charm. Despite her youth, her innate elegance was on full display at this moment. Flanking the red carpet stood a regiment of tall female bodyguards, resembling knights guarding the princess, their expressions serious as they vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Between every two bodyguards stood impeccably dressed male attendants, their smiles courteous as they welcomed Su Wanwan's arrival. This scene left all present in awe. The previously cacophonous hall fell silent, replaced by whispers of astonishment and envy. Wow, she truly is a princess born with a golden key. Even walking the red carpet involves such grandeur. Just look at the crown atop her head. It could probably buy 1,000 designer handbags. Indeed, in my next life, I absolutely must be reborn into the Su family to live such a life. Among the elite attendees, be they business magnates or social luminaries, their admiration for Su Wanwan's lavish display was palpable. Their eyes reflected not only a yearning for wealth, but also an aspiration for such a life of privilege. Meanwhile, Su Yuza watched Su Wanwan with a heart full of jealousy and envy. Why couldn't he find a woman like her? This thought sparked a surge of resentment within him. He turned to Lu Zhao, a disdainful smile creeping onto his lips as he scoffed. Did you see that? Even a tiny diamond on her dress is worth more than what you could earn in a lifetime. Lu Zhao, unfazed by Su Yuza's words, acknowledged that there was some merit to his statement. Moreover, it seemed unworthy to engage in a rivalry with such a fool or to waste energy being angry at him. Thus, Lu Zhao ignored Su Yuza entirely, focusing instead on the grandeur of the event. He had yet to witness anything of this magnitude. Noticing that Lu Zhao remained entirely unaffected by his remarks, Su Yuza clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, planning to deliver a more scathing comment later. At that moment, Su Wanwan gracefully made her way to the center of the hall, and the voice of the renowned host filled the air. For years old, what a marvelous age. It symbolizes innocence and purity, as well as growth and hope. Today marks a significant occasion as Su Wanwan, the eldest daughter of the Su family, makes her formal debut. As the host concluded the opening remarks, a meticulously adorned, opulent cake was carefully wheeled to Su Wanwan's side, adorned with exquisite sugar flowers and fruits. It emanated an irresistible fragrance. The moonlight tonight was particularly bright, and, as candles were lit, a world-class orchestra began to play the birthday song for Su Wanwan. The surrounding guests joined in singing. Standing beside Su Wanwan, Su Qinghan spoke gently, "Make a wish." Yet, Su Wanwan did not immediately close her eyes to make a wish. Instead, she looked around, seemingly searching for someone. After a moment, she couldn't contain herself and asked, "Where's Dad? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" In response, Su Qinghan casually remarked, "Your father will be here shortly. Just follow through with the process for now." Although reluctant, Su Wanwan complied, clasping her hands tightly, lowering her head, and softly murmuring, "I wish for Mom and Dad to never be apart from me." After making her wish, Su Wanwan slowly opened her eyes and raised her head, her gaze meeting Su Qinghan's. A gentle smile graced Su Qinghan's lips as he effortlessly lifted Su Wanwan high into the air. Her towering height of 185 centimeters was showcased to perfection at that moment, effortlessly placing Su Wanwan squarely in front of the candle. A hint of nervousness washed over Su Wanwan as she gazed at the flickering flame, inhaling deeply before puffing her cheeks and exhaling forcefully. The candle flame danced momentarily in response to her breath, before finally extinguishing. At that very instant, the venue erupted into a chorus of enthusiastic applause and cheers. The sudden uproar rendered Su Wanwan momentarily bewildered, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson. She had anticipated that upon completing the task of blowing out the candle, Su Qinghan would set her down. However, to her surprise, Su Qinghan did not do so. Instead, she gently placed Su Wanwan on her broad and sturdy shoulder. With a graceful gesture, she indicated for Su Wanwan to direct her gaze toward the night sky. Just then, she snapped her fingers sharply, and the surrounding staff immediately understood the cue. In an instant, thousands of fireworks soared into the air like a flock of liberated spirits. They burst forth in a dazzling array of colors, some layered like chrysanthemums, others streaking across the sky like meteors, and some shimmering like silver trees. The brilliance of the fireworks illuminated Su Wanwan's youthful and astonished face, her eyes sparkling with excitement and joy. As the final firework exploded in the sky, a few luminous characters gradually materialized against the night backdrop, wishing Su Wanwan a happy 4th birthday. Wow, if a woman were to do something like this for me in my lifetime, I would surely marry her, Shen Mo exclaimed, gazing in wonder at the fireworks. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao's attention lingered on the beautiful display for only a brief moment before calculating the cost of the extravagant fireworks, lamenting how each explosion must have cost thousands. "Damn those wealthy people," he muttered. "Stop getting so excited. If I were you, I would be seeking out a diamond bachelor during such a splendid occasion instead of fixating on the fireworks. It's truly absurd." Su Yuza scoffed. Upon hearing Su Yu's remarks, Lu Zhao's expression hardened, and he retorted coldly, "If your mouth remains so foul, I would not advise you to brush your teeth in front of so many people." Su Yuza recalled the time he had been beaten up in the cafeteria and swallowed hard, letting out a cold snort without further comment. Just as Lu Zhao hoped for a moment of peace, the host unexpectedly called out, "Now, let us welcome the esteemed patriarch of the Su family to the stage to present birthday wishes to Miss Su. Let us give him a warm round of applause." Lu Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the host, inwardly muttering, wasn't it agreed that he wouldn't show his face? Why is there such a process without a word of warning? The crowd around him began to glance around expectantly, each face etched with anticipation as they eagerly awaited what kind of gift Su Qinghan's little husband would present. As a man of the tyrant, his gift would undoubtedly be extraordinary. What could it possibly be? One person, unable to contain their curiosity, whispered speculations. "Honestly, I'm more curious about his appearance and identity. It is yet to be revealed," another chimed in. "Naturally, there must be a reason for him wearing a mask. And any man who has captured Su Qinghan's attention must be exceptional," someone else added. "I am well aware of that. Hence, I am curious about what kind of man is worthy of such a woman." As the crowd engaged in fervent whispers, time ticked on. Yet Lu Zhao's figure remained conspicuously absent from sight. At this moment, the host began to feel the awkwardness escalate, for during rehearsals, the butler had clearly informed him that someone would be coming up at this point. The situation was now entirely different from the rehearsal, and in such an important gathering, he found himself at a loss. Gripping the microphone tightly, he hesitantly called out, "Could the patriarch of the Su family please come up to present the gift?" However, as his words fell, the crowd remained still, with no one showing any signs of taking the stage. The host's gaze helplessly swept across the audience before landing on Su Qinghan. To his astonishment, her expression revealed no trace of panic. Instead, she appeared remarkably composed. Faced with this scene, the host felt equally helpless, standing awkwardly in place, unsure of what to do. The atmosphere in the venue grew exceptionally tense and awkward, as if time had frozen in that moment. Could it be that the patriarch of the Su family is in the restroom, or something? Chen Mo suddenly whispered to Lu Zhao. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao, clutching the talisman he had prepared, found himself at a loss about whether he should step forward. If he did not, the situation would remain unresolved, but if he did, he would surely expose himself. He was caught in a truly difficult predicament. Just then, Su Yuza, hands on his hips, wore a disdainful expression as he muttered, "The husband of the Su family certainly knows how to command attention. Look at this treatment. Everyone must patiently wait for him, without a hint of complaint. If it were me, I would have stepped out long ago. But then again, it's only natural for the husband of the world's #1 woman to carry a bit of stature." Hearing this, Chen Mo quickly waved his hand. "Surely not. There are so many journalists and members of prominent families here. He shouldn't be so inconsiderate." Yet Su Yuza retorted dismissively, "So what? Isn't it perfectly normal for a man to act this way? Besides, with Su Qinghan doting on him, why would it be strange for him to take his time to appear?" Each of Su Yuza's words struck Lu Zhao's ears like a barrage, darkening his expression considerably. This is it. If this continues, I might truly become a little fairy. Yet he felt incredibly awkward at that moment, as he was neither wearing a mask nor dressed appropriately, clad instead in a maid outfit. To step forward like this would certainly seem rather inappropriate. Just as he found himself at a loss for what to do, a voice suddenly pierced through the silence. "Apologies. Is it time for the gift-giving segment? I'm late." By Mo's figure appeared on the red carpet, his face marked by 2 distinct streaks of tears. As his voice resonated, all eyes turned toward him. "No way. No way. Bai Gongzi is truly Su Qinghan's husband," one person exclaimed amidst the crowd. "Now I understand why Miss Su is so stunning. Both partners are exceptionally attractive, so their child must be beautiful as well." However, before the speaker could finish, another voice countered, "Impossible. The person who just stood on stage was not Bai Gongzi at all." Exactly. Bai Mo was standing below just moments ago. How could he possibly be Su Qinghan's husband? You lot should stop spreading such nonsense. As everyone's attention fixated on Bai Mo, Lu Zhao felt a surge of excitement. What a perfect opportunity. He squeezed through the crowd and approached the cluster of bodyguards surrounding the stage. Upon seeing Lu Zhao, the male servants within the group gasped, "Master, why are you dressed like this?" Lu Zhao quickly gestured for silence, lowering his voice to say, "Shh, let me in." The several male servants, though puzzled, swiftly parted to grant him passage. Thus, Lu Zhao stealthily approached Su Wanwan, who was momentarily frozen in astonishment at the sight of him clad in a maid's outfit. She frowned deeply, momentarily at a loss. What new trick was this foolish child attempting? Seemingly oblivious to Su Qinghan's reaction, Lu Zhao knelt down gently. gazing affectionately at Su Wanwan, and softly declared, Wanwan, this is a talisman made by your father to ensure your safety. Remember to keep it close. With that, he fastened the charm around Su Wanwan's neck. Thank you. Su Wanwan began to express her gratitude, but before she could finish, Lu Zhao enveloped her in a warm embrace, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Happy birthday, dear. In mere moments, Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed crimson, her lips pursed in a display of innocent shyness. Noticing the lingering gazes of the onlookers fixated on by Mo, Lu Zhao stood up, intending to make a discreet exit. Yet at that very moment, Su Qinghan pulled him into her embrace and draped her coat over him. Lu Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, No, what are you doing? Su Qinghan's lips curled into a slight smile as she replied coolly, Why not walk out boldly? The crowd, drawn by Mo's perplexed expression, turned to witness a man, a stranger, unexpectedly appearing on stage, nestled in Su Qinghan's arms. Feeling the weight of many curious gazes behind him, Lu Zhao anxiously implored, Sister, please let me down. I'm not wearing a mask, and I'm in this outfit. It's so embarrassing. Despite his pleas, Su Qinghan showed no inclination to release him. Lowering her head with a hint of jealousy, she asked, You've called her dear, so what should you call me? Lu Zhao stammered, Chapter 77. The banquet approaches its climax. Call you what? Let me down quickly. They're all looking at us. Lu Zhao's face turned beet red as he struggled to escape Su Qinghan's grasp, his voice urgent yet hushed. However, Su Qinghan held him tightly, leaving him with no chance to break free. The audience, taken aback by this unexpected scene, exchanged bewildered glances and whispered among themselves. No way. Young master by ISNT really Mr. Su's husband? One incredulous voice exclaimed. Of course not. I just told you he ISNT, but you would believe it. Another retorted. Look, doesn't Ms. Su have something hanging around her neck? Suddenly, someone pointed at Su Wanwan's neck as if they had discovered a new world. All eyes were drawn to her, revealing a small talisman adorning her neck, which contrasted starkly against her opulent attire. A talisman. The master of the Su family gifted his daughter a talisman for her birthday. Su Yuzo exclaimed in surprise. As Chun Mo beheld the talisman, a wave of familiarity washed over him. The talisman's design, color, and intricate patterns stirred a sense of recognition. Yet he could not quite recall where he had seen it before. At that moment, the host regained his composure and seized the microphone, eager to ease the awkward atmosphere. This diversion was truly masterful. First, drawing our attention to young Master Bai, then before the host could finish, Su Qinghan fixed her cold gaze on Lu Zhao and said icily, If you maintain this attitude, I won't hesitate to let everyone see your handsome little face. Her words struck Lu Zhao like a bucket of cold water, instantly deflating his bravado. He stammered, What would you like me to call you? Hearing his question, Su Qinghan felt a surge of delight, knowing her little man was ready to yield. A satisfied smile graced her face as she leaned closer to his ear, whispering playfully, Call me wife. What? Did you just ask me to call you what? Lu Zhao seemed incredulous. Was this fellow truly jealous of the daughter? It was the first time she had asked him to call her wife. Seeing his reluctance, Su Qinghan's smile widened, her tone laced with mock annoyance. Just as her patience wore thin, she seized the coat draped over Lu Zhao's shoulders. Her action was swift and decisive, as if she would not hesitate to rip it away should he fail to comply. As she tugged at the coat, it gradually slipped off, revealing Lu Zhao's maid outfit beneath. His complexion paled, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, a clear indication of his mounting anxiety. Wait, I'll do it. Lu Zhao finally relented, his voice trembling with a mix of reluctance and embarrassment. Su Qinghan's smile deepened at his submission, raising an eyebrow as she playfully urged, Go on. Her tone was reminiscent of teasing a delightful pet. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lu Zhao stammered, Wife. The moment the words left his lips, a look of satisfaction washed over Su Qinghan as she gently responded, My dear husband is so obedient. In the next instant, Lu Zhao felt himself being enveloped in Su Qinghan's embrace, his head buried deep into her bosom. The world around him seemed to darken, engulfed in obscurity, and he felt an overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, Bai Mo's fingers dug into his own flesh, bewildered by the fact that such an ordinary gift could belong to the person he had long admired. Lu Zhao, I despise you. I despise you. Bai Mo's teeth clenched against his lips, blood trickling from the pressure of his grip. Before he could spiral further into his fury, he watched as Su Qinghan lifted Lu Zhao effortlessly, their intimacy on full display. Lu Zhao's face remained hidden, pressed firmly against her chest. With a subtle cue from Su Qinghan, the host adeptly transitioned the conversation, inviting the couple off the stage. At that moment, the audience's focus shifted once more. No way. Who would have thought that Miss Su was such a devoted wife, showering her daughter with gifts while also feeding us a wave of dog food? Indeed, next time, we should inquire about what her husband likes. It might facilitate future collaborations. Good point. But truly, who would have guessed that Su Qinghan as husband is not by MO? What a revelation. It is quite apparent that the Su family's stance on the annulment of the engagement was unmistakably clear, leaving no room for indecision. The titans of commerce engaged in fervent discussions, completely disregarding by MO, who stood to the side. After all, in this world, the bustling crowds are driven by profit, and the clamor of society is motivated by self-interest. When one's strength wanes, naturally, partnerships diminish, and one may even be overlooked entirely. Meanwhile, Chun Mo gazed enviously at the retreating figures of Su Qinghan and her companion, exclaiming, "Indeed, the more capable a woman is, the more she knows how to cherish her husband. Where's my Snow White?" With that, he turned and exclaimed, "Zhao Bao, let us hasten. I too wish to find someone who cherishes her husband in such a manner." However, upon opening his eyes, he realized that Lu Zhao was nowhere to be found. Where has Zhao Bao gone? Chapter 78. An awkward call. With a resounding slam, the door was forcefully shut by Su Qinghan, creating a loud echo. As the door closed, Lu Zhao was unexpectedly pinned against the wall by Su Qinghan. Their bodies pressed close. Su Qinghan's lips rained down on Lu Zhao's cheeks with fervor and urgency. A long, satisfied kiss escaped Su Qinghan's lips, resonating distinctly in the quiet room, igniting a blush of embarrassment. Su Qinghan's hands grew increasingly bold as she deftly unfastened Lu Zhao's maid outfit, as if seeking to uncover some hidden secret. Was she perhaps intending to engage in a playful cosplay with her wife? Had she deliberately changed into this attire for that purpose? Su Qinghan's voice suddenly whispered in Lu Zhao's ear, laced with playful mockery and tinged with heavy breaths, revealing her inner excitement. Lu Zhao's body shivered slightly, and she quickly grasped Su Qinghan's hand that was unfastening her buttons, saying, "Stop, stop, stop." It seems Su Qinghan had no intention of halting. Her hand lingered on Lu Zhao's clothing as she questioned, "What is it?" Lu Zhao lifted her gaze, meeting Su Qinghan's eyes, and earnestly inquired, "Why did you publicly deny by MO in front of so many people today?" It was clear that if Su Qinghan indeed intended to forge a union with the Bai family, she should have made a formal announcement at this birthday banquet. Yet, Su Qinghan had refuted by MO in front of everyone, leaving Lu Zhao utterly perplexed. Gently pinching Lu Zhao's cheek, Su Qinghan tilted her head slightly, gazing down at her as she declared, "Am I not proving that you are indeed the true mistress of the Su family?" As Lu Zhao beheld Su Qinghan's countenance and heard her words, a blush crept across her cheeks. "So, you truly married me because you have feelings for me?" Before Lu Zhao could finish her sentence, Su Qinghan resolutely replied, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I want to have children with you?" This revelation left Lu Zhao genuinely astounded. Yet the reality before her made it impossible to dismiss Su Qinghan's words. "Should I pursue you all over again?" Su Qinghan quipped, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "Am I dreaming? Why does this feel so unreal?" In that moment, Lu Zhao found herself utterly confused about Su Qinghan's intentions. As Su Qinghan pressed forward with her advances, Lu Zhao's mind became a blank slate, devoid of any coherent thoughts. Just as they reached an impasse, Lu Zhao's phone rang. Murom Shiyu. What could she possibly want at this hour? As Lu Zhao glanced at the caller ID flashing on her screen, a sense of unease washed over her. Hesitating for a moment, she awkwardly informed Su Qinghan, I need to take this call." Before she could finish, Lu Zhao attempted to slip away from Su Qinghan's embrace. However, just as she lowered her head, a delicate hand shot out like lightning, firmly grasping Lu Zhao's phone. Startled, Lu Zhao looked up to see Su Qinghan glaring at her with icy disdain, her once gentle eyes now aflame with anger. A shy, introverted girl of 1.80 m? Who is this woman calling my man at such a late hour? Su Qinghan's voice was frigid, imbued with palpable fury, as if it could freeze the very air around them. Realizing Su Qinghan's sudden change in demeanor, Lu Zhao hastily explained, "She's just a classmate. There's nothing else between us. Besides, you seem to know her." As she reached for her phone, Su Qinghan stubbornly tightened her grip, refusing to relinquish it. "Oh, surely you aren't referring to that insufferable girl from the Moron family?" A cold smirk graced Su Qinghan's lips, her expression devoid of warmth. Lu Zhao frowned, feeling that Su Qinghan was being unreasonable. She knew exactly who this person was, yet insisted on questioning her. Irritated, Lu Zhao retorted, "Aren't you being deliberately obtuse?" In response, Su Qinghan's demeanor remained unyielding, her voice chillingly composed as she commanded, "Take the call." Answer it here. Faced with Su Qinghan's relentless pressure, Lu Zhao felt a surge of helplessness. It mattered little. After all, she had no ulterior motives with Murong Xiyu, and furthermore, this woman had undoubtedly sent someone to keep tabs on her. Surely she was aware of that. With a decisive tap, Lu Zhao answered the call. Hello. What do you want at this late hour? As soon as she spoke, Murong Xiyu's slightly inebriated voice came through the line. Lu Zhao, where are you right now? The moment those words left her lips, a glint of frost flashed in Su Qinghan's eyes, as if she were ready to enact her own form of justice upon Lu Zhao. Ignoring Su Qinghan's seething presence, Lu Zhao continued, I'm at home. Is there something you need? At that moment, Murong Xiyu was seated in the back of a luxury vehicle, a bottle of 1982 Lafite in hand. It's nothing major. I just encountered a few matters today that I wanted to discuss with you. Am I interrupting? Since Lu Zhao's phone was on speaker, every syllable Murong Xiyu uttered was crystal clear. Su Qinghan's teeth clenched as she mockingly mimicked, Am I interrupting? Seeing Su Qinghan's reaction, Lu Zhao was taken aback. Who could have guessed that the usually aloof tyrant would exhibit such a facet? It is a bit of an interruption, Lu Zhao began, but before she could finish, Su Qinghan pinched her side. Feeling the sting, Lu Zhao gasped, quickly altering her response. Not at all. Please, go ahead. Without hesitation, Lu Zhao returned the pinch. But Su Qinghan remained unfazed, her expression as calm as ever, yet a thought struck her mind. A smile crept on Su Qinghan's face as she declared, Oh, I just wanted to mention that at the Su Group's birthday banquet today, I witnessed a love that made me envious. I couldn't help but wonder, if I had a love like that of the CEO, would I be even more devoted to my husband? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao's expression froze, realizing that if this continued down such a path, a confession might truly be forthcoming. Anxiously, Lu Zhao swallowed hard, glancing over at Su Qinghan's face. In the next instant, Su Qinghan pressed her hand against Lu Zhao's cheek, and her lips landed directly on Lu Zhao's mouth. Lu Zhao, what is that sound coming from your end? Chapter 79, A Night of Silence. Lu Zhao's face flushed crimson. His breath came in quick gasps as he struggled to extricate himself from Su Qinghan's lips, which felt like an inferno, nearly overwhelming him. In a flurry of confusion, his hand darted toward his phone, stammering an explanation to Murong Xiyu on the other end of the line. No worries. I was just doing some sit-ups. I've been a bit lazy lately, and my figure's gotten a tad out of shape. Murong Xiyu on the other end appeared somewhat perplexed by Lu Zhao's explanation. Doing sit-ups late at night seemed rather excessive in terms of self-discipline. However, she nodded, half understanding, and in a gentle voice remarked, Your physique is already quite commendable. There's really no need to overdo it. At that moment, hearing Murong Xiyu's voice on the phone only intensified Su Qinghan's irritation. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth and once again sank her teeth into Lu Zhao's neck, this time with even greater force, as if she intended to leave her mark upon him. Lu Zhao could not help but draw in a sharp breath, cursing inwardly. Damn it, Su Qinghan, does she have some peculiar predilection? It's just a phone call, and she is making a fuss. Despite his exasperation, he endured Su Qinghan's nibbling, pressing his hand firmly against her head, hoping to restrain her somewhat and prevent any excessive noise that might alert Murong Xiyu to the unusual circumstances. Then he spoke into the phone, I'm fine. If you don't have anything particularly urgent, I'll hang up now. After a brief silence, Murong Xiyu softly responded, Well, actually there is nothing special. I just wanted to ask how many girlfriends you've had before. Her voice suddenly diminished, tinged with a hint of shyness. Upon hearing this question, Lu Zhao's heart tightened as he pondered for a moment before resolutely replying, None. I've never had a girlfriend my entire life. After all, he was acutely aware that he had never even had the opportunity to date, having been whisked away by Su Qinghan in a marriage without ever having a girlfriend in the first place. Murong Xiyu, upon hearing Lu Zhao's response, couldn't he help but bite her lip. So, the boy she fancied had never experienced a romantic relationship. Did that mean he had yet to be tainted by any undesirable women? With this thought, a maternal smile blossomed on her face. Gazing at the bottle of 82 Lafite in her hand, she imagined it as Lu Zhao's embodiment. She blew a kiss to the bottle, as if envisioning a future with him. So that was how it was. Murong Xiyu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Well, it's getting late. You should rest early. Good night. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, Lu Zhao's response came immediately. Bye. Shortly thereafter, a series of beeping sounds indicated the call had ended. Hearing those beeps, a wave of gentle disappointment washed over Murong Xiyu. He didn't even bother to say good night. What a character, staring out at the starry night sky. She mused that regardless of whether Lu Zhao had dated before, his insistence on denying it must surely hold some significance. Perhaps Lu Zhao wanted to grant her a chance to pursue him? Boys can be shy sometimes. Girls ought to be attentive to such subtle hints. This notion caused her heart to race involuntarily, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Perhaps this truly was a promising beginning. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao, feeling a tremendous sense of relief, set down his phone and turned to Su Qinghan, saying, "Is that enough? I have classes tomorrow, so please don't leave too many hickeys." Su Qinghan's gaze was fixed intently on the marks she had left on Lu Zhao's neck, her lips curving into a satisfied smile. She then leaned closer, gently inhaling the unique scent emanating from Lu Zhao. As she moved, her lips trailed from his neck to his ear, and in a voice laced with possessiveness, she whispered, "My man, I can kiss you however I please." As soon as the words left her lips, Su Qinghan abruptly lifted Lu Zhao and flung him onto the bed, following suit as she pinned him down, gazing down at him with an air of authority. "It's time to fulfill our obligations tonight." Lu Zhao, within a bustling, vibrant bubble tea shop, Chen Mo and Su Yuzi sat in a corner, each cradling a cup of bubble tea, savoring their drinks. Yet, in stark contrast to the surrounding cheerful ambience, Su Yuzi's expression bore a weight of seriousness. Chen Mo noticed Su Yuzi's unusual demeanor. Taking a sip of his bubble tea, he bluntly inquired, "What is up? Since the banquet ended, you've looked like you've seen a ghost. Did Morong Sr. snub you? Or did you offend some big shot again?" Su Yuzi quickly shook his head, lowering his voice as he muttered, "No, I'm not worried about that." "Then why the long face?" Chen Mo pressed, increasingly curious. Su Yuzi hesitated, seemingly contemplating how to articulate his thoughts, before finally saying, "How should I explain this? Maybe I'm just imagining things. After all, it's not likely to happen." Chen Mo grew impatient with his vague words and urged, "What is it? Stop beating around the bush." Taking a deep breath, Su Yuzi finally resolved to speak, looking at Chen Mo earnestly as he asked, "So, what do you think of Bai Mo, the Bai family's young master?" "I don't know him, but I know he is quite capable and influential," Chen Mo replied, casually grabbing a snack and popping it into his mouth, chewing as he spoke. Seeing Chen Mo's nonchalant demeanor, Su Yuzi felt a bit speechless, but continued to inquire, "And what about Lu Zhao?" Upon hearing Lu Zhao's name, Chen Mo's eyes lit up with excitement. "Lu Zhao, he is great. I really like him. If I were a girl, I'd definitely pursue a guy like him. He is super handsome." Hearing Chen Mo's words, Su Yuzi pondered, "Our taste in people is quite discerning. Anyone recognized by either of us must possess a unique charm." After a brief silence, Su Yuzi suddenly asked, "If you were a girl and had to choose one to marry, who would you pick?" Chen Mo was caught off guard by the question, blinking in confusion as he looked at Su Yuzi. "Huh? How can I choose? They're both quite good. I honestly don't know who to pick." Noticing Su Yuzi's continued silence, Chen Mo urged, "Come on, hurry up. Why do you look so serious?" Leaning closer to Chen Mo, Su Yuzi whispered, "I think I saw Lu Zhao being embraced by President Su." Chen Mo. Chapter 80, confirming the hypothesis. "Wait, is that for real? You can't just say things like that." Chen Mo's voice suddenly shot up an octave, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Su Yuzi. Su Yuzi, however, was not intimidated by Chen Mo's reaction. He earnestly explained, "I'm not entirely certain, but at the conference it truly appeared as though President Su was holding Lu Zhao. In that fleeting moment, I saw President Su tightly wrap that individual in his coat. I barely caught a glimpse before being obstructed. Yet, I think I noticed that the person was clad in a maid's outfit." Upon hearing Su Yuzi's words, Chen Mo's heart sank. He recognized that while Su Yuzi often fancied himself a joker, such matters were far too serious for levity. Moreover, the earnest expression on Su Yuzi's face did not suggest any deceit. Chen Mo's mind raced back to that moment. He recalled Lu Zhao standing beside him. But when he turned his head, Lu Zhao had vanished. Initially, he assumed Lu Zhao had been called away for some task, never considering this possibility. Could it be that Lu Zhao was indeed the spouse of that tyrant? Su Yuzi trembled slightly, preferring to believe that Lu Zhao was Annalise's boyfriend rather than the husband of Su Qinghan. The very thought was too terrifying. If he truly were Su Qinghan's husband, then Su Yuzi felt as though he were searching for waste in a latrine with a flashlight. Should you call that fellow to check? What if he truly is? Su Yuzi hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. A chill ran down his spine. If Lu Zhao were indeed Su Qinghan's husband, had he not just sealed his own fate? At that moment, Chen Mo's expression mirrored Su Yuzi's unease. After all, if Lu Zhao were truly Su Qinghan's husband, what would it mean for Chen Mo, who frequently dragged Lu Zhao along to pursue women? Moreover, if you were to play wingman for other women to win over Lu Zhao, what would happen if Su Qinghan discovered this? Lost in thought, Chen Mo picked up his phone and retrieved Lu Zhao's number, hesitating over whether to call. Should he really dial? What if the one who answered was a woman rather than Zhao Bao? Chun Mo's voice quavered slightly, his hand trembling as he regarded Su Yuza, his gaze pleading for reassurance. Su Yuza sensed Chun Mo's tension, struggling to swallow hard as his throat emitted a soft gurgle. Drawing a deep breath, as if to bolster his own courage, he resolutely stated, whether one dies early or late, death is inevitable. It would be better to inquire directly and be done with it. Chen Mo could not help but admire Su Yuza's bravery. He thought, if Su Yuza was so determined, why should he hesitate any longer? Thus, he readily agreed to accompany Su Yuza in facing this potential outcome. All right, I'll join you in being a true gentleman. After all, if it is true, I certainly won't bear the brunt of the blame. Chen Mo's tone conveyed a sense of reckless abandon. However, just as Chen Mo uttered these words, Su Yuza's resolute demeanor suddenly vanished. His brows furrowed, a look of shock evident on his face. What? How can that be? Then let's not call. Yet before Su Yuza could finish, Chen Mo had already dialed the number. It was too late. Just when Su Yuza was on the verge of a meltdown, a reassuring voice came through the line. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently out of service. The mechanical woman's voice, following the announcement, seemed to revive Su Yuza, whose heart had leapt into his throat. Phew, thank goodness. It didn't go through. I was genuinely terrified. Su Yuza exhaled, patting his chest. Chen Mo, however, appeared puzzled. That shouldn't be. Why is Zhao Bao's phone out of service? Has he run out of credit? This line of thought seemed plausible. If he were indeed Su Qinghan's husband, how could he possibly work as a tutor to earn living expenses? A phone out of service was the best evidence. How could a wealthy heir allow his phone to lapse, especially if he needed to earn a living? Why not use WeChat to send him a voice message? If he has Wi-Fi, that could work. Su Yuza, however, would not grant Chen Mo this opportunity. He asserted with complete conviction, he absolutely cannot be Su Qinghan's husband. President Su dotes on her husband, so she would never allow him to work. Moreover, she seemed like a woman with an intense possessiveness. How could she permit him to engage in scandalous rumors with others? Thus, I must have simply misperceived the situation. Noticing the twitching of the muscle in Su Yuza's cheek, Chen Mo felt a twinge of skepticism. To be cautious, he sent Lu Zhao a message. Zhao Bao, where have you gone? Will you be returning to the dormitory tonight? Just a few minutes after sending the message, Lu Zhao's reply arrived. I won't be returning tonight. The Su family said that those who stay to help will be compensated more. Upon reading Lu Zhao's message, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Lu Zhao was indeed working a temporary job. If he were truly the Su family's heir, how could he possibly need to labor? He quickly responded, all right. Remember to cover yourself with a blanket tonight so you don't catch a cold. Don't forget to think of me. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao was drenched in sweat, feeling fatigued as he replied. As he intended to rest for a moment, Su Qinghan seized his phone. Tossing it aside, she licked her lips, a wicked smile gracing her features. Round 4 is about to commence. Lu Zhao, you must be a beast. Chapter 81, An Unexpected Statement. The following day at noon, Lu Zhao slowly opened his heavy eyelids and rose from bed. After a night of 8 grueling rounds, he felt as though he could fall asleep at any moment. His energy had been severely depleted, and his legs trembled, leaving him nearly devoid of strength. Demon, I swear I shall never share a bed with her again. Lu Zhao cradled his abdomen, feeling an unsettling emptiness, as if his prostate were on the verge of inflammation. He stepped unsteadily out of his room, and, at that moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a note on the desk. Your performance last night was highly satisfactory. Come sleep with me every night from now on. Love, your dear wife. Upon reading the note, Lu Zhao was instantly engulfed in a wave of embarrassment. What nonsense! Am I not human? Who could endure such treatment every day? He exclaimed, gripping the note with both hands in an attempt to tear it in half. Yet, Lu Zhao discovered that his hands felt as if they were in a dream. He wished to exert force, but found himself utterly incapable, unable to even tear a piece of paper. This spoke volumes of the intensity of the previous night's battle. Ultimately, Lu Zhao let out a sigh, staring at the note in his hand, and reflected on everything that had transpired the night before. All indications pointed to a singular truth for Lu Zhao. Su Qinghan harbored affection for him. What if he were to test this theory? The moment this thought crossed Lu Zhao's mind, he found himself engulfed in hesitation. Ultimately, he sighed deeply, deciding to bide his time, reasoning that he could not escape his fate. Meanwhile, within the dining hall of the Su family villa, Su Wanwan sat sulking her chair, her cheeks puffed out in irritation as if vexed by some grievance. It was, after all, her birthday celebration. Why was her father not sleeping beside her? She repeatedly mashed the rice in her bowl with a spoon, transforming it into a sticky paste that adhered stubbornly to the dish, as if this act could alleviate the tempest of resentment brewing within her. as footsteps echoed through the hallway. Lu Zhao descended the stairs and was greeted by the sight of his daughter's sulky demeanor, prompting a flicker of confusion in his mind. This little one was not typically so sullen. Could it be that she was on the verge of liberating her inner self? He took a seat beside Su Qinghan, affectionately ruffling her hair, and inquired, "What troubles you, my dear? Your mood seems rather dim this midday." With a face full of melancholy, Su Qinghan gazed at Lu Zhao, relinquished her spoon, and earnestly asked, "Wasn't yesterday my birthday? Why did you sleep with that person instead of keeping me company?" This barrage of questions left Lu Zhao momentarily bewildered. The logic seemed flawed. Did everyone have to heed her wishes simply because it was her birthday? Did being the birthday girl grant her dominion over the day? This recollection brought Lu Zhao back to his own childhood, where he too had believed that his birthday entitled him to mischief without consequence. Yet, the outcome had always been a stern reprimand, followed by a serving of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork. It appeared he had been too indulgent with her. A touch of discipline was indeed necessary. Just as Lu Zhao contemplated imparting a lesson to Su Qinghan, he suddenly noticed tears shimmering in her eyes. The sight extinguished any thoughts of chastisement, and he, weary from lack of sleep, softly uttered, "Perhaps your mother was merely, preoccupied." Struggling to articulate, Lu Zhao found it challenging to discuss such matters with a 4-year-old. Before he could finish, Su Qinghan's tears began to flow. "Did you even consider my feelings when you did those things?" At that moment, Lu Zhao was taken aback. Despite his estrangement from Su Qinghan, they were still legally married. Did he really need to report such matters to her? However, before he could voice his thoughts, Su Qinghan's voice rang out again. "Did you even think about whether I want a little brother or sister? You didn't consult me at all. I am part of this family too." Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhao understood her fears. She was likely worried that a second child would divide the already scarce affection directed at her. It was indeed understandable why she would voice such concerns. Observing Su Qinghan's pitiable expression, Lu Zhao couldn't help but chuckle softly, feeling a sense of relief as he sipped from a bowl of hot soup. After finishing the soup, he smiled and said, "You are right. It was a lapse on my part. Next time, shall we sleep together, just you and me?" Su Qinghan nodded slightly, but remained silent. How easily he could maneuver her. Just as he prepared to take another sip of soup to regain his energy for a more thorough discussion, Su Qinghan suddenly asked, "Did you use protection?" The abruptness of her inquiry caught Lu Zhao entirely off guard. The soup he had been sipping erupted from his mouth like a geyser. Coughing violently, he stared at Su Qinghan in shock, stammering, What did you say?" Yet, Su Qinghan maintained a serious expression, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of her question, and continued, "Because I don't want a sister," she would, pausing to contemplate her next words. Seeing her pause, Lu Zhao hastily grabbed a napkin to wipe the soup that had splattered across his mouth, attempting to soothe her. "That is not something to worry about. Even if a sister would come along, I would still love you just the same." However, before he could finish, Su Qinghan interrupted him sharply. "She would compete with me for inheritance." Her voice rose an octave, her tone resolute. Lu Zhao could only stare at her in astonishment. In the Chun family's ancestral home, what was once a daunting corridor had been transformed into a brighter hue, with the unsettling mannequins and peculiar lighting conspicuously absent. The room was now adorned with tasteful decorations, and before the floor-to-ceiling windows, a spirited young woman was diligently studying at her desk. Her pen danced across the paper, circling and underlining key points, embodying the image of a dedicated scholar. "What's come over the young lady? Ever since last weekend, she seems like a completely different person. All those frightening items have been removed, and she no longer invites boys over for tutoring. How peculiar. Oh, can't you be a bit more hopeful for our young miss? This simply indicates she is improving and beginning to change." "I'm not so sure. Unusual behavior often signifies something amiss." As two young male servants peered through the windows, they whispered to one another, unable to fathom how the once near-pathological young lady had transformed so dramatically in just a few days. It simply defied logic. Just as they were about to delve deeper into their discussion, the butler's deep, authoritative voice thundered, interrupting them like a clap of thunder. "Are you two not focused on cleaning? What are you whispering about?" His voice carried an invisible weight, causing both young men to shudder. As the words hung in the air, their faces turned crimson with embarrassment, exchanging glances in confusion, unsure how to respond. After a moment of silence, one of them finally stammered out a response. We were just saying that the young lady seems to have become quite beautiful lately, undoubtedly. A horde of handsome suitors will be vying for her attention." The other quickly chimed in, "Yes, indeed, a little grooming, and she could be a stunning beauty." The butler regarded their clumsy performance with a weary sigh, shaking his head inwardly. He replied with a calm demeanor, "Enough flattery. Focus on your cleaning duties." If the young lady exhibits any unusual behavior or dangerous tendencies, be sure to inform me immediately." With that, he turned and left, leaving the two young men to exhale a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the butler cast a glance back at Chen Xiao, who was diligently writing at her desk, pondering. Could it be that the young lady has truly taken a liking to that university student? If such affection leads to her improvement, I would wholeheartedly support it. However, a university student reliant on tutoring for his livelihood likely lacks a substantial background. In matters of love, such mismatched circumstances are bound to encounter numerous obstacles. Moreover, how could the master and mistress possibly allow their daughter to engage in a romance with a penniless lad? Nevertheless, it is indeed a fact that Chen Xiao is genuinely improving. At this moment, she is in a phase where no one can sway her, and the emergence of such a person is undoubtedly a fortuitous event. After weighing the pros and cons, the butler deemed it more crucial to stabilize the young lady's mindset for the time being, at worst. He could later provide Lu Zhao with a sum of money to facilitate his departure. However, he was unaware that Chen Xiao was tirelessly striving to present a favorable impression to Lu Zhao during their next encounter. This feeling was peculiar, an indescribable emotion compelling her to change for someone, driven by an unnameable impetus within her heart. At this moment, Chen Xiao set aside her books and pen, languidly stretching in her chair, subsequently gazing at the surveillance video on her phone where Lu Zhao was reprimanding her. She couldn't help but reminisce about that sensation. It was so unique, his tone fierce yet patient, his reprimands firm but not overly harsh. Was it a different kind of care? A distinct method of teaching? In any case, compared to the previous male tutors who had come to her home, Lu Zhao was the one she respected and adored the most, without a doubt. Ah, how could he be so captivating? Does he have a girlfriend? I truly like him so much. I can hardly contain myself. Chen Xiao glanced around, picking up a decorative doll meant to set the atmosphere. She began to pout at the doll, exclaiming "Mwah, mwah, mwah." Afterward, she lay her head on the table, anxiously muttering as she glanced at the time in her hand. Why isn't it the weekend yet? I really want to attend classes and study. Just as she was engulfed in her worries, a message popped up on her phone. In order to stimulate everyone's enthusiasm for learning, the school has decided to organize a visit to Tiandu University in the afternoon, with outstanding students giving speeches for us. Upon reading this message, Chen Xiao felt no desire to attend. She even boredly tapped her ear, carelessly stating, "The notion of attending university is utterly irrelevant. My family will simply donate a building to Tiandu University, and they will accept me. Why complicate things? I'd rather lie at home and sleep. It's far more comfortable. Tiandu University, Tiandu University." As she recited those 4 words, a realization struck her. Lu Zhao was a student at Tiandu University, wasn't he? This visit might actually present an opportunity to encounter him. Perhaps she could even invite him out for a meal. Wouldn't that be simply delightful? Just as Chen Xiao reveled in her excitement, a few studious classmates in the group chat sent a message. "Oh, whoever wants to go can go. I plan to stay in class and study." "Exactly. While you all are visiting, I can study a few more hours than you. Why don't we all just skip it? It will ruin our study momentum." The moment these messages were sent, several classmates across the screen began to reprimand them. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You're so diligent, yet your grades hardly reflect it. All you do is put on a show. One might think your grades would get you into Tiandu University, but you won't even pass the entrance." Yet, they only dared to whisper among themselves, not bold enough to openly criticize in the group, for the first bird gets shot. However, to everyone's astonishment, the next moment, Chen Xiao sent a message in the group that garnered resounding applause. "I have no objections to anyone not wanting to go. But if the activity is canceled because of someone else's reluctance, I wouldn't mind plucking all my nails off after class for fun." Who doesn't know that Chen Xiao is a wild one? She dares to say what she means and do what she says, and she is the fiercest in fights. Who would dare provoke her? After just a few seconds, the previous messages were hastily retracted. Simultaneously, Murong Xiu received the same notification. The school wanted her, as the student council president, to arrange for several outstanding students to engage with these high schoolers and simultaneously promote the school as positive image. In simple terms, it was free labor, and finding a few willing students would be quite a feat, however, for the sake of credits. Many would likely be eager to participate in this event. Just as Murong Xiu pondered sending a few people casually, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. What if she asked Lu Zhao to accompany her? It could serve as an excellent opportunity to strengthen their relationship. Chapter 83. A meeting at the bar. Meanwhile, in a certain tavern, Anna Ligia sat at the bar, holding a glass of chilled cocktail. Her once vibrant golden eyes now appeared somewhat dimmed. She was reflecting on why she had been able to charm so many boys in the past, yet now struggled to capture Lu Zhao's attention. Even feeling the distance between them growing, Alas, Tiantishi realized how challenging it was to flirt with someone younger. Even when it came to modeling, she was quite adept. Since developing feelings for Lu Zhao, Annalisia increasingly questioned the caliber of her past romantic pursuits. None had posed any challenge, as if she had merely barged in uninvited. Consequently, she found herself at a loss, unsure if her previous strategies were even viable. Just then, the two doors creaked open. A man, donned in sunglasses and possessing an attractive visage, entered and immediately spotted Annalisia, sitting there. Without a trace of hesitation, he casually took a seat beside her. However, Annalisia was already well-versed in this kind of flirtation. She offered a slight smile, polite yet distant, and felt no stirrings within her heart. She had intended to rise and leave to spare them both the waste of time, but just as she prepared to stand, the man suddenly removed his sunglasses. In that instant, Annalisia's eyes widened, and her mouth fell open uncontrollably, exclaiming, "It's you." It turned out this man was none other than Bai Mo from the Bai family. Bai Mo's eyes were tinged with redness, indicating a likely lack of rest the previous night. A faint smile graced his lips as he regarded Annalisia, and softly remarked, "To be remembered by such a lovely young lady, I am truly fortunate. Isn't it a bit dull to drink alone at noon? Would you like me to keep you company?" Upon realizing the identity of her companion, Annalisia's interest was piqued. She retrieved a lollipop from her pocket and began to chew, as if adjusting her state of mind. "Viter, prepare a blue rose for this young man." Having said that, Annalisia turned her gaze to Bai Mo with curiosity and inquired, "I wonder what brings you here to seek me out?" "Naturally, I wish to inquire about the progression of your relationship with Lu Zhao. You know that the lad is already 26. If he remains unmarried, he will soon be approaching 30. As his brothers, we certainly cannot allow him to enter the matchmaking market at such an age, only to end up unwanted," Bai Mo articulated earnestly, his eyes reflecting a concern as though Lu Zhao were truly his brother. Hearing Bai Mo's words, Annalisia displayed a fleeting smile, but that expression lingered only for a brief moment. The reason was simple. Bai Mo's identity was somewhat ambiguous. It was evident that he harbored a strong animosity towards Lu Zhao previously. If he were indeed Lu Zhao's brother, it could only mean one thing: an enemy brother. If he had no desire for Lu Zhao's happiness, he would presumably seek to pair him with a woman of lesser quality, thereby providing him with ample opportunities for mockery. Why has he sought me out? Is it because I have fallen into the ranks of undesirable women? It is utterly inconceivable. What then could his intentions be? With a hint of perplexity, Annalisia slowly inquired, "So, do you wish for me to swiftly secure Lu Zhao as affection?" After taking a sip of the blue rose drink served by the waiter, she smiled slightly. "Of course, if Lu Zhao were to find a woman as remarkable as you, I would certainly rejoice for him." Observing the man who had disgraced himself the previous day, Annalisia found herself utterly baffled. Despite attending that birthday banquet, she had not encountered Lu Zhao. She had assumed he would accompany Murong Shiyu, only to discover that Lu Zhao was nowhere to be seen beside her. This revelation had offered her a moment of relief. However, she remained perplexed as to why Bai Mo from the Bai family would be associated with Lu Zhao. Noticing the skeptical expression on Annalisia's face, Bai Mo discerned her thoughts as if he had prepared his response in advance. Without a trace of fluster, he declared, "It is precisely because I have endured such torment that I wish for my brother to avoid the same path. If you were in my position, you would undoubtedly choose him steadfastly." Upon uttering these words, even Annalisia found it difficult to uncover any flaws in his reasoning. After all, one who has experienced the rain might wish to shield others from it. Yet, Annalisia sensed an underlying dissonance that she could not articulate. Bai Mo continued, "If you're truly intent on pursuing my younger brother, I shall assist you. In fact, should the need arise, we could even take decisive action." A glint of mischief flashed in Bai Mo's eyes, further solidifying Annalisia's conviction that his motives were far from merely altruistic. But what could be his true objective? Why was she unable to connect the dots? Nonetheless, regardless of his reasons, their goals aligned. Thus, they were allies. "Thank you, young Master Bai, for your support," Annalisia said, though inwardly she mused, "How intriguing. What does this fellow truly seek?" Meanwhile, Bai Mo reveled in his silent triumph. Knowing that should Annalisia and Lu Zhao share an indescribable moment, Su Qinghan would inevitably harbor resentment towards him. What delightful consequences might ensue? At the same time, Lu Zhao, having arrived at school, collapsed onto his bed, utterly devoid of any desire to move. "I'm never going back there again. I'm completely drained." Just as he finished lamenting, Chunimo suddenly flopped onto him. "Zhao Bao, what on earth did you do at the Su residence yesterday? You seem utterly exhausted." Chunimo's voice carried a note of curiosity, for Lu Zhao's current state appeared no different from that of a sleepless night. Feeling a pang of anxiety at Chunmo's inquiry, Lu Zhao hastily explained. I worked overtime because they offered triple pay for last night's shift. It was indeed an all-nighter, and the more I toiled, the more fatigued I became. Chen Mo nodded in understanding, leaning closer to Lu Zhao's face with a grin. Zhao Bao, I had the most absurd thought yesterday. Would you care to hear it? What is it? Do share, Lu Zhao replied. I was wondering if you might be Mr. Su's husband. The moment those words left Chen Mo's lips, Lu Zhao's body stiffened. And just as he opened his mouth to clarify, Chen Mo continued, but then I thought, if you were truly Mr. Su's husband, why would you need to earn a living? Isn't my imagination rather fanciful? Lu Zhao, the sixth sense of men in this world is far too accurate. Chapter 84. This class is worth the investment. The tension in Lu Zhao's body instantly relaxed as he casually replied, Indeed, if I were Su Qinghan's husband, why would I need to work? Exactly. If I were Su Qinghan's husband, I would live as a prince for the rest of my days, waking up well-rested, eating to my heart's content, and playing until I grew tired, Chen Mo commented. Just as Lu Zhao felt relieved that his identity remained undiscovered, his phone chimed. Upon seeing the message, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue wash over him. Are you free this afternoon? Come with me to introduce our school to some senior students. It's for extra credits. What nonsense are these credits? Who cares? I just want to sleep. Lu Zhao promptly replied, Not interested. Please have someone else handle it. Upon reading this message, Murong Xiu felt a twinge of disappointment, especially since she had subtly suggested he accompany her. Yet, considering her conversation with Su Qinghan last night, she recalled the secret, dominant love. Be more assertive. Yes, be more assertive. When a man says no, he really means yes. Murong Xiu resolutely declared, her fingers dancing across her phone's screen. Before long, Lu Zhao's phone buzzed again. Exhausted, he could hardly muster the energy to reach for his phone. Merely calling out weakly, Mo, could you check what the message says? I can't open my eyes. Chen Mo's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly took the phone. Great, time to gossip. Let us see which girl Zhao Bao is chatting with. Hee. However, upon reading the message, his mouth fell open in shock, as if he had stumbled upon something monumental. Oh my God, who is this girl? How incredibly assertive. Chen Mo's exclamation sent a jolt through Lu Zhao's heart. Assertive? It couldn't be that person messaging him. That individual truly knows how to stir trouble. Come on, what did she say? Lu Zhao urged, anxiety gnawing at him. He reluctantly picked up the phone to check, fearing it might be Su Qinghan reaching out. But upon reading the message, he felt as though he had been petrified, the atmosphere thick with silence. Lu Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen, which displayed a single, forceful sentence. This is a notification, not a negotiation. He never anticipated that Murong Xiu would utter such words, and in such a commanding tone. A wave of embarrassment surged through him, leaving him utterly flustered. What on earth? Did she hit her head or something? Even if she sought to build rapport, it shouldn't be this awkward. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhao shot back a single word, roll. He then collapsed back onto his bed, devoid of any further response, leaving only the sound of his gentle breathing. Observing this scene, Chen Mo's conviction solidified. Lu Zhao could not possibly be Su Qinghan's husband. After all, how could two of the most sought-after women simultaneously pursue him? Yet Su Qinghan had not approached him. Meanwhile, on the other end, Murong Xiu stared at the screen, where a cold, emotionless roll blinked back at her, deep in thought. This doesn't make sense. Mr. Su's strategy should work. Why isn't it effective? Unconvinced, Murong Xiu promptly took to the internet to research the query. What should one do when a boy tells you to roll away? In one particularly acclaimed and classic video, a woman responded thusly, men are creatures of contradiction. When they say yes, they often mean no, and when they say no, they frequently mean yes. Females must be both bold and astute in order to capture a boy's heart. The aforementioned question is a quintessential conundrum, quite evident. When a boy tells us to roll away, it signifies his anger. The true essence of roll away does not genuinely imply a directive to leave. Fundamentally, it differs from our female perspective. When a girl tells you to roll away, she truly means it, but men are not the same. Their implication is, I am genuinely upset. Come here and comfort me. If we, dear sisters, remain overly honest and silent, you may indeed lose him. Murong Xiu nodded in agreement, her lips parting slightly as she remarked, truly worthy of a gold medal instructor. This analysis holds considerable merit. Subsequently, the woman in the video continued her enlightening discourse. So, what should we, the vast sisterhood, do in such a scenario? Rolling away? Naturally, that is not an option. At this juncture, we ought to respond swiftly. You want me to roll away? Should I roll into your arms? Splendid. Once this phrase is dispatched, the boy on the receiving end will undoubtedly burst into laughter, and the tension within him will dissipate. Resolving this awkward situation with humor and wit is indeed the preferable approach. Those who find the host's insights valuable may express their appreciation with a simple click, ensuring they do not lose their way. Lastly, for any lovely ladies wishing to delve deeper into the art of interacting with boys, I have tutorials available on my homepage. Currently on promotion, not for the exorbitant price of $998 nor $888, but merely $88. $88 is a small price to pay for invaluable knowledge. This persuasive discourse left Murong Shiyu momentarily taken aback. Though her intellect was sharp, she was indeed a novice in matters of the heart. Moreover, 88 seemed a substantial sum to her, as she had only ever known money in 3-digit amounts, without any intention of making a purchase. She decided to exercise caution and refrain from sharing the tutorial's content, for the optimal moment had passed. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was afternoon. A group of seniors from Tianlong gathered at the entrance of Tiandu University, anxiously awaiting a certain individual. Despite their incessant chatter about going, one of them had inexplicably arrived late, which was quite unbecoming. Indeed, who knows what that madcap is up to now? Several boys, seizing the opportunity before Chun Xiaoxiao's arrival, whispered amongst themselves. Yet, before their words could fully escape their lips, a voice erupted from the crowd. "Are you talking about me?"